in the Dacian Empire of the Blue Star Continent, in class 1 to 3rd year at Luocha No. 1 High School in Anhui Province. There is a boy named Su Xiuyu. He is of average height, has a slim build, a delicate face, and appears somewhat dull. Su Xiuyu has been in this world for over 10 years, and, as a traveler from another world, he often feels a bit guilty about the title of transmigrator. He is neither exceptionally handsome, nor does he have the talent of a great writer. Although he remembers many novels, animes, movies, and fairy tales, it is unrealistic for him to rely on these increasingly vague memories to become a writer. Su Xiuyu is not an orphan. He has a happy and complete family with loving parents, and there are no younger sisters. His memories of his previous life gradually unlocked during his growth, and sometimes he even doubts whether he is truly a reincarnation or just experiencing a form of schizophrenia. If it weren't for the inexplicable natural wormholes that appeared on Blue Star 2 years ago, Su Xiuyu might have almost forgotten his previous life. After all, the Earth he came from was a peaceful and stable place. Since various countries discovered these strange natural wormholes, the situation has become extremely delicate, especially after those who entered and returned alive exhibited certain extraordinary powers. This world has become anything but ordinary. Su Xiuyu lamented that his peaceful, lazy life has finally come to an end. After that, countries began large-scale explorations of these wormholes. Indeed, they're all other worlds. Initially, countries were very excited, and even the Micron Empire decided to colonize these other worlds on a large scale. However, they were quickly overwhelmed and left crying for help. The technological weapons of this world are originally not as advanced as those on Earth, and once they enter most extraordinary worlds, their technological firearms and ammunition would become useless, their power minimized, as if the world was suppressing these creations from other worlds. The other side is also not to be trifled with, causing great suffering here. However, what does all this have to do with Su Xiuyu? He is just an ordinary person, average in both martial arts and cultural subjects. At such a young age, he doesn't need to worry about these matters. Everything was originally quite good, but since he is now in his 3rd year of high school, he is about to face a choice between martial arts school and cultural school. The most awkward situation is for someone like Su Xiuyu, who lacks distinct characteristics. He is neither excellent in academics nor in martial arts. It's truly embarrassing for a transmigrator. Su Xiuyu, stop being lazy. Come practice martial arts with me after class, Wei Haoyu urged as he pulled Su Xiuyu to practice. Wei Haoyu is a boy and Su Xiuyu's friend. Because Su Xiuyu seems a bit dull and has few friends, Wei Haoyu is the type who is both charming and sociable, with a family background slightly better than Su Xiuyu's, so he doesn't worry too much about not graduating. Plus, their names both have the character Yu, which brought them together. Su Xiuyu did not refute and followed Wei Haoyu to the playground to practice martial arts. Martial arts are highly developed on Blue Star, and the atmosphere of martial valor is strong. In fact, Su Xiuyu also enjoys martial arts, but unfortunately, his talent is not that of a one-in-a-million genius. Despite having transmigrated, he lacks divine-level talent, which is truly unscientific. On the playground, a group of people was practicing martial arts when suddenly a scream was heard, and a huge wormhole appeared in the sky above the playground, emitting a faint aura before vanishing. The reincarnation system has been activated. It was as if someone whispered in Su Xiuyu's ear. Wei Haoyu, what did you just say? Speak louder. I didn't hear clearly. Su Xiuyu thought he hadn't heard correctly. What did I say? I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. Wei Haoyu was focused on the wormhole that had just disappeared and didn't notice what Su Xiuyu was up to. Hey, Su Xiuyu, I just got a picture of it. What good luck. It's the first time I've seen a wormhole in real life. At this moment, Su Xiuyu didn't pay attention to what Wei Haoyu was saying, staring blankly ahead. In his line of sight, a semi-transparent panel appeared, displaying Reincarnation System Binding Successful. Character, Su Xiuyu. Race, Human. Combat Power, 5. The above information is only a simple representation by the system and not a data panel. please do not misunderstand. Currently discovered time-space count. 1. It is recommended to explore this time-space. Sushio came back to his senses. Indeed, transmigrating is not scary, but not having a system is the most terrifying thing. The system has been activated, and now his urgent task is to go home and study how to use this system properly. Now, even if the school beauty invites him to a motel, it absolutely cannot hinder his desire for exploration. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. Probably something like that. The news of the wormhole's appearance quickly spread, and the school organized an evacuation of students and reported to higher authorities. It won't be long before armed police and officers arrive with isolation zones. Su Shiyu was pulled along by Wei Haoyu for quite a distance, still in a daze, as today's events were indeed too thrilling. Just thinking about having received his game-like power made him feel somewhat distracted. Su Shiyu groggily returned home, and after dinner, he lay on his bed without greeting his parents, starting to explore the intricacies of the system. Unfortunately, this was not an intelligent system and could not communicate interactively. However, he felt that a non-intelligent system might actually be better. After all, overly smart systems often felt a bit awkward. Yet his current system was just too dim-witted. After fiddling with it for a long time, there was no response. Aside from the somewhat technological-looking data panel, the rest of it was as unresponsive as a big lump of wood. After tinkering for a long while with no changes, he had no idea how to use it. Damn it, after all this time, it's still a dim-witted system, and it want me to guess slowly. Come on, everyone is so busy. At least give me a hint. I'm a transmigrator. At that moment, the system detected the keyword transmigration and immediately executed the transmigration plan, started to optimize it, followed by searching for the nearest time-space wormhole. Searching. Transmigration initiated. Oh crap. Su Shioyu's lamentation was cut short as he was transported away. Su Shioyu's mother opened the door and saw the blanket lumped up, feeling relieved that her child had finally grown up and was glad he was not a homosexual. She relaxed, thinking that Su Shiyu had finally gained the vigor of a young man, and turned off the light and closed the door in one go. With a thud, Su Shiyu landed by a small river, where the water flowed gently, and the trees on both banks were lush and green. Damn it, I hadn't even finished my complaint, and the system really sent me across. I wasn't prepared at all. Su Shiyu got up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and planned to look around to see if there was any danger, so he could escape quickly. He walked upstream along the river and saw two kids standing on opposite banks, confronting each other. Obito, I'm here. I know, Hashirama. We have to be more careful from now on. Our families might have already discovered our secret. Obito, are you scared? Didn't we vow to change this world? How can we be intimidated by our families? Stop talking big, Hashirama. Right now, I can easily make a stone float to the other side. Yeah, I know, Obito. I can still pee to the other side. Can you do that? Hashirama said boldly. You idiot. What are you bragging about? You think I'm jealous of you? Obito was infuriated by Hashirama's silliness, finding it utterly unreasonable. What kind of nonsense was that? Did he think she would envy him for being able to pee farther? Damn it, she lost to him again. It must be that Hashirama practiced secretly behind her back. I need to train harder. The Uchiha boys cannot lose. Even in peeing, I cannot lose to this idiot. Sorry to interrupt. Su Shiyu had already guessed what era this was. Indeed, this proud child and the goofy one were certainly in the Warring States period of the Naruto world. The two, gods of the human world, were still so immature, and everything was just beginning. With Hashirama around, it should be relatively safe. Who? Eavesdropping on our conversation. Obito immediately threw a shuriken at Su Shiyu, and seeing that the other person didn't seem like a ninja, Hashirama threw back a shuriken in response. With a clink, Obito's shuriken was knocked down by Hashirama's. Su Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. If Hashirama hadn't been there, he wouldn't have dared to approach, even if the system prompted him. Indeed, the system issued a suggestion. System, Destiny's origin detected. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito. suggesting host collect the blood of both. Mission failed. None. This damn system actually wanted him to collect the blood of the two, probably thinking that the host was living too long. Although this was the youthful Obito and Hashirama, it wasn't something he could easily do. In the Warring States period of the Naruto world, people went to battle at a young age, and they had probably killed more people than he had met in school. There was no choice, even if it was dangerous. With Senju Hashirama around, this idiot was kind-hearted, so he was likely safe. Sure enough, this guy Hashirama saved him. If Hashirama hadn't acted, Tsushioyu would have had to let the system take him back to his original world. I actually just heard you discussing who could pee farther, so I was curious. Under Obito's youthful spiky hair, a rare blush appeared. Damn it, this ordinary person heard that. How embarrassing. Would Hashirama, the idiot, really kill this guy? Seeing the increasingly strange expression in Obito's eyes, Tsushioyu realized he had struck a nerve with the boy's pride. What to do? Would he kill him? Obito was so vain. Would he actually do something? Forget it. He had to brace himself. Actually, I just heard you two arguing about who could pee farther and thought that neither of you could compete with me in that regard. So why don't we have a contest right now to see who can pee the farthest? As Tsushioyu said this, he felt like his brain must have malfunctioned. Yet when he saw the sudden brightness in Obito's eyes, he felt a surge of confidence, realizing that his life was temporarily safe. I absolutely refuse. Who would play such a childish game? Only a ghost would care about who can pee farther. Uchiha Obito snorted disdainfully. Undoubtedly, he was indeed one of the most proud individuals in the Naruto world. I think it's quite interesting, Obito. This game sounds fun. Although we haven't met this brother before, if he's this confident, he might really be impressive. The endearingly goofy Hashirama chimed in, showing that only someone with such a simple mind would find the game enjoyable. Looks like no one has any objections, so let's start now, Tsushioyu said, not waiting for Obito's rebuttal as he prepared to pull down his pants and pee. He thought to himself that he couldn't give this proud guy a chance to make trouble. As a result, the endearingly goofy Hashirama also prepared to take off his pants, and Obito's face turned slightly red as he got ready as well. The loser has to follow the winner's small request, Tsushioyu shouted, not caring whether the two agreed or not. Get ready. Start. That's right. The three of them stood by the river, competing to see who could pee farther. Tsushioyu exerted all his effort to release himself. No one could have imagined that the three legendary shinobi were currently behaving like silly fools competing to pee by the river. In the end, the results came out. Tsushioyu was first, Hashirama second, and Obito regrettably came in last. Damn it, how could I lose? This is unacceptable. I didn't drink much water today. This isn't fair, Obito said, looking dejected, feeling as if he had done something foolish. Hashirama comforted him, saying, Obito, it's just for fun. Losing is losing. I believe it's because you didn't drink enough water, okay? He then turned to Tsushioyu and said, all right, you're the big winner. What do you want me to do? Just don't ask for anything too outrageous. Tsushioyu sighed in relief. Looking at the young Obito, he was glad Hashirama was there. Otherwise, Obito would definitely try to silence him. My request isn't high. I just want a little blood from you two. Although he didn't know what he needed their blood for, it wasn't too difficult. In the Warring States period, who hadn't shed blood? According to their agreement, the two used kunai to cut their hands and gave Tsushioyu a little blood each. Hey, what's your name? We still don't know you, Hashirama said casually, finally realizing he didn't know Tsushioyu's name. Oh, I'm Tsushioyu, just an ordinary person. You two are ninjas, right? Tsushioyu? It seemed he wasn't from a ninja clan. His clothing was quite different from that of the prominent clans, indicating he might be a descendant of some noble family. In an era where battles were the main theme, Tsushioyu's delicate appearance resembled that of those useless nobles. I also want to become a powerful ninja like you, Obito said, feeling inexplicably happy after hearing Tsushioyu's words. After all, he was the one who had just won against him. Given how rational Tsushioyu seemed, he decided not to kill him after all. The three of them lay by the riverbank, using leaves to shield their eyes as they spoke freely. I want to create a village where everyone can live together without conflict, where children never have to go to the battlefield and can live peaceful days like this every day. Hashirama began to express his ideal once more. As for me, I just want to stand at the highest position, not for anything else but to stand high and see far, to experience the world's splendor. Wow, Sushioyu, your ideas are not simple at all, Hashirama laughed. Obito, what about you? As for me, didn't I say it before? I just want to achieve that village's dream with you, and I hope Izuna can be safe. Upon hearing Obito's words, Hashirama's expression dimmed as he thought of his many deceased brothers, feeling a bit sad inside. The three young boys shared their inner thoughts and dreams, discussing them passionately. They were young and unaware of the sorrows of life. Sushioyu listened to their words, feeling somewhat complex. Both of them had no idea he was from another world, and the three of them shared their dreams without barriers. In that peaceful and tranquil moment in the forest afternoon, it felt so serene. Well, Hashirama, I probably won't be able to go out anymore. My father will likely discover that I've been playing with you, Obito said dejectedly. The current young Obito was still a proud child and lacked the ability to change his father's or even the entire Uchiha clan's attitude. Hashirama was not much different. The stubbornness of the Senju clan was not any less than that of the Uchiha clan. After all, years of war had left both sides dazed, with deep-seated grudges that were hard to resolve. At this time, Hashirama had not yet developed the wood release to pacify the chaotic world. Two naive boys were confessing their feelings, and Sushioyu felt grateful to have entered their circle at this moment. With the support of his system, he would surely be able to keep up with them and create his own legend. Don't be disheartened. I have a way to come find you to play. Just don't reject me when the time comes, Sushioyu said, feeling that playing with these two peers was quite fun. Sure, come find me to play later. It's too boring in my family. Hashirama invited Sushioyu wholeheartedly. But want to play with you. I still need to train. I don't have time to deal with you. Obito couldn't help but be harsh again, his old habits resurfacing. Hey, I got it. I'll head home first today and come find you to play later. After parting ways with the two, Sushioyu returned to his home in the woods. The familiar sight of his room greeted him, and he noticed the clock on the table. It was already close to midnight. He gently pushed open the door, peeking into the master bedroom where his parents were sound asleep. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his parents hadn't noticed his absence. Otherwise, they would surely worry. It should be noted that in this world, crossing into another realm was no longer a mythical tale, but the mortality rate was extremely high, far more dangerous than going to battle. He decided to keep this matter from his parents for the time being. He quietly sat down and summoned the system panel. The system displayed successfully collected the blood of the destined ones, specifically the blood of Ashura and Indra. The bloodline potion has been created and is ready for use. The system recommends the host use the bloodline potion. He took out the bloodline potion and, following the instructions, used a syringe for intravenous injection. After the injection was completed, the system promptly notified him. Syringe has been recovered and will be automatically destroyed. To his surprise, the intense pain he had anticipated did not occur, so he didn't think much of it and gradually fell into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, he woke up early. Despite having slept late the night before, he felt particularly refreshed in the morning. He called up the system panel again, and it showed, Sushioyu's bloodline is evolving estimated time 3 months. At that moment, he finally understood that the bloodline potion was gradually changing his bloodline. This was reasonable. After all, bloodline fusion couldn't happen overnight. However, he could clearly feel that his vision had become sharper, and he had finally embarked on the path of the extraordinary. After finishing breakfast, he hurried off to school. On the way, he encountered Wei Haoyu, and both of them were close to being late, so they ran at full speed. Wei Haoyu was panting. Why are you running so fast today, Sushioyu? Wait for me. In the end, Sushioyu arrived at school just in the nick of time. while Wei Haoyu could only stand outside, glaring at him with resentment. After class, Wei Haoyu still complained that Su Xiaoyu was being inconsiderate, but Su Xiaoyu pulled him toward the practice room. "If I don't run faster, I'll end up standing outside like you, right? We're brothers. You wouldn't want me to stand outside with you, would you? Have you made up your mind, Su Xiaoyu? We're in our 3rd year. Are you going to the martial arts university or to the cultural university? As for me, I probably won't go to university," Su Xiaoyu said. He hadn't really made up his mind yet, but it seemed to him that the most important thing right now wasn't school. He felt he was moving further along a different path. Arriving at the martial arts classroom, the teacher announced, "Today is a practical combat lesson. We will draw lots to decide combat pairings, and each person will have 2 fights. Let's start drawing lots now." Su Xiaoyu drew Lei Gang and Cheng Yaojia. Lei Gang was a martial arts enthusiast known for his fierce fighting style, but was straightforward. Cheng Yaojia was the kind of demure girl who was a bit shy, but well-liked in class due to her good character and good looks. After all, Su Xiaoyu was also a hot-blooded young man and understood this well. "Now, let the battles begin," the teacher ordered, and the paired teams started their intense fights. Lei Gang moved with lightning speed. He was the best fighter in the class, and seeing Su Xiaoyu look down on him, he decided to teach Su Xiaoyu a lesson. He aimed to take him down with a powerful tackle, intending to throw Su Xiaoyu down hard. Little did he know, Su Xiaoyu would turn the tables on him, executing a counter tackle and bringing Lei Gang down to the ground. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. It should be noted that Lei Gang was 1.89 meters tall and weighed over 190 pounds, while Su Xiaoyu was only around 1.7 meters tall and weighed at most 130 pounds. Such a small frame managed to wield great strength, which was truly astonishing. Lei Gang's face flushed slightly, but he didn't play dirty. "I lost." Lei Gang stood up and acknowledged his defeat to Su Xiaoyu. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Su Xiaoyu had held back, and the force with which he had been thrown had been surprisingly gentle. He realized that Su Xiaoyu had shown mercy, and he couldn't take advantage of the situation. "Su Xiaoyu, have you awakened?" Lei Gang asked. "Yeah, I awakened last night," Su Xiaoyu admitted straightforwardly. Over the years, some people on Blue Star had gradually started to awaken, so this had become a public secret in society. Everyone knew that awakening was very difficult, and the ratio of awakenings was extremely low. The abilities that came with awakening varied widely. Mostly, they enhanced physical qualities or granted special powers like controlling metal or breathing fire, and there were some unique cases. However, the strength of currently awakened abilities was not particularly great, but having awakened certainly gave a significant advantage in exploring the other world. Awakening itself represented a form of control over extraordinary power, clearly indicating what kind of path one was suited to pursue in terms of learning. While effort was important, talent was also key, but having the right direction was even more crucial. Awakening represented one's adaptability to extraordinary abilities. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's response, Lei Gang sighed in relief, feeling that losing wasn't too humiliating after all. Su Xiaoyu understood that Lei Gang was just a bit stubborn, but he was a decent guy with no bad intentions. He had also stepped up when trouble arose among the local delinquents. So overall, he was quite a good classmate. Surrounding classmates looked at Su Xiaoyu with envy, as the once ordinary boy now appeared so suave and charismatic. Even a cheerful girl jokingly teased, "Hey, Su Xiaoyu, are you in need of a girlfriend?" Of course, this was just harmless banter among classmates, and Su Xiaoyu didn't take it to heart. Next up was Su Xiaoyu's match against Cheng Yaojia. This time, he managed to defeat her with a bit of grace, not as ruthlessly as he had with Lei Gang, since he had previously copied her homework and felt bad about being too harsh. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Yaojia, who had just been defeated, was gazing at his back with starry eyes. It wasn't that she easily developed feelings for him. Rather, she admired how Su Xiaoyu, who was also somewhat introverted, could be so carefree. Little did she know, curiosity often marks the beginning of a person's downfall. "Nice going, Su Xiaoyu. Hiding this from me, huh?" No wonder you were so fast this morning. Wei Haoyu laughed as he put his arm around Su Xiaoyu's shoulder. Don't leave after school, okay? However, as soon as school ended, Su Xiaoyu rushed home without waiting for Wei Haoyu. He had made an appointment with Hashirama and couldn't afford to break it. After dinner, he told his mom, "Mom, I'm going to sleep. Please don't disturb me," and locked the door behind him. His mother sighed, realizing her child had truly grown up. "Xiaoyu, take care of yourself, and remember to be moderate." Su Xiaoyu didn't hear his mother's seemingly cautionary words and entered his bedroom, calling upon the system to transport him back to the Naruto world. Hashirama was practicing taijutsu in the yard, believing that being strong not only meant having extraordinary talent, but also required exceptional effort. "Hashirama, I'm here." Su Xiaoyu exerted himself to climb over the fence into Hashirama's yard. Seeing Su Xiaoyu arrive, Hashirama was delighted. "Hey, Xiaoyu, you're here. I was just getting bored. Don't say anything. Just teach me how to extract chakra and the three-body technique," Su Xiaoyu directly asked Hashirama. Speaking plainly to a straightforward person like Hashirama was best. He would appreciate the direct approach. "Sure, it's really simple. Just do this, then that, and then this and that again, and you'll pretty much learn it." Hashirama was a natural teacher. Luckily, with the system's help, otherwise, learning from Hashirama's teaching style could confuse anyone. Before long, following Hashirama's instructions, Su Xiaoyu extracted his first thread of chakra, surprisingly without difficulty. But then again, it made sense. Perhaps it was due to his evolving bloodline. After all, he started with the power of cosmic forces, so how could such a minor challenge be an issue? "Su Xiaoyu, your talent is impressive. You're way quicker than I was when I first started practicing chakra," Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. Despite being a bit late to start learning to be a ninja at his age, he hadn't expected Su Xiaoyu to be quite talented, perhaps even stronger than his own precocious brother. This was good. If Su Xiaoyu could help him alongside Obito, then his wishes would surely come true. "You should have already learned the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique from me. Now let's have some fun." Su Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at Hashirama and pulled out 2 decks of playing card from his pocket. For some reason, at the sight of the playing cards, Hashirama felt as if his life had truly started from that moment. These are called playing cards, and there are many ways to play them, like this and that, and also this and that. When you have 2 decks together, you can play all sorts of games. Watching Hashirama become enthusiastic, Su Xiaoyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It turned out that Tsunade's gambling habit stemmed from him. The two played for over 10 rounds. Although Su Xiaoyu was a novice at cards, Hashirama's terrible luck made it so that Tsunade's poor luck had its reasons. Fortunately, Hashirama managed to win a few rounds. Otherwise, he could have dragged Su Xiaoyu into playing cards until dawn. Days passed by this way, with Su Xiaoyu playing with Hashirama at night and catching up on sleep at school during the day. Everyone thought Su Xiaoyu had been overly diligent in his martial arts training, which made him tired, and they ignored his drooling, silly appearance. While Su Xiaoyu was sleeping, he remained unaware that a girl named Cheng Yaojia was secretly watching him. Although he was asleep, his spirit was contemplating matters in the system space. System. Character. Su Xiaoyu. Combat level. Ordinary genin. Ninjutsu mastery. 3-body technique. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. All earth release techniques. At this rate, I could eat dirt without digging it up. With the earth dragon bullet, I could directly feed myself dirt. Su Xiaoyu lamented that Hashirama now exclusively practiced earth and water release techniques. Water release required more chakra, and his own chakra was still too limited. He had just become a ninja, and Hashirama had advised him not to rush. Currently, Hashirama's ninjutsu still required hand seals, though they were simplified seals that were quite convenient. Hashirama still had a long way to go before reaching his peak. It wasn't yet the time for Hashirama and Obito to shine. Su Xiaoyu had just begun his journey as a ninja, so there was no need to rush. He could always strive for more when the time came. Hashirama would surely reminisce about the days when he still needed to form hand seals. Uchiha Obito was deeply focused on practicing fire release techniques in the training ground of his clan. Recently, he felt restless and found it difficult to venture out to look for Hashirama. The members of his clan were eager and excited, and it seemed that war was imminent once again. This time, it was uncertain whether they would face the crazies from the Kagaya clan, challenge the Hyuga clan, or confront the Senju clan. Obito already knew that Hashirama was from the Senju clan, and although Hashirama seemed foolish, he probably had figured out Obito's identity as well. These days, Obito was both worried about the upcoming war that his clan would face and extremely eager to find Hashirama to have a good chat, and perhaps even include that foolish aristocrat, Sushioyu, a person who could come up with a competition of who could pee farther to showcase themselves. What could they be other than a fool? Now, Hashirama was busy, and why was Sushioyu taking so long to show up? Wasn't it him who confidently stated that no matter where the Uchiha clan's territory was, he would find a way to locate it? Now he vanished without a trace. It seemed he was just boasting after all. Obito, I bet you're thinking of something extremely rude right now. Be careful. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Sushioyu suddenly attacked Obito with the Earth Dragon Bullet technique. Obito activated his Sharingan, calmly observing the trajectory of the Earth Dragon Bullet and easily dodging it. Is that all your skill amounts to? Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Sushioyu quickly formed hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth instantly rose up from the ground, blocking the Great Fireball. Hey, Obito. I came to find you, not to take my life, right? If this is all you're capable of, then dying wouldn't be such a loss, Obito replied with a low grunt. You can't even dodge a simple Great Fireball technique. Sushioyu, you're still someone I recognize as a worthy opponent. All right, I get it. I came to find you because I wanted to have some fun. But first, teach me the fire release technique. I know that the Uchiha clan's fire release is incredibly powerful. Sushioyu understood that Obito was a stubborn guy, so he decided to flatter him. Otherwise, he'd have to listen to him complain. I refuse. Go find Hashirama first, Obito said, feeling a surge of anger at the thought of Sushioyu going to find Hashirama first. Come on, I even brought you some tasty snacks. Don't be so heartless, Sushioyu teased, noticing the overly dramatic side of Obito. At this point, both of them, the god of ninjas and he, were still just immature kids. Since you sincerely apologized, I will forgive you, but it's not because you brought me gifts. Yes, you're magnanimous. I brought you moose cake, red date and yam cake, coconut pudding, and 3-color dumplings. Sushioyu opened the snack box, introducing each item. Make sure to save some for your brother Izuna. Sushioyu's words left Obito, who had initially wanted to refuse the sweets for the sake of pride, unable to turn them down. After all, his brother Izuna truly loves sweet treats. Considering you remember my brother, I'll accept this time, but I actually don't like sweets that much. Sushioyu looked at Obito in disbelief. How could someone eat so quickly and claim not to like sweets? Oh, maybe that fool Hashirama would believe it. Do you know the initial hand seals for fire release? I don't. Since you don't know, fine, your basics are a bit weak, so I'll start from the beginning. First, I'll teach you shuriken techniques. Then you'll learn fire release. Obito complained about Sushioyu's ignorance, but was very careful in his demonstration. He was indeed much better at teaching than Hashirama, who often made learning too complicated. As the two practiced, it wasn't long before Sushioyu learned several fire release techniques, and his shuriken throwing skills improved steadily. Wow, I didn't expect that if Obito became a teacher, he would actually be a good one. With a useless student like you, I'd be embarrassed to call myself a teacher. Obito teased while munching on a dessert. Obito's tongue was so sharp, Sushioyu really wanted to shut him up. I don't care where you're from or what your background is. Even if you were the son of a feudal lord, in front of me, you're still that weakling by the riverside. Obito declared with a domineering attitude. Sushioyu felt a surge of indignation, wanting nothing more than to beat Obito up. He had no emotional intelligence at all. Sushioyu was helpless. He couldn't win a fight now, so he could only silently hold onto that resentment, vowing to get back at him later. Hey, Sushioyu, hurry up and grow stronger. This world is about to plunge into war again. You're so weak, don't die in some lonely corner. Obito said solemnly. Sushioyu could see that beneath Obito's proud exterior, he actually cared about their bonds. Unfortunately, his radical personality ultimately led him down the wrong path. Obito, I will absolutely not die. I still aim to reach the peak of destiny. Don't catch up to me too easily. After all, our current score is 1-0. Who would acknowledge that peeing farther counts as a battle? Damn it. Months quietly passed. Sushioyu diligently trained and learned ninjutsu every day, focusing intently on refining his chakra. The originally sparse chakra began to swell rapidly, as if being inflated. With the power of Ashura and Indra at his disposal, while others might find many paths to success, Sushioyu felt as if he was born in Rome, with his starting point being the unreachable finish line for others. Recently, time-space wormholes have been appearing with increasing frequency. Today, right after school, the school sounded the emergency alert. It should be noted that the air raid sirens on Blue Star typically only sounded during the most urgent times. Sushioyu quickly called out to his classmates nearby. Wei Haoyu, Lei Gang, Chung Yaojia, Zhang Lili, quickly follow me, don't get separated. Sushioyu had gained some fame in his class, and upon his call, the surrounding classmates gathered around. In times of crisis, people instinctively chose to follow the strong. This was an unchanging law of nature. Suddenly, everyone heard piercing screams, adding to the panic that already gripped them. They saw several enormous lizards climbing over the school walls and charging inside. Monsters! There are monsters! Run! In an instant, the crowd scattered and fled, some screaming, while others stood frozen in place. The entire school was thrown into chaos. Sushioyu looked at the giant lizards and was certain they were not native to Blue Star. He had never seen such massive lizards in his life. It seemed this was yet another consequence of the chaotic time-space wormholes. Sushioyu, let's get out of here. Don't think about being a hero. Just hurry and run with us. Wei Haoyu urged, pulling at Sushioyu, eager to escape. I'm sorry, Wei Haoyu, but I've been hiding this from you for a long time. Right now, I'm stronger than you can imagine. As soon as Sushioyu finished speaking, he used body flicker technique to appear beside one of the giant lizards. Earth release, Hades Marsh. Several lizard monsters instantly sank into a muddy pit, their speed drastically reduced. Then, he threw a few shurikens, which collided in mid-air before shooting towards the lizard's eyes at incredible angles. This was the Uchiha clan's signature technique, Uchiha Shuriken throwing. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Sushioyu unleashed a massive ball of flames that spread like blooming flowers, striking several of the giant lizards. The lizards struggled desperately in the mud, emitting horrifying screams before gradually collapsing into the pit. Sushioyu's classmates stood dumbfounded. If they weren't mistaken, Sushioyu had just spewed a huge ball of fire from his mouth. Sushioyu signaled, and the previously flat ground instantly transformed into a marshland. They all understood Sushioyu was powerful, but at this moment, he was no longer an ordinary person. Watching the giant lizards writhing in agony in the flames, everyone felt fortunate to be following Sushioyu. Otherwise, today could have ended tragically. The campus gradually returned to calm, and soon, police and ambulances arrived. One lizard, after rampaging through the school, was finally brought down by a dozen fully armed SWAT officers using sustained firepower. The lizard's scales had strong defensive capabilities, and handguns couldn't penetrate its vital areas. Only rifles posed a significant threat. To take down that lizard, they emptied many rifle magazines before finally weakening it. Fortunately, since most of the lizards had been dealt with by Sushioyu, Only this one was quickly killed by the SWAT officers, avoiding significant casualties on campus. Even so, 2 officers holding blast shields were knocked away by the frenzied lizard, suffering broken ribs. Everyone felt a lingering fear. Although they had narrowly escaped this time, luck wouldn't always be on their side. Only Su Xiaoyu seemed relatively calm. He knew that as long as he was strong enough, even giant lizards could be squashed like cockroaches. As people gradually left, Su Xiaoyu was asked to help maintain order in the school. After all, no one could guarantee there weren't any stragglers left behind. Su Xiaoyu didn't mind. After patrolling the campus and confirming there was no immediate danger, he planned to head home. However, the school's administrator and principal wanted to meet Su Xiaoyu along with the head of the Yang City Special Operations Bureau. Su Xiaoyu agreed, and in the principal's office, he briefly recounted the encounter with the lizards. The head of the Special Operations Bureau, named Lei Jiangang, was a muscular man. "We are very grateful for your help today, Su Xiaoyu. Without you, many lives would have been lost in the school today." "You're exaggerating. I just happened to be here." Su Xiaoyu shook his head. Indeed, he had only used 2 ninjutsu and thrown a few shurikens. It had been effortless for him. Lei Jiangang laughed wryly. "To tell you the truth, similar incidents have occurred all across the country. It's not just our Yang City experiencing this situation. We were lucky that you handled most of the monsters. Other places haven't been so fortunate. I received news just before coming here that the beast attacks in the Micron Empire were even worse, with a school bus full of students tragically meeting their end in the Huangshe Forest. We are truly lucky this time. I represent Yang City in thanking you. You can call me Uncle. I'm actually Lei Gang's father, and I've heard him mention you." Su Xiaoyu thought to himself that no wonder this guy looked so familiar. He was indeed Lei Gang's father, and they clearly shared the same mold. "Uncle Lei, is the situation really this dire now?" Su Xiaoyu had initially thought that the recent appearances of time-space wormholes were just isolated incidents. But now it seemed the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. "The current situation is still relatively stable, but this is hard to say. If it continues to escalate like this, then we will be in big trouble. If Blue Star truly becomes a battlefield, we won't be able to escape. We'll have to face it head-on. Fortunately, Yang City has a certain amount of armed forces, and with our Special Operations Bureau around, we are still somewhat secure," Lei Jiangang explained carefully to the classmate of his son, while also reminding him to pay attention to the current situation. Su Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, feeling a vague sense of foreboding that the world was about to get lively. After saying goodbye to school and returning home, his anxious parents looked at him, relieved yet frightened. The news had just reported the attack on Yang City No. 1 High School, which had terrified them. After much reassurance, he finally calmed them down. Su Xiaoyu glanced at his system list and privately complained. The system's display was far too incomplete. It didn't even show basic techniques like the 3-body technique. Was it looking down on low-level ninjutsu? Or did it think his chakra was too sparse? After all, he was on friendly terms with Hashirama and Obito. Kakashi could be considered a distant apprentice to him. He silently invoked the system and instantly transported himself back to the Naruto world. He unexpectedly ran into Hashirama, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Recently, he had been learning the basics with Obito, as Hashirama wasn't particularly good at teaching. At that moment, Hashirama was chatting with a white-haired boy who seemed to be Tobarama's Senju. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to interact with Tobarama at the moment. He was cunning and, to put it bluntly, rather unpleasant. After all, Tobarama was not only a master of forbidden techniques and a water release expert, but also had a tendency to smear the Uchiha clan's reputation. His infamous phrase, "the evil Uchiha," was well known. Given his close relationship with Obito, he would inevitably incur Tobarama's resentment, and he still wanted to learn forbidden techniques from Tobarama in the future, so he couldn't offend him easily. He waited until Tobarama left before making his presence known. "Hashirama, I'm back." "Xiaoyu? Your timing couldn't be worse," Hashirama sighed. "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoyu asked, noticing Hashirama's frown. I've been away for a few days, and you haven't had a chance to lose at cards. Why are you so down? Damn it. My card skills have improved a lot, you know? It's just that war is about to break out again. Hashirama lamented. Father, Hashirama, told me that tomorrow will be a major battle. My brother and I have discussed it, and Tobarama thinks I'm too kind and that I shouldn't think so much. Honestly, Hashirama, sometimes you are too kind. I understand your grand aspirations, but once someone dies, there are no second chances. All those aspirations turn into dust. Is that so? Even you, Sushio, think I can be indecisive sometimes. But that side of you has its charm. As your friend, I recognize you and can naturally accept your thoughts. Sushio shrugged. In this bloody warring states era, you're like a pure white lotus. Oh, really? Although it sounds complicated, I know you understand my thoughts. Haha, finally someone gets me. Hashirama, who had been frowning earlier, now laughed heartily. So, who exactly are you going to battle tomorrow? Sushio asked. Besides the Uchiha clan, Father Hashirama has informed me that he and the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, will lead their clans to battle at a designated location tomorrow. The endless cycle of hatred continues. This damned, chaotic era. Hashirama clenched his fists tightly. He was still far from his peak. At the same time, the Uchiha clan was in a similar predicament. No matter how spirited Uchiha Obito would become in the future, he could only obediently follow his father Uchiha Taijima's orders at this moment. In the Warring States era, even blood relatives spoke with their fists. Hashirama, I can't interfere in the grievances between the Senju and Uchiha clans. You know that you're all my friends, and I can't favor either side. I know you can't interfere in the grievances between the Senju and Uchiha clans. It's hard for me, too. Obito is my dear friend, yet we have to face each other in battle. This damned era. Hashirama understood that his aspirations still had a long way to go. Of course, I will pay attention to the war between your two clans. If possible, I'll see if I can help some people on a battlefield. Sushio felt helpless. His position meant he couldn't please either side. But for now, he didn't have the ability to clear all obstacles and could only go with the flow in this world's turmoil. Brother, who were you just talking to? Tobarama found his older brother Hashirama after Sushio left. Tomorrow, we're going to battle against the Uchiha clan, and you must not be swayed by them. The Uchiha clan are all evil people. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone fights like this every day. Who knows when they might die on the battlefield? Do you wish to live like this forever? Tobarama, you are my younger brother. You can't keep viewing the world with such a narrow mindset. Hashirama tried to persuade Tobarama. However, Tobarama was clever from a young age and had developed his own independent thoughts early on. Even their father, Hashirama, could only pretend to be obedient in front of him. Hashirama understood his brother had always had his own ideas. Tobarama, trust me, I will create a peaceful world. Whether it's Senju or Uchiha, everyone can coexist and eliminate past grievances. Brother, you should rest early. We're going to the battlefield tomorrow. Don't lose your life, Tobarama said, looking at his somewhat foolish older brother with a sigh of helplessness. If it weren't for his concern that Hashirama would be influenced by the Uchiha, he wouldn't have come back. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and the chilly autumn wind brushed against everyone's faces. Uchiha Taijima, long time no see, Hashirama greeted. Senju Hashirama, it seems you've been doing well, but after today, who knows? I'm just a boring trick. Even if you boast, your fire release won't harm me at all. Before these eyes, Hashirama, you have no chance. Enough talk. Let's begin the battle. The two clan leaders threw a shuriken at each other, and the shurikens collided in midair, sparking before landing aside. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Uchiha Taijima unleashed a powerful fire release technique, sending massive flames sweeping toward the Senju clan. Water release. Water barrier. Hashirama countered, not to be outdone. His water release had reached a masterful level. As fire and water clashed, a thick mist enveloped the area. With the attack from the two clan leaders as a signal, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan engaged in fierce combat. Every Uchiha had blood on their hands from the Senju, and conversely, every Senju carried the resentment of the Uchiha in their souls. The chains of hatred forged through generations of conflict bound the two clans in a deadly cycle. Hatred ran deep, and the war continued without pause. Obito, I didn't expect that after parting last time, we would meet again on the battlefield, Hashirama said, looking at his former friend, now standing against him, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Yes, Hashirama, you're the eldest son of the Senju clan, and I'm the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. Fate is always so cruel. We each carry our own destinies and grievances. Hashirama, I won't hold back. My brother is now left with only Izuna and Chiri. I'm sorry, Obito. My brother is left with only Tobirama as well. With a clash, their kunai collided, and after a fierce exchange of taijutsu, they moved on to ninjutsu battles. Fire release, great fire destruction. Water release, great exploding water shockwave. As the Uchiha shurikens flew, Obito retreated and threw out several shurikens of his own. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Claws. The flames Obito expelled ignited the shurikens and sent them soaring toward Hashirama. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Hashirama quickly executed the Earth release technique to block Obito's flames. Hashirama, if this is all you can do, you should be careful. Obito laughed madly, getting into the rhythm of battle. Obito, stop this. Let's persuade our clans to end this pointless slaughter. Hashirama attempted to reason with Obito, hoping to halt the fight. Hashirama, you are still so naive. Don't you see that the Senju and Uchiha are already blinded by rage? It's too late to say anything now. Come on, let me delight in this battle. Obito said with a maniacal laugh. Obito, don't cling to your delusions. Don't you remember our pact to bring peace and establish a harmonious village? I remember, haha. So, Hashirama, defeat me or be defeated by me. Prove that you are right. The battlefield was littered with the marks of ninjutsu, and the blood flowed, releasing a strong scent of blood. They fought until the sun began to set, with the evening glow appearing in the sky, reminiscent of Uchiha flames, painting the unrestful world in red. Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama had battled to this point, both exhausted, resorting to taijutsu while casting ninjutsu, all while looking for opportunities to recover some chakra. Though both sides were eager to eliminate each other, they had to be cautious, as both were cunning strategists who feared falling into the other's traps. 10 finger-piercing bullets, a swarm of bone projectiles, surged toward both the Uchiha and Senju clans. There's an ambush! Thanks to their extensive battle experience, Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama evaded most of the surprise bone projectiles. However, the other clan members were not so fortunate. Many ninjas from both clans were caught off guard and suffered serious injuries. Damn Kagaya, why are you ambushing us? Do you want to start a war with both the Senju and Uchiha clans? Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama angrily rebuked the despicable actions of the Kagaya clan. At that moment, 2 desperate cries rang out from behind the battlefield. No! Chiri, wake up! Obito collapsed beside Uchiha Chiri, watching as blood and foam continuously poured from Chiri's mouth. Don't say that, Chiri. It will be all right. Obito and Izuna stared anxiously at their youngest brother, who was bleeding profusely from the corner of his mouth and unable to stop. Brother, I feel so cold, please save me. Uchiha Chiri struggled to form coherent sentences. Obito and Izuna could only watch helplessly as their youngest brother gradually slipped closer to the embrace of death, tears streaming down their faces. Brother, I will miss you. As Uchiha Chiri's voice grew fainter, the 3 Tomo and Obito and Izuna's eyes spun rapidly, and 4 streams of blood tears fell onto the blood-soaked earth. Kagaya Banjiao, why did you ambush us? I don't recall any grievances between our clans that would warrant your entire clan launching a bloody assault against us. What is the meaning of this? Senju Hashirama glared at Kagaya's clan leader, Kagaya Banjiao. We're merely enjoying the thrill of slaughter. The Bloodpool clan are the true victims. Their leader, Sho, asked us if we wanted to engage in some enjoyable killing. They have long set their sights on the Uchiha clan, and we merely stopped by to relish the joy of battle. Kagaya Banjiao replied coolly. The Kagaya clan has always been known for their love of battle and slaughter in the original work, and later fell victim to the rebellion of the Mizukage, Yagura. The Bloodpool clan is also mentioned in the anime, possessing blood-red eyes similar to the Sharingan, called Blood Dragon Eyes, which also enhance Jinjutsu abilities, forming a deep-seated enmity with the Uchiha clan. I will make the Bloodpool clan and the Kagaya clan pay for their blood debts, Obito declared, his rage boiling over as he gazed at his lifeless younger brother Chiri, descending into madness. Obito, calm down. Acting impulsively now will only lead to death, Uchiha Taijima ordered. The loss of Chiri pained him as a father, but as a survivor of this warring states era, he knew all too well that strength meant everything. Even if the enemy was his own flesh and blood, he had to prioritize the future of the Uchiha clan. He still had Obito and Izuna. He was at the height of his life, and as long as he lived, he could lead the Uchiha clan forward. Nothing, not even familial bonds, could hinder his resolve. Hashirama, for now, we are on the same front. We will deal with the Bloodpool clan. While you handle the Kagaya clan, Hashirama had never expected that he would ever cooperate with the Uchiha clan, but the current situation left no room for optimism. The Senju and Uchiha clans had fought for so long that both were now at their lowest point. At this moment, he had no certainty that he could bring his clansmen back safely. All right, Taijima, I didn't think we'd have a day to unite. Fire release, great fire destruction. Obito charged forward, unleashing a fire release technique that burned several unfortunate members of the Bloodpool clan, causing them to writhe in pain on the ground. You little brat, your opponent is me, said Sho, the current leader of the Bloodpool clan. Blood Dragon Eyes, secret technique, illusionary blood sea. Sho's red eyes began to shed blood tears, as was typical for Blood Dragon Eyes during their use of ocular techniques. The Jinjutsu abilities of Blood Dragon Eyes were not inferior to those of the Uchiha Sharingan. Obito suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a river of red blood. Floating on the surface were the corpses of his dead siblings, especially the countless bodies of Uchiha Chiri. No, you dare to use my memories of Chiri to taunt me. I will make you pay with your blood. In that instant, Obito broke free from Sho's secret technique, escaping from the illusion, and a shuriken accurately struck Sho's left hand. Damn it, you broke free from my technique so quickly, I underestimated you. Sho stepped back, beginning to form seals. Blood Dragon Eyes, secret technique, infinite blood sea. Obito widened his eyes and used body flicker technique to close in on Sho, placing 6 explosive tags on him, then used body flicker again to follow up with a fire release technique. Sho let out a horrifying scream as he was engulfed in a violent explosion. The surrounding members of the Bloodpool clan heard their leader's cries and rushed to support him, but the counterattack led by Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Izuna left them overwhelmed. Sho writhed on the ground in agony, coughing up blood. One of his arms and one of his legs had already been blown off. If it weren't for the countless battles he had endured in this warring states era, wearing armor, he would have been utterly destroyed by now. I die without regrets. Your name is Uchiha Obito, right? You truly are a young genius. I will wait for you in hell. Sho, reeking of burnt flesh, knew he could not escape death today and no longer sought the mercy of others. After all, it seemed that Obito's brother had perished due to his earlier ambush. Obito had every reason not to spare him. The world has already become hell. How much worse could hell be? Moreover, I, Uchiha Obito, will fight my way back even if I become a demon in hell, inheriting the name of Ashura and annihilating every last member of the Blood Pool clan. With a cold expression, Obito used a shuriken to slice Wyatt-Sho's throat. He was filled with hatred for his own weakness. If he had been strong enough, his brother Chiri wouldn't have died so uselessly. Bold. You rude person. How can you ask someone about their marriage engagement upon first meeting? Uzumaki Mito exclaimed angrily, her face flushed with indignation. Please don't be angry. Let me explain. I truly didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to ask if you had any engagement, Sushioyu hurriedly explained, sensing that his attempts to clarify were making things worse. He couldn't believe that he had been misunderstood. He merely wanted to inquire if this future sister-in-law had any connections with Hashirama, yet Mito had taken it as an inappropriate advance. Isn't that behavior that of a lecher? And you say you just wanted to ask about an engagement? Mito retorted, clearly upset. Sushioyu realized that his words were only digging a deeper hole, so he decided to be direct. No, let me change the question. That was an inappropriate question. I want to know if you know Senju Hashirama, Sushioyu said. The Senju clan is an ally of our Uzumaki clan. Our two clans have maintained a good relationship for generations. I naturally know about the Senju clan. As for Senju Hashirama, he is the eldest son of the current clan leader, Senju Tobarama, and I've heard of him, but I don't know him personally. I've only heard his name from the older generations in my family, Mito replied, looking puzzled as to why Sushioyu suddenly changed the topic to the Senju clan. So she doesn't know Hashirama yet, Sushioyu thought, feeling relieved. He certainly couldn't mention that she would eventually marry Hashirama. Now that they hadn't met yet, he felt a strange sense of happiness at the thought. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to tease you by asking about your engagement. Can you believe me? Sushioyu explained again. Is that so? Then I'll remember this. If you're still so reckless with your words in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Mito raised a small, delicate fist, pretending to threaten him. In truth, she wasn't really angry. Her perception had already sensed that Sushioyu wasn't lying and that he really was just curious about her engagement. But why would he want to know about that? This is just our first meeting. This guy is being so bold. I'm still young. Isn't it too early to talk about engagements? Thinking about this made Mito's face turn red. How could he be so daring? But compared to her shy relatives, he was refreshing. She didn't consider that she was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. No one her age dared to act so casually around her. Sushioyu felt helpless, wondering why he had encountered Uzumaki Mito in this desolate place. Was she sneaking out? In fact, part of Sushioyu's guess was correct, and part was wrong. There were indeed Uzumaki clan guards nearby, as Mito, being a princess, undoubtedly had to prioritize safety. There was also a barrier technique set up around her, which would alert her guards when activated. Of course, Sushioyu was unaware of this. His training had not yet covered sealing techniques. At this moment, Sushioyu was internally conflicted about how to build a good relationship with Uzumaki Mito. He knew very well that the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were incredibly powerful, fundamental to their survival, but they wouldn't easily share them with an outsider. Besides, he lacked experience interacting with girls in his previous life, leaving him unsure of how to continue the conversation with Mito. Should we meet here again next time? Sushioyu scratched his head, thick-skinnedly attempting to get closer to Uzumaki Mito. I'm not sure. Uzumaki Mito's face grew even redder. How could Sushioyu be so bold, asking her to meet again after just one encounter? Although she didn't dislike him, she also didn't feel any particular fondness for him yet. It was simply a decent impression. Out of modesty, she couldn't give Sushioyu a definite answer. It seems she still has her guard up. Is this a rejection? Sushioyu thought to himself. The two of them had no idea that their thoughts were on completely different wavelengths, leading to a peculiar misunderstanding. Sushioyu had no choice but to brazenly say that he would come by in the next few days, and if Mito was free, she could join him. If not, that was fine too. With that, he used body flicker technique to leave. Having left first, Sushioyu didn't hear Mito's faint mem like a mosquito buzzing. Lady Mito, that boy just now. Two guards, sensing that Sushioyu had already gone a good distance away, were ready to apprehend him, but Mito had slyly signaled them not to approach earlier. It's nothing. He should be from the Senju clan. He mentioned Senju Hashirama just now. Uzumaki Mito lied, as Sushioyu had introduced himself, and it was clear he had no connection to the Senju clan. But since Sushioyu likely knew Hashirama, it made sense that he would bring him up. Upon hearing that he was from the Senju clan, the guards both breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Warring States period, the Senju clan and Uzumaki clan had been allies. It wasn't a big deal if the princess interacted with someone from the Senju clan. The two secretly decided to discuss this matter with the clan elders when they returned, to see if their little princess had taken a fancy to a young man from the Senju clan. After all, their princess's face was flushed. Ah, indeed. What girl doesn't have a crush? At this moment, Sushio-yu and Uzumaki Mito were completely unaware of how many misunderstandings would arise from the guards' matchmaking intentions. Sushio-yu returned to the Uchiha clan territory. The next few days were the days he and Madara had agreed upon for avenging the Bloodpool clan, and he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity on the battlefield. Madara, you Uchiha clan, Sushio-yu began, but Madara interrupted him, saying, "What do you mean, you Uchiha clan? Aren't you one of us? From now on, we are the Uchiha clan." Sushio-yu rolled his eyes and continued, "What's the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan?" Madara was curious as to why Sushio-yu suddenly asked about the Uzumaki clan, as he hadn't shown much interest in any clans besides the Uchiha and Senju before. Well, how should I put it? The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have maintained a good relationship for generations. You know our ties with the Senju clan. So overall, we don't have any major conflicts with the Uzumaki clan. There have hardly been any direct confrontations between our clans, and thus we don't have significant interest conflicts, Madara said thoughtfully, carefully explaining to Sushio-yu. Actually, when I was out earlier, I ran into a girl from the Uzumaki clan. Sushio-yu hadn't finished speaking when Madara interrupted. "Oh, what happened? Are you interested in that girl? Do you need my help?" "Stop it. I just wanted to say that I, in the name of the Uchiha clan, want to send a formal invitation. We should pay a visit to the Uzumaki clan," Sushio-yu stated. "Madara, what are you thinking?" Sushio-yu was filled with confusion. "Don't worry, Shio-yu. Anyone the Uchiha clan has their eyes on, the Uzumaki clan will definitely show respect," Madara said confidently. "Shio-yu, do you really not need me to send an invitation on behalf of the Uchiha clan?" Madara asked once more, testing the waters. "No need. Damn it, Madara. You asked that several times yesterday. Don't ask again today." Sushio-yu didn't expect Madara to have such a gossiping side, secretly mocking him in his heart. Unbeknownst to Sushio-yu, Madara was actually harboring thoughts of wanting him to settle down and continue the Uchiha lineage, which is why he was so eager to urge him. In the Warring States era, it was common for teenagers to die on the battlefield, just like Madara's father, Uchiha Taijima, whose siblings had mostly passed away, leaving him alone. Such situations were extremely common during that time. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, Sushio-yu, being in his teens, was perfectly capable of starting a family and adding fresh blood to the clan, which was why Madara was so anxious. However, Sushio-yu's mindset from his previous life was deeply ingrained, and he remained oblivious to it. "Today is the day we hunt down the remnants of the Bloodpool clan. I will lead the team, and Izuna will be the deputy, taking 80 elite members of the clan to initiate this operation. Additionally, Sushio-yu, you will accompany me and Izuna," Madara commanded decisively, worried that Sushio-yu's lack of combat experience might put him in danger during the mission. "Now, hurry up and put on your armor." This was Sushio-yu's first time wearing such standard armor. The bright red armor resembled the blazing flames of the Uchiha clan's emblem. Izuna saw that Sushio-yu had a confused expression and carefully guided him on how to wear it. The clan members below were whispering to each other, having recognized Sushio-yu as the boy who had taken Chiri's body from the battlefield not long ago. "Madara, is it really okay to bring along an outsider? After all, this is our Uchiha clan's revenge operation. Isn't it improper to bring him?" "He's not an outsider. He is part of our Uchiha clan. No need for further discussion. Shio-yu, show your Sharingan," Madara said without hesitation, directly instructing Sushio-yu to reveal his Sharingan, knowing that this was the only way to silence everyone. With no choice, Sushio-yu activated his Sharingan. Hiding it was not a long-term strategy. He would eventually be found out. As he opened his eyes, his blood-red eyes with 3 tomo appeared before everyone, and the clan members instantly relaxed. It turned out he was indeed part of the Uchiha clan, and at such a young age, he had reached the level of 3 tomo, which was undoubtedly impressive. Set off. Before long, they arrived at a secluded village. No one expected the Bloodpool clan to hide in such a remote place. The reconnaissance information from the ninjas was indeed well-deserved. Even so, they searched for a long time without finding any trace of the Bloodpool clan, ultimately having to spend a large sum of money to purchase information about the clan from the Tsuchigumo clan. The 80 elites of the Uchiha clan quickly divided into 4 teams and stormed into the village. Crap! Run! The Uchiha are here for revenge. Everyone scatter! Suddenly, flames ignited throughout the village under the Uchiha's fire style, and cries and wails intertwined, echoing everywhere. So this is war? Sushioyu thought to himself. This was his first close encounter with the battlefield. The last time he had acted to save someone, but now he had to play the role of the executioner, and his feelings had turned unusually complex. Dai Uchiha! A boy around Sushioyu's age lunged at him with a kunai, his face twisted with rage. Sushioyu didn't evade. Instead, he stomped his foot, and several sharp earth spikes pierced into the boy's body. The boy's grotesque expression gradually calmed as blood flowed down the spikes like a river. Scenes like this were playing out in every corner of the village. The reasons for war were varied and complex, yet the means of warfare remained ruthlessly cruel. With the help of the system, Sushioyu had integrated the Earth-style techniques from the Earth manipulation powers. Now, he could perform intermediate and low-level Earth-style techniques without hand seals, and he could even use the Earth's pulse to act as a sensory ninja. Before long, the village of the Bloodpool clan had turned into a sea of flames. Since the death of their clan leader, Waya Jakudo, the Bloodpool clan had become like a spent arrow. Barring any accidents, they would soon be extinguished from the world. No matter how these people resisted under the assault of the Uchiha elites, they were like eggs striking against a rock. The Uchiha and Senju clans were the 2 most famous ninja clans of the Warring States period, with strength far surpassing other clans. Even large clans like the Yui clan had become silent in this era. Waya Jakudo had ambition but lacked the strength to match it. This was the root of the Bloodpool clan's tragedy and the reason for their self-destruction. Please spare my child. Spare her. A woman who appeared to be a mother pleaded with one of the Uchiha ninjas, not even asking for her own life. Sushioyu watched this tragic scene, feeling a lump in his heart. This was the true battlefield, the battlefield of humanity. He would rather face a formidable enemy than witness such heart-wrenching sights. Please, ninja sir. We're just civilians. We don't know ninjutsu. I'm not asking you to spare me. I only ask you to spare my child. She's only 2 years old and won't remember anything. Please, please, ninja sir. The woman was already prostrating herself on the ground, her face covered in blood, but the Uchiha ninja showed no intention of sparing her. Although Sushioyu felt compassion in his heart, as a ninja, he understood that those who grew up amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even if they had compassion, could harden their hearts. Killings and death had long since made them numb. Stop! Sushioyu finally intervened, stopping the Uchiha ninja. Uchiha Shioyu, have you thought this through? I know you have a good relationship with Madara, but that is not a reason for you to stop me. This is a battlefield, not a game. The Uchiha ninja reprimanded Sushioyu sternly. Madara heard the commotion and rushed over. Shioyu, have you thought this through? This is a battlefield. There are rules on the battlefield. At this moment, the woman seemed to see a glimmer of hope, crawling to Sushioyu's feet and continuously bowing, pleading for him to spare her child. Shioyu, you must make a choice. But I want to tell you that even if you spare this mother and daughter in this chaotic world, they won't be able to survive. Without the protection of their clan, they won't live for long. Moreover, we ninjas may kill them quickly, but if they encounter wandering ninjas or bandits, this woman might be insulted, and her child could be taken away by beasts. None of these outcomes will be better than death. I won't stop you, but you must take responsibility for your decision, Madara stated before ignoring the woman and continuing the final clearing operation. The surrounding Uchiha members quietly watched Sushioyu, waiting for his choice. Sushioyu couldn't meet the woman's eyes. Get up. Now stand up. The woman trembled as she stood up, looking at Sushioyu. She knew that the fate of herself and her child was about to be decided. Can you cook? The woman looked puzzled, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What did you say, sir? I didn't hear you clearly. After just experiencing a bloody battle scene, hearing a question about cooking caught her off guard. Asked if he can cook. Sushioyu feigned impatience and asked again, knowing that there were Uchiha clan members watching him. He had to muster the courage to try this approach. Yes, I'm very good at cooking, sir. The woman quickly nodded, confirming that she hadn't misheard. Then you can follow me from now on as my servant, responsible for my daily meals and care, Su Xiaoyu said, hoping to save this mother and daughter. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The woman was overjoyed and immediately went to kneel and bow. No need for that. Get up. Wipe the blood off your face and take your child with you, Su Xiaoyu instructed simply. Okay, sir. The woman wiped the blood from her face as she picked up her infant child still in swaddling. At this point, the flames were gradually dying down, and the base of the Bloodpool clan had been completely destroyed, while this mother and daughter had escaped unscathed. They had originally been taken in by a kind member of the Bloodpool clan while wandering outside, but that kind elder had unfortunately died in the last battle. The Uchiha clan did not speak more on the matter, as Su Xiaoyu had already decided to take this mother and daughter as servants. Others felt it was inappropriate to say much. If they were just letting the mother and daughter go, other Uchiha members might have disagreed, but now that they were being taken in as servants, no one could voice any objections. Moreover, everyone regarded Su Xiaoyu as a clan member, and they were always tolerant towards their own. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan territory, Madara specifically chose a more secluded house for Su Xiaoyu and stated plainly that this would be his home. Su Xiaoyu brought Ling and her daughter to their new home, and Ling immediately began bustling about to clean, which made Su Xiaoyu feel a bit awkward. However, Ling insisted on cleaning in her role as a servant, and Su Xiaoyu didn't argue. He simply asked Azuna to bring some healing medicine, as Ling's forehead was still smeared with blood. The next morning, just as Su Xiaoyu was about to get up, he found Ling already waiting for him. Sir, I'm here to help you get dressed, Ling said softly. Su Xiaoyu was startled. No need. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never been served by a woman when getting dressed, and he felt a bit flustered at the moment. Only then did he realize that Ling was also a young woman. In the Warring States era, people married young. She had a 2-year-old child, and he was probably only a few years older than her. Sir, I am your servant, and it is my duty to assist you in getting dressed. Please allow me to serve you, Ling insisted. Unable to refuse, Su Xiaoyu finally let Ling help him. When he saw Madara in the morning, Madara looked at him with a strange expression and remarked, "You're still young. You need to practice moderation," before silently leaving. Su Xiaoyu was puzzled, unsure of what Madara meant by moderation. Then, looking back at Ling, who was following him with her head down as they exited the room, he suddenly understood Madara's implication. Damn Uchiha Madara! It seems the Uchiha really are an evil clan. Su Xiaoyu lamented. It seemed that what Senju Tobarama often said about the evil Uchiha was not without reason. At the training ground behind the Uchiha clan territory, everyone was energetically practicing fire-style techniques. Today, Uchiha Taijima was leading several elite Uchiha members to escort a shipment of daily necessities for the clan, mainly food and various iron tools. Thus, Su Xiaoyu boldly came to watch the training after Madara had informed him. Uchiha Taijima had already known that Su Xiaoyu was living in the Uchiha territory, and the clan members had reported this to him. Since his last name was Uchiha, and he was named Uchiha Su Xiao, he couldn't really tolerate the fact that one of his clan members was living outside, even if he was a lost clan member. Watching the lively clan members on the training ground, Madara felt a surge of pride. Since Su Xiaoyu's arrival, there had been a string of good fortunes. All that remained was to deal with the damn Kagaya clan, which he would take care of sooner or later. Madara, I've had some insights lately. Want to spar? Su Xiaoyu challenged proactively this time. Oh, Xiaoyu, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you see your own strength, Madara replied with a smile. This was the Uchiha style, proud and unyielding. Madara, be careful. I'm super strong now, Su Xiaoyu warned. Madara wasted no time and immediately threw a shuriken as a test. Su Xiaoyu concentrated, and the ground beneath him suddenly rose, moving him to the side in an instant, causing Madara's shuriken to land far away on the training ground. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were astonished. Dodging a shuriken was not difficult for them, but Su Xiaoyu had moved his position using Earth Style without even moving his body, and there were no signs of hand seals. This left everyone curious. Clearly, this was a unique no-seal Earth-style ninjutsu from Su Xiaoyu. The Uchiha clan had seen much, but had never encountered such Earth style. Oh, this Earth style is quite good, Madara said, slightly surprised. From this rapid and seamless no-seal Earth style, it was evident that Su Xiaoyu had indeed made significant progress during this time. Earlier, He was worried that Sushioyu might struggle with timing in combat, but seeing the newly developed no-seal earth style put him at ease. It was a good opportunity to further explore Sushioyu's capabilities. Then let's see this move. Uchiha Shuriken, fire style, great dragon fire technique. Madara quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the fire style, immediately following it up with thrown shurikens, a combo that had caused Sushioyu trouble last time. Saint Seiya? Oh no, ninjas don't get defeated by the same ninjutsu twice, Sushioyu joked. With shurikens and dragon fire closing in on him, Sushioyu stomped his foot, and 3 rock plates immediately rose from the ground, blocking all incoming attacks. Good, Madara exclaimed. Shioyu, your talent is no less than mine. This level of earth-style mastery is impressive. I, Madara, shall call you the strongest in Uchiha Earth style. Hearing Madara's praise, Sushioyu felt a bit embarrassed. He thought it was too much to need so many qualifiers, and that saying he was the strongest in Uchiha Earth style was only barely acceptable. Let's call it day, Shioyu. I see your progress. Keep it up. You've still got 400 years to catch up with me. Madara, will you die if you don't brag? Sushioyu retorted. Big brother, father wants you to come see him. He has something to tell you. Tobirama looked at Hashirama with a slightly confused expression, as if he couldn't quite believe this side of Hashirama. However, the naive Hashirama completely missed the deeper meaning behind Tobirama's gaze. Father, Tobirama sent me to find you. What's the matter? Senju Hashirama casually asked, looking up at his father, Senju Buddha. Hashirama, it's like this. The Uzumaki clan is having a celebration soon, a traditional festival where men and women watch fireworks together. Since we are steadfast allies of the Uzumaki, we should strengthen our communication with them, Senju Buddha explained casually. Hashirama's expression showed a mix of understanding and confusion as he pondered the true meaning behind his father's words. Seeing Hashirama's serious listening demeanor, Senju Buddha felt a sense of appreciation for how much his son had grown and matured. So I've decided to send a small team, led by you and Tobirama, to visit Uzumaki village. Now Hashirama finally understood his father's intention. He was to lead the clan members to visit Uzumaki village. This time it wasn't for battle, it was for a friendly exchange. Hashirama was filled with joy and happily bid farewell to his father. Senju Buddha held the invitation sent by the Uzumaki clan, which read, To the esteemed Senju clan leader, Lord Senju Buddha, since ancient times, the Senju and Uzumaki clans have been steadfast allies. We have heard that Senju Hashirama, the eldest son of the Senju clan leader, is exceptional among the younger generation and is a hero of the warring states. We would like to inquire if Senju Hashirama is already engaged. Senju Buddha looked at the letter and couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Hashirama was starting to understand matters of the opposite sex. He reminisced about how he had also fallen in love at first sight with Hashirama's mother back in the day. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki clan was bustling with excitement as the annual fireworks festival approached. At this moment, Uzumaki Mido stood beneath the moonlit night, gazing quietly at the laurel trees on the back mountain, her mind drifting back to that day and that annoying lecture. Damn Sushioyu. He clearly agreed to meet me at that place, and I, a girl, had the nerve to agree. Yet he hasn't shown up for 2 days. He asked me to meet, and now I'm furious. The moonlight cast a gentle glow on Uzumaki Mido. Gritting her teeth in anger, she still looked beautiful beneath her makeup, and her frustration had a certain charm. Don't let me see you again, you lecher. Just wait until I use sealing techniques on you. Mido, it's me. An elderly woman with silver hair approached, smiling warmly at Mido. Grandma, what's wrong? This elderly woman was Uzumaki Mido's second grandmother, who had lived a long life, a rarity in the turbulent warring states era. I heard you have your eye on a young man. You should seize the opportunity at this fireworks festival, her grandmother said, gently patting Mido's head. Mido's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Grandma, who told you that? Don't spread rumors. I don't have my eye on anyone. Her grandmother looked at the shy Mido and felt a secret joy. It seemed that Mido was really beginning to have feelings. She needed to help her navigate this. If someone was unsuitable, she should intervene early. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido bore the fate and expectations of her entire clan, and sometimes matters of marriage were not something she could decide on her own. Uzumaki Masahiko and Uzumaki Taihei told me. They said you've been sneaking out to meet someone these past few days. Mito immediately realized it was those two guards from her clan who had spilled the beans, leaving her unsure of how to respond. What exactly did Masahiko and Taihei say? She had only met Sushioyu once. How could they say she liked him? Unfortunately, Mito still didn't realize that the young man her grandmother mentioned was not Sushioyu. Don't worry, Grandma will take care of it. The day of the fireworks festival, his family and he will definitely come, her grandmother assured her. Little Mito, just wait patiently. Hearing this, Mito blushed deeply and scurried into her room, too shy to come out again, her heart filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Meanwhile, back at the Uchiha clan territory. What? Why do we have to dress like this? Sushioyu looked at Madara, who had taken out a formal outfit that only Uchiha clan members would wear during important occasions, with a confused expression. Why do we have to dress so formally? Madara calmly explained, we're going to pay a visit to the Uzumaki clan, so of course we need to dress appropriately. Plus, the day after tomorrow is the Uzumaki clan's fireworks festival, so it's a perfect opportunity to meet that Uzumaki girl. What? Isn't the Uchiha clan's relationship with the Uzumaki clan just average? You're not afraid of being kicked out when you go to visit. Sushioyu couldn't understand why the Uchiha clan was so eager to participate in the Uzumaki clan's gathering. He felt that with the Uchiha clan's arrogant demeanor, if the visit didn't go well, they might just be thrown out. I'm not going. What if they really do kick us out? How embarrassing would that be? Sushioyu firmly refused to get involved in this mess with Madara. You're the main character. How can you not go? We've already sent the invitation stating that the Uchiha are going to marry an Uzumaki girl, Madara said, encouraging Sushioyu as if he were the star of this romance. Sushioyu was nearly exasperated. He had only run into Uzumaki Mito by chance and was intrigued by her sealing techniques. Although the girl was indeed beautiful, he had no intention of marrying her upon their first meeting. Now that the invitation had been sent, if he didn't go, wouldn't the Uzumaki clan think the Uchiha were mocking them? Don't worry, Sushioyu. Izuna and I will take the lead, and there will be dozens of elite members from our clan following us. We will definitely give you enough face, Madara said, patting Sushioyu on the shoulder confidently. In his heart, Sushioyu couldn't help but complain that with their entire team appearing so eager, it would look like they were going to kidnap someone. He never expected that Madara would be someone who liked to play matchmaker. Elder, the Uchiha clan's invitation has arrived, requesting to attend the fireworks festival. The elder of the Uzumaki clan said, looking at the Uchiha's invitation with a puzzled expression, unable to understand why the Uchiha, a group of madmen, would be interested in the Uzumaki's fireworks festival. Elder, could the Uchiha be coming to cause trouble? Looking at Uzumaki Masahiko, the elder thought that aside from his skills in sealing techniques, he was rather unreliable in other aspects. What did he mean by causing trouble? Although the Uchiha had a peculiar way of doing things, they weren't children anymore. The elder looked at the invitation sent by Madara and reasoned that since it wasn't sent by the current clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, there shouldn't be any major issues. Masahiko, you will be responsible for receiving the Uchiha clan when they arrive. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable, the elder decided, feeling relieved to pass this hot potato onto Masahiko. Uzumaki Masahiko displayed a pained expression. Sigh, it was all his fault for being so talkative, and now he was stuck with this troublesome situation. As dawn broke, Sushioyu got up. Ling, as always, was meticulous, helping him put on his clothes and carefully tidying the edges. Ling, in the next few days, I'm going to the Whirlpool clan's Guachao village to attend the fireworks festival. The main purpose is to visit the Whirlpool clan, so I may not come back for a while. Just take good care of yourself, Sushioyu said. All right, my lord. Ling understands, she replied. Ling's wounds had mostly healed, and at that moment, her demeanor was gentle, resembling a blooming flower. The Uchiha clan often praised Sushioyu's unique taste, especially Madara, who always teased, look, Shiryu has opened the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. His taste is naturally extraordinary. That night, none of you noticed Ling's beauty. Only Shiryu had the insight. You all should reflect on yourselves. Sushioyu secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it, Madara must be jealous of my maid, spreading rumors in the Uchiha clan. Once the Uchiha clan had gathered, they set off towards Guachao village in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Tobarama were also assembling in the Senju clan's territory. Tobarama continuously imparted his wisdom to Hashirama. Big brother, make sure you don't do anything foolish in Guachao village. Think carefully before you speak or act. Don't let the Whirlpool clan see you as a simple-minded fellow. Hashirama immediately looked despondent. Tobarama, why do you say that about Big Brother? It's one thing for Sushiyu to call me foolish, but you think so too. Perhaps this is what heroes see alike. Sigh, Big Brother's great in every way except being too straightforward. I have taught him everything I could. The rest depends on how he performs. At the entrance of Guachao village, 2 groups of reception staff were already waiting. Jingyan, you're responsible for receiving the Uchiha clan this time. You have to keep your mouth shut. I've heard that Uchiha people are hard to get along with. Don't create any unpleasantness that could affect our fireworks festival, said the person in charge of receiving the Senju clan, Uzumaki Shianha, cheerfully. I'm receiving our staunch allies, the Senju clan, so you'll have to work a little harder. Zheng Yan was so angry that he was grinding his teeth. Damn Xianghe. Isn't he the one who blew up his toilet 20 years ago while practicing sealing techniques? Does he have to hold a grudge until now? What a petty person. But remembering that he intentionally blew it up while Xianghe was in the bathroom eased some of his resentment. In the distance, the 2 groups slowly approached. Oh, Madara, Hashirama immediately spotted Uchiha leading the group and felt puzzled, not understanding why the Uchiha clan would come to Guachao village. But it didn't dampen his spirits. As long as Madara was there, the visit wouldn't be too boring. Madara also saw Hashirama and wondered why he had come to Guachao village. Hashirama, what is your Senju clan doing here? Before Hashirama could reply, Tobarama jumped in. Big brother is here to propose marriage. Madara, what are you here to stir up this time? Madara, Hashirama, how did I not know I was here to propose marriage? I'm clearly here to visit allies. My father sent me to Guachao village for the fireworks festival, but he never mentioned anything about proposing marriage. Tobarama, what are you talking about? Tobarama immediately felt the world darken. He was clearly here to propose, yet Hashirama was completely unaware. Damn it. Luckily, they hadn't reached Guachao village yet. If he had said that in front of the Whirlpool clan, the alliance would likely have shattered. Now Tobarama didn't know if it was because their father, Butsuma, hadn't communicated clearly with Hashirama, or if Hashirama simply didn't understand. Most likely, it was Hashirama's confusion. When Madara heard Hashirama was there to propose marriage, he was about to congratulate him, but suddenly realized something was off. Hashirama's intended partner wouldn't be the girl that Sushiyu liked. Would it? Damn it, the Senju clan actually wants to rob our Uchiha people. Madara immediately shouted. Our Uchiha are also here to propose marriage. How coincidental. Hashirama, you don't want to compete with us Uchiha for someone, do you? Hashirama, feeling confused, heard that Madara was also there to propose and warned him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he still had a chance to escape this ridiculous proposal. Tobarama, on hearing this, immediately became displeased. Although Hashirama was a simpleton, he was still his elder brother. How could he lose face in front of the Uchiha clan? Madara, you need to understand that we are staunch allies with the Whirlpool clan, and you are not. Moreover, this is a major matter concerning the Senju clan's honor. It can't just end like a child's game. Tobarama retorted mercilessly, showing no intention of giving the Uchiha clan any leeway. From a distance, watching the Uchiha and Senju clans seeming at odds, Sushiyu smiled and waved at Hashirama from the group. Hashirama finally saw Sushiyu. Long time no see, Sushiyu. So you are with Madara. No wonder I couldn't find you for a while. Seeing Sushiyu, Hashirama felt a surge of warmth. He wanted to play a few hands of poker with him. It was only then that Tobarama finally saw Sushiyu. He had known for a while that his brother had been in contact with someone from another clan. The evidence was that poker. After all, besides fighting, his brother would never engage in making poker cards. Now realizing that Sushiyu was from the Uchiha clan, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, why is my brother so easily charmed by someone from the Uchiha clan? He should have gone to propose to the Uchiha and found Hashirama a woman with the surname Uchiha. Sushiyu had no idea what Tobarama was imagining, but understood that he couldn't let his guard down. Tobarama was too cunning and firmly believed that the Uchiha had an evil nature, which made him a formidable opponent. Before long, The group finally arrived at the entrance of Guechao village. Uzumaki Xiangha said, "Welcome, allies of the Senju clan, to Guechao village. I am Uzumaki Xiangha, and I will be your guide this time." Uzumaki Jingyan added, "Welcome, all Uchiha clan members. I will be your guide." Madara looked at Jingyan, doubting whether he was intentionally mocking the Uchiha clan until he saw Jingyan smile, which was identical to Hashirama's, relieving his doubts. After all, it's not strange for there to be two fools in the world. No need. Both the Uchiha and Senju clans proposed to host together, which left Xiangha and Jingyan in a difficult position. Initially, they were worried that the two clans would fight together, but now, with both sides requesting to host together, it was driving them crazy. Dealing with the reception had become so tricky that Uzumaki Xiangha and Uzumaki Jingyan decided to simply let the Senju and Uchiha clans handle it themselves. They directly led the Senju and Uchiha groups into their clan territory. To our allies from the Senju clan and guests from the Uchiha clan, our territory is filled with various intricate sealing techniques. Please be careful not to wander around recklessly, or you will bear the consequences. If any of you have conflict you'd like to spar about, feel free to head to the training ground to the north, where there are advanced sealing barriers. You can unleash your energies there, but any injuries will be your own responsibility, Uzumaki Xiangha offered as a friendly reminder. Sushioyu felt that he was showing off the Whirlpool clan's impressive sealing techniques. However, it was precisely this pride in their sealing arts that ultimately led to the destruction of the Whirlpool clan, which was quite lamentable. Especially since their former staunch ally, Konoha, did not extend a helping hand when the Land of Waves faced disaster, but merely took away Jukuna, watching the Land of Waves fade into history. Sushioyu thought to himself that he must be cautious when dealing with the third Hokage Sarutobi. This guy seemed kind and gentle on the surface, but in reality, he had deep thoughts and should not be underestimated. Hashirama was squeezing his way into the Uchiha group, trying to say a few words to Madara and Sushioyu. Tobirama watched his older brother and felt utterly helpless, thinking he was making a fool of himself. But in front of everyone, he couldn't directly reprimand his brother. He could only sigh inwardly, feeling that this trip to Guechao village was truly a hard task. How's Sushioyu doing with Madara these days? Want to come play in the Senju clan's territory? My poker skills have greatly improved. How about a few rounds? Hashirama finally squeezed into the Uchiha group and casually struck up a conversation with Sushioyu, completely oblivious to the Uchiha clan members' glares that seemed to want to swallow him whole. Hashirama, you're still playing poker? Sushioyu realized just how deep the first Hokage's gambling addiction was. In this war-torn era, facing life and death every day, he still had the leisure to play poker. Sigh, it seemed that he was the one who caused Hashirama to become addicted to poker. Well, let him be. Well, I've been practicing Earth Release recently and haven't had time to play poker, Sushioyu answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Hashirama looked dejected. Oh, is that so? You don't have time to play with me. Tobirama looked at his older brother's expression and felt a surge of anger. He thought he was completely embarrassing the Senju clan, even bringing their shame to Guechao village. Hashirama, I'll play with you. Let's have a few rounds, Madara said, his competitive spirit ignited upon hearing that Hashirama had also learned to play poker from Sushioyu. Hashirama's eyes lit up. Madara, you really understand me. How about we head to the training ground? It's not that interesting just touring around here. Madara nodded in agreement. You guys go ahead. I'll just wander around here, Sushioyu said, uninterested in watching these two childish boys play cards. He was already bored of poker from his previous life. There was no comparison to ninjutsu. Thus, the Senju and Uchiha clans awkwardly walked together toward the training ground, and those unaware might think that the flames of conflict between the two clans were about to reignite in the training arena. Meanwhile, Sushioyu strolled through the streets of Guechao village alone. Using the Earth Release technique, he keenly sensed that no one had been arranged to monitor him secretly, which likely showed their absolute confidence in their sealing techniques. At a street corner, he came across a flower shop. Sushioyu had always liked quiet places, especially flower shops, so he walked in to admire the variety of flowers. He casually bought a bouquet of roses, thinking that he could make a delicious rose tea with them that night. However, just as he was about to leave the flower shop, he unexpectedly ran into Uzumaki Mizuho. Uzumaki Mizuho walked up, and immediately noticed the bouquet of roses in Su Xiuyu's hand, feeling a bit irritated that this guy hadn't shown up for several days. Now that he had finally come to Guoqiao village, he didn't even recognize her and had the audacity to bring flowers as an apology. But she reconsidered, realizing that Su Xiuyu might have genuinely not noticed her. After all, he couldn't use his sensing ability to search for her in Guoqiao village. As it turned out, Su Xiuyu really didn't recognize her and walked right past her. Oh no, I'm still using the transformation technique. Uzumaki Mizuho suddenly remembered that she had transformed when she left home, intending to quietly wander around and see if she could bump into Su Xiuyu, but ended up being overlooked by him. Seeing that Su Xiuyu hadn't recognized her, Uzumaki Mizuho felt a bit downcast. She quietly followed behind him, keeping a distance, wanting to see what he was up to. Su Xiuyu soon noticed that someone was following him, but instead of exposing the follower immediately, he deliberately ran to some secluded spots to see what this stalker was up to. Unexpectedly, this person had quite a bit of patience, following him for a long time without making a move. Su Xiuyu decided to take the initiative. He lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, causing hard granite to rapidly surge up beneath the stalker, forming a small cell that firmly trapped them. Confess. Who are you? Why are you following me? Think carefully before answering, or I might just bury you here, Su Xiuyu threatened. Damn it, Su Xiuyu. You clearly agreed to meet me at that place, but didn't show up for days. Now that you've finally come to Guoqiao village, you don't even recognize me, and now you've trapped me in your earth release technique. What do you want? Uzumaki Mizuho exclaimed angrily, never expecting that after carefully following Su Xiuyu, she would end up in this situation. Upon recognizing the voice, Su Xiuyu knew it was Uzumaki Mizuho and cursed inwardly. He quickly released the technique and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I really didn't notice it was you. After all, in Guoqiao village, I can't use my sensing ability all the time. I'm truly sorry. Uzumaki Mizuho dispelled her transformation technique, revealing her youthful appearance. So you finally decided to come find me? You made me wait so long for the promise you made back then, she said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Su Xiuyu didn't know what to say, so he handed her the flowers he had bought. I broke my promise. Here's this bouquet as my apology. Mizuho accepted the roses, and some of her resentment faded, thinking that this guy finally showed a bit of conscience. Did you come to Guoqiao village just to find me? She asked curiously. Su Xiuyu felt a bit awkward at this question. On one hand, the Senju clan was there to propose marriage, and he intended might very well be Mizuho. On the other hand, he was also accompanying Madara to propose, although it was nominally Madara who was doing the proposing, and now the main party was right in front of him. He momentarily didn't know how to introduce his purpose. Tonight is the fireworks festival. If you don't know what to say for now, how about we go to the back mountain and find a good spot to wait for the festival to start? Mizuho quickly suggested, noticing Su Xiuyu's awkwardness. Su Xiuyu nodded and followed Mizuho to the hillside of Guoqiao village, where they searched for a spot with a good view. However, Mizuho was dissatisfied with every location, feeling that none were good enough. Su Xiuyu shook his head and smiled, saying, let's just stay here. But there are too many big trees blocking the sky. We won't be able to see the beautiful fireworks, Mizuho said regretfully. Shoo! Su Xiuyu signaled for her to be quiet. Just then, the first firework exploded in the sky, its brilliant light illuminating the entire night sky. Gathering his courage, Su Xiuyu took Mizuho's hands in his and channeled a large amount of chakra into his feet, activating the earth release technique. The ground gradually rose, forming a high platform, which continued to elevate as he fed more chakra into it. Mizuho shyly looked down at the rising stone platform, marveling at how this annoying guy had quite an impressive mastery of earth release, being able to manipulate it with such finesse. Hey, Mizuho. Actually, I came here with the Uchiha clan to propose. That clumsy Madara sent a proposal letter without my consent, Su Xiuyu said, mustering his courage. Mizuho replied softly. Actually, the Senju clan also came to propose. You should just reject that fool Hashirama. He won't be upset, Su Xiuyu continued. Mizuho paused for a moment. You and Hashirama, we're good friends. I'm speaking on his behalf. He won't mind, Su Xiuyu affirmed. Mizuho smiled brightly. But I haven't agreed to you yet. That's fine. I can wait for you. We're still young, and we have plenty of time to get to know each other, Su Xiuyu said gently. That night, The moonlight was like water, and on the stone platform, the shadows of the two leaned against each other. The sky sparkled with shining stars and colorful fireworks, making the whole world seem especially beautiful. Great Elder, something big has happened. The loud shout from below made the elder frown helplessly. Stop shouting. I can't hear you. The speaker was Uzumaki Xiangha, who was responsible for receiving the Uchiha and Senju clans, along with Uzumaki Zhengyan. At that moment, both were anxiously pacing in the hall because they could not find the key person, Princess Uzumaki Mido. Outside the hall, the two clans' teams were anxiously waiting. According to the invitation, a banquet was supposed to be held tonight, but now the main figure was missing. Jingyan and Xianghe were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Everything had been fine when they arrived, but now they faced the embarrassing situation of potentially offending the two strongest clans of the warring states. Even the powerful Uzumaki clan wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Hashirama appeared indifferent. He had come with the mindset of merely going through the motions. However, Tobarama kept nagging beside him, which was driving Hashirama crazy. Madara was also looking around for Su Shioyu. Without the main character present, he couldn't vent his anger on the Uzumaki people. At that moment, the elder was also in a state of distress. He knew very well that Mido had probably used a transformation technique to sneak out and play. But at this critical moment, he couldn't say it outright. If it got out that the little princess of the Uzumaki clan had snuck out while the Senju and Uchiha clans were visiting, it would be a huge embarrassment. The Uchiha clan could be excused, as they had a mediocre relationship with the Uzumaki, but the Senju clan was a staunch ally of the Uzumaki. They couldn't just leave them hanging. Hello, everyone. At that moment, Su Shioyu appeared at the entrance of the hall with Uzumaki Mido. A quarter of an hour ago, Mido had suddenly remembered that two teams were waiting for her, so she hurried back with Su Shioyu. In an instant, everyone in the hall was staring at the two of them, exchanging glances, and the atmosphere turned heavy. Big brother, why is Su Shioyu with Uzumaki Mido? They got there first, while you're here yawning. Tobarama glared at Hashirama, full of dissatisfaction. He felt that his potential bride was about to be stolen, yet Hashirama showed no awareness and didn't display any sense of honor for the Senju clan. Madara secretly gave Su Shioyu a thumbs up, feeling smug. No doubt, he thought, the elite of the Uchiha clan had quickly secured the heart of Princess Uzumaki Mido. The Senju clan must be furious now. Only Su Shioyu felt awkward as both teams were staring at him. He steeled himself and said, "What's up, everyone? I just want to watch the fireworks festival. It was pretty nice. Don't you want to go see it? How should I address you?" Tobarama questioned Su Shioyu. "He's called Su Shioyu of the Uchiha clan. What's wrong, Tobarama?" Madara immediately responded, "Damn it, why is he still Uchiha?" Tobarama gritted his teeth in anger but refrained from making a move on Uzumaki territory. Listening from the side, Su Shioyu wanted to explain that his name was actually Su Shioyu, but he knew that Madara wouldn't admit it, and his Sharingan wouldn't clear things up either. He could only remain silent. "Oh, I remember when we first met, you introduced yourself as Su Shioyu. How could you be of the Uchiha clan? You didn't even recognize Uchiha Madara when we first met. Shioyu, what's going on?" At that moment, Hashirama noticed the inconsistency and asked with confusion. Upon hearing this, Tobarama realized there might be a lot of complexity involved. Not recognizing the heir of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, during their first meeting was nearly impossible for someone of the Uchiha clan. There had to be something amiss. But without enough information, he couldn't deduce any useful insights. Let's see what arrangements the Uzumaki clan has. Su Shioyu intentionally changed the subject, not wanting to continue the awkward situation. "Great-grandfather, it's me, Mido. I heard Jingyan was looking for me." Uzumaki Mido quickly greeted the elder, trying to ease the tension. She hoped everyone would disperse quickly so they could privately discuss how to resolve the mix-up regarding the proposal. It was all Jingyan's fault for messing things up. Then let everyone disperse. The elder, being old, was indeed prone to feeling sleepy. Faced with such an awkward situation, he wanted to wrap things up quickly and would later have to pull the unreliable Jingyan into the clan's confinement barrier for a good lesson. "Elder Uzumaki, you see, our Senju clan has traveled such a long way, and my big brother is here with sincerity. This matter cannot just end like this." At that moment, Tobarama could no longer sit still. He was worried that things would fall through and that the elder of the Uzumaki clan would easily brush it off. Hashirama thought to himself. What sincerity did I bring? Tobirama shot Hashirama a fierce glare. If they were anywhere else, he would definitely teach his big brother a lesson. I don't see any problem. Why don't we all disperse? The fireworks festival has ended, and our Uchiha clan has felt the warm hospitality of Elder Uzumaki. How about you, Hashirama? Lead the Senju and come back with me. Madara noticed that Shioyu and Mito seemed to already know each other. The Uchiha clan had come to support Shioyu. Now that Shioyu had managed to win the heart of the Uzumaki princess, he felt there was no need to interfere any further. Given their appearances, it was clear they had rushed back after watching the fireworks festival. Sound good. Hashirama had long wanted to leave. After all, it had been a while since he had seen Uchiha Madara. The last time on the battlefield, Madara's brother Izuna had unfortunately perished, and Hashirama had wanted to find an opportunity to apologize, as he could empathize with the pain of losing a loved one. Moreover, he had many things he wanted to share with Madara. They both shared the ideal of establishing a village, and Madara understood him best, knowing that his vision required the support of the Uchiha. Tobirama was surprised that Uchiha Madara, usually so cold, would say something so casually. What warm hospitality! The two teams hadn't even had a glass of water yet, and were just watching Elder Uzumaki doze off in the reception hall. If it weren't for the elder being so old, he couldn't help but want to wake him up. Now, the situation was a mess, and if they returned in disgrace, the clan would surely criticize Big Brother Hashirama again. Damn it, everyone was targeting Big Brother. Even if Big Brother was indeed a bit off, it shouldn't be like this. Father would definitely give Big Brother a beating again. This wouldn't be the first time. Sure enough, Big Brother deserved to be beaten. He thought that if he didn't do anything and the Uchiha clan started boasting about how Big Brother lost even a marriage proposal to them, Father might really break Big Brother Hashirama's legs. Uzumaki Mito was also a perceptive girl. She noticed the awkward situation and planned to express her opinion to refuse the Senju clan, as the Senju were allies of the Uzumaki and shouldn't be offended too harshly. But just as she was about to speak, Tobirama cut her off with his words. Since there's been some unexpected circumstances during this visit, we could take another approach and use Elder Uzumaki's venue to spar with the Uchiha clan. Tobirama didn't mention the proposal at all. He was worried that there would be more complications, and it would be difficult to settle things later. If they fell out with the Uzumaki clan, it wouldn't be good for the Senju clan either. Shioyu also noticed that Tobirama's words were subtly targeting him. After all, strictly speaking, this chaotic situation was indeed related to him. If the Senju clan just walked away directly, it would also affect their reputation. Lord Tobirama, what you said is absolutely correct. Then let's borrow the training ground of the Uzumaki clan to exchange some techniques. This time, it will mainly be a sparring session, and I, representing the Uchiha, agree. Shioyu understood that this confrontation was ultimately unavoidable and that he must face it bravely. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito immediately became anxious. She was worried that Shioyu would suffer losses, as the Senju clan members present today, whether it was Hashirama or Tobirama, were all outstanding figures among the younger generation of the Senju clan. If Shioyu's strength had any mishaps, although she had not yet accepted Shioyu's pursuit, she still felt quite pained at the thought. Shioyu noticed that Uzumaki Mito wanted to speak and quickly gestured for her to remain silent. He knew that Tobirama was not deliberately targeting him, but the Senju surname meant he had to fight for his clan. If he did nothing, it would easily lead to other thoughts among his clan members, especially when facing the longtime rival Uchiha clan. He also needed an opportunity to showcase his own strength. Uzumaki Mito was the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, and even though the Uzumaki clan elder was quite open-minded, he still needed to demonstrate his own abilities in this chaotic warring states period. In his past life, Shioyu lacked emotional experience, but in this life, he had gotten to know Uzumaki Mito. Since he intended to take this relationship seriously, he could no longer hide himself. What does Lord Tobirama think? Shioyu looked at the silver-haired Tobirama, his gaze revealing determination. Since Uchiha Shioyu has said so, do the Uchiha clan members have any objections? Tobirama then turned his gaze to Madara. No problem. Shioyu will represent the Uchiha clan for this exchange. It all depends on the will of the Uzumaki clan elder. Madara nodded towards Tobirama, expressing his approval of Shioyu's decision. Since everyone has no objections, let's move to the training ground. The clan elder thought to himself, relieved that the absurd situation had finally shifted back to the Senju and Uchiha clans, ensuring he wouldn't offend either side, which was certainly for the best. The group arrived at the training ground of the Uzumaki clan. "This is our training ground, reinforced with sealing barrier techniques. Everyone can safely display their abilities," said Uzumaki Yashihira confidently, standing next to the clan elder. "Shiryu, don't let the Uchiha clan down," Madara said generously, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if saying, "It's all up to your performance now." Shiryu nodded and stepped into the barrier first. "Big brother, go for it. Don't hold back," Tobirama reminded Hashirama. He believed in his brother's strength, but knew his brother's personality too well. Facing familiar Uchiha clan members, he would surely hold back. "I'm not going. I have something to discuss with Madara," Hashirama casually refused, which infuriated Tobirama. He clenched his fists, wishing he could slap a water technique on Hashirama's face. Knowing he couldn't rely on his brother, Tobirama had to step up himself. He instantly moved into the barrier. "Uchiha Shiryu, let me make it clear from the start. I'm not my old-fashioned brother. I won't hold back. If you die here, don't blame me," Tobirama disdainfully declared his stance without any clever tricks. "Senju Tobirama, no need to hold back. Come at me." Shiryu waved his hand, speaking provocatively. Unfortunately, Tobirama was too deep-minded to fall for such tactics. He simply frowned, thinking to himself, "It seems this guy has some skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. I need to be careful not to stumble." Water style, water surge. Tobirama clasped his hands together, instantly summoning a rapidly swirling stream of water that rose like a tornado, with a massive amount of water spreading and crashing towards Shiryu like a waterfall. "So this is the second son of Senju Hashirama, Tobirama? His mastery of water style is indeed profound and unfathomable." The spectators around, especially those from the Uzumaki clan, couldn't help but discuss as they witnessed such a powerful water style. To summon such a massive amount of water in a place without any, Tobirama's water style is indeed unique among famous ninjas. Yeah, and he released such a water style with just one hand seal. It's truly impressive among the younger generation. Inside the barrier, the limited space made it difficult to move, but even though the Uzumaki clan's barrier was quite spacious, it did not prevent Tobirama from using water style to reshape the local terrain within the barrier. So how would Shiryu respond? Everyone's eyes were focused on Shiryu as the towering waves were about to engulf him. At that critical moment, Shiryu lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, and a large area of ground instantly rose with him, sending the towering waves crashing onto a massive stone platform with a resounding boom that echoed throughout the venue. Outside the barrier, there was an uproar. What kind of Earth-style technique is this? It doesn't even require hand seals. When did the Uchiha clan start using Earth style instead of Fire style, let alone at this level? Everyone felt puzzled, especially the Senju clan. Initially, they were quite assured when Tobirama stepped onto the field, but now, seeing Uchiha Shiryu handle himself so well against Tobirama, and with a strange Earth-style technique at that, it truly left the Senju clan members dumbfounded. Only the Uchiha clan members did not show any surprise, as they had already witnessed Shiryu's strength within their clan. When they first saw him, it indeed surprised everyone. "Oh, taking the initiative to step on a field really shows some skill. It looks like I can't afford to be careless." Tobirama realized that Shiryu was not an easy opponent. Good, he didn't want to easily defeat a mediocre person. Shiryu was determined to showcase himself well this time. The Uzumaki clan members were all watching him, and he had to put in a stellar performance. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito was still in the watching crowd, quietly cheering for Shiryu. Shiryu gently waved his hand, and suddenly, a dense cluster of bamboo shoots like earth spikes erupted from the ground, launching towards Tobirama at high speed like shurikens. Damn, does the Uchiha's Earth style not even require hand seals? What kind of freak is this? The attacks are too dense to dodge. I can only go for temporary defense. Tobirama quickly realized that it would be difficult to evade such concentrated attacks and immediately activated water style, water barrier. He gathered chakra in his throat and then forcefully expelled a torrent of water, which quickly formed into a cylindrical, rapidly rotating water wall, instantly becoming an all-encompassing defensive barrier. Under the protection of the water barrier, Tobirama even had the opportunity to observe Shiryu's movements. The onlookers outside the barrier gasped in amazement. The clash of ninjutsu between the two was truly spectacular, each showcasing a unique style that ordinary ninjas could never master with such finesse. Sushioyu showed no signs of changing his attack strategy, continuously launching earth spikes at Tobarama, who, in turn, wanted to test Sushioyu's earth-style abilities further, leading to a stalemate. Tobarama never expected to encounter such a troublesome earth-style opponent right from the start. While he pondered his next strategy, he considered that if it came down to it, he could compare their chakra reserves. He knew that although the Uchiha clan had a significant amount of chakra, they could never outlast the Senju clan. However, he was unaware that Sushioyu was thinking along similar lines. Even if he couldn't defeat Tobarama immediately, as long as he could withstand Tobarama's offensive, he could eventually exhaust him. Although Sushioyu's chakra wasn't as terrifying as Chakra Tanra, it was more than enough for Chakra Jinra. He might not compare to Hashirama now, but he definitely wouldn't lose to Tobarama. The only reason he found himself at a disadvantage was that he started training later. Had he possessed the power of the universe, he wouldn't be limited to such a small chakra reserve. Tobarama executed a water body flicker, quickly closing the distance to Sushioyu while cleverly avoiding the large-scale earth spike attack. Then, he used water-style, water trumpet technique, jumping and inflating his chest, spraying a column of water directly towards Sushioyu's face. Sushioyu, sensing the attack, immediately formed a rock slab to block the water trumpet attack. Next, with water-style, water blade slash, Tobarama's kunai was imbued with sharp water blades, rapidly descending from above and slashing down at Sushioyu. Sushioyu remained calm, using a gesture without hand seals as the rock quickly adhered to his right arm, bracing himself against Tobarama's water blade slash. "I got him!" Tobarama seized the perfect opportunity, rapidly expelling a large number of water needles from his mouth. These water needles shot towards Sushioyu's vital points like a torrential rain, showcasing his cunning signature jutsu, water-style, heavenly weeping. However, Sushioyu had long been prepared. His body gradually melted into the earth, easily evading the water needle attack. TCH, he actually dodged it. This guy really is something, Tobarama thought to himself, realizing he had fallen for Sushioyu's trick. Suddenly, the Sushioyu that had been pierced through the chest restored his original state. His earth-style technique had reached a remarkable level, allowing him to perform such rapid earth substitution without hand seals at such close range, which was truly astonishing. It seemed he would need to bring out some of his hidden techniques to capture him. Tobarama pondered internally. He had never used the shadow clone technique in front of the various clans during the Warring States period. It appeared he would have to use this newly developed technique to decide the outcome. The onlookers now sensed that both sides were evenly matched. Although Tobarama's water style was exquisite, Sushioyu's mastery of earth style was even superior. His rapid, powerful, and non-hand seal earth techniques would have easily eliminated an ordinary ninja. Of course, the spectators were all cunning veterans from the Warring States, and they could see that Sushioyu's combat experience was still lacking compared to Tobarama, which was why the battle remained so intense. Among the crowd, only Madara was most aware of Sushioyu's true capabilities. He knew that Sushioyu had not been on the ninja path for long. Now, being able to compete evenly with Tobarama and even subtly suppress him proved his talent. He truly was a genius of the Uchiha clan. Twirling Shuriken technique. Tobarama released a sky full of shurikens, followed by water-style, water-breaking wave, where the thin, high-pressure water flow sliced through the air like laser beams towards Sushioyu. Sushioyu hurriedly activated the earth manipulation technique, burrowing underground and moving swiftly below the surface. He remembered that Tobarama had displayed powerful chakra sensing abilities when facing the pursuit of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, able to clearly perceive the numbers and strength of their forces just by touching the ground. It could be said that Tobarama's chakra sensing ability was terrifying. Of course, the young Tobarama now couldn't match the level of power he would possess in history, but Sushioyu didn't dare to underestimate him. Water-style water blade slash. Tobarama closed in instantly with another water blade slash, and Sushioyu quickly used earth substitution to evade. However, just as he thought he had dodged the attack, the Tobarama before him turned to mist, and another Tobarama appeared beside him. Water-style, hard whirlwind water blade. Tobarama compressed the water technique into water javelins that rapidly spun in different layers, shooting towards Su Shioyu like a drilling bit. Damn, too close. He's using shadow clones too? Has Tobarama already developed shadow clones at this point? Su Shioyu thought urgently. He pumped a large amount of chakra into the earth beneath him, causing the ground to surge towards Tobarama like an infinitely growing skyscraper. Tisich, he dodged that too. Tobarama watched as the earth rushed towards him like a flood, feeling helpless. He realized that the earlier opportunity he had missed to use shadow clones had cost him dearly, and now, with the situation reversed, he found himself in a very passive position. Is this guy really an Uchiha? At such a young age, he possesses such terrifying chakra amounts, only slightly less than my brother Hashirama. Damn it, the Uchiha clan is indeed a troublesome bunch, Tobarama complained internally while desperately dodging. Unfortunately for him, Su Shioyu was determined to end this fight decisively. He frantically injected chakra into the ground, causing the earth to surge towards Tobarama like a rampaging beast. In an instant, half of the barrier space was filled with earth, yet the onslaught continued unabated. The spectators could now see that Su Shioyu had completely gained the upper hand. Tobarama's retreat was merely a matter of time. The elder of the Uzumaki clan observed keenly, realizing that Su Shioyu was not just extraordinarily talented. He could stand alongside Madara, Hashirama, and Tobarama as one of the warring state's young elites, rivaling even the older generation. If Mito was interested in such a remarkable individual, although the Uzumaki clan was not particularly suited for excessive entanglement with the Uchiha, at least this strength could deter many opposing voices within the clan. Mito's taste was indeed quite discerning. Mito's perspective was simpler. She had met Su Shioyu purely by chance and had never considered his strength. After all, she wasn't weak herself, and the Uzumaki clan was no pushover. Now, witnessing Su Shioyu's prowess, she was even more pleased. In the Warring States era, children without strength could easily perish on a battlefield. Mito looked at Su Shioyu in the barrier, stars sparkling in her eyes. At this moment, the earth inside the barrier had nearly filled the entire space, leaving only a small corner where Tobarama stood. Su Shioyu naturally held back, as he had come to find Mito and didn't want to kill Tobarama in front of an ally, which would put the Uzumaki clan in an awkward position. Moreover, he had to give Hashirama some face since they were friends. Having won against Tobarama this time, it would be hard for him to turn the tables in the future. He would only grow rapidly, leaving Tobarama far behind. Tobarama also understood that Su Shioyu had shown him mercy, and he self-acknowledged, I concede. With Tobarama's concession, Su Shioyu stopped the earth manipulation technique. Uzumaki Nagahiko released the barrier, and Su Shioyu and Tobarama stepped out. Looking at the towering earth in the barrier, the members of the Uzumaki clan sighed in amazement, unable to imagine how such a terrifying non-hand-seal earth style was achieved. Aha, well done. Ban patted Su Shioyu's shoulder hard, saying with a smile on his face, why didn't you use fire release? Your fire release is quite impressive. Hearing this, the Senju clan members nearby were even more surprised, their eyes widening. They had initially thought that an Uchiha who only knew earth release techniques was an oddity, but now they learned he was also skilled in fire release. It seems that this time, Tobarama really lost fairly. Tobarama took it well. Losing was losing. After all, this time the mission had failed, and the one who was going to be punished back home would definitely be his older brother Hashirama, which had little to do with him. However, he realized that a character like Su Shioyu had emerged among the younger generation of the Uchiha, and future conflicts with the Uchiha would likely become much more troublesome. At such a young age, possessing such profound mastery of earth release, and with fire release being the Uchiha signature skill, it dawned on Tobarama that Su Shioyu hadn't even activated his Sharingan during their duel. He couldn't help but gasp, thinking to himself, damn it, I have to find a way to get rid of this Uchiha Shioyu, or he will definitely become a major headache in the future. At that moment, Hashirama, thinking his brother Tobarama was in a bad mood because he lost a match, comforted him, saying, Tobarama, don't take it too seriously. Shioyu is a good friend of mine, and we will definitely be able to coexist peacefully in the future. But I think you won't have a chance to defeat him again. Brother, do you know some intelligence? You know about Uchiha Shioyu's background, but didn't tell me. Tobarama wasn't initially angry, but Hashirama's words made him nearly spit blood. He felt that his older brother was withholding important information from him. Tobarama, it's my fault. I thought Shioyu was still the same as before. He wasn't even a ninja back then. Who would have thought he has progressed so quickly that you can't even beat him now? Hashirama laughed heartily. Brother, clarify that. What do you mean he wasn't a ninja before? Tobirama almost thought he misheard. Oh, when I first saw Shiryu with Ban, he hadn't even refined his chakra. At that time, seeing how well-dressed he was, we thought he was just a child from some noble family out playing. It's not even been a year from then. Shiryu has indeed progressed rapidly. Hashirama continued to praise Shiryu, completely unaware of how shocking his words were to Tobirama. In less than a year, he had achieved such power, a growth rate faster than his hard vortex water blade. And right under his brother's nose, he hadn't been eliminated earlier. One couldn't help but admire that Tobirama's thoughts were indeed much more mature than his brother's. His first consideration was not his own defeat, but the possibility of the clan facing such a rapidly growing formidable enemy in the future. Brother, since you and Ban didn't know Shiryu back then, how did he become part of the Uchiha clan now? The Uchiha clan can't accept outsiders. What's going on? Tobirama also noticed the inconsistencies. Oh, Ban indeed didn't know Shiryu at that time. He even threw a shuriken at him at first, intending to kill Shiryu, but fortunately, I stopped him. Hashirama seemed to be reminiscing about the scene back then. Tobirama's forehead immediately wrinkled, filled with anger. He felt that his brother had put him in a difficult position, and this troublemaker was saved by his brother. However, I just asked Ban, and he told me that Shiryu is indeed part of the Uchiha clan and has already awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. This has been confirmed by their clan members, and Shiryu's fire release is also quite good. Hashirama added some more information about Shiryu. Tobirama looked at his carefree older brother, secretly muttering, Brother, you brought back so much important news this time, yet you didn't tell the clan. When we return, if Father Hashirama breaks your legs, don't blame me for not reminding you, big brother. And Hashirama still hadn't realized the storm he would face upon returning. The match is concluded. Everyone go back and rest. I'll take my leave first, said the elder of the Uzumaki clan, bidding farewell to everyone, and Uzumaki Mito was pulled along to leave together. Shiryu watched Uzumaki Mito's reluctant expression and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. He quickly waved his hand, mouthing to Uzumaki Mito to see him tomorrow. Mito understood Shiryu's meaning after seeing his gestures and left with a smile, reassured by the clan elder. That night, the two clans camped outside the Whirlpool village. The Senju clan didn't want to trouble the Uzumaki clan, so they chose to camp outside the village. The Uchiha clan didn't trust the Uzumaki clan, fearing they might be trapped by the Uzumaki's barriers, so they also camped outside. After all, the Uzumaki were allies of the Senju. Shiryu lay in the camp, thinking of the quirky Uzumaki Mito, and his mood instantly improved. He guessed that Uzumaki Mito was probably being scolded by the Uzumaki elders right now. Mito, you were too reckless this time. You often sneak out to play using transformation techniques, and I've turned a blind eye, but you made such a big commotion this time. Do you know what you did wrong? The elder pretended to be stern as he questioned Mito. Old man, stop pretending. You're not scary at all. Uzumaki Mito supported the elder. The elder loves me the most. How could he bear to punish me? Alas, after being exposed, the elder stopped pretending. What exactly happened this time? It's all Uncle Masahiko's fault. I was just out playing when I accidentally ran into Shiryu, and Uncle Masahiko didn't understand the situation and caused trouble. Accidentally ran into? I heard Masahiko say you secretly ran out to find him for several days, but he didn't even show up. The elder couldn't help but tease. Elder, if you keep mocking me like this, I won't talk to you anymore. Uzumaki Mito's face turned red. She didn't expect that such an embarrassing matter was also told to the elder by Masahiko. She decided she would find a chance to pull out Masahiko's beard. Little Mito, elder is getting old. I don't have many years left to live. You're the little princess of the Uzumaki clan. Your marriage is supposed to be decided by the clan, which can't be helped. Every family has many uncontrollable factors for their survival. The elder stroked Mito's head, speaking earnestly. At that moment, Mito realized that the elder was indeed very old. The mottled wrinkles on his face and murky eyes made her heart ache. In this Warring States era, being able to live to the age of an elder was already considered a long life. The Uzumaki clan, due to their abundant chakra and their world-renowned sealing techniques, participated in relatively fewer wars, unlike other bloodline clans, thus having fewer elderly members. Even though she knew that aging and death were unavoidable, Seeing the elder's current appearance still made Mito feel uncomfortable. The elder who had watched her grow up had become so frail. Clan elder, I've always hoped that our Uzumaki clan could join hands with the Senju clan, supporting each other. But I can see that Mito has already lost her heart in this matter. Fortunately, she chose Uchiha Tsushioyu. Although the Uchiha clan is not the ideal partner, they're indeed one of the two strongest bloodline clans on this land. I have been watching the contest between Uchiha Tsushioyu and Senju Tobarama today. Uchiha Tsushioyu truly possesses extraordinary talent. His Earth-style ninjutsu is simply astonishing. Not to mention, he hasn't even showcased the Uchiha clan's traditional fire style and Sharingan yet. His excellence is on par with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and his future development is certainly worth looking forward to. But little Mito, I must remind you that no matter how outstanding a genius is, they cannot entirely control this era. Our Uzumaki clan cannot do it, the Senju clan cannot do it, and Uchiha Taijima cannot do it either. The young man you admire might vanish on the battlefield tomorrow. Little Mito, are you truly prepared? Elder, I don't know if I'm ready, but the person I have chosen, the goal I have set, I must try, even if the road ahead is filled with uncertainties. Mito gazed into the clan elder's eyes, openly sharing her inner thoughts. That's good to hear. The elder gently stroked Mito's head. Since you're sure that your feelings are not a momentary impulse, and you have identified your goal, then go for it. Don't run off so recklessly in the future. Focus on practicing the clan's sealing techniques. This way, you can help your future husband better. As for the Senju clan, you should avoid contact with them. I will arrange for someone to apologize to them. After all, we have made the Senju clan lose face this time. Moreover, there are many suitable young women in our clan, and our alliance with the Senju can continue. All right, elder, I will listen to you. Mito blushed slightly when the elder mentioned husband. The next day, as dawn broke, two teams began to pack up their camps, preparing for their journey home. Early in the morning, Uzumaki Mito called Tsushioyu out under the pretext of saying goodbye. The two stood at a high point, gazing at the rising sun, silently contemplating their parting words. Shioyu, I'm leaving. After all, it's not appropriate for me to stay here too long now. Tsushioyu knew well that he had many matters to attend to, and as an outsider, he couldn't rightly remain in Uzumaki village. His journey ahead was long, and he couldn't afford to linger. I know, so I came to say goodbye to you. You must remember to come find me whenever you have the chance, and the snacks here are really delicious, Mito said softly. By the way, here's the basic knowledge of sealing techniques. Take it and study it when you have time. If you don't have the talent for it, don't force yourself. After all, I am a genius, the sealing technique genius of the Uzumaki clan. But remember, you must never leak this information, not even to the Uchiha clan members. Tsushioyu was taken aback. He didn't expect Mito to be so bold as to secretly give him the basic knowledge of sealing techniques, even if it was just the fundamentals. Don't worry, I will remember it and won't refuse, and I absolutely won't leak it. I promise. Be careful on the road. Mito watched Tsushioyu's figure, reluctant to part as she saw him turn his back, waving his hand in farewell. The two teams, bearing deep grudges against each other, began their march back to their respective clan territories. This time, Uchiha Tsushioyu came to propose marriage, and the Uchiha clan suppressed their hatred towards the Senju clan. After all, Tsushioyu performed so impressively, bringing honor to the Uchiha clan, and they needed to consider his feelings. The Senju clan, under the influence of Hashirama and Tobarama, also refrained from direct conflict. The two teams proceeded with an eerie and tense haste. An ambush! Tsushioyu and Tobarama shouted simultaneously, causing both teams to fall into chaos, each suspecting the other had set a trap, and tensions suddenly escalated. Madara, it's not the Senju clan. There are over 100 ninjas 1 kilometer away, likely from the Kagaya clan. Tsushioyu detected the ambush through his earth manipulation technique. The Uchiha clan members were unaware that Tsushioyu possessed such sensing abilities. They were momentarily unsure whether to aim their weapons at the nearby Senju clan or to follow Tsushioyu's command. Trust Tsushioyu, everyone get ready, Madara decisively commanded. Elder brother, I sensed it too. Prepare yourselves, but be wary of the Uchiha. What if this is an ambush by other Uchiha clan members? 1 kilometer is a fleeting distance for ninjas, and when they saw a group of Kagaya clan members waiting for them indiscriminately, both sides couldn't help but feel speechless. Only the Kagaya clan idiots would be so unguarded, without even laying a proper trap. Both the Uchiha and Senju clans felt their intelligence insulted, with only Sushioyu knowing that these dim-witted individuals were ultimately wiped out by the Mizukage due to their foolish provocations. They had challenged the Mizukage, who was controlled by a Bito, and the last member of their clan, Kagaya Kimimaro, was brainwashed and died at the hands of Orochimaru. I was just worrying about finding these brash fools, and now they've come to me. Perfect timing to deal with them. Without hesitation, Madara initiated the attack. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The Kagaya clan's bone projectiles rained down like raindrops from the opposite side, and with a wave of his hand, Sushioyu instantly erected a hard rock wall in front of the team, also helping the Senju clan block the bone projectiles, which served as a small favor to the Senju members and Hashirama. Tobirama noticed that Sushioyu was intentionally being friendly to the Senju clan. It seemed he would need to have his elder brother investigate Sushioyu's background thoroughly once they returned. Sushioyu did not stop, waving his hand. Countless earth spikes shot toward the Kagaya clan like arrows. Corpse Bone Path, Dance of the Pines. The Kagaya clan's elite all used the Dance of the Pines to form a skeletal defense on the front lines, trying to close in to engage in close combat with the Uchiha and Senju clans. Soon, the Kagaya clan members began to engage in close-quarters combat. Watch closely, Sushioyu. This is how you use a sword. Madara drew his sword and fiercely battled one of the Kagaya clan leaders, sparks flying as their weapons clashed, bones intermingling. The Uchiha cannot have weaknesses. Stab/cut. While teaching on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara fought against the enemy, applying pressure with a powerful chop, then single-handedly forming hand seals with his left hand, fire style, ash hidden, before sticking an explosive tag to the opponent's chest. He then flickered backward, and with a loud explosion, the Kagaya clan member let out a scream. As the dust cleared, he found himself half-charred from the scorching ash. Don't let any shield techniques or ninjutsu bind you. We ninjas are born to unleash the means of slaughter. Madara seized a new Kagaya clan member rushing towards him. Do you want to dance too? He casually threw a kunai that pierced through the opponent's chest, then discarded the corpse. As Sushioyu fought on the battlefield, he watched Madara move as if dancing amid the chaos, effortlessly wielding his power. Indeed, Madara had turned killing into an art form. In the Uchiha camp, a series of fire-style jutsu were unleashed, including fire-style, great fire annihilation, fire-style, great fire destruction, fire-style, storm dance, and fire-style, dragon flame singing technique. Meanwhile, the Senju camp retaliated with their own techniques, casting water-style, water dragon bullet technique, earth-style, earth flow river, earth-style, hell, swamp, and earth-style, earth lance. Sushioyu witnessed the battlefield descend into a frenzy of counterattacks. He transformed into a spell-casting artillery platform, showcasing all the ninjutsu he had mastered, fire, water, and earth styles, leaving none behind. The Kagaya clan was battered and scattered under the relentless onslaught. If not for the Kagaya clan's lack of rationality, any other bloodline clan would have retreated long ago. After all, no fool would dare provoke the two strongest bloodline clans, the Senju and Uchiha, as it was practically asking for annihilation. This war lasted only about an hour before concluding, with the Kagaya clan suffering near total casualties. The Uchiha and Senju clans meticulously checked for any surviving Kagaya members, delivering merciless finishing blows to those still breathing. It must be said that the Kagaya clan's previous ambush had inflicted significant damage on the Senju clan, prompting them to act decisively this time. However, not all Kagaya clan members had perished. The clan leader, Kagaya Banjiao, was notably absent from the battle. Judging by Madara's resentful expression, it was only a matter of time before he sought revenge against the Kagaya clan again. After the battle, the Uchiha and Senju clans parted ways, maintaining an atmosphere of caution and vigilance. Madara, there are some things I must attend to. I will be leaving the Uchiha for a while. Don't worry, my strength is sufficient for self-defense now, Sushioyu said, not lying to Madara, who had always treated him like a younger brother, much like Izuna. Madara did not press for details, but simply cautioned, I understand. Don't neglect your training as a ninja, and remain alert. Also, take care of Chiri for me. Sushioyu nodded, and then departed from the main troop. Elder brother, do you know where Sushioyu goes whenever he disappears for a while? Izuna couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Our first encounter was purely coincidental. Sushioyu disappears every now and then, but I've never questioned him about it. After all, he has never lied to me. Now that he's a part of our Uchiha clan and our brother, I won't pry into his affairs, Madara replied. Izuna understood after hearing Madara's words. Back in the real world at Yang City, Sushioyu returned and opened the system panel at home. System asterisk. Character asterisk Sushioyu. Race asterisk Omniversal. Otsutsuki bloodline. LV1. Sage body asterisk. LV3. Sharingan asterisk 3 Tomo. Height asterisk 181 cm. Chakra asterisk 57 cards. Plus, increasing continuously. Ninjutsu asterisk. Firestyle asterisk. Firestyle. Great Fireball Technique. Firestyle. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Firestyle. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Firestyle. Dragon Flame Singing Technique. Firestyle. Phoenix Fire Technique. Firestyle. Great Fire Destruction Arrow. Water Style asterisk. Water Style. Water Dragon Bullet. Water Style. Great Waterfall Technique. Water Style. Great Explosive Water Shockwave. Water Style. Water Pillar Technique. Earth Style asterisk. Earth Style. Earth Flow River. Earth Style. Hell Swamp. Earth Style. Rock Collapse. Earth Style Barrier. Earth Prison. Earth Style. Return of the Earth. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Style. Earth Slicing. Earth Style. Earth Wall. Earth Style. Earth Lance. Earth Style. Iron Prison. Earth Style. Earth Barrier. Earth Style. 10,000 miles Earth Barrier. Earth Manipulation Technique asterisk enhanced by the divine power of Earth Manipulation. Non-hand seal. Rapid. Strengthened plus. Wind Style asterisk. Wind Style. Gale Palm. Wind Style. Wind Cutter Technique. Wind Style. Vacuum Wave. Lightning Style asterisk. Lightning Style. Earth Walk. Sealing Technique asterisk basic entry. LV0. Sushioyu gazed at his system panel, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, he had learned so many ninjutsu. Aside from Lightning Style, which felt comparatively weak, he had made considerable gains in other techniques. Moreover, Sushioyu had a strong premonition that, with the mastery of Earth Manipulation, his Earth-style jutsu would undergo a qualitative transformation first. After all, what he was using now was not merely basic Earth style, but had evolved into Earth-based divine techniques. The term divine technique refers to the ability to naturally exhibit powerful capabilities and terrifying strength with every move, no longer limited to ordinary ninjutsu that required hand seals. On the other hand, to enhance his strength, he would need to address the shortcoming of Lightning Style, while continuing to learn sealing techniques to elevate them to a basic entry level, then seek Mito to learn the advanced versions afterward. Sushioyu glanced at his phone on the table and noticed it was out of battery, which was understandable given that he had been gone for so many days. He plugged his phone in to recharge while waiting for it to power on. As soon as the phone turned on, it vibrated incessantly, with numerous text messages flooding the screen. He opened them to find that a significant event had indeed occurred. A stable time-space wormhole had appeared in the neighboring Dongjun City, leading to an influx of superpowered individuals into both Yang City and Dongjun City. Even many superpowered individuals from abroad were flocking to the area. The Special Task Bureau on both sides had organized a large number of personnel to maintain order. Although the situation was generally under control, conflicts occasionally broke out, stretching the resources of the Special Task Bureau thin. The messages were mostly from Lei Jiangang, inquiring whether Sushio you could help oversee the Special Task Team's operations during this period to serve as a deterrent against those unruly forces. Clearly, it was not too late to take action. After confirming that his parents were safe, Sushioyu immediately used Body Flicker technique and headed to the Special Task Bureau. Captain, you finally made it. Yeah, Captain, we were bullied terribly while you were gone. The team members chimed in, and Sushioyu could see that one of Lei Gang's arms was heavily bandaged. Quiet. Sushioyu exuded a bloodthirsty aura, the lingering scent of having annihilated the Kagaya clan still evident. The team members immediately fell silent. Sushioyu turned directly to Li Yunrui and asked what happened. Captain, while you were away, a stable time-space wormhole appeared in Dongjun City, leading to a surge of superpowered individuals. Some troublemakers have caused issues, and we've suffered losses, Li Yunrui, briefly explained the situation. Did the Special Task Bureau and government not intervene? Su Xiaoyu countered. It's not that the Special Task Bureau and government don't want to intervene, it's just that these superpowered individuals have their own rules. Firstly, they don't disturb civilians. Secondly, they don't involve criminal cases. And thirdly, they are all foreigners from various countries, and processing their paperwork can take half a month. Li Yunrui explained the reasons for the official force's inability to apprehend the troublemakers directly. All right, I roughly understand. I told you to train and fight more. Now that you've been bullied, do you feel ashamed? Captain, it's not that they are strong. The issue is that an entire wave of superpowered individuals has flooded in from across Blue Star. There are just too many of them, and we are only a handful of people. It's hard to resist so many troublemakers. Li Yunrui expressed his frustration. Many of the superpowered individuals lacked real strength, but with so few people in their squad, it was indeed challenging to fend off so many troublemakers. Captain, you will stand up for us, right? Li Yunrui looked at Su Xiaoyu with a pleading expression. Yes, now that I'm back. Order must be restored according to the rules. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with. This is the responsibility of our special task team, not just to stand up for you, Su Xiaoyu stated. Understand, Captain. Are we leaving now? Li Yunrui eagerly asked, while the others, including Zhang Cheng and Lei Gang, looked at Su Xiaoyu with hopeful expressions. Let's go now. Oh, Li Yunrui? That's the name, right? Ha ha ha. Have you healed up yet? A short man with a face full of freckles approached Li Yunrui, looking smug as he taunted. This time I'll go a little easier on you. Ha ha ha. Want to have another round? Li Yunrui shot back without backing down. If you guys hadn't ganged up on me and used underhanded tricks, would I have lost so badly? In addition to the freckled short guy, there was also a chubby man and a few average-looking individuals. The freckled guy whistled, and soon a group of foreign, superpowered individuals surrounded them. One of them asked, Harry, what's going on? Is there something fun happening? Ha ha. The team members looked at this group of rowdy foreign, superpowered individuals, their teeth clenched in anger. There were already a bunch of low-level, superpowered individuals who were getting carried away because they hadn't committed any serious offenses. These foreigners were somewhat clever. If they did something wrong, the Special Task Bureau would have already dealt with them forcefully, as low-level, superpowered individuals couldn't withstand modern weaponry. Oh, so Li Yunrui is part of this group of punks? Su Xiaoyu looked at them disdainfully. From their combat skills and his earth manipulation perception, he could tell they were nothing but a bunch of no-good amateurs. The freckled leader, familiar with the Qin Empire, understood the term punks and immediately shouted, Fu *KU. Su Xiaoyu frowned, lightly waved his hand, and dozens of rock pillars shot out from the nearby green belt, wrapping around all the ruffians like pythons, effortlessly dragging them back onto the lawn. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Harry, why didn't you mention there was such a powerful, superpowered individual? Damn it, Tracy, you're a physical, superpowered individual. Break free and save us. I've tried. I can't get free at all. The foreign superpowered individuals screamed in terror. The weather is nice today. Let's just bask in the sun by the roadside. Su Xiaoyu turned around with the team, not looking back as he said, Let's go to the next stop. Let us out. A chorus of angry shouts came from the trapped individuals. The rock pillars formed a solid stone coffin, firmly imprisoning dozens of people in place. And no matter how much they struggled, it was futile. Captain, is this okay? Won't there be any trouble? Lei Gang asked Su Xiaoyu in a low voice. Su Xiaoyu casually replied, It's fine. They won't die. Let them figure out how to save themselves. To him, these people were nothing more than insignificant nuisances. Before long, this group had the audacity to ask the nearby onlookers for help in calling the police. When a Special Task Bureau personnel arrived at the scene, they were astonished at the sight, as this exaggerated display of superpowers looked like something out of a movie. After inquiring about the situation, the person in charge learned that it was the Special Task Bureau's special mobile team that had taken action, and they decided to ignore these ruffians. Damn it, you Qin Empire folks are so barbaric. I'm going to expose you. Harry, it's all your fault. You dragged us into this mess without knowing their background. The chubby man continued to curse incessantly. The group began to argue among themselves, a true rabble. Our Special Task Bureau is responsible for handling major cases. Since you are not in any life-threatening situation, this doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. Liang Jin adjusted his glasses, feeling secretly pleased that this group of troublemakers had finally met their match and were making fools of themselves. And unfortunately, since you are trapped in this hard rock, we have no way to rescue you. Our Special Task Bureau specializes in firepower suppression, strong assaults, and demolition. We can't exactly use a rocket launcher or explosives to break you out. Liang Jin, as the officer in charge for this operation, felt incredibly satisfied. Rest assured, I have already contacted our Yang City Precision Machinery team to handle this. They have professional equipment to resolve this problem, but of course, the cost will be on you. I have other matters to attend to, so goodbye, foreign friends. After saying this, Liang Jin left with the other duty team members, leaving the group of foreigners to continue hurling insults at each other. Before long, the Yang City Precision Machinery team arrived. Although they had received prior notice from the Special Task Bureau, they couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of dozens of people trapped in a stone coffin. They first assessed the hardness of the rock and said, "We've brought over a dozen cutting machines. We can start cutting you out soon, but this rock is quite hard, so it will take some time." "Damn it, I don't want to stay here for another minute. Can you hurry it up?" The trapped individuals were eager to escape, especially as the crowd of onlookers continued to grow, making them feel increasingly embarrassed. "Unless we use a high-pressure water cutter, but that would probably slice you all up too," the Yang City Precision Machinery team member shrugged. "Also, each person will need to pay 8,000 Qin coins for labor costs." "Damn it, this is extortion. Why is it so expensive?" "Think what you want. You can also wait it out. Our Yang City Precision Machinery is a legitimate unit and won't engage in forced sales. But I should remind you, in 3 hours, it will be rush hour, and the crowd will be particularly large. If we start working during rush hour, you'll have to pay overtime costs, which will be higher." "Damn it. Shit. Get me out of here right now. I'll pay. Isn't that enough? I don't want to stay in here for another minute." The workers immediately began setting up their equipment to start cutting the rock. By the time the first group of people successfully broke free, it was already rush hour. The crowd of onlookers was massive, drawn in by the news of superpowered individuals in action. The already congested area became utterly jammed. Is this the power of superpowered individuals? So impressive, being able to control rocks. It's like a movie. Who says otherwise? It makes me so envious. I wish I could awaken a superpower, preferably invisibility. Invisibility is useless. You need to be able to fight. You don't understand. Invisibility is every man's romance. Even though I think you're talking nonsense, I still feel like you're trying to get at something. The crowd gathered together, watching like it was a show, while those still trapped felt incredibly awkward. Some of those who had already escaped even contemplated using violence to disperse the crowd. "Hey, Kambata, I advise you not to take action, especially against regular folks. Otherwise, it won't just be a friendly warning. It could end up fatal," a big-bearded Latino man cautioned. "They dare." Kambata shook his head and smiled. "I've lived on this land for over 10 years. That's my life experience. There were once acquaintances of mine who tried to act recklessly here, and none of them ended well. You should think carefully. I've said all I need to." The big-bearded man stopped talking, knowing that some people like to seek their own doom, and there was no stopping them. He just happened to be passing by when he got dragged into this mess. Otherwise, he would have lived a peaceful life for over 10 years without encountering such trouble. Of course, he didn't explain anything to that young strong man. Someone of that caliber wouldn't bother with petty tricks against him. It was better to let them beat him up honestly rather than to clash with them. This was the wisdom he had gained over decades, but unfortunately, today's youth didn't understand his good intentions. Speaking of that powerful individual, they were truly terrifying. These youngsters didn't realize he had witnessed everything from beginning to end. This superpower level was simply beyond imagination, far superior to the common F-level superpowers. He couldn't help but ponder whether he would have a chance to latch onto this powerful individual's coattails. By 9 p.m., all the trapped individuals had been successfully rescued. In the end, everyone paid the 8,000 Qin yuan on the spot and managed to leave the scene. That night, Yang City TV extensively reported on the incident. Today, near the central street of Yang City, a remarkable superpower incident occurred. Allegedly, foreign superpowered individuals were causing havoc on the streets of Yang City, but were ultimately subdued by our city's task force. Our station will continue to monitor the subsequent developments in this matter, so please stay tuned for further reports. In recent years, incidents involving superpowers had occasionally surfaced in the media, and eventually, even the television stations began to report on them. Initially, these events were treated as mere rumors, But now the media no longer concealed them, and the public was keenly interested in these occurrences. Especially this time, with dozens of unfortunate individuals caught up in the chaos. Many videos filmed by citizens were circulating online. The local television station even launched a special HD report, capturing the expressions of those unfortunate individuals in stunning clarity. Is this what our superpowered individuals are like? They are so powerful. With just a wave of their hand, they defeated so many troublemakers. It's so cool. I love it. Let's see if these foreign rascals dare to act so arrogantly in Yang City again. The average citizens, filled with patriotic sentiment, felt immense joy watching those unruly foreigners face setbacks. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu led his team in cleaning up various corners of Yang City. Regardless of which country the troublemakers came from, they were all imprisoned in similar stone coffins in conspicuous locations, after which they contacted the Special Task Bureau to handle follow-up matters properly. In a flash, the foreign superpowered individuals in both Yang City and neighboring Dongjun City felt a wave of fear and unease. Even the native superpowered individuals of the Qin Empire behaved themselves, keeping their heads down, as everyone believed the authorities were about to crack down on the entire superpowered community and related organizations. Later on, it became clear that this was merely the work of a small team under the Yang City Special Task Bureau. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu's overwhelming strength had made all superpowered individuals in Yang City understand who the true boss was in this territory. Captain, you were just too amazing. No one could resist, even a little bit against you. How did you train your powers? Is there a secret? Li Yunruwei and the others, who had accompanied Su Xiaoyu today, were in awe. No matter what enemy they faced, they were no match for Su Xiaoyu, leaving the team members in deep admiration of him. Well, I don't really practice that much. It mainly relies on talent and a bit of a cheat. Of course, it also depends on luck, Su Xiaoyu replied seriously. Captain, that's a bit much. You won't teach us and then come here to flaunt it? That's not fair. I'm speaking the truth. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but I genuinely can't. My abilities can't be passed on to you, Su Xiaoyu explained without lying. Although ninjas and ordinary people appeared to be of the same species, and likely did not have reproductive isolation, in essence, they were not the same species. Ordinary humans possess about 40 to 60 trillion cells, while ninjas have around 130 trillion cells. There is a fundamental difference between the two. It is said that chakra was brought by the ninja ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and is not possessed by the natives. So, without a doubt, ordinary people couldn't refine chakra. Without chakra as a foundation, all ninjutsu would amount to nothing but castles in the air or mere fantasies. Su Xiaoyu clearly understood that he had awakened the Otsutsuki bloodline due to the system, gaining the power of the Omniverse, which enabled him to become a ninja. Even if he generously taught them chakra refining techniques, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Unless they had the opportunity to enter the Naruto world and were influenced by the environment there for a long time, they would have no chance of becoming ninjas. Unfortunately, you lack some opportunities, but don't be discouraged. The time-space wormhole in Dongjun City is your chance. The new wormhole hides infinite possibilities and unknowns. Get ready. In a few days, there will be an agreed-upon opportunity to explore the time-space wormhole, Su Xiaoyu encouraged his team members. Everyone understood that Su Xiaoyu's powers were far too strong and different from theirs, likely obtained through exploring the time-space wormhole. They realized it was impossible to gain such benefits without effort. Everyone was aware that nothing comes without a cost. Su Xiaoyu did not pay attention to the series of consequences caused by his decisive actions in Yang City. And after bidding farewell to his team members, he headed to the Yang City Central Hospital. Yes, Su Xiaoyu was there to visit Uchiha Chiri. Following the nurse's instructions, he found Uchiha Chiri, who had already awakened. Hello, Chiri. I am Su Xiaoyu, but you can also call me Uchiha Sushio, Su Xiaoyu said, looking at the quiet and unresponsive Chiri. According to the nurse, after regaining consciousness, Uchiha Chiri needed to recuperate due to her severe injuries. However, even though she had woken up, she remained silent, not speaking to anyone who approached her, nor showing any expression. The medical staff even suspected that her brain had suffered serious trauma. Show me, Chiri said coldly. Prove that you are worthy of the Uchiha surname and not just someone who heard about it secondhand, Chiri replied indifferently. Su Xiaoyu activated his Sharingan. Is this enough? Now you should believe me, right? Upon seeing Su Xiaoyu's 3-tomo Sharingan, Chiri immediately burst into tears. Finally, I see a clan member. I was so scared. After waking up, I saw only strangers I didn't recognize, and they were all odd, ordinary people. The people and things here are completely different from the world I'm familiar with. I'm so afraid of never finding my family, my clan, or anything I recognize again. Can I call you Sushio? Chiri asked with tears streaming down her face. I've waited so many days to finally see my kin. Seeing Chiri in such distress, Sushio felt a wave of guilt. He realized he hadn't kept track of time and had allowed this little girl to suffer in an unfamiliar world. I'm sorry, Chiri, for not picking you up from the hospital in time. That was my mistake. You should remember what happened on the battlefield when the Kagaya clan and the Bloodpool clan ambushed you, leaving you severely injured and near death, right? Yeah, I saved you when you were on the brink of death and unconscious. The situation at that time was quite complicated, and I can't explain it all right now. But now that I'm here, I've come to take you away from this place. Please trust me. Sushio briefly explained the situation. It was best to get Chiri out of there quickly, as she didn't belong to this world. Okay, Brother Sushio, I believe you. While I'm grateful to these doctors for saving my life, I do want to leave this place. After settling Uchiha Chiri's medical expenses at the hospital, Sushio brought her back to his home. Chiri, this is my home. You can stay here for now, and once you fully recover, we can discuss other matters. Okay, Chiri replied obediently, as Sushio was now the person she trusted the most. My parents are ordinary people, so don't find it strange. And it's best not to demonstrate any ninjutsu in front of them. Otherwise, it could complicate their lives, Sushio said, hoping to keep his parents out of the ninja world and allow them to live peacefully. Although Chiri didn't quite understand, she agreed without hesitation, as Sushio was her savior. Chiri, you should have noticed by now that this isn't the ninja world. It's completely different from the war-torn place you're familiar with, Sushio observed. Yeah, I felt something was off from the start, and then I suspected this wasn't my original ninja world. The people here are so weak, but the puppet techniques and technological power are quite advanced, and it's peaceful, Chiri noted, finding this world interesting despite the absence of ninjas. You probably guessed that I can travel through time and space, right? That's our secret, okay? Pinky promise, Sushio said, extending his pinky with a smile. Chiri couldn't help but laugh. Sushio, I'm not a child. Why are you bringing up a pinky promise? But she still extended her pinky. All right, let me tell you about the Uchiha situation after your injury. After you were gravely wounded, and I brought you away, the Uchiha and Senju temporarily teamed up to deal with the Kagaya clan and the Bloodpool clan who had ambushed us. The Bloodpool clan was wiped out in a subsequent battle, and Madara insisted on hunting them down for your revenge. Later, we had another fight with the Kagaya clan, eliminating over 100 of them. There shouldn't be many Kagaya clan members left now, but there's still no news about their leader, Kagaya Banjiao. That's about it. Chiri, do you have any questions? No. As long as I know my family is safe, I'm relieved. We can talk more once I recover, Chiri replied, displaying her understanding. She could sense Sushio's goodwill and didn't pry into her secrets. Then just treat this place like your home. Madara treats me like a brother, and I'm all taken care of, Sushio joked. You can treat me as your older brother, too. Chiri looked at Sushio and softly called out, brother, but unfortunately, he didn't hear her. Chiri, in the next few days, I'm going to explore a newly appeared time-space wormhole, which may lead to another new world. I might not be able to take care of you, but I've prepared a lot of supplies, so you need to take good care of yourself, Sushio informed her in advance to avoid causing her worry. Why are there so many time-space wormholes in this world? Chiri asked, puzzled that such an ordinary world had so many wormholes. Yes, they exist all over the world, but most of them are unstable. The one we're exploring this time is relatively stable. Once you recover, I'll take you along to see what other worlds are like, Sushio reassured her, gently patting her head. Great. It's a deal. I'll recover quickly, and then we can go together, Chiri said excitedly, enjoying Sushio's brotherly affection. Then I'll set off now. Sushio waved goodbye to Chiri and headed towards Dongjun City. Not long after, Sushio got off the train at the Dongjun City station. Although body flicker technique was faster, he thought it would attract too much attention, so he chose to take the train to avoid being noticed. The station was already packed with people. Captain Su, we're over here. Lei Gang waved at Sushio through the crowd. Coming, Sushio said as he easily pushed through the dense crowd with his strong physique. Some people shot him angry glares when he bumped into them, but upon seeing his face, they immediately smiled and turned away, creating a continuous cycle of such interactions along the 100-meter path. Sushioyu found it strange. Why had people's manners improved so much? He pushed through, and they were still smiling at him. Something felt off. Captain Su, do you think the people at the station have nice manners? Zhang Chung asked with a grin. Sushioyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know why? Of course. There was a superpowered individual among those you taught a lesson last time. His ability is to do rapid memory and drawing. He saw you once and created a 3D image of your face that was incredibly lifelike. He's been selling it everywhere for 1,000 Qin yuan each and has sold a lot. He even paid personal income tax at the Yang City Tax Bureau. Isn't that impressive? So most of the people at the station are superpowered individuals from various countries and places in the Qin Empire. They all recognize you and don't dare to cause trouble, especially the foreigners, fearing you might find an excuse to eliminate them in the time-space wormhole. So when they see you pushing through, they don't dare to make a sound. Now, Sushioyu understood why everyone at the station was so friendly. He shook his head and smiled, waving to the group. Let's go. The time-space wormhole in Dongjun City was located near a farm in the outskirts, with troops from the Qin Empire stationed around it. Everyone entered the wormhole in batches, using ID cards for the locals and passports for foreigners, primarily for counting purposes, given the life-and-death nature of wormhole exploration, allowing for family notifications if necessary. Those daring enough to come for the adventure were mentally prepared, with all sorts of peculiar individuals present, some carrying cold weapons, others with firearms. Attention everyone, it's best not to carry obvious firearms. If we encounter a civilized world, you could be taken away by the local authorities in a public setting. So bring only necessary items and don't cause trouble. Also, remember the team contact channel, so you can reach out if you get separated, Sushioyu reminded before leading the way into the wormhole. Captain, wait for me. We're coming. As soon as Sushioyu stepped out of the time-space wormhole, he was greeted by dazzling sunlight and a gentle breeze brushing against his face. In the distance, he could see modern architectural styles intermingled with some low-lying village houses, all bearing a distinct Sakura country charm. It seemed he had once again crossed into a strange alternate world in Sakura country, and this time it was a modern setting. Fortunately, Sushioyu had prepared a number of sealing scrolls in advance, containing various daily necessities, including modern clothing. He waited in place for 30 minutes, but didn't see a single person appear at his arrival point. It appeared the landing location of the time-space wormhole was completely random during the traversal. Utilizing his Earth sensory technique, he scanned a 10-kilometer radius without detecting any inhabitants of this world. With that settled, Sushioyu no longer dwelled on the minor issue. He used transformation technique to change his appearance and then activated body flicker technique to head towards the city in search of relevant information. Before long, he arrived in the city district. Spotting a maid cafe, he walked inside. Welcome. Two maids in low-cut maid outfits bowed respectfully to him. Master, what kind of coffee would you like? We have many lovely ladies here. This was Sushioyu's first time in a maid cafe, and he hadn't expected the scene inside to be so ordinary. The maids weren't stunning beauties. After all, they were just regular girls from ordinary families working here. Of course, Sushioyu wasn't there to admire the maids. 2 lattes, please, and arrange for a lady to chat with me for a bit. Sure, please wait a moment, master. After politely bowing, the maid stepped away. Soon enough, 2 lattes were served at his table. Sushioyu had intentionally chosen a relatively secluded corner to sit. A young girl, looking barely of age and wearing an ill-fitting maid outfit, approached carrying the lattes. Master, hello. Here are the 2 lattes you ordered. I am your assigned maid, can I? This maid, appearing like a high school student, spoke with a professional courtesy but showed no respect in her expression. She directly sat down across from Sushioyu, propping her chin on her hands and staring at him intently. Hey, handsome, are you from Tokyo? You can't be from Osaka, right? You smell so nice. What brand of perfume are you wearing? Kanai fired off questions as soon as she sat down. Sushioyu momentarily wondered if he had encountered a so-called fangirl from Sakura country. After all, he had transformed into a generic face. How could this maid be so forward in her line of questioning? He started to suspect that he might have inadvertently used a face resembling a celebrity. Noticing Sushioyu's expression, the girl realized she had come on too strong. I'm not a fangirl. I really came over because of your scent. I smelled something nice when you walked in, so I told the manager I wanted to serve you. Sushio, you had initially planned to use his Sharingan to control a maid and gather information about this world, but now he felt he wouldn't even need to activate it with this chatty girl. I haven't used any perfume. Your excuse might not be very convincing, Sushio, you replied, shaking his head. I'm not lying. I just think you have a wonderful aura, like flowers and trees, and a special freshness like sunshine. So even if you look ordinary, I approached you. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. Kanai insisted, her urgency apparent. How will you prove it? I can describe the exact path you took when you walked into the cafe, even the places where you paused for a moment, she declared confidently. It seemed that Kanai didn't even realize she had a special ability that allowed her to vaguely sense unique existences. She accurately recounted the path Sushio took upon entering the cafe, including the time he lingered at a specific table. There were no cameras in the shop, and she hadn't seen him before entering, meaning she truly had found him based on her scent. A thought flashed through Sushio's mind, but it wasn't clear enough for him to dwell on it. Which school do you attend? Finally, you're not so cold. I'm a student at Kitako High. What about you? Kanai continued the conversation cheerfully now that Sushio seemed more interested. Kitako High. This name sounded familiar. Don't you also have Nishiko High? Yes. You're not from Nishiko, are you? I'm quite familiar with it. And if you were from there, I would have discovered you by your scent long ago, Kanai said straightforwardly. Is your real name Kanai? Yes, it is. What? Now, Sushio was about 80% sure he had arrived in the world of Parasite. The ability to find others by scent, the name Kanai, and being a student at Kitako High all pointed to it. Kanai, have there been any recent gruesome murder cases? Sushio asked casually. None. What are you thinking? This is Tokyo. Although it's not completely safe, truly violent criminal cases are very rare here, Kanai replied, puzzled by Sushio's strange question. So, it meant that the parasite had not yet appeared on Earth. That was good news. He needed to figure out a way to notify his team to avoid being parasitized and turned into a mindless zombie. As for Kanai, if Sushio remembered correctly, she was a bold girl who, due to her special ability, had sought out Shinichi, only to encounter a parasite and suffer a fatal attack. Although Sushio wasn't a do-gooder, he decided to give this enthusiastic girl a warning since she had provided him with valuable information. All right, Kanai, I've finished my coffee. Before I go, I want to remind you not to approach those you think are special just based on your feelings. Just like with me. Chatting like this, what if I'm not a good person? Remember to stay safe. Feelings can sometimes be the most unreliable things. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. With that, Sushio paid the bill and planned to leave. However, Kanai was persistent and chased after him after asking the manager for leave. Why are you following me? I'm an adult male, and you're just a high school girl running after me. Aren't you afraid I might do something bad? Sushio felt both amused and exasperated by Kanai's persistence. Don't be so heartless. Look at all these roads. It's just a coincidence that we're going the same way. I'm not following you, Kanai replied cheerfully. And besides, mister, your scent is so pleasant. If you want, she said, puffing out her chest, it wouldn't be impossible. Having lived 2 lives, Sushio was unexpectedly flirted with by this high school girl. It seemed he needed to teach her a lesson. He pretended to look around to see if anyone was watching, not finding anyone, then reached out as if to touch her chest. That I won't hold back. Ah, Kanai squealed, crossing her arms over her chest. Mister, how could you do this? Sushio's disguise was ultimately seen through by Kanai. Despite her hands covering her chest and a look of disdain on her face, she continued to closely follow him, refusing to leave. Even after all this, you still dare to follow me? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Sushio couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had transformed his appearance, yet she still wouldn't back off. Mister, I know you're just pretending. Your eyes and expression don't have that lecherous vibe. Seriously, your acting is terrible. Kanai critiqued Sushio's performance while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Mister, what do you mean bringing me near a hotel? Are you trying to? Kanai began teasing him again. I'm just looking for a place to rest for the night. You should head home and stop following me. Sushio rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage in further conversation. Don't. It's still early. Kanai insisted, quickening her pace to keep up with him, ignoring his dismissal. Passing by a phone service center, Sushio hurried inside to get a phone card. He then used the public network to contact the members of his team. Team members, where is everyone? Captain, I'm in the Amazon rainforest. I don't know when I'll be able to get out of here. What kind of exploration is this? I was just thrown into a tropical rainforest without a word. There's so many mosquitoes and pests. I'm going crazy. Someone save me. Zhang Cheng complained like a broken record over the public channel. Captain, this is Lei Gang. I'm in Shibuya, Tokyo. Well, I've been to Shibuya in our world before, and it looks quite familiar now. Why was I thrown into this godforsaken place? Lei Gang, come find me. I'm in Akihabara, Tokyo. Write down the address and hurry over. Got it, Captain. I'll be there soon. Must be nice to be in the same city as the captain. Captain, I'm in Nagasaki. If I head over to meet you, it'll at least be tomorrow. This was Lee Yunrui speaking. Captain, I'm at. After some exchanges, they found out that only Lei Gang and Lee Yunrui could quickly reunite with Su Xiaoyu, while others were either too far away or stuck in a desert. The worst off was a team member who had broken his leg and was currently at a hospital in Milliken. Now, I have some things everyone must remember. First, I have a preliminary understanding of the background of this world, so I'm giving you some advice. Make sure to remember it, and don't ask me why. Just do as I say. Su Xiaoyu decided to share some tips with his team members. First, for the next few days, I want everyone to sleep during the day and stay active at night. Maintain this rhythm. Also, prepare sturdy ropes or high-strength blast shields. I remember only Lei Gang brought a shield, but if anyone else can get one, that's fine too. There may be strange creatures attacking at night, so don't let your guard down. Trust me, I have a superpower that allows me to foresee the future. Su Xiaoyu couldn't explain why he was so familiar with this world and the parasites they would encounter. He could only lie and say he had the ability to predict the future. Are you kidding, Captain? You can foresee the future. You can treat it as a joke if you want, but don't blame me if something happens and I didn't warn you. Su Xiaoyu replied playfully. Let me finish. Lastly, if you get attacked at night, don't panic. Prioritize protecting your head. For other body parts, as long as they aren't vital areas, you can afford to give them up if necessary. If your limbs are attacked, you can use ropes to bind them. As for what kind of attack it is, my foresight isn't that detailed. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. That's all my requirements. The level of execution is up to you. Lei Gang, hurry over. After finishing, Su Xiaoyu logged off the public channel. Not long after, Lei Gang arrived. However, he didn't recognize Su Xiaoyu in his disguised form and only approached when Su Xiaoyu called out to him. Seeing a high school girl in a maid outfit next to Su Xiaoyu, Lei Gang couldn't help but feel amazed. The captain was truly impressive. It hadn't been long in this new world, and he had already attracted a girl. Although he wasn't particularly fond of delicate girls, he couldn't help but admire the captain. Noticing the expression on Lei Gang's face, Su Xiaoyu knew he had been misunderstood, but he couldn't explain that it was merely a misunderstanding. Captain, what's next? Looking for a place to rest. What else could we do? Su Xiaoyu commanded Lei Gang without any psychological burden, as he had grown quite a bit. Hey, mister, why does he call you captain? He's so big, yet he seems afraid of you. You're not a spy, are you? Kanai piped up again. Spy? Go home, Kanai. It's getting late. Su Xiaoyu tried to shoo her away once more. No, I'm not going back. Wherever you go, I'm going. Kanai had now completely attached herself to Su Xiaoyu. With no choice, Su Xiaoyu decided to ignore her and quickly found a nice inn nearby with Lei Gang, where they checked in. Kanai ended up staying in the room next to Su Xiaoyu. Mister, if you can't sleep tonight, you can come find me. We can chat. Did you feel my concern? And mister, don't think that just because I'm acting open, I'm not pure. You mustn't think I'm a seductress. Hearing Kanai's words, Lei Gang felt envious. Where could one find such a girl who was both flirty and innocent? As for what she meant by pure, everyone understood perfectly. Su Xiaoyu slammed the door shut after entering his room, and Lei Gang returned to his own. Stingy old man. Kanai pouted as she went back to her room. As night deepened, the city was quiet except for those enjoying the nightlife. Most others had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a multitude of spores appeared in the night sky, seemingly materializing out of nowhere and scattering down to various locations. As soon as the spores landed, they began to infiltrate rooms through cracks in doors and windows. Most people sleeping were completely unaware. One spore directly burrowed into a man's head, and his expression of pain and horror only lasted a moment before gradually calming down. Such scenes were unfolding continuously around the world. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Is this the spore attack the captain warned us about? They look pretty disgusting. Thanks to Su Xiaoyu's prior warnings, none of the team members faced disaster, not even Zhang Cheng in the Amazon rainforest. At that moment, Lei Gang knocked on Su Xiaoyu's door, and Su Xiaoyu opened it to let him in. Lei Gang noticed another Su Xiaoyu lying on the bed and curiously looked at him. No need to look. I'm a shadow clone. I'm here to wake him up. Indeed, this was Su Xiaoyu's shadow clone, a technique he had learned from Tobarama during their match. Having a shadow clone to help out was quite convenient. After getting up, Su Xiaoyu picked up two struggling spore parasites in his hands. The parasites let out shrill screams, but no matter how much they struggled, they posed no threat to Su Xiaoyu. Lei Gang and Kanai lurking at the door come in. This is a parasitic spore that will burrow into the host's brain and take over their body. Lei Gang, you should have felt the commotion outside, right? Lei Gang, why not try this? Before Lei Gang could respond, Su Xiaoyu brought a spore parasite close to him. As soon as the spore made contact, it cut a long gash on Lei Gang's arm, blood instantly gushing out, further inciting the spore's aggression. Lei Gang never expected that the seemingly weak spore in Su Xiaoyu's hand would possess such terrifying combat power. He quickly grabbed a chair from the hotel to experiment, and the chair was instantly sliced in half. Thankfully, he had been warned by the captain earlier. Otherwise, if he had encountered this spore without preparation, he would surely have faced disaster even in his sleep. Kanai watched the scene with great interest, showing a boldness not typical among girls. Well, Captain, are you planning to keep these parasites to make soup? Lei Gang couldn't help but tease Su Xiaoyu. It's for you. You've always wanted to become stronger, and now is the perfect opportunity. Su Xiaoyu had already devised a plan to use the parasite to enhance Lei Gang. Otherwise, no matter how hard he trained, he would struggle to rise above the extraordinary lower tier. Captain, don't joke around. Didn't you say these things invade the brain? If my mind gets taken over, what's the point of becoming stronger? I wouldn't even be myself anymore. Lei Gang shook his head. He was willing to pay any price to gain strength, but losing his identity in the process held no value for him. I wouldn't have suggested this if I didn't have a foolproof plan. Don't worry, Su Xiaoyu reassured him, patting Lei Gang on the shoulder. I already mentioned to you that accepting my conditions is a matter of life or death. What have you decided? Su Xiaoyu addressed one of the spore parasites, which looked quite feeble and on the verge of death. Suddenly, the spore seemed to understand something, its tendrils moving up and down. Captain, can this thing understand what I'm saying? Lei Gang was genuinely shocked. He hadn't expected such a small parasite to possess any intelligence. Yes, it has intelligence, albeit very basic. Extend your right hand, or your left, whichever you prefer. Then, before Su Xiaoyu could finish, he mischievously shoved the spore into Lei Gang's palm, and it immediately burrowed into his flesh. Ah, Captain, can I still be considered human? Lei Gang yelled in surprise. Kanai remained silent, watching the entire exchange. Sealing technique. Su Xiaoyu quickly performed a basic sealing technique, binding the parasitic spore to Lei Gang's arm. This was his second layer of insurance, ensuring nothing went wrong. As the parasite began to alter Lei Gang's arm grotesquely, he broke into a cold sweat as time passed. The fusion is complete. Lei Gang, go take a shower and get some rest. Come find me when you wake up tomorrow. Okay. Lei Gang lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Kanai, what are you still watching for? Go back to your room, Su Xiaoyu urged when he noticed Kanai lingering. Mister, can I also use that parasitic spore? Kanai asked cautiously. Having observed from the sidelines, she felt as if she had stumbled into a real, extraordinary world. Despite the horror and frightening aspects of this world, including the grotesque parasites, she knew that since Lei Gang trusted the captain and chose to accept the parasite, there must be some benefit to it. Kanai didn't want to miss this opportunity. She understood that continuing to cling to Su Xiaoyu wouldn't last long. If she could also step into his world, wouldn't she be closer to him? The captain was so mysterious, and she was curious about the sealing technique he mentioned. Kanai had many thoughts she wanted to share with Su Xiaoyu, but was afraid he would find her bothersome. If she also became someone like Lei Gang, would she be able to help the captain? Mister, I know my request is rude, but can I also give it a try? Looking at the persistent girl, Su Xiaoyu sighed. The parasitic spore held no significance for him. For the sage body and Otsutsuki bloodline, the parasite was merely a useless burden. Have you thought this through? There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. I've thought it through. Sushioyu then used the same method to implant a parasitic spore in Kanai's arm. Perhaps because of the lessons learned from Lei Gang, this spore cooperated well and successfully fused with Kanai. Watching Kanai and Lei Gang, Sushioyu summoned a shadow clone to take them back to their respective rooms. The next day, as the sun rose high, a scream echoed from Kanai's room. Although Lei Gang didn't scream, he hurried to Sushioyu's room, followed closely by Kanai, who had wrapped a towel around her arm. Both displayed their mutated arms, especially the eyes and mouths that had sprouted from them, which startled them immensely. "Captain, can I still be considered human?" Before Sushioyu could respond, Lei Gang's right hand spoke up on its own. "Of course, you've just integrated one of my parasites into your arm. You're still mostly human," the right hand replied. "Oh, what the hell? Why are you talking on your own?" Lei Gang was taken aback. "Didn't you praise me for being intelligent last night?" The right hand even made a disdainful expression. Lei Gang was left speechless. In contrast, Kanai's hand, while wide-eyed, remained quiet, observing the surroundings, especially fixating on Sushioyu. "Lei Gang, what you need to do now is to accept your right hand. It has its own personality and intelligence, and you should treat it well. It can even read, browse the internet, and learn. Of course, it has strong combat capabilities as well. Kanai, you're the same. I can see that your parasite has a stable personality, and you two are well suited to coexist. In terms of combat ability, they can transform into various sharp weapons, fast and as hard as iron, with considerable destructive power. So, starting today, Lei Gang, you really are stepping into the threshold of the extraordinary realm. You need to train hard and treat them well." Sushioyu didn't provide further guidance, as he knew they needed to explore on their own. Returning to his room, Lei Gang began to experiment with the characteristics of the parasite. Having a mouth provided the greatest advantage in communication. After some attempts, he discovered the parasite's combat capabilities were indeed formidable, though he paid a painful price by destroying a lot of the hotel furniture, costing quite a bit of money. But thinking about stepping into the extraordinary realm excited him, and he was determined to keep advancing alongside Sushioyu. What should I call you? My comrade? Should I call you Parasite? Doesn't matter. Names aren't important to me. The parasite replied indifferently. All right, then what are you interested in? Knowledge, various kinds of knowledge. And what interests me most is your captain, Sushioyu. Why? Is it because you like to fight and want to challenge Sushioyu? Lei Gang asked curiously. Please, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. If it weren't for your captain, do you think I would willingly parasitize your arm? If it weren't for him, I would have already devoured your brain. Besides, your captain doesn't resemble a human at all. I've observed the nearby humans and searched for information about them online, excluding myths and fabricated falsehoods. By the definition of humanity, your captain can't be considered human. The parasite seemed to be talking to itself. Keep it simple, you parasite. Simple? All right, in simple terms, your captain is like a nascent deity. Although he hasn't reached omnipotence, he has infinite possibilities. The aura of his bloodline is subtly suppressing me, but I can feel it. Your captain is terrifyingly strong. I know the captain is strong, but there must be limits, right? Although I am well aware that the captain is incredibly strong, calling him a god is indeed a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Lei Gang said with a face full of doubt. You are truly short-sighted. I estimate that your captain simply doesn't want to scare you. After all, you are rather weak. Calling him a god is by no means an exaggeration. Of course, I can sense that he is still in a vigorous growth stage and far from reaching his peak. Your luck is indeed quite good. In terms of your human language, you just need to cling tightly and wait for your rise to success. The parasite didn't care about Lei Gang's skepticism at all. After all, given enough time, he would eventually understand its good intentions. After all, it also wanted to use Lei Gang to curry favor with Sushioyu. What on earth is happening outside? It's such a mess. Be careful, Lei Gang. I don't want you to die shortly after being parasitized. I can already smell blood. Lei Gang lightly knocked on Sushioyu's door. Captain, something might have happened outside. Should we go check it out? Sushioyu opened the door and saw Lei Gang and his arm back to its normal state, indicating he could now control it freely. Since you can basically master the parasite, take Kana with you, and let's go take a look. The group quickly arrived at a market near the hotel where many vendors had set up stalls. At that moment, most of the people had already dispersed. Some kind-hearted individuals were warning them to leave quickly. What happened up ahead? You all should leave quickly. It seems that at the fish stall up ahead, that female owner is chopping her husband, and there is blood everywhere. Hurry and run. I've heard that the crazy woman is chasing people and attacking anyone she sees. After saying this, the kind-hearted person hurriedly left. The three continued deeper into the area and soon saw bloodstains on the ground, still wet. Suddenly, a mutated monster rushed out. Wearing a waterproof apron used for fish cleaning, its head split open like a chrysanthemum, filled with sharp teeth, and the ground was littered with severed limbs. Kana, seeing this, nearly vomited. Her mutation, along with Lei Gang's, transformed into sharp blades, ready for defense. She's coming. Stay alert. What on earth is that thing? She's one of our kind, just parasitized in the head. At first, she only had a crazy desire to eat. Watch out. She's charging at us. Lei Gang and Kana silently rejoiced that they had not turned into such a hideous form. It was truly disgusting and showed a complete loss of human consciousness. You two can practice a bit. I won't interfere, Sushio said with no interest in such an opponent, instantly appearing atop a tall sculpture. She's coming. In an instant, the mutated creature transformed into a sharp blade and swiftly slashed toward them, blocked by Lei Gang and Kana's arms. The two parasites were also quite powerful, starting a fierce battle with the ugly parasite across from them, creating a dazzling display of blades. Due to the rapid fighting speed of the parasites, Lei Gang and Kana could hardly intervene and could only watch helplessly as their hands fiercely battled against the opposing parasite. Before long, the opposing parasite finally began to falter. Despite being completely parasitized, it was still facing two opponents, and in a prolonged fight, it would undoubtedly lose. In a moment of negligence, it was pierced through the heart by Lei Gang's tentacle. Lei Gang turned around with joy, ready to boast about his achievements to Su Xiuyu, when he heard a whooshing sound. Be careful. It was Kana's shout. He looked back to see a tentacle transforming into a sharp blade, aiming directly at his forehead. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Su Xiuyu had already sensed that the opposing parasite was not completely dead and casually executed a wind cutter technique. A light blue wind blade shot out like lightning, cutting the mutated parasite in half while retaining its momentum, deeply embedding itself into the concrete. The tentacle that had transformed into a sharp blade halted at Lei Gang's forehead, wilting like a dried vine, before falling to the ground. Next time, make sure to confirm whether the enemy is truly dead. If I weren't here, you'd be waiting for your right hand to collect your corpse, Su Xiuyu said mercilessly, as such a basic mistake should never occur. Lei Gang lowered his head in shame. Captain, I'm sorry, I was too careless. I won't make the same mistake again. Little Lei Gang has no next time. Kana quickly made a cute face, trying to lighten the mood. Next, we head to Shigao, Su Xiuyu said succinctly. According to his memories from his previous life, Shigao would become a small center for the battle against parasitic beasts. Uncle, isn't it Beigao? I'm from Beigao. Kana began to act cute again. It's Shigao. Kana, you should just go home. Don't keep following us. It's too dangerous. Su Xiuyu expressed his disdain for Kana's weakness. Lei Gang had no choice. After all, she was a member of his team, and he could occasionally act as her caretaker. Kana no longer needed that, as she now had a parasitic arm, and as long as she didn't actively seek death, she should be fine. Seeing that Su Xiuyu still looked down on her, Kana angrily turned to leave. Oh, you smelly old man. I've gone out of my way for you, and you still look down on me. I'm leaving. Su Xiuyu shook his head helplessly. Lei Gang, let's get going. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at Shigao. The two wandered around the campus. Strictly speaking, Su Xiuyu and Lei Gang were still young, just having graduated from high school. Observing this foreign high school was quite interesting. After all, the customs and culture were vastly different from those of the Great Qin. When the school bell rang, students began to file out of the campus. Shinichi, wait for me. Wait for me. A pretty girl called out to a boy named Shinichi from behind. Rimi, what's the matter? Shinichi turned to ask, isn't there a part of the road that's along the way? Let's walk together, Murano Rimi said shyly. Shinichi nervously squeezed his left hand with his right, as if afraid his right hand would suddenly act out. As if in response to his fears, his right hand involuntarily reached toward Rimi's chest. With a loud slap, Rimi panicked and slapped Shinichi. Shinichi, what are you doing? Seeing the surrounding people starting to gather, Rimi quickly lowered her head and ran away. Little you, Shinichi's parasite was named Little You. What the hell are you doing? Shinichi tightly grabbed his right hand. The right hand subtly opened one eye. Indeed, it was another parasitic beast. I sense your heartbeat accelerating, your blood flow increasing, and dopamine starting to secrete. All signs indicate you want to mate with that girl, so I helped you out. What's the problem? What's the problem? It's a huge problem. Maybe starting today, Rimi will never talk to me again. Little You, don't take matters into your own hands. Now she'll never talk to me again. Shinichi was furious with Little You. Then just find another mate, right? Little You retorted confidently. It's not about mating. The problem is... Shut up, Shinichi. Be alert. I sense a similar presence and an extremely terrifying aura. We might be in trouble. Shinichi had never seen Little You so dejected. Where is it? Turn around. It's right behind you. When he turned around, there were Su Xiaoyu and Lei Gang. Lei Gang thought he had put on a friendly smile, but with his tall frame, it was not welcoming at all. On the other hand, Su Xiaoyu, smiling, exuded an aura of terror. Shinichi felt his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Cinny, do we really have a chance to escape? Cinny's face was filled with despair, and he didn't even dare to look back, because even though Xiaoyu had become so powerful, he was still trembling. There's no chance at all. This aura is definitely not one of our kind. Xiaoyu had already given up on resistance. Hello there. Would you mind stepping over there to chat? Legging gently patted Cinny's shoulder while pointing to a nearby alley, which was rarely visited and had almost turned into a dumping ground. Cinny didn't dare to refuse. He was more afraid that these two would attack him publicly at school, which could implicate other classmates. It was better to follow them. Whether he lived or died was up to them. All right, look at you, so nervous. We're not here to cause you trouble. We just noticed that you're also partially parasitized, so we can't understand the situation. Lei Gang's words eased Cinny's guard a little, indicating that they were not there to provoke him. May I ask what you want with me? Cinny tried to pretend he hadn't heard the words, partially parasitized, hoping to evade the topic, but unfortunately, Lei Gang immediately showcased his parasite. Hello there. No need to pretend anymore. We are all of the same kind. Lei Gang's parasite manifested eyes and a mouth, speaking to Cinny. Cinny's right hand also transformed to reveal eyes and a mouth, beginning to communicate. Do you have a similar parasitic situation? Finally, I've met someone I can talk to normally. And the person beside you is... Seeing Su Xiaoyu remain silent, Cinny couldn't help but ask. I am Su Xiaoyu, Lei Gang's captain. We are searching for mutated parasites. Partial parasites like you and Lei Gang can easily attract real parasites to attack. We happened to come to Shigao and ran into you, so we thought we'd remind you. Right now, there are many parasites that have already devoured brains around you in Sakura country. You must protect yourself and your family well. Su Xiaoyu said succinctly. In his memories from his past life, Cinny would soon face relentless attacks from various parasites, and even his mother would be easily killed by a parasite that appeared by chance. After speaking, Su Xiaoyu left with Lei Gang. As soon as they left, Cinny's right hand drooped. Hey Xiaoyu, what's wrong? I'm too tired. That guy Su Xiaoyu scared me so much I couldn't move. What should we do next? Cinny had only merged with Xiaoyu for less than 2 days and had no real ideas. Cinny, you need to quickly become stronger. I will practice hard while you sleep these days. As long as it's safe, stick with those two. That's the safest option. Don't think too much. Enhancing yourself is the most important thing right now. As for what comes next, it's not something we can control for now. Xiaoyu knew very well that they were in a symbiotic relationship, and Cinny understood that they were the best partners. The next day, Cinny encountered police blocking the road on his way to school, so he had to take a detour. Cinny, it must be the work of other parasites. The scene is particularly bloody. You must be careful and defensive. You have no combat experience, so be extra cautious. Xiaoyu reminded. Okay, I understand. Cinny nodded. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu and Lei Gang were still searching for parasites. They had already killed 6 parasites the night before, so the nearby parasites should have been mostly cleared out. To quickly resolve the parasite problem, Su Xiaoyu had Lei Gang take numerous photos and videos, which he discreetly spread online, even anonymously leaving the remnants of parasites at the entrance of the police headquarters. Soon, this strange parasitic life was exposed, and the previously covered-up massacre cases resurfaced, plunging the public into extreme panic. Kana watched the news report and secretly speculated whether it was the uncle's doing. Such a decisive cleaning operation was not something the Sakura Country police could achieve. The answer was obvious. Shimada Hideo, Tamami Ryuko, and everyone else, you must have realized that someone is hunting us. In a conference hall, dozens of parasites sat. Terrifyingly, after occupying human bodies, the parasites quickly learned the social division of labor and even began to infiltrate human government organizations in an organized and premeditated manner. There's no need to worry about such lowly human beings. Just send a few people to act together and quietly deal with the culprits. The rest can continue to infiltrate human organizations. We need time to grow and to dominate this planet. Don't underestimate humans. Among the few parasites that were hunted down, 3 were cooperating, yet they were still instantly killed. If we're not careful, the next unfortunate one might be you, Hideo. Tamami Ryuko stroked her belly, speaking slowly. Damn it. Tamami, are you scared? Or has the human child inside you confused your stance? Do you need me to help you? Shimada Hideo was a thorough martial artist, completely uninterested in understanding humans, only knowing to kill, kill, kill. Shut up, Hideo. The human inside Tamami is an important experimental subject in our plan, not something you can recklessly act on now. You should handle those 2 humans who enjoy killing our kind first. Set aside what you're doing. An elderly-looking parasite explained to Tamami Ryuko. Foolish plan. We occupy human bodies and feed on humans. How can we coexist peacefully with them? We are wolves. They are lambs to be slaughtered. You old guys will regret this sooner or later. Shimada Hideo merely vented his anger. Leave those 2 to me. I can take care of them tomorrow. With that, Shimada Hideo left the meeting room. Tamami Ryuko, don't take Hideo's words to heart. The experiment on you is very important. We won't know whether the offspring of parasites are parasites or humans. You need to take good care of yourself. The elder reassured her. I know. I won't let Hideo's words bother me. Meanwhile, Shimada Hideo drove the previous body's car, speeding down the road. Lei gang, watch out. There's a parasite in that car ahead. To be precise, there are 4 parasites inhabiting one body. Sushioyu promptly warned Lei gang to prevent them from being hit. The car showed no signs of slowing down and rushed straight towards them. Sushioyu lightly waved his hand, and a thick rock pillar instantly appeared, skewering the car, as if it were a shish kebab, effortlessly. Shimada Hideo was quite lucky, not crashing into the stone pillar. Seeing this supernatural scene, he didn't pay much attention. Although parasites' intelligence was increasingly approaching that of humans, they still didn't easily understand the significance of such special abilities. He leaped down from the car. So, you 2 are the ones hunting my kind. Shimada Hideo's twisted and hideous face revealed a disgusting parasitic appearance. The clan elder, I have always hoped that our Uzumaki clan could join hands with the Senju clan, supporting each other. But I can see that Mito has already lost her heart in this matter. Fortunately, she chose Uchiha Tsushioyu. Although the Uchiha clan is not the ideal partner, they're indeed one of the 2 strongest bloodline clans on this land. I have been watching the contest between Uchiha Tsushioyu and Senju Tobarama today. Uchiha Tsushioyu truly possesses extraordinary talent. His Earth-style ninjutsu is simply astonishing. Not to mention, he hasn't even showcased the Uchiha clan's traditional fire style and Sharingan yet. His excellence is on par with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and his future development is certainly worth looking forward to. But little Mito, I must remind you that no matter how outstanding a genius is, they cannot entirely control this era. Our Uzumaki clan cannot do it, the Senju clan cannot do it, and Uchiha Taijima cannot do it either. The young man you admire might vanish on the battlefield tomorrow. Little Mito, are you truly prepared? Elder, I don't know if I'm ready, but the person I have chosen, the goal I have set, I must try, even if the road ahead is filled with uncertainties. Mito gazed into the clan elder's eyes, openly sharing her inner thoughts. That's good to hear. The elder gently stroked Mito's head. Since you are sure that your feelings are not a momentary impulse, and you have identified your goal, then go for it. Don't run off so recklessly in the future. Focus on practicing the clan's sealing techniques. This way, you can help your future husband better. As for the Senju clan, you should avoid contact with them. I will arrange for someone to apologize to them. After all, we have made the Senju clan lose face this time. Moreover, there are many suitable young women in our clan, and our alliance with the Senju can continue. All right, Elder, I will listen to you. Mito blushed slightly when the elder mentioned husband. The next day, as dawn broke, two teams began to pack up their camps, preparing for their journey home. Early in the morning, Uzumaki Mito called Sushio out under the pretext of saying goodbye. The two stood at a high point, gazing at the rising sun, silently contemplating their parting words. Shioyu, I'm leaving. After all, it's not appropriate for me to stay here too long now. Sushio knew well that he had many matters to attend to, and, as an outsider, he couldn't rightly remain in Uzumaki village. His journey ahead was long, and he couldn't afford to linger. I know, so I came to say goodbye to you. You must remember to come find me whenever you have the chance, and the snacks here are really delicious, Mito said softly. By the way, here's the basic knowledge of sealing techniques. Take it and study it when you have time. If you don't have a talent for it, don't force yourself. After all, I am a genius, the sealing technique genius of the Uzumaki clan. But remember, you must never leak this information, not even to the Uchiha clan members. Sushio was taken aback. He didn't expect Mito to be so bold as to secretly give him the basic knowledge of sealing techniques, even if it was just the fundamentals. Don't worry, I will remember it and won't refuse, and I absolutely won't leak it, I promise. Be careful on the road. Mito watched Sushio's figure, reluctant to part as she saw him turn his back, waving his hand in farewell. The two teams, bearing deep grudges against each other, began their march back to their respective clan territories. This time, Uchiha Sushio came to propose marriage, and the Uchiha clan suppressed their hatred towards the Senju clan. After all, Sushio performed so impressively, bringing honor to the Uchiha clan, and they needed to consider his feelings. The Senju clan, under the influence of Hashirama and Tobirama, also refrained from direct conflict. The two teams proceeded with an eerie and tense haste. An ambush! Sushio and Tobirama shouted simultaneously, causing both teams to fall into chaos. Each suspecting the other had set a trap, and tensions suddenly escalated. Madara, it's not the Senju clan. There are over 100 ninjas 1 kilometer away, likely from the Kagaya clan. Sushio detected the ambush through his earth manipulation technique. The Uchiha clan members were unaware that Sushio possessed such sensing abilities. They were momentarily unsure whether to aim their weapons at the nearby Senju clan or to follow Sushio's command. Trust Sushio, everyone get ready, Madara decisively commanded. Elder brother, I sensed it too. Prepare yourselves, but be wary of the Uchiha. What if this is an ambush by other Uchiha clan members? 1 kilometer is a fleeting distance for ninjas, and when they saw a group of Kagaya clan members waiting for them indiscriminately, both sides couldn't help but feel speechless. Only the Kagaya clan idiots would be so unguarded, without even laying a proper trap. Both the Uchiha and Senju clans felt their intelligence insulted, with only Sushio knowing that these dim-witted individuals were ultimately wiped out by the Mizukage due to their foolish provocations. They had challenged the Mizukage, who was controlled by Obito, and the last member of their clan, Kagaya Kimimaro, was brainwashed and died at the hands of Orochimaru. I was just worrying about finding these brash fools, and now they've come to me. Perfect timing to deal with them. Without hesitation, Madara initiated the attack. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The Kagaya clan's bone projectiles rained down like raindrops from the opposite side, and with a wave of his hand, Sushio instantly erected a hard rock wall in front of the team, also helping the Senju clan block the bone projectiles, which served as a small favor to the Senju members and Hashirama. Tobirama noticed that Sushio was intentionally being friendly to the Senju clan. It seemed he would need to have his elder brother investigate Sushio's background thoroughly once they returned. Sushio did not stop. Waving his hand, countless earth spikes shot toward the Kagaya clan like arrows. Corpse Bone Path, Dance of the Pines. The Kagaya clan's elite all used the Dance of the Pines to form a skeletal defense on the front lines, trying to close in to engage in close combat with the Uchiha and Senju clans. Soon, the Kagaya clan members began to engage in close-quarters combat. Watch closely, Sushio. This is how you use a sword. Madara drew his sword and fiercely battled one of the Kagaya clan leaders, sparks flying as their weapons clashed, bones intermingling. The Uchiha cannot have weaknesses. Stab slash cut. While teaching on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara fought against the enemy, applying pressure with a powerful chop, then single-handedly forming hand seals with his left hand, fire style, ash hidden, before sticking an explosive tag to the opponent's chest. He then flickered backward, and with a loud explosion, the Kagaya clan member let out a scream. As the dust cleared, he found himself half-charred from the scorching ash. Don't let any shield techniques or ninjutsu bind you. We ninjas are born to unleash the means of slaughter. Madara seized a new Kagaya clan member rushing towards him. Do you want to dance too? He casually threw a kunai that pierced through the opponent's chest, then discarded the corpse. As Sushioyu fought on the battlefield, he watched Madara move as if dancing amid the chaos, effortlessly wielding his power. Indeed, Madara had turned killing into an art form. In the Uchiha camp, a series of fire-style jutsu were unleashed, including fire-style, Great Fire Annihilation, fire-style, Great Fire Destruction, fire-style Storm Dance, and fire-style Dragon Flame Singing Technique. Meanwhile, the Senju camp retaliated with their own techniques, casting water-style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Earth-style, Earth Flow River, Earth-style, Hell, Swamp, and Earth-style, Earth Lance. Sushioyu witnessed the battlefield descend into a frenzy of counterattacks. He transformed into a spell-casting artillery platform, showcasing all the ninjutsu he had mastered, fire, water, and earth styles, leaving none behind. The Kagaya clan was battered and scattered under the relentless onslaught. If not for the Kagaya clan's lack of rationality, any other bloodline clan would have retreated long ago. After all, no fool would dare provoke the two strongest bloodline clans, the Senju and Uchiha, as it was practically asking for annihilation. This war lasted only about an hour before concluding, with the Kagaya clan suffering near-total casualties. The Uchiha and Senju clans meticulously checked for any surviving Kagaya members, delivering merciless finishing blows to those still breathing. It must be said that the Kagaya clan's previous ambush had inflicted significant damage on the Senju clan, prompting them to act decisively this time. However, not all Kagaya clan members had perished. The clan leader, Kagaya Banjiao, was notably absent from the battle. Judging by Madara's resentful expression, it was only a matter of time before he sought revenge against the Kagaya clan again. After the battle, the Uchiha and Senju clans parted ways, maintaining an atmosphere of caution and vigilance. Madara, there are some things I must attend to. I will be leaving the Uchiha for a while. Don't worry, my strength is sufficient for self-defense now, Sushioyu said, not lying to Madara, who had always treated him like a younger brother, much like Izuna. Madara did not press for details, but simply cautioned, I understand. Don't neglect your training as a ninja, and remain alert. Also, take care of Chiri for me. Sushioyu nodded, and then departed from the main troop. Elder brother, do you know where Sushioyu goes whenever he disappears for a while? Izuna couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Our first encounter was purely coincidental. Sushioyu disappears every now and then, but I've never questioned him about it. After all, he has never lied to me. Now that he's a part of our Uchiha clan and our brother, I won't pry into his affairs, Madara replied. Izuna understood after hearing Madara's words. Back in the real world at Yang City, Sushioyu returned and opened the system panel at home. System asterisk. Character asterisk Sushioyu. Race asterisk Omniversal, Otsutsuki Bloodline, LV1. Sage Body asterisk, LV3. Sharingan asterisk 3 Tomo. Height asterisk 181 cm. Chakra asterisk 57 cards, plus, increasing continuously. Ninjutsu asterisk. Firestyle asterisk, Firestyle, Great Fireball Technique. Firestyle, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Firestyle, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Firestyle, Dragon Flame Singing Technique. Firestyle, Phoenix Fire Technique. Firestyle, Great Fire Destruction Arrow. Waterstyle asterisk, Waterstyle, Water Dragon Bullet. Waterstyle, Great Waterfall Technique. Waterstyle, Great Explosive Water Shockwave. Waterstyle, Water Pillar Technique. Earthstyle asterisk, Earthstyle, Earth Flow River. Earthstyle, Hell Swamp. Earthstyle, Rock Collapse. Earthstyle Barrier, Earth Prison. Earthstyle, Return of the Earth. Earthstyle, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earthstyle, Earth Slicing. Earthstyle, Earth Wall. Earthstyle, Earth Lance. Earthstyle, Iron Prison. Earthstyle, Earth Barrier. Earthstyle, 10,000 miles Earth Barrier. Earth Manipulation Technique asterisk enhanced by the divine power of Earth Manipulation. Non-hand seal. Rapid, Strengthen plus. Windstyle asterisk. Windstyle, Gale Palm. Windstyle, Wind Cutter Technique. Windstyle, vacuum wave. Lightning style asterisk, lightning style, earth walk. Ceiling technique asterisk, basic entry, LV0. Sushioyu gazed at his system panel, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, he had learned so many ninjutsu. Aside from lightning style, which felt comparatively weak, he had made considerable gains in other techniques. Moreover, Sushioyu had a strong premonition that, with the mastery of earth manipulation, his earth-style jutsu would undergo a qualitative transformation first. After all, what he was using now was not merely basic earth style, but had evolved into earth-based divine techniques. The term divine technique refers to the ability to naturally exhibit powerful capabilities and terrifying strength with every move, no longer limited to ordinary ninjutsu that required hand seals. On the other hand, to enhance his strength, he would need to address the shortcoming of lightning style, while continuing to learn sealing techniques to elevate them to a basic entry level, then seek Mito to learn the advanced versions afterward. Sushioyu glanced at his phone on the table and noticed it was out of battery, which was understandable given that he had been gone for so many days. He plugged his phone in to recharge while waiting for it to power on. As soon as the phone turned on, it vibrated incessantly, with numerous text messages flooding the screen. He opened them to find that a significant event had indeed occurred. A stable time-space wormhole had appeared in the neighboring Dongjun City, leading to an influx of superpowered individuals into both Yang City and Dongjun City. Even many superpowered individuals from abroad were flocking to the area. The Special Task Bureau on both sides had organized a large number of personnel to maintain order. Although the situation was generally under control, conflicts occasionally broke out, stretching the resources of the Special Task Bureau thin. The messages were mostly from Lei Jiangang, inquiring whether Sushioyu could help oversee the Special Task Team's operations during this period to serve as a deterrent against those unruly forces. Clearly, it was not too late to take action. After confirming that his parents were safe, Sushioyu immediately used body flicker technique and headed to the Special Task Bureau. "Captain, you finally made it." "Yeah, Captain, we were bullied terribly while you were gone." The team members chimed in, and Sushioyu could see that one of Lei Gang's arms was heavily bandaged. Quiet. Sushioyu exuded a bloodthirsty aura, the lingering scent of having annihilated the Kagaya clan still evident. The team members immediately fell silent. Sushioyu turned directly to Li Yunrui and asked, "What happened?" "Captain, while you were away, a stable time-space wormhole appeared in Dongjun City, leading to a surge of superpowered individuals. Some troublemakers have caused issues, and we've suffered losses." Li Yunrui briefly explained the situation. "Did the Special Task Bureau and government not intervene?" Sushioyu countered. "It's not that the Special Task Bureau and government don't want to intervene. It's just that these superpowered individuals have their own rules. Firstly, they don't disturb civilians. Secondly, they don't involve criminal cases. And thirdly, they're all foreigners from various countries, and processing their paperwork can take half a month." Li Yunrui explained the reasons for the official force's inability to apprehend the troublemakers directly. "All right, I roughly understand. I told you to train and fight more. Now that you've been bullied, do you feel ashamed?" "Captain, it's not that they are strong. The issue is that an entire wave of superpowered individuals has flooded in from across Blue Star. There are just too many of them, and we are only a handful of people. It's hard to resist so many troublemakers." Li Yunrui expressed his frustration. Many of the superpowered individuals lacked real strength, but with so few people in their squad, it was indeed challenging to fend off so many troublemakers. "Captain, you will stand up for us, right?" Li Yunrui looked at Sushioyu with a pleading expression. "Yes, now that I'm back. Order must be restored according to the rules. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with. This is the responsibility of our special task team, not just to stand up for you," Sushioyu stated. "Understand, Captain. Are we leaving now?" Li Yunrui eagerly asked, while the others, including Zhang Cheng and Lei Gang, looked at Sushioyu with hopeful expressions. "Let's go now." "Oh, Li Yunrui? That's the name, right? Ha ha ha. Have you healed up yet?" A short man with a face full of freckles approached Li Yunrui, looking smug as he taunted. "This time I'll go a little easier on you, ha ha ha. Want to have another round?" Li Yunrui shot back without backing down. "If you guys hadn't ganged up on me and used underhanded tricks, would I have lost so badly?" In addition to the freckled short guy, there was also a chubby man and a few average-looking individuals. The freckled guy whistled, and soon a group of foreign superpowered individuals surrounded them. One of them asked, "Harry, what's going on?" Is there something fun happening? Ha ha ha. The team members looked at this group of rowdy foreign, superpowered individuals, their teeth clenched in anger. They were already a bunch of low-level, superpowered individuals who were getting carried away because they hadn't committed any serious offenses. These foreigners were somewhat clever. If they did something wrong, the Special Task Bureau would have already dealt with them forcefully, as low-level, superpowered individuals couldn't withstand modern weaponry. Oh, so Li Yunrui is part of this group of punks? Su Xiaoyu looked at them disdainfully. From their combat skills and his earth manipulation perception, he could tell they were nothing but a bunch of no-good amateurs. The freckled leader, familiar with the Qin Empire, understood the term punks and immediately shouted, Fu *ku. Su Xiaoyu frowned, lightly waved his hand, and dozens of rock pillars shot out from the nearby green belt, wrapping around all the ruffians like pythons, effortlessly dragging them back onto the lawn. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Harry, why didn't you mention there was such a powerful, superpowered individual? Damn it, Tracy, you're a physical, superpowered individual. Break free and save us. I've tried, I can't get free at all. The foreign superpowered individuals screamed in terror. The weather is nice today. Let's just bask in the sun by the roadside. Su Xiaoyu turned around with the team, not looking back as he said, let's go to the next stop. Let's out. A chorus of angry shouts came from the trapped individuals. The rock pillars formed a solid stone coffin, firmly imprisoning dozens of people in place, and no matter how much they struggled, it was futile. Captain, is this okay? Won't there be any trouble? Lei Gang asked Su Xiaoyu in a low voice. Su Xiaoyu casually replied, it's fine. They won't die. Let them figure out how to save themselves. To him, these people were nothing more than insignificant nuisances. Before long, this group had the audacity to ask the nearby onlookers for help in calling the police. When the Special Task Bureau personnel arrived at the scene, they were astonished at the sight, as this exaggerated display of superpowers looked like something out of a movie. After inquiring about the situation, the person in charge learned that it was the Special Task Bureau's special mobile team that had taken action, and they decided to ignore these ruffians. Damn it, you Qin Empire folks are so barbaric. I'm going to expose you. Harry, it's all your fault. You dragged us into this mess without knowing their background. The chubby man continued to curse incessantly. The group began to argue among themselves, a true rabble. Our Special Task Bureau is responsible for handling major cases. Since you are not in any life-threatening situation, this doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. Liang Jin adjusted his glasses, feeling secretly pleased that this group of troublemakers had finally met their match and were making fools of themselves. And unfortunately, since you are trapped in this hard rock, we have no way to rescue you. Our Special Task Bureau specializes in firepower suppression, strong assaults, and demolition. We can't exactly use a rocket launcher or explosives to break you out. Liang Jin, as the officer in charge for this operation, felt incredibly satisfied. Rest assured, I have already contacted our Yang City Precision Machinery team to handle this. They have professional equipment to resolve this problem, but of course the cost will be on you. I have other matters to attend to, so goodbye, foreign friends. After saying this, Liang Jin left with the other duty team members, leaving the group of foreigners to continue hurling insults at each other. Before long, the Yang City Precision Machinery team arrived. Although they had received prior notice from the Special Task Bureau, they couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of dozens of people trapped in a stone coffin. They first assessed the hardness of the rock and said, we've brought over a dozen cutting machines. We can start cutting you out soon, but this rock is quite hard, so it will take some time. Damn it. I don't want to stay here for another minute. Can you hurry it up? The trapped individuals were eager to escape, especially as the crowd of onlookers continued to grow, making them feel increasingly embarrassed. Unless we use a high-pressure water cutter, but that would probably slice you all up too, the Yang City Precision Machinery team member shrugged. Also, each person will need to pay 8,000 Qin coins for labor costs. Damn it, this is extortion. Why is it so expensive? Think what you want. You can also wait out. Our Yang City Precision Machinery is a legitimate unit and won't engage in forced sales. But I should remind you, in 3 hours, it will be rush hour, and the crowd will be particularly large. If we start working during rush hour, you'll have to pay overtime costs, which will be higher. Damn it. Shit. Get me out of here right now. I'll pay. Isn't that enough? I don't want to stay in here for another minute. The workers immediately began setting up their equipment to start cutting the rock. By the time the first group of people successfully broke free, it was already rush hour. The crowd of onlookers was massive, drawn in by the news of superpowered individuals in action. The already congested area became utterly jammed. Is this the power of superpowered individuals? So impressive, being able to control rocks. It's like a movie. Who says otherwise? It makes me so envious. I wish I could awaken a superpower, preferably invisibility. Invisibility is useless. You need to be able to fight. You don't understand. Invisibility is every man's romance. Even though I think you're talking nonsense, I still feel like you're trying to get at something. The crowd gathered together, watching like it was a show, while those still trapped felt incredibly awkward. Some of those who had already escaped even contemplated using violence to disperse the crowd. Hey, Kambata, I advise you not to take action, especially against regular folks. Otherwise, it won't just be a friendly warning. It could end up fatal, a big bearded Latino man cautioned. They dare. Kambata shook his head and smiled. I've lived on this land for over 10 years. That's my life experience. There were once acquaintances of mine who tried to act recklessly here, and none of them ended well. You should think carefully. I've said all I need to. The big bearded man stopped talking, knowing that some people like to seek their own doom, and there was no stopping them. He just happened to be passing by when he got dragged into this mess. Otherwise, he would have lived a peaceful life for over 10 years without encountering such trouble. Of course, he didn't explain anything to that young strong man. Someone of that caliber wouldn't bother with petty tricks against him. It was better to let them beat him up honestly rather than to clash with them. This was the wisdom he had gained over decades. But unfortunately, today's youth didn't understand his good intentions. Speaking of that powerful individual, they were truly terrifying. These youngsters didn't realize he had witnessed everything from beginning to end. This superpower level was simply beyond imagination, far superior to the common F-level superpowers. He couldn't help but ponder whether he would have a chance to latch onto this powerful individual's coattails. By 9 p.m., all the trapped individuals had been successfully rescued. In the end, everyone paid the 8,000 Qin yuan on the spot and managed to leave the scene. That night, Yang City TV extensively reported on the incident. Today, near the central street of Yang City, a remarkable superpower incident occurred. Allegedly, foreign superpowered individuals were causing havoc on the streets of Yang City, but were ultimately subdued by our city's task force. Our station will continue to monitor the subsequent developments in this matter, so please stay tuned for further reports. In recent years, incidents involving superpowers had occasionally surfaced in the media, and eventually, even the television stations began to report on them. Initially, these events were treated as mere rumors, but now the media no longer concealed them, and the public was keenly interested in these occurrences. Especially this time, with dozens of unfortunate individuals caught up in the chaos. Many videos filmed by citizens were circulating online. The local television station even launched a special HD report, capturing the expressions of those unfortunate individuals in stunning clarity. Is this what our superpowered individuals are like? They are so powerful. With just a wave of their hand, they defeated so many troublemakers. It's so cool, I love it. Let's see if these foreign rascals dare to act so arrogantly in Yang City again. The average citizens, filled with patriotic sentiment, felt immense joy watching those unruly foreigners face setbacks. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu led his team in cleaning up various corners of Yang City. Regardless of which country the troublemakers came from, they were all imprisoned in similar stone coffins in conspicuous locations, after which they contacted the Special Task Bureau to handle follow-up matters properly. In a flash, the foreign superpowered individuals in both Yang City and neighboring Dongjun City felt a wave of fear and unease. Even the native superpowered individuals of the Qin Empire behaved themselves, keeping their heads down, as everyone believed the authorities were about to crack down on the entire superpowered community and related organizations. Later on, it became clear that this was merely the work of a small team under the Yang City Special Task Bureau. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu's overwhelming strength had made all superpowered individuals in Yang City understand who the true boss was in this territory. Captain, you are just too amazing. No one could resist even a little bit against you. How did you train your powers? Is there a secret? Li Yunrui and the others, who had accompanied Su Xiaoyu today, were in awe. No matter what enemy they faced, they were no match for Su Xiaoyu, leaving the team members in deep admiration of him. Well, I don't really practice that much. It mainly relies on talent and a bit of a cheat. Of course, it also depends on luck, Su Xiaoyu replied seriously. Captain, that's a bit much. You won't teach us and then come here to flaunt it? That's not fair. I'm speaking the truth. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but I genuinely can't. My abilities can't be passed on to you, Sushio explained without lying. Although ninjas and ordinary people appeared to be of the same species and likely did not have reproductive isolation, in essence, they were not the same species. Ordinary humans possess about 40 to 60 trillion cells, while ninjas have around 130 trillion cells. There's a fundamental difference between the two. It is said that chakra was brought by the ninja ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and is not possessed by the natives. So, without a doubt, ordinary people couldn't refine chakra. Without chakra as a foundation, all ninjutsu would amount to nothing but castles in the air or mere fantasies. Sushio clearly understood that he had awakened the Otsutsuki bloodline due to the system, gaining the power of the Omniverse, which enabled him to become a ninja. Even if he generously taught them chakra refining techniques, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Unless they had the opportunity to enter the Naruto world and were influenced by the environment there for a long time, they would have no chance of becoming ninjas. Unfortunately, you lack some opportunities, but don't be discouraged. The time-space wormhole in Dongjun City is your chance. The new wormhole hides infinite possibilities and unknowns. Get ready. In a few days, there will be an agreed-upon opportunity to explore the time-space wormhole, Sushio encouraged his team members. Everyone understood that Sushio's powers were far too strong and different from theirs, likely obtained through exploring the time-space wormhole. They realized it was impossible to gain such benefits without effort. Everyone was aware that nothing comes without a cost. Sushio did not pay attention to the series of consequences caused by his decisive actions in Yang City, and after bidding farewell to his team members, he headed to the Yang City Central Hospital. Yes, Sushio was there to visit Uchiha Chiri. Following the nurse's instructions, he found Uchiha Chiri, who had already awakened. Hello, Chiri. I am Sushio, but you can also call me Uchiha Sushio said, looking at the quiet and unresponsive Chiri. According to the nurse, after regaining consciousness, Uchiha Chiri needed to recuperate due to her severe injuries. However, even though she had woken up, she remained silent, not speaking to anyone who approached her, nor showing any expression. The medical staff even suspected that her brain had suffered serious trauma. Show me, Chiri said coldly. Prove that you are worthy of the Uchiha surname and not just someone who heard about it secondhand. Chiri replied indifferently. Sushio activated his Sharingan. Is this enough? Now you should believe me, right? Upon seeing Sushio's 3-tomo Sharingan, Chiri immediately burst into tears. Finally, I see a clan member. I was so scared. After waking up, I saw only strangers I didn't recognize, and they were all odd, ordinary people. The people and things here are completely different from the world I'm familiar with. I'm so afraid of never finding my family, my clan, or anything I recognize again. Can I call you Sushio? Chiri asked with tears streaming down her face. I've waited so many days to finally see my kin. Seeing Chiri in such distress, Sushio felt a wave of guilt. He realized he hadn't kept track of time and had allowed this little girl to suffer in an unfamiliar world. I'm sorry, Chiri, for not picking you up from the hospital in time. That was my mistake. You should remember what happened on the battlefield when the Kagaya clan and the Bloodpool clan ambushed you, leaving you severely injured and near death, right? Yeah, I saved you when you were on the brink of death and unconscious. The situation at that time was quite complicated, and I can't explain it all right now. But now that I'm here, I've come to take you away from this place. Please trust me. Sushio briefly explained the situation. It was best to get Chiri out of there quickly, as she didn't belong to this world. Okay, Brother Sushio, I believe you. While I'm grateful to these doctors for saving my life, I do want to leave this place. After settling Uchiha Chiri's medical expenses at the hospital, Sushio brought her back to his home. Chiri, this is my home. You can stay here for now, and once you fully recover, we can discuss other matters. Okay, Chiri replied obediently, as Sushio was now the person she trusted the most. My parents are ordinary people, so don't find it strange. And it's best not to demonstrate any ninjutsu in front of them. Otherwise, it could complicate their lives, Sushio said, hoping to keep his parents out of the ninja world and allow them to live peacefully. Although Chiri didn't quite understand, she agreed without hesitation, as Sushio was her savior. Chiri, you should have noticed by now that this isn't the ninja world. It's completely different from the war-torn place you're familiar with, Sushio observed. Yeah, I felt something was off from the start, and then I suspected this wasn't my original ninja world. The people here are so weak, but the puppet techniques and technological power are quite advanced, and it's peaceful, Chiri noted, finding this world interesting despite the absence of ninjas. You probably guessed that I can travel through time and space, right? That's our secret. Okay. Pinky promise, Sushio said, extending his pinky with a smile. Chiri couldn't help but laugh. Sushio, I'm not a child. Why are you bringing up a pinky promise? But she still extended her pinky. All right, let me tell you about the Uchiha situation after your injury. After you were gravely wounded and I brought you away, the Uchiha and Senju temporarily teamed up to deal with the Kagaya clan and the Bloodpool clan who had ambushed us. The Bloodpool clan was wiped out in a subsequent battle, and Madara insisted on hunting them down for your revenge. Later, we had another fight with the Kagaya clan, eliminating over 100 of them. There shouldn't be many Kagaya clan members left now, but there's still no news about their leader, Kagaya Banjiao. That's about it. Chiri, do you have any questions? No. As long as I know my family is safe, I'm relieved. We can talk more once I recover, Chiri replied, displaying her understanding. She could sense Sushio's goodwill and didn't pry into his secrets. Then just treat this place like your home. Madara treats me like a brother, and I'm well taken care of, Sushio joked. You can treat me as your older brother, too. Chiri looked at Sushio and softly called out, brother, but unfortunately, he didn't hear her. Chiri, in the next few days, I'm going to explore a newly appeared time-space wormhole, which may lead to another new world. I might not be able to take care of you, but I've prepared a lot of supplies, so you need to take good care of yourself, Sushio informed her in advance to avoid causing her worry. Why are there so many time-space wormholes in this world? Chiri asked, puzzled that such an ordinary world had so many wormholes. Yes, they exist all over the world, but most of them are unstable. The one we're exploring this time is relatively stable. Once you recover, I'll take you along to see what other worlds are like, Sushio reassured her, gently patting her head. Great. It's a deal. I'll recover quickly, and then we can go together, Chiri said excitedly, enjoying Sushio's brotherly affection. Then I'll set off now. Sushio waved goodbye to Chiri and headed towards Dongjun City. Not long after, Sushio got off the train at the Dongjun City station. Although body flicker technique was faster, he thought it would attract too much attention, so he chose to take the train to avoid being noticed. The station was already packed with people. Captain Su, we're over here. Lei Gang waved at Sushio through the crowd. Coming, Sushio said as he easily pushed through the dense crowd with a strong physique. Some people shot him angry glares when he bumped into them, but upon seeing his face, they immediately smiled and turned away, creating a continuous cycle of such interactions along the 100-meter path. Sushio found it strange. Why had people's manners improved so much? He pushed through, and they were still smiling at him. Something felt off. Captain Su, do you think the people at the station have nice manners? Zhang Cheng asked with a grin. Sushio raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know what? Of course. There was a superpowered individual among those you taught a lesson last time. His ability is to do rapid memory and drawing. He saw you once and created a 3D image of your face that was incredibly lifelike. He's been selling it everywhere for 1,000 Qin yuan each and has sold a lot. He even paid personal income tax at the Yang City Tax Bureau. Isn't that impressive? So most of the people at the station are superpowered individuals from various countries and places in the Qin Empire. They all recognize you and don't dare to cause trouble, especially the foreigners, fearing you might find an excuse to eliminate them in the time-space wormhole. So when they see you pushing through, they don't dare to make a sound. Now, Sushio understood why everyone at the station was so friendly. He shook his head and smiled, waving to the group. Let's go. The time-space wormhole in Dongjun City was located near a farm in the outskirts, with troops from the Qin Empire stationed around it. Everyone entered the wormhole in batches, using ID cards for the locals and passports for foreigners, primarily for counting purposes given the life-and-death nature of wormhole exploration, allowing for family notifications if necessary. Those daring enough to come for the adventure were mentally prepared, with all sorts of peculiar individuals present, some carrying cold weapons, others with firearms. Attention everyone, it's best not to carry obvious firearms. If we encounter a civilized world, you could be taken away by the local authorities in a public setting. So bring only necessary items and don't cause trouble. Also, remember the team contact channel, so you can reach out if you get separated, Sushio reminded before leading the way into the wormhole. Captain, wait for me. We're coming. As soon as Sushio stepped out of the time-space wormhole, he was greeted by dazzling sunlight and a gentle breeze brushing against his face. In the distance, he could see modern architectural styles intermingled with some low-lying village houses, all bearing a distinct Sakura country charm. It seemed he had once again crossed into a strange alternate world in Sakura country, and this time it was a modern setting. Fortunately, Sushio had prepared a number of sealing scrolls in advance, containing various daily necessities, including modern clothing. He waited in place for 30 minutes, but didn't see a single person appear at his arrival point. It appeared the landing location of the time-space wormhole was completely random during the traversal. Utilizing his Earth sensory technique, he scanned a 10-kilometer radius without detecting any inhabitants of this world. With that settled, Sushio no longer dwelled on the minor issue. He used transformation technique to change his appearance and then activated body flicker technique to head towards the city in search of relevant information. Before long, he arrived in the city district. Spotting a maid cafe, he walked inside. Welcome. Two maids in low-cut maid outfits bowed respectfully to him. Master, what kind of coffee would you like? We have many lovely ladies here. This was Sushio's first time in a maid cafe, and he hadn't expected the scene inside to be so ordinary. The maids weren't stunning beauties. After all, they were just regular girls from ordinary families working here. Of course, Sushio wasn't there to admire the maids. 2 lattes, please. And arrange for a lady to chat with me for a bit. Sure, please wait a moment, master. After politely bowing, the maid stepped away. Soon enough, 2 lattes were served at his table. Sushio had intentionally chosen a relatively secluded corner to sit. A young girl, looking barely of age and wearing an ill-fitting maid outfit, approached carrying the lattes. Master, hello. Here are the 2 lattes you ordered. I am your assigned maid, Kanai. This maid, appearing like a high school student, spoke with a professional courtesy but showed no respect in her expression. She directly sat down across from Sushio, propping her chin on her hands and staring at him intently. Hey, handsome, are you from Tokyo? You can't be from Osaka, right? You smell so nice. What brand of perfume are you wearing? Kanai fired off questions as soon as she sat down. Sushio momentarily wondered if he had encountered a so-called fangirl from Sakura country. After all, he had transformed into a generic face. How could this maid be so forward in her line of questioning? He started to suspect that he might have inadvertently used a face resembling a celebrity. Noticing Sushio's expression, the girl realized she had come on too strong. I'm not a fangirl. I really came over because of your scent. I smelled something nice when you walked in, so I told the manager I wanted to serve you. Sushio had initially planned to use his Sharingan to control a maid and gather information about this world, but now he felt he wouldn't even need to activate it with this chatty girl. I haven't used any perfume. Your excuse might not be very convincing, Sushio replied, shaking his head. I'm not lying. I just think you have a wonderful aura, like flowers and trees, and a special freshness like sunshine. So even if you look ordinary, I approached you. If you don't believe me, I can prove it. Kanai insisted, her urgency apparent. How will you prove it? I can describe the exact path you took when you walked into the cafe, even the places where you paused for a moment, she declared confidently. It seemed that Kanai didn't even realize she had a special ability that allowed her to vaguely sense unique existences. She accurately recounted the path Sushio took upon entering the cafe, including the time he lingered at a specific table. There were no cameras in the shop, and she hadn't seen him before entering, meaning she truly had found him based on her scent. A thought flashed through Sushio's mind, but it wasn't clear enough for him to dwell on it. Which school do you attend? Finally, you're not so cold. I'm a student at Kitako High. What about you? Kanai continued the conversation cheerfully now that Sushio seemed more interested. Kitako High. This name sounded familiar. Don't you also have Nishiko High? Yes. You're not from Nishiko, are you? I'm quite familiar with it. And if you were from there, I would have discovered you by your scent long ago, Kanai said straightforwardly. Is your real name Kanai? Yes, it is. Why? Now, Sushio was about 80% sure he had arrived in the world of Parasite. The ability to find others by scent, the name Kanai, and being a student at Kitako High all pointed to it. Kanai, have there been any recent gruesome murder cases? Sushio asked casually. None. What are you thinking? This is Tokyo. Although it's not completely safe, Truly violent criminal cases are very rare here, Kanai replied, puzzled by Su Shioyu's strange question. So, it meant that the parasite had not yet appeared on Earth. That was good news. He needed to figure out a way to notify his team to avoid being parasitized and turned into a mindless zombie. As for Kanai, if Su Shioyu remembered correctly, she was a bold girl who, due to her special ability, had sought out Shinichi, only to encounter a parasite and suffer a fatal attack. Although Su Shioyu wasn't a do-gooder, he decided to give this enthusiastic girl a warning since she had provided him with valuable information. All right, Kanai, I've finished my coffee. Before I go, I want to remind you not to approach those you think are special just based on your feelings. Just like with me. Chatting like this, what if I'm not a good person? Remember to stay safe. Feelings can sometimes be the most unreliable things. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. With that, Su Shioyu paid the bill and planned to leave. However, Kanai was persistent and chased after him after asking the manager for leave. Why are you following me? I'm an adult male, and you're just a high school girl running after me. Aren't you afraid I might do something bad? Su Shioyu felt both amused and exasperated by Kanai's persistence. Don't be so heartless. Look at all these roads. It's just a coincidence that we're going the same way. I'm not following you, Kanai replied cheerfully. And besides, mister, your scent is so pleasant. If you want, she said, puffing out her chest, it wouldn't be impossible. Having lived 2 lives, Su Shioyu was unexpectedly flirted with by this high school girl. It seemed he needed to teach her a lesson. He pretended to look around to see if anyone was watching, not finding anyone, then reached out as if to touch her chest. Then I won't hold back. Ah, Kanai squealed, crossing her arms over her chest. Mister, how could you do this? Su Shioyu's disguise was ultimately seen through by Kanai. Despite her hands covering her chest and a look of disdain on her face, she continued to closely follow him, refusing to leave. Even after all this, you still dare to follow me? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Su Shioyu couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had transformed his appearance, yet she still wouldn't back off. Mister, I know you're just pretending. Your eyes and expression don't have that lecherous vibe. Seriously, your acting is terrible. Kanai critiqued Su Shioyu's performance while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Mister, what do you mean bringing me near a hotel? Are you trying to— Kanai began teasing him again. I'm just looking for a place to rest for the night. You should head home and stop following me. Su Shioyu rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage in further conversation. Don't. It's still early, Kanai insisted, quickening her pace to keep up with him, ignoring his dismissal. Passing by a phone service center, Su Shioyu hurried inside to get a phone card. He then used the public network to contact the members of his team. Team members, where is everyone? Captain, I'm in the Amazon rainforest. I don't know when I'll be able to get out of here. What kind of exploration is this? I was just thrown into a tropical rainforest without a word. There are so many mosquitoes and pests. I'm going crazy. Someone save me. Zhang Cheng complained like a broken record over the public channel. Captain, this is Lei Gang. I'm in Shibuya, Tokyo. Well, I've been to Shibuya in our world before, and it looks quite familiar now. Why was I thrown into this godforsaken place? Lei Gang, come find me. I'm in Akihabara, Tokyo. Write down the address and hurry over. Got it, Captain. I'll be there soon. Must be nice to be in the same city as the captain. Captain, I'm in Nagasaki. If I head over to meet you, it'll at least be tomorrow. This was Lee Yunrui speaking. Captain, After some exchanges, they found out that only Lei Gang and Lee Yunrui could quickly reunite with Su Shioyu, while others were either too far away or stuck in a desert. The worst off was a team member who had broken his leg and was currently at a hospital in Milliken. Now, I have some things everyone must remember. First, I have a preliminary understanding of the background of this world, so I'm giving you some advice. Make sure to remember it, and don't ask me why. Just do as I say. Su Shioyu decided to share some tips with his team members. First, for the next few days, I want everyone to sleep during the day and stay active at night. Maintain this rhythm. Also, prepare sturdy ropes or high-strength blast shields. I remember only Lei Gang brought a shield, but if anyone else can get one, that's fine too. There may be strange creatures attacking at night, so don't let your guard down. Trust me, I have a superpower that allows me to foresee the future. Su Shioyu couldn't explain why he was so familiar with this world and the parasites they would encounter. He could only lie and say he had the ability to predict the future. Are you kidding, Captain? You can foresee the future. You can treat it as a joke if you want, but don't blame me if something happens and I didn't warn you. Su Xiaoyu replied playfully. Let me finish. Lastly, if you get attacked at night, don't panic. Prioritize protecting your head. For other body parts, as long as they aren't vital areas, you can afford to give them up if necessary. If your limbs are attacked, you can use ropes to bind them. As for what kind of attack it is, my foresight isn't that detailed. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. That's all my requirements. The level of execution is up to you. Lei Gang, hurry over. After finishing, Su Xiaoyu logged off the public channel. Not long after, Lei Gang arrived. However, he didn't recognize Su Xiaoyu in his disguised form and only approached when Su Xiaoyu called out to him. Seeing a high school girl in a maid outfit next to Su Xiaoyu, Lei Gang couldn't help but feel amazed. The captain was truly impressive. It hadn't been long in this new world, and he had already attracted a girl. Although he wasn't particularly fond of delicate girls, he couldn't help but admire the captain. Noticing the expression on Lei Gang's face, Su Xiaoyu knew he had been misunderstood, but he couldn't explain that it was merely a misunderstanding. Captain, what's next? Looking for a place to rest. What else could we do? Su Xiaoyu commanded Lei Gang without any psychological burden, as he had grown quite a bit. Hey, mister, why does he call you captain? He's so big, yet he seems afraid of you. You're not a spy, are you? Kanai piped up again. Spy? Go home, Kanai. It's getting late. Su Xiaoyu tried to shoo her away once more. No, I'm not going back. Wherever you go, I'm going. Kanai had now completely attached herself to Su Xiaoyu. With no choice, Su Xiaoyu decided to ignore her and quickly found a nice inn nearby with Lei Gang, where they checked in. Kanai ended up staying in the room next to Su Xiaoyu. Mister, if you can't sleep tonight, you can come find me. We can chat. Did you feel my concern? And mister, don't think that just because I'm acting open, I'm not pure. You mustn't think I'm a seductress. Hearing Kanai's words, Lei Gang felt envious. Where could one find such a girl who was both flirty and innocent? As for what she meant by pure, everyone understood perfectly. Su Xiaoyu slammed the door shut after entering his room, and Lei Gang returned to his own. Stingy old man. Kanai pouted as she went back to her room. As night deepened, the city was quiet except for those enjoying the nightlife. Most others had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a multitude of spores appeared in the night sky, seemingly materializing out of nowhere and scattering down to various locations. As soon as the spores landed, they began to infiltrate rooms through cracks in doors and windows. Most people sleeping were completely unaware. One spore directly burrowed into a man's head, and his expression of pain and horror only lasted a moment before gradually calming down. Such scenes were unfolding continuously around the world. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Is this the spore attack the captain warned us about? They look pretty disgusting. Thanks to Su Xiaoyu's prior warnings, none of the team members faced disaster, not even Zhangcheng in the Amazon rainforest. At that moment, Lei Gang knocked on Su Xiaoyu's door, and Su Xiaoyu opened it to let him in. Lei Gang noticed another Su Xiaoyu lying on the bed and curiously looked at him. No need to look. I'm a shadow clone. I'm here to wake him up. Indeed, this was Su Xiaoyu's shadow clone, a technique he had learned from Tobarama during their match. Having a shadow clone to help out was quite convenient. After getting up, Su Xiaoyu picked up two struggling spore parasites in his hands. The parasites let out shrill screams, but no matter how much they struggled, they posed no threat to Su Xiaoyu. Lei Gang and Kanai lurking at the door, come in. This is a parasitic spore that will burrow into the host's brain and take over their body. Lei Gang, you should have felt the commotion outside, right? Lei Gang, why not try this? Before Lei Gang could respond, Su Xiaoyu brought a spore parasite close to him. As soon as the spore made contact, it cut a long gash on Lei Gang's arm, blood instantly gushing out, further inciting the spore's aggression. Lei Gang never expected that the seemingly weak spore in Su Xiaoyu's hand would possess such terrifying combat power. He quickly grabbed a chair from the hotel to experiment, and the chair was instantly sliced in half. Thankfully, he had been warned by the captain earlier. Otherwise, if he had encountered this spore without preparation, he would surely have faced disaster even in his sleep. Kanai watched the scene with great interest, showing a boldness not typical among girls. Well, Captain, are you planning to keep these parasites to make soup? Lei Gang couldn't help but tease Su Xiaoyu. It's for you. You've always wanted to become stronger, and now is the perfect opportunity. Su Xiaoyu had already devised a plan to use the parasite to enhance Lei Gang. Otherwise, no matter how hard he trained, he would struggle to rise above the extraordinary lower tier. Captain, don't joke around. Didn't you say these things invade the brain? If my mind gets taken over, what's the point of becoming stronger? I wouldn't even be myself anymore. Lei Gang shook his head. He was willing to pay any price to gain strength, but losing his identity in the process held no value for him. I wouldn't have suggested this if I didn't have a foolproof plan. Don't worry, Su Xiaoyu reassured him, patting Lei Gang on the shoulder. I already mentioned to you that accepting my conditions is a matter of life or death. What have you decided? Su Xiaoyu addressed one of the spore parasites, which looked quite feeble and on the verge of death. Suddenly, the spore seemed to understand something, its tendrils moving up and down. Captain, can this thing understand what I'm saying? Lei Gang was genuinely shocked. He hadn't expected such a small parasite to possess any intelligence. Yes, it has intelligence, albeit very basic. Extend your right hand, or your left, whichever you prefer. Then, before Su Xiaoyu could finish, he mischievously shoved the spore into Lei Gang's palm, and it immediately burrowed into his flesh. Ah, Captain, can I still be considered human? Lei Gang yelled in surprise. Kanai remained silent, watching the entire exchange. Sealing technique. Su Xiaoyu quickly performed a basic sealing technique, binding the parasitic spore to Lei Gang's arm. This was his second layer of insurance, ensuring nothing went wrong. As the parasite began to alter Lei Gang's arm grotesquely, he broke into a cold sweat as time passed. The fusion is complete. Lei Gang, go take a shower and get some rest. Come find me when you wake up tomorrow. Okay. Lei Gang lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Kanai, what are you still watching for? Go back to your room, Su Xiaoyu urged when he noticed Kanai lingering. Mister, can I also use that parasitic spore? Kanai asked cautiously. Having observed from the sidelines, she felt as if she had stumbled into a real, extraordinary world. Despite the horror and frightening aspects of this world, including the grotesque parasites, she knew that since Lei Gang trusted the captain and chose to accept the parasite, there must be some benefit to it. Kanai didn't want to miss this opportunity. She understood that continuing to cling to Su Xiaoyu wouldn't last long. If she could also step into his world, wouldn't she be closer to him? The captain was so mysterious, and she was curious about the sealing technique he mentioned. Kanai had many thoughts she wanted to share with Su Xiaoyu, but was afraid he would find her bothersome. If she also became someone like Lei Gang, would she be able to help the captain? Mister, I know my request is rude, but can I also give a try? Looking at the persistent girl, Su Xiaoyu sighed. The parasitic spore held no significance for him. For the sage body and Otsutsuki bloodline, the parasite was merely a useless burden. Have you thought this through? There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. I've thought it through. Su Xiaoyu then used the same method to implant a parasitic spore in Kanai's arm. Perhaps because of the lessons learned from Lei Gang, this spore cooperated well and successfully fused with Kanai. Watching Kanai and Lei Gang, Su Xiaoyu summoned a shadow clone to take them back to their respective rooms. The next day, as the sun rose high, a scream echoed from Kanai's room. Although Lei Gang didn't scream, he hurried to Su Xiaoyu's room, followed closely by Kanai, who had wrapped a towel around her arm. Both displayed their mutated arms, especially the eyes and mouths that had sprouted from them, which startled them immensely. Captain, can I still be considered human? Before Su Xiaoyu could respond, Lei Gang's right hand spoke up on its own. Of course, you just integrated one of my parasites into your arm. You're still mostly human, the right hand replied. Oh, what the hell? Why are you talking on your own? Lei Gang was taken aback. Didn't you praise me for being intelligent last night? The right hand even made a disdainful expression. Lei Gang was left speechless. In contrast, Kanai's hand, while wide-eyed, remained quiet, observing the surroundings, especially fixating on Su Xiaoyu. Lei Gang, what you need to do now is to accept your right hand. It has its own personality and intelligence, and you should treat it well. It can even read, browse the internet, and learn. Of course, it has strong combat capabilities as well. Kanai, you're the same. I can see that your parasite has a stable personality, and you two are well suited to coexist. In terms of combat ability, they can transform into various sharp weapons, fast and as hard as iron, with considerable destructive power. So starting today, Lei Gang, you really are stepping into the threshold of the extraordinary realm. You need to train hard and treat them well. Su Xiaoyu didn't provide further guidance, as he knew they needed to explore on their own. Returning to his room, Lei Gang began to experiment with the characteristics of the parasite. Having a mouth provided the greatest advantage in communication. After some attempts, he discovered the parasite's combat capabilities were indeed formidable. though he paid a painful price by destroying a lot of the hotel furniture, costing quite a bit of money. But thinking about stepping into the extraordinary realm excited him, and he was determined to keep advancing alongside Sushioyu. What should I call you? My comrade? Should I call you Parasite? Doesn't matter. Names aren't important to me, the Parasite replied indifferently. All right, then what are you interested in? Knowledge, various kinds of knowledge. And what interests me most is your captain, Sushioyu. Why? Is it because you like to fight and want to challenge Sushioyu? Lei Gang asked curiously. Please, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. If it weren't for your captain, do you think I would willingly parasitize your arm? If it weren't for him, I would have already devoured your brain. Besides, your captain doesn't resemble a human at all. I've observed the nearby humans and searched for information about them online, excluding myths and fabricated falsehoods. By the definition of humanity, your captain can't be considered human. The Parasite seemed to be talking to itself. Keep it simple, you Parasite. Simple? All right, in simple terms, your captain is like a nascent deity. Although he hasn't reached omnipotence, he has infinite possibilities. The aura of his bloodline is subtly suppressing me, but I can feel it. Your captain is terrifyingly strong. I know the captain is strong, but there must be limits, right? Although I am well aware that the captain is incredibly strong, calling him a god is indeed a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Lei Gang said with a face full of doubt. You are truly short-sighted. I estimate that your captain simply doesn't want to scare you. After all, you are rather weak. Calling him a god is by no means an exaggeration. Of course, I can sense that he is still in a vigorous growth stage and far from reaching his peak. Your luck is indeed quite good. In terms of your human language, you just need to cling tightly and wait for your rise to success. The Parasite didn't care about Lei Gang's skepticism at all. After all, given enough time, he would eventually understand its good intentions. After all, it also wanted to use Lei Gang to curry favor with Sushioyu. What on earth is happening outside? It's such a mess. Be careful, Lei Gang. I don't want her to die shortly after being parasitized. I can already smell blood. Lei Gang lightly knocked on Sushioyu's door. Captain, something might have happened outside. Should we go check it out? Sushioyu opened the door and saw Lei Gang and his arm back to its normal state, indicating he could now control it freely. Since you can basically master the Parasite, take Kana with you, and let's go take a look. The group quickly arrived at a market near the hotel where many vendors had set up stalls. At that moment, most of the people had already dispersed. Some kind-hearted individuals were warning them to leave quickly. What happened up ahead? You all should leave quickly. It seems that at the fish stall up ahead, that female owner is chopping her husband, and there is blood everywhere. Hurry and run. I've heard that the crazy woman is chasing people and attacking anyone she sees. After saying this, the kind-hearted person hurriedly left. The three continued deeper into the area and soon saw bloodstains on the ground, still wet. Suddenly, a mutated monster rushed out, wearing a waterproof apron used for fish cleaning. Its head split open like a chrysanthemum, filled with sharp teeth, and the ground was littered with severed limbs. Kana, seeing this, nearly vomited. Her mutation, along with Lei Gang's, transformed into sharp blades, ready for defense. She's coming. Stay alert. What on earth is that thing? She's one of our kind, just parasitized in the head. At first, she only had a crazy desire to eat. Watch out. She's charging at us. Lei Gang and Kana silently rejoiced that they had not turned into such a hideous form. It was truly disgusting and showed a complete loss of human consciousness. You two can practice a bit. I won't interfere, Sushioyu said with no interest in such an opponent, instantly appearing atop a tall sculpture. She's coming. In an instant, the mutated creature transformed into a sharp blade and swiftly slashed toward them, blocked by Lei Gang and Kana's arms. The two parasites were also quite powerful, starting a fierce battle with the ugly parasite across from them, creating a dazzling display of blades. Due to the rapid fighting speed of the parasites, Lei Gang and Kana could hardly intervene and could only watch helplessly as their hands fiercely battled against the opposing parasite. Before long, the opposing parasite finally began to falter. Despite being completely parasitized, it was still facing two opponents, and in a prolonged fight, it would undoubtedly lose. In a moment of negligence, it was pierced through the heart by Lei Gang's tentacle. Lei Gang turned around with joy, ready to boast about his achievements to Sushioyu, when he heard a whooshing sound. Be careful. It was Kana's shout. He looked back to see a tentacle transforming into a sharp blade, aiming directly at his forehead. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Sushio had already sensed that the opposing parasite was not completely dead and casually executed a wind cutter technique. A light blue wind blade shot out like lightning, cutting the mutated parasite in half while retaining its momentum, deeply embedding itself into the concrete. The tentacle that had transformed into a sharp blade halted at Lei Gang's forehead, wilting like a dried vine, before falling to the ground. Next time, make sure to confirm whether the enemy is truly dead. If I weren't here, you'd be waiting for your right hand to collect your corpse, Sushio said mercilessly, as such a basic mistake should never occur. Lei Gang lowered his head in shame. Captain, I'm sorry, I was too careless. I won't make the same mistake again. Little Lei Gang has no next time. Kana quickly made a cute face, trying to lighten the mood. Next, we head to Shigao, Sushio said succinctly. According to his memories from his previous life, Shigao would become a small center for the battle against parasitic beasts. Uncle, isn't it Beigao? I'm from Beigao. Kana began to act cute again. It's Shigao. Kana, you should just go home. Don't keep following us. It's too dangerous. Sushio expressed his disdain for Kana's weakness. Lei Gang had no choice. After all, she was a member of his team, and he could occasionally act as her caretaker. Kana no longer needed that, as she now had a parasitic arm, and as long as she didn't actively seek death, she should be fine. Seeing that Sushio still looked down on her, Kana angrily turned to leave. Oh, you smelly old man, I've gone out of my way for you, and you still look down on me. I'm leaving. Sushio shook his head helplessly. Lei Gang, let's get going. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at Shigao. The two wandered around the campus. Strictly speaking, Sushio and Lei Gang were still young, just having graduated from high school. Observing this foreign high school was quite interesting. After all, the customs and culture were vastly different from those of the Great Sheen. When the school bell rang, students began to file out of the campus. Shinichi, wait for me. Wait for me. A pretty girl called out to a boy named Shinichi from behind. Rimi, what's the matter? Shinichi turned to ask. Isn't there a part of the road that's along the way? Let's walk together, Murano Rimi said shyly. Shinichi nervously squeezed his left hand with his right, as if afraid his right hand would suddenly act out. As if in response to his fears, his right hand involuntarily reached toward Rimi's chest. With a loud slap, Rimi panicked and slapped Shinichi. Shinichi, what are you doing? Seeing the surrounding people starting to gather, Rimi quickly lowered her head and ran away. Little you. Shinichi's parasite was named Little you. What the hell are you doing? Shinichi tightly grabbed his right hand. The right hand subtly opened one eye. Indeed, it was another parasitic beast. I sense your heartbeat accelerating, your blood flow increasing, and dopamine starting to secrete. All signs indicate you want to mate with that girl, so I helped you out. What's the problem? What's the problem? It's a huge problem. Maybe starting today, Rimi will never talk to me again. Little you, don't take matters into your own hands. Now she'll never talk to me again. Shinichi was furious with Little you. Then just find another mate, right? Little you retorted confidently. It's not about mating. The problem is... Shut up, Shinichi. Be alert. I sense a similar presence and an extremely terrifying aura. We might be in trouble. Shinichi had never seen Little you so dejected. Where is it? Turn around. It's right behind you. When he turned around, there were Sushio and Lei Gang. Lei Gang thought he had put on a friendly smile, but with his tall frame, it was not welcoming at all. On the other hand, Sushio, smiling, exuded an aura of terror. Shinichi felt his right hand trembling uncontrollably. Sinny, do we really have a chance to escape? Sinny's face was filled with despair, and he didn't even dare to look back, because even though Xiaoyu had become so powerful, he was still trembling. There's no chance at all. This aura is definitely not one of our kind. Xiaoyu had already given up on resistance. Hello there. Would you mind stepping over there to chat? Lei Gang gently patted Sinny's shoulder while pointing to a nearby alley, which was rarely visited and had almost turned into a dumping ground. Sinny didn't dare to refuse. He was more afraid that these two would attack him publicly at school, which could implicate other classmates. It was better to follow them. Whether he lived or died was up to them. All right, look at you, so nervous. We're not here to cause you trouble. We just noticed that you're also partially parasitized, so we came to understand the situation. Lei Gang's words eased Sinny's guard a little, indicating that they were not there to provoke him. May I ask what you want with me? Sinny tried to pretend he hadn't heard the words, partially parasitized, hoping to evade the topic, but unfortunately, Legang immediately showcased his parasite. "Hello there. No need to pretend anymore. We are all of the same kind." Legang's parasite manifested eyes and a mouth, speaking to Cinny. Cinny's right hand also transformed to reveal eyes and a mouth, beginning to communicate. "Do you have a similar parasitic situation?" "Finally, I met someone I could talk to normally. And the person beside you is—" Seeing Su Xiaoyu remain silent, Cinny couldn't help but ask. "I am Su Xiaoyu, Legang's captain. We are searching for mutated parasites. Partial parasites like you and Legang can easily attract real parasites to attack. We happened to come to Shigao and ran into you, so we thought we'd remind you. Right now, there are many parasites that have already devoured brains around you in Sakura country. You must protect yourself and your family well." Su Xiaoyu said succinctly. In his memories from his past life, Cinny would soon face relentless attacks from various parasites, and even his mother would be easily killed by a parasite that appeared by chance. After speaking, Su Xiaoyu left with Legang. As soon as they left, Cinny's right hand drooped. Hey Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" "I'm too tired. That guy Su Xiaoyu scared me so much, I couldn't move. What should we do next?" Cinny had only merged with Xiaoyu for less than 2 days and had no real ideas. "Cinny, you need to quickly become stronger. I will practice hard while you sleep these days. As long as it's safe, stick with those two. That's the safest option. Don't think too much. Enhancing yourself is the most important thing right now. As for what comes next, it's not something we can control for now." Xiaoyu knew very well that they were in a symbiotic relationship, and Cinny understood that they were the best partners. The next day, Cinny encountered police blocking the road on his way to school, so he had to take a detour. "Cinny, it must be the work of other parasites. The scene is particularly bloody. You must be careful and defensive. You have no combat experience, so be extra cautious," Xiaoyu reminded. "Okay, I understand." Cinny nodded. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu and Legang were still searching for parasites. They had already killed 6 parasites the night before, so the nearby parasites should have been mostly cleared out. To quickly resolve the parasite problem, Su Xiaoyu had Legang take numerous photos and videos, which he discreetly spread online, even anonymously leaving the remnants of parasites at the entrance of the police headquarters. Soon, this strange parasitic life was exposed, and the previously covered-up massacre cases resurfaced, plunging the public into extreme panic. Kana watched the news report and secretly speculated whether it was the uncle's doing. Such a decisive cleaning operation was not something the Sakura Country Police could achieve. The answer is obvious. Shimada Hideo, Tamami Ryoko, and everyone else, you must have realized that someone is hunting us. In a conference hall, dozens of parasites sat. Terrifyingly, after occupying human bodies, the parasites quickly learned the social division of labor and even began to infiltrate human government organizations in an organized and premeditated manner. There's no need to worry about such lowly human beings. Just send a few people to act together and quietly deal with the culprits. The rest can continue to infiltrate human organizations. We need time to grow and to dominate this planet. Don't underestimate humans. Among the few parasites that were hunted down, 3 were cooperating, yet they were still instantly killed. If we're not careful, the next unfortunate one might be you, Hideo." Tamami Ryoko stroked her belly, speaking slowly. "Damn it, Tamami, are you scared? Or has the human child inside you confused your stance? Do you need me to help you?" Shimada Hideo was a thorough martial artist, completely uninterested in understanding humans, only knowing to kill, kill, kill. "Shut up, Hideo. The human inside Tamami is an important experimental subject in our plan, not something you can recklessly act on now. You should handle those 2 humans who enjoy killing our kind first. Set aside what you're doing." An elderly-looking parasite explained to Tamami Ryoko. Foolish plan. We occupy human bodies and feed on humans. How can we coexist peacefully with them? We are wolves. They are lambs to be slaughtered. You old guys will regret this sooner or later." Shimada Hideo merely vented his anger. "Leave those 2 to me. I can take care of them tomorrow." With that, Shimada Hideo left the meeting room. Tamami Ryoko, don't take Hideo's words to heart. The experiment on you is very important. We want to know whether the offspring of parasites are parasites or humans. You need to take good care of yourself, the elder reassured her. "I know. I won't let Hideo's words bother me." Meanwhile, Shimada Hideo drove the previous body's car, speeding down the road. "Legang, watch out. There's a parasite in that car ahead." To be precise, there are 4 parasites inhabiting one body. Sushioyu promptly warned Lei Gang to prevent them from being hit. The car showed no signs of slowing down and rushed straight towards them. Sushioyu lightly waved his hand, and a thick rock pillar instantly appeared, skewering the car as if it were a shish kebab, effortlessly. Shimada Hideo was quite lucky, not crashing into the stone pillar. Seeing this supernatural scene, he didn't pay much attention. Although Parasite's intelligence was increasingly approaching that of humans, they still didn't easily understand the significance of such special abilities. He leaped down from the car. "So, you two are the ones hunting my kind." Shimada Hideo's twisted and hideous face revealed a disgusting parasitic appearance. Die for me." Shimada Hideo shot out numerous tentacles from his palms, and these tentacles instantly transformed into sharp blades, shooting towards Sushioyu and Lei Gang like arrows. "Lei Gang, watch closely. This is how you use a knife." Sushioyu drew the knife infused with chakra, empowered by the wind release, making it incredibly sharp. No tentacle could withstand the power of Sushioyu's strike. "Damn it! What kind of weapon is this? Why can't I defend against it? They are merely lowly humans. Don't get too proud." Shimada Hideo screamed frantically, unable to accept the reality before him. "Where the hell did you come from?" Sushioyu had lost interest in this parasite. Lightning release, Earthwalk. He controlled the minimal intensity of the lightning release, tried to avoid completely killing this parasite. Shimada Hideo let out a miserable cry, collapsing to the ground, his body emanating a burnt smell. However, the parasite's vitality was incredibly resilient. Such injuries were not enough to be fatal, and he still struggled to get up and continue attacking. "Lei Gang, let's practice with it now. Don't let your guard down this time, even if it's a severely wounded opponent." "Understood, Captain." Lei Gang knew that Sushioyu was taking care of him, providing him with a training opportunity. If it were someone else, they might not even have this chance. Remember, leave alive, it can still be useful. Despite Shimada Hideo being severely injured, Lei Gang found it still quite difficult to subdue him, taking quite some effort to finally bring him down. "Captain, it only has 1 breath left." Sushioyu looked at Shimada Hideo's chest, which was faintly rising and falling, planning to extract information from him. "Jinjutsu, Sharingan, do you have a base?" Shimada Hideo's eyes had already lost their sparkle. "The base is..." "Captain, the car has been destroyed. How do we get there?" "Use your legs. What else can we do?" "Captain, why didn't you keep that car? At least we could have driven to the parasite's base." "Enough. I don't even have a driver's license. And even if I did, I can run faster than a car. Why worry about having a vehicle?" Sushioyu felt he had been hit on the sore spot of not having a driver's license. "Then why are we still running so slowly?" "What do you think?" "It's because you're too slow. If it were me, I would have arrived long ago." "That's right. You're just a drag." Now it was Lei Gang's turn to feel frustrated. After all this, it turned out he was the one slowing down Sushioyu's progress. Of course, Lei Gang had also seen many of Sushioyu's secrets. From this exploration of the time-space wormhole, it was clear that Sushioyu possessed many mysterious superpowers, such as sealing parasitic spores into his arm or extracting information through the blood-red eyes of the parasitic mutant. But Lei Gang had never inquired about it. On one hand, these were Sushioyu's own matters. On the other hand, he had received too much care from his captain. Although he didn't speak it aloud, he was certainly grateful in his heart. His captain displaying these abilities without hesitation in front of him was a sign of trust. In reality, this was entirely Lei Gang's own imagination. The reason Sushioyu casually demonstrated these abilities in front of him was simple. They weren't secrets at all. Sushioyu hadn't intended to hide or cover them up. The only real secret was his system. Beyond that, nothing else counted as a significant secret. "Prepare yourselves. The conference room ahead is our target this time." Lei Gang burst through the door, and upon entering, he found dozens of parasites staring at him with drooling mouths, their eyes fixed on him, while the floor was littered with bloody, torn flesh. "Sorry to interrupt your meal. Enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave first," Lei Gang said, turning to flee, but dozens of parasites immediately stopped feeding and lunged at him. "Captain, help!" Lei Gang cried out in a desperate plea. He was well aware he could only handle 1 or 2 parasites at most. Dozens charging at him was a complete mismatch. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames erupted, instantly covering the entire conference room, with cries of anguish rising and falling. In the narrow indoor environment, the Great Fire Annihilation, which was originally adept at large-scale destruction, exhibited effects beyond imagination. The intense heat combined with massive explosions plunged the parasites into a sea of flames. If you act so recklessly next time, you can roast with them. Su Xiaoyu glanced at Lei Gang, who he had thought was a steady person, only to discover he was also reckless. Let's go. Once we finish cleaning this place up, we'll head to the next stop. A few days later, Su Xiaoyu and Lei Gang traveled around. Basically, wherever they went, the parasites were cleared out. If luck was on their side, Cinny might not encounter the parasite that caused his family's ruin again, and Kana would likely avoid her original fate of death. They were still in Tokyo, simply because their team had not yet fully assembled. Some members had been scattered across the globe, and even now, there were still people yet to reunite. Not to mention, aside from Lei Gang, the others had truly missed out on a great opportunity. Chance waits for no one. Now there were no new spores, and if luck didn't favor them, they might run into parasites. Finally, after more than 10 days, the team reassembled. Everyone looked at Lei Gang with envy and jealousy. He seemed to have caught all the good fortune, truly reaping the benefits of being closest to the source of good fortune. Damn it, Lei Gang. You actually abandoned us and seized the opportunity for yourself. It really makes me feel awful. I just crawled out of the tropical rainforest yesterday, and today I see you flaunting in front of me. Do you know I can hardly suppress the urge to cut you down? Lei Gang nonchalantly replied. How about we spar now? The captain has taught me swordsmanship recently, and combined with my parasite, I should be able to take on 10 of you. At this, Li Yunrui and Zhang Cheng both shrank back. Indeed, Lei Gang, now possessing a parasite, was a different entity altogether. Even collectively, they were no match for him. Everyone finally believed that sometimes luck was much more important than hard work. The others looked at Su Xiaoyu, hoping he could find another opportunity. Don't get your hopes up. There are no more opportunities. You arrived too late. There are no more parasitic spores left. A skilled artisan cannot make bricks without straw. There's nothing I can do. Su Xiaoyu shrugged, clearly stating he was powerless to help. Everyone is gathered now. I've decided to head back home and return to the real world directly. This world holds no more attraction for me at the moment. Of course, this isn't mandatory. If you want to continue exploring, I won't force you. Upon hearing that the captain planned to leave, the others felt there was no point in staying behind, especially since there were no more parasitic spores left. Staying there would be of little use. Captain, won't you say goodbye to Kana? Lei Gang seemed to suddenly remember something. Kana? Forget it. She's not one of us. Saying goodbye to her will only lead her to think of other things. Let's go. Su Xiaoyu dismissed it casually and signaled everyone to set off. Kana was wandering aimlessly on the streets of Akihabara. It had been half a month since she last saw the uncle, and she didn't know where he was staying now. Suddenly, she spotted a group of people on the street, their demeanor aggressive, causing passersby to dodge aside. Kana's nostrils flared slightly. It's the uncle. She excitedly chased after them, but the crowd kept pushing her away. Su Xiaoyu turned back to see Kana's tear-streaked face and sighed softly before turning back to continue on his way. Kana struggled to follow behind Su Xiaoyu's group, eventually trailing them to a grove on the outskirts. When she saw them enter the grove and disappear, the footprints on the ground extended to a clearing beneath a large tree. Kana sat down on the ground and cried out loud, "Uncle, why did you leave without saying goodbye?" She cried for a long time without stopping, and the parasite transformed into a soft palm, gently stroking her head. "I will definitely find you, Uncle, no matter which world you are in. Finally back safely in my own world. How about a gathering with everyone tonight?" Li Yunrui suggested a get-together in the evening. Su Xiaoyu couldn't decline, so he went with them to enjoy a barbecue. However, after eating, he didn't continue to join in their revelry. There was no doubt that the next day, the team would face extensive questioning from the Special Operations Bureau. After all, successfully returning from another world was no simple feat. "Chiri, I'm back." The door quietly opened, revealing Chiri's little head. "Xiaoyu, you're finally back." Su Xiaoyu gently patted Chiri's head and replied, "Yeah, I'm back." His parents had left a note before going on vacation, worried because they couldn't reach him. They were surprisingly carefree. It had been a long time since they last saw him, and they weren't even worried. "Sigh, What kind of parents did I end up with? Shioyu sighed helplessly. Big brother Shioyu, don't sigh. Thankfully, they're not home. You don't know, when they first saw me, they even suspected I was your child, just because I said you're my only family in this world. They misunderstood, Chiri said, showing a mix of annoyance and amusement. Now, it was Shioyu's turn to be dumbfounded. His parents were quite imaginative. Chiri was already this big, and he was still so young. Did that mean he had a child at 10 years old? This wasn't just a matter of being 10. It was utterly outrageous. Was he really their biological child? Shioyu began to question his existence. Chiri, because of your injuries, I still can't take you home. I hope you can understand. Chiri didn't show any sadness, just quietly holding on to one of Shioyu's arms. It's okay, big brother Shioyu. I can wait until my injuries are fully healed before going home. Shioyu was a bit surprised, but thinking that Chiri was just an 8-year-old child, he didn't dwell on it. Big brother Shioyu, even though my injuries are getting better, I feel a bit strange, not uncomfortable, but my chakra seems to be more active, and my body feels even better than before I was injured. Is that okay? I'm afraid I can't check you right now, because I don't know medical ninjutsu yet. I'll learn it as soon as possible, and then check you. Although our medical technology here is advanced, it's still useless when it comes to chakra issues. If a ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu heard this, they would definitely scoff. Medical ninjutsu wasn't that easy to learn. Shioyu's statement could even be described as arrogant. However, Chiri genuinely didn't understand the difficulty of medical ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan was more adept in combat rather than healing. During the Warring States period, aside from a few exceptionally talented ninjas, most injuries were treated with herbal remedies. System asterisk. Character asterisk Shioyu. Race asterisk all-encompassing Otsutsuki bloodline. LV1+. Sage body asterisk. LV4+. Sharingan asterisk 3 Tomo. Plus. Height asterisk 182 cm. Chakra asterisk 60 continuously increasing. Ninjutsu asterisk. Fire release asterisk. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Fire release. Dragon flame song technique. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Water release asterisk. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Water release. Water pillar technique. Earth release asterisk. Earth release. Earth flow river. Earth release. Yellow spring marsh. Earth release. Rock collapse. Earth release. Earth prison technique. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Earth release. Earth flow cut. Earth release. Earth flow city wall. Earth release. Earth spike. Earth release. Iron prison. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Earth release. 10,000 miles Earth flow wall. Earth manipulation technique asterisk. Enhanced earth release ninjutsu with no hand signs, rapid, and strengthened plus. Wind release asterisk. Wind release. Gale palm. Wind release. Wind cut technique. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Lightning release asterisk. Lightning release. Earth walk. Sealing technique asterisk. Basic entry LV1. It was clear that his chakra had grown, and his sealing technique was only at the beginner stage, while his body was further approaching the sage body. However, it was evident that the help from the parasite world was minimal. According to the myths passed down from his past life, the parasite world could at best be considered a small thousand worlds, thus unable to provide him with substantial aid. As he silently invoked the system in his heart, he was instantly back in the Naruto world. The air was filled with the natural essence. Shioyu was somewhat surprised. When he was in the Naruto world before, he couldn't sense the natural energy, but now he could feel a faint natural aura. Most likely, his sage body had improved once again. Looking around, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The air was thick with a faint smell of blood. Shioyu wasn't surprised, as the Warring States period was characterized by chaotic massacres where death was a daily occurrence. He was almost used to it. However, this time, the scent of blood was particularly strong, likely not something an average person could create. Following the scent of blood, he gradually saw scattered corpses, most of whom had died gruesomely, clearly killed by powerful physical techniques. Shioyu's curiosity was piqued. If he remembered correctly, There were hardly any physical technique masters during the Warring States period. True masters of physical techniques wouldn't gain fame until later, with Might Guy and his son, Might Guy, who could possess such strong physical prowess at this time. Upon closer inspection of the armor worn by the deceased, he noticed the family crest was clearly engraved, but unfortunately, the emblem had been battered beyond recognition, making it difficult to identify which ninja clan it belonged to. Sushiyu patiently pieced together the emblem. If his memory served him right, it should belong to the Yui clan. The Yui clan was quite mysterious, active during the Warring States period. As a well-known clan, their reputation was not any less than that of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Yet, no descendants of this clan could be found in later generations. It could be said that they were extinguished during the Warring States. Sushiyu had once wondered why the Yui clan, as descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, seemed to have disappeared quietly, being wiped out during the Warring States period. Now it seemed he was inadvertently witnessing the downfall of the Yui clan. His curiosity was like a cat's scratching at him, making it impossible to stop. Sushiyu cautiously continued deeper, trying to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a member of the Yui clan flew out, already lifeless by the time he hit the ground. A bunch of lowly natives dare to challenge the Otsutsuki? How ridiculous! Today, I shall send you self-proclaimed descendants of the Sage of Six Paths to your demise. Ha ha! Purple lightning swirled around him. God's pursuit. After saying that, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and effortlessly defeated the Yui clan members with pure physical prowess. Damn it! Have I encountered Otsutsuki Kinshiki? No wonder the Yui clan perished without a sound. I need to be careful not to get discovered by Kinshiki. Otherwise, I'll have to rely on the system to escape. Sushiyu quickly performed the earth manipulation technique, burrowing several hundred meters underground, then used transformation technique to turn into a rock, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kinshiki was an extraterrestrial powerhouse in the current Naruto world, unmatched by anyone. By chance, Sushiyu discovered Kinshiki slaughtering the Yui clan, which was quite fortuitous. Although he was unclear about what the Yui clan had done to provoke Kinshiki, it was evident that their unfortunate fate was sealed from that day forward in this world. Kinshiki was extremely tall, towering over 2 meters with hands as large as fans, and his Byakugan allowed him to traverse space and time. His abilities could rival Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, as he could phase himself to avoid damage and possessed incredible taijutsu skills, comparable to Sasuke once he awakened his 6th Tomo Rinnegan later on. Clearly, Kinshiki at this moment was one of the strongest forces on the planet. The reason he was described as one of is that Sushiyu remembered that Kinshiki had a superior in the Otsutsuki clan and another clan member. Although his bloodline now technically belonged to the Otsutsuki clan, he was unfortunately just a junior compared to these 3 Otsutsuki, still young and merely beginning his journey as a ninja, needing more time to catch up. Sushiyu cautiously used the earth manipulation technique underground to probe the situation above, fearful of being discovered by Kinshiki. If Kinshiki did notice him, aside from relying on the system to escape, there would be no other options. Encountering a member of the Otsutsuki clan this early was something Sushiyu had not anticipated. Even if Hashirama and Madara were at their peak, they could not pose a substantial threat to the Otsutsuki clan. The current scene was akin to a max-level character massacring in a novice village. After everything settled down, Sushiyu still did not dare to emerge from underground. The Otsutsuki clan was far too enigmatic. Should he inadvertently expose himself, it would undoubtedly bring many troubles. He waited for a full 3 days before finally surfacing. Kinshiki had indeed left, and the horrific scene of the Yui clan was hard to bear. Kinshiki had not used any ninjutsu against the Yui clan. Merely through sheer physical prowess, he had completely wiped them out. The destruction and bloodshed caused by his taijutsu far exceeded what ninjutsu could achieve. Suppressing the stench of blood and filth, Sushiyu patiently examined the entire battlefield. After all, this was an important showcase of the Otsutsuki clan's combat power, and through this glimpse, he could gain a more detailed understanding of his future enemies. Clearly, with the proud demeanor of the Otsutsuki clan, a confrontation with them was inevitable in the future. There was not a single survivor from the Yui clan, proving they had been utterly exterminated. It was a pity that such a prominent clan from the Warring States period had vanished, leading future generations to gradually forget about their existence. Is this the banana fan of the Sage of Six Paths? At the center altar of the Yui clan, there lay a fan with a white and red pattern, resembling the Sage of Six Paths ninja tool, the banana fan. Sushiryu picked it up and gave it a gentle wave, causing a whirlwind to whip up. With another wave, it ignited into flames. Indeed, this was a fan capable of unleashing fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth ninjutsu in one go. However, Sushiryu felt a sense of disdain towards the banana fan. He even thought it was inferior to having a sharp Kusanagi sword. After all, he possessed the complete Otsutsuki bloodline, with both yin and yang attributes, and did not lack the ability to wield this chakra-consuming Six Paths tool. But for him, it held no significance. He could perform ninjutsu on his own and had no need for such a tool. In the end, he could only keep it as a collection for now, to see who might find it useful later. Sushiryu spent a whole day meticulously surveying the Yui clan's remnants and roughly deduced part of Kinshiki's strength. Thankfully, his previous arrogance had been tempered. Encountering Kinshiki was like a wake-up call, making him much more aware. I still have a long way to go. Eventually, I will have to face the Otsutsuki clan and cannot afford to slack off, Sushiryu reflected. Having witnessed the destruction of a Yui clan, Sushiryu felt an increased urgency and quickened his pace. After half a day's journey, he finally arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Although the personnel were orderly, their expressions were tinged with panic, clearly indicating that something had happened. "It's me, Uchiha Shioyu." Upon seeing the guards, Sushiryu proactively displayed his Sharingan to reduce unnecessary misunderstandings. Since he had been acknowledged as a clan member by Madara and other Uchiha, he now referred to himself as Uchiha Shioyu within the Uchiha clan. Just as the guard was about to loudly shout an alert for an enemy attack, he recalled that the visitor was Uchiha Shioyu, whom the clan had introduced, and he nearly mistook him as a foe. Successfully entering the clan grounds, Sushiryu was informed by the guard about the current situation. Clan leader Uchiha Taijima and Senju clan leader Senju Butsuma had both suffered heavy injuries in a confrontation and were now in critical condition. Sushiryu waited outside the room where Uchiha Taijima was recuperating, and inside, Madara and Izuna were attentively caring for Taijima. "Who is it outside?" The voice was not loud, but it carried significant strength while also subtly conveying a sense of desolation and weakness. "It's me, clan leader, Uchiha Shioyu. Cough, 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 come in." Upon hearing Taijima's words, Sushiryu wasted no time, gently pushed the door open, and entered, carefully closing the door behind him. "How is the clan leader?" Sushiryu was unsure of what to say to Taijima, as their first impression had not been good. Moreover, it was accurate to say that Uchiha Taijima was a ruthless man, not an easy person to get along with. Thus, he could only exchange pleasantries. "Not well," Taijima replied bluntly. "Father." Both Madara and Izuna felt their eyes sting. Strictly speaking, Taijima was not a qualified father. He had failed to protect several of Madara's younger brothers. Apart from him, Izuna, and Shiri, whom Sushiryu had saved, the other siblings had long since turned to dust. Yet in this chaotic world, Taijima was a competent clan leader, safeguarding the entire family during an era where mere survival was a luxury. This was a dark time where losing one's family meant losing the possibility of survival. Don't be sad. This is the fate of ninjas. When a person is killed, they will die. Even the Sage of Six Paths has turned to dust. You all must learn to look forward. Taijima seemed to see things with unusual clarity at this moment. "Don't worry. Butsuma's injuries are not much better." "Ha, father, it's not the time for such words. The most important thing is to recover." "Madara, Izuna, listen to me seriously. I have a premonition that I may not have long to live. Madara, you will take my place as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Izuna and Shioyu, you must assist Madara well. Do you agree?" Izuna nodded, and Sushiryu did not refuse. After all, his relationship with Madara was clear. Even if Taijima did not say it, he would support Madara. "The continuation of the family has been entrusted to your hands. Madara, bear the responsibility on your shoulders." Taijima, lying on the bed with a pale complexion, turned his head to look at Madara, waiting for his response. I will definitely revive the Uchiha clan." The chilly autumn wind swept through Taijima's armor, causing it to sway, while the headband of Butsuma fluttered noisily. The enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans had persisted for 1,000 years, like a tangled thread, difficult to sever and even harder to clarify. As the two most powerful ninja clans of the Warring States period, they clashed once more on this autumn day, sparking intense conflict. Taijima, how many times have we fought on the battlefield now? Butsuma gazed at his old rival, yet he could not recall how many times they had clashed. Since their youth, they had both stepped onto the battlefield, enduring countless battles, slowly rising from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood to arrive at this moment. Butsuma, you've changed. What's the point of reminiscing about the past? Ultimately, it will be up to me to wake you up. Surrender quietly. Butsuma, you are no longer my opponent. Taijima seemed to be persuading Butsuma to surrender, but inside, he remained highly vigilant, as both old foxes understood each other too well. Words are pointless. I came here to seek justice for my clan. Butsuma understood that his old rival would love nothing more than to see him dead. In this war, both Butsuma and Taijima had intentionally set aside Hashirama and Madara, as well as Tobarama and Izuna. They were both concerned that if they were to fall in this war of vengeance, there would be no one left to bear the burden of their clan. Especially for Butsuma, the sense of crisis grew ever stronger. Ever since Hashirama returned with the clan from Whirlpool Village and learned of Uchiha Shioyu's existence from Tobarama, he had been shocked to discover that Shioyu, despite his young age, possessed combat strength even beyond Tobarama's. Not to mention, from Hashirama, he learned that Uchiha Shioyu had only just begun his path as a ninja less than a year ago. This intense sense of crisis washed over Butsuma like a tide. If the current situation allowed, he truly wanted to find an opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Shioyu secretly. What was even harder for him to accept was that his rebellious son, Hashirama, had the audacity to claim Shioyu was his friend. If he were to fall, it would be difficult for his two heirs to compete with the other two children in the inexplicably emerging Uchiha Shioyu. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Butsuma, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Taijima seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Butsuma, but unfortunately, they were both old foxes and Taijima gained no advantage. Taijima, today, only one of us will leave this place alive. Butsuma, that suits me just fine. The two of them continuously used the body flicker technique, engaging in a clash of ninja tools, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, leaving no stone unturned. The battle raged from dawn until dusk, and both were covered in wounds, yet they still failed to determine a clear victor. Eventually, both were too heavily injured and collapsed onto the ground. Soon after, their respective clansmen found them, revealing a scene of tragic near-death. Taijima gradually returned to his memories from a few days prior. Madara, do not let me down. I am not a qualified father, but you must become a competent clan leader to protect your brother Izuna and shield your clansmen from the storm. Taijima seemed to expend his last bit of strength, his voice growing softer. Seeing the Tomo in Madara's eyes connect to form the Mangekyo Sharingan, Taijima closed his eyes with a sense of relief. His eldest son's talent had surpassed his own, allowing him to leave in peace. The weight of the clan was entrusted to you, Madara. Izuna silently shed tears, and Shioyu solemnly paid his respects nearby. It was a day of mourning, and the entire Uchiha clan seemed to mourn silently, while the sky began to drizzle heavily. Meanwhile, at the Senju clan's territory, Hashirama, Tobarama, it seems our father may truly not survive this ordeal. Cough, cough. Butsuma spoke as blood spurted from his mouth. Father, despite Butsuma's strictness towards his children, the remaining two could still understand him. While Butsuma viewed Hashirama as overly impulsive and idealistic, both he and Tobarama were undeniably talented ninjas. Hashirama, you are a highly gifted ninja, but you are too naive and idealistic. Without sufficient strength, these traits will lead to your downfall. It is not that your father does not wish for peace. It is just that he sees things more realistically than you do. Therefore, after your father's passing, you must heed Tobarama's advice. You are already of age, yet you are not as calm as Tobarama. Yes, father, I will seek Tobarama's counsel more often. Hashirama lowered his head, filled with guilt. Why did father keep us in the dark about the decisive battle with the Uchiha? Your father knows about the friendship between you and Madara. While he thinks you both are somewhat immature and does not hold high hopes for your ideals, He also wishes to respect his children's choices one last time. Butsuma coughed violently again, blood seeping from the bandages once more. The clan is entrusted to you, Tobarama. You must support your elder brother. If not for you, I would be extremely worried. Understand, father. I will take good care of my brother. Should I inform the clansmen? Tobarama remained calm, contemplating the transfer of power within the clan. Don't worry. I've already cleared the obstacles for you. Besides, your ninja talents far exceed mine, and the clansmen will recognize you. Tobarama nodded silently. Father, rest assured, I have grown up. I can protect the clansmen. Look, Hashirama eagerly demonstrated his skills to reassure his father, acting like a child. Suddenly, a seed sprouted from his palm, quickly growing into a large tree that barely stopped growing just before breaking through the roof. This vitality, Butsuma was astonished as he motioned for Tobarama to help him sit up. He touched the rough bark, marveling at the robust life force. Hashirama, what is this? Hashirama scratched his head and honestly said, This is a technique I recently awakened. Its range is vast, and I feel it's very powerful. If you stop supplying chakra, can this tree continue to grow normally? Yes, even if you stop supplying chakra, it can grow normally as long as it's planted in the ground. Butsuma looked at the tree and laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. Finally, the Senju have outdone the Uchiha. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, I have no regrets. I entrust the Senju clan to you. Lastly, be cautious of Uchiha Shioyu. Tobarama has informed me about Shioyu. He is too mysterious and unpredictable, so you must keep a close eye on him. I'm tired. I need a rest. You two should go now. From the moment you step out of this door, Hashirama, you are the clan leader. Go. Butsuma waved his hand with effort, signaling for Hashirama and Tobarama to leave. The two waited outside for a while and soon heard their father's steady snores. The next morning, when Hashirama and Tobarama returned to visit their father, they found Butsuma with a smile at the corner of his mouth, forever asleep. With tears in their eyes, Hashirama and Tobarama buried him. Butsuma left peacefully, perhaps having seen that Hashirama had truly grown up. He believed the Senju clan would continue to thrive. On that day, 2 old wooden ships sank to the seafloor, while new vessels hoisted their sails and continued their journey into the distance. Big brother, now that father has passed away, we must quickly confirm the position of clan leader. We can't afford to delay any longer. We know that our Senju clan is surrounded by strong enemies. We need to stabilize ourselves as soon as possible. Tobarama always approached matters with the calmest attitude, and the most important thing now was to consolidate the Senju clan, while revenge could be put on hold for the time being. Understood, Tobarama. Gather the clan members, Hashirama replied, knowing that from this moment forward, he had to bear the banner of the Senju clan and be more cautious about everything. Looking at the clan members gathering in the clan grounds, Hashirama dropped to his knees in a deep bow, startling the members below, who stumbled back in surprise. Hashirama, there's no need for that. We are all of the same clan. We have all been under Lord Butsuma's protection since we were young. Tobarama watched, speechless, as his brother did not seem to act like a clan leader at all. I thank all the elders for their contributions. Today, I will take over as the clan leader of the Senju clan and appreciate everyone's support. Hashirama's sincerity quickly moved the clan members. The Senju clan was relatively united, and since Hashirama and Tobarama were the strongest among the younger generation, there were no objections to Hashirama assuming the position of clan leader. With Hashirama's earnest attitude, their trust was further solidified. I know everyone is eager to take revenge for our clan leader, but right now we need to stabilize the Senju clan first. The matter of revenge can be discussed later. The Senju clan members had hoped to launch an immediate retaliation against the Uchiha, but now that the young clan leader had said this, they had no objections. After the clan meeting concluded, the Senju clan members gradually dispersed. Big brother, this isn't what we agreed upon. I told you it would be best to take revenge for father first, as it would help to unify the clan's hearts. You wasted this opportunity. Thankfully, you're not foolish enough to suggest peace with the Uchiha during the meeting, or you wouldn't even qualify as clan leader. Big brother, what are you thinking? Just because you want to coexist peacefully with the Uchiha, does that mean they will agree? You're now the clan leader of the Senju. You can't afford to be reckless like before. Furthermore, the Uchiha will definitely not let this go. Tobarama scolded Hashirama mercilessly. Why not? The conflict between the two clans is so deep. Now is a good opportunity for mutual understanding. My shadow clone outside has gathered intel. Uchiha Taijima is dead. Clearly, he died after a mutual destruction with our father, so the Uchiha will not let us off. Big brother, stop being so naive. Now, the entire Senju clan relies on you to bear the burden. We must be prepared for an Uchiha attack at any time. Hashirama did not feel embarrassed to be scolded by his younger brother, but the thought of facing a new war so soon after their father's death was indeed disheartening. Big brother, I'll go gather intel now. Tobirama noticed that Hashirama had finally listened and said no more. On the other side, Uchiha Taijima's body had been properly buried. Regarding the burial of Taijima, Sushioyu suggested removing Uchiha Taijima's eyes for safekeeping, in case any clan members had issues with their vision in the future. Initially, this proposal was met with opposition from Madara and Izuna, as the Uchiha's burial customs were similar to those of ordinary people, and removing the eyes went against the clan's traditions. Madara, we are about to go to war with the Senju. I know I can't persuade you, and you can't sway the Uchiha clan members either. To be blunt, the Uchiha now need the Senju as a rallying point. I know you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but you are the first in the Uchiha clan to do so. What if the Mangekyo has side effects? Now that you bear the weight of the entire Uchiha clan, it's always wise to prepare for contingencies. Eventually, Madara was persuaded by Sushioyu. He and Izuna removed Taijima's 3-tomo Sharingan, temporarily sealing them with Uchiha sealing techniques. Of course, all of this was done quietly without informing any other clan members. Next was the ceremony for Madara to assume the position of clan leader, but unfortunately, some Uchiha members were a bit unruly and 2 individuals jumped out to oppose him during the ceremony. However, Madara did not care. As the leading clan leader, if he did not possess sufficient combat strength, how could he command respect? Have you thought this through? I respect every member of the Uchiha clan. Since you have doubts, let's settle this together. Let me show you why I am qualified to hold the position of clan leader. Madara exuded an imposing aura, eliciting cheers from the other clan members. The 2 challengers were Uchiha Fan and Uchiha Tuan, brothers who shared a deep bond. Their challenge to Madara was not a serious attempt to seize the position of clan leader. On the contrary, they were staunch loyalists of Taijima, having arranged the scene while Taijima was alive to help Madara display his strength and smoothly take over as clan leader. Madara saw through their intentions. Despite their mock challenge, they treated him with utmost respect, and he certainly would not waste their good intentions. With the impending war, he needed to stabilize the Uchiha clan first. Before long, the battle concluded, with Madara easily securing victory. Uchiha Fan and Uchiha Tuan displayed impressive combat prowess, and everyone fully accepted the newly appointed clan leader, with Fan and Tuan swearing loyalty to Madara. Shioyu, this world is changing too rapidly. I'm having a hard time accepting it. In private, Madara lamented everything that had happened recently. At such a young age, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the Uchiha clan, while his father, though harsh, had now passed away. Madara, you are now the true leader of the Uchiha clan. Don't be so downcast. Izuna, you should also encourage him. Izuna, sitting nearby, smiled quietly without speaking, quietly listening to the conversation between Sushioyu and Madara. Madara, you have already taken the first step, taking control of the Uchiha clan. Now, you cannot stop the Uchiha from avenging themselves against the Senju, and Hashirama cannot prevent the Senju from venting their anger. A conflict between the 2 clans is inevitable. Madara knew that what Sushioyu said was true. Both sides were suppressing their hatred, ready to explode, and neither he nor Hashirama could stop it. There will always be many difficulties and obstacles on the road to success. This is unavoidable. And then, we must strive to reconcile with the Senju after the Great War, establishing a new village and taking the second step toward peace, Sushioyu said. Izuna, be careful of Tobirama. His techniques are quite strange, and you must not be careless. Izuna nodded, indicating that he would be cautious. The Great Elder, are you really not joking with us? Uchiha Shuyu has been training for less than a year? How is that possible? Hashirama is already a prodigy. Doesn't it mean Uchiha Shuyu's talent far exceeds Hashirama? Quiet. The Great Elder's words silenced the murmuring crowd. I had Yashihira confirm this news with Hashirama multiple times, and I even inquired with Uchiha Madara. The information is indeed true. When Uchiha Shu first met Hashirama and Madara, he was just an ordinary person. Both were certain, and they even thought Shuyu was a noble because he was dressed lavishly but was powerless. The Great Elder sighed. So, the Uchiha Shuyu, who has been overshadowed by Hashirama and Madara, is actually the most terrifying genius. Moreover, this genius has already grown up and is unlikely to perish easily. What do you all think now? That's a good thing. Mito has taken a liking to him. I used to think Hashirama was better, but now that you mention it, Great Elder, this is definitely a good thing. Yashihira thought this was a good thing. Everyone was delighted. I've decided that from now on, the Uzumaki clan will gradually distance ourselves from the Senju clan. Of course, there's no rush. We will slowly shift our focus to Mito and Shuyu. Isn't this a bit too risky, Great Elder? While everyone acknowledged Uchiha Shuyu's talent, the alliance with the Senju clan had lasted for hundreds of years. It seemed a waste to give it up so easily. I know very well that the Senju have been good allies, but the Uzumaki clan cannot always rely on the Senju for our development. Although Uchiha Shuyu is from the Uchiha clan, he only acknowledges Madara and Hashirama. He is not bound by the Uchiha's constraints. He lacks the genuine support of a ninja clan, which is precisely our good opportunity. I just want to find a true protection for the Uzumaki clan, rather than placing our hopes and safety in the hands of other ninja clans. Everyone looked silently at the Great Elder, not expecting that the oldest clan elder present would be the most decisive. The Uzumaki clan was betting everything on Shuyu, without any intention of keeping a fallback. I have no objections. I also agree with the elder's thoughts. All right, I agree as well. Gradually, all the elders present unified their opinions and agreed with the Great Elder's decision. The Great Elder smiled and said, "All right, everyone stop frowning. Since we've made a decision, let's properly host our guest. Yashihira, Kyuka, you two go and bring the younger clan members to welcome Uchiha Shuyu." "Yes, Elder. Times two." Su Shuyu and Mito were wandering around the picturesque Uzumaki village, unaware of the decisions made by the Great Elder and the other elders. Sometimes, the elder's insights are indeed unique. Betting on Su Shuyu has secured him eternal protection, but that's a story for another time. "Sister Mito, Lord Shuyu, it's getting late. Uncle Yashihira asked me to call you back for dinner." A cute little boy came to urge them to dinner. "It's Uzumaki Asaka." Mito happily pinched the little boy's face. His chubby cheeks were extremely cute. "Sister Mito, I've grown up. Please stop teasing me." Uzumaki Asaka's face turned red to the roots of his neck. "And Lord Shuyu is here. Please spare me, Sister Mito." Mito seemed to sense Uzumaki Asaka's plea and finally stopped teasing him. Su Shuyu also looked at the cute little boy with fondness. Having no siblings in both of his lives, looking at this adorable little boy made him feel that having a younger brother wouldn't be bad. As for Asuma, let's forget it. He always has that pretentious face, and even without speaking, he seems a bit off. It's probably Sasuke's fault since Asuma resembles Uchiha Sasuke so much. Su Shuyu quietly whispered in Mito's ear, "Mito, if you like children in the future, you can have a few more." The statement instantly made Mito's face flush. "Who wants to have kids with you? I'm still so young." "Ha ha ha." Su Shuyu laughed mischievously. The two followed Uzumaki Asaka to the clan's hall, where almost all Uzumaki clan members had gathered. The elders sat upright in their seats, while others took their places in an orderly manner. Many Uzumaki children were playing and frolicking in the hall. "Welcome our new member, Uchiha Shuyu. Mito, bring Shuyu up so everyone can meet him." The Great Elder introduced Su Shuyu to all the Uzumaki clan members. Most of the clan members were unsure why the Great Elder was specifically introducing Uchiha Shuyu. However, this did not hinder everyone's support for the Great Elder. The atmosphere in the Uzumaki clan had always been good, with no hierarchical distinctions. The elders were older Uzumaki clan members who had earned the trust of their kin and were spontaneously recommended. Of course, it was also obvious that anyone who had survived the Warring States period, especially those who had lived to an old age among the Uzumaki elders, were not softies because those who were weak had no chance to grow old in chaotic times. Su Shuyu felt a bit embarrassed facing the warmth of the Uzumaki clan. After thanking everyone, he smoothly took his seat. From then on, there were no special activities. Everyone just ate, drank, and celebrated. After a hearty meal, Sushiyu was led to a guest room by little Uzumaki Asaka, and then he peacefully fell asleep. The next morning, it was again Uzumaki Asaka knocking on the door, planning to help Sushiyu get dressed and wash up. Sushiyu wasn't used to this. After all, only his maid Ling had helped him change before. He quickly chased the cute little boy out. "All right, Uzumaki Asaka, are you really sulking just because I sent you out? That's a bit much." Sushiyu looked helplessly at Uzumaki Asaka. He was clearly a little boy, but his mindset was so rigid, always referring to him as Lord. "Lord Shuyu, if you need my help this afternoon, just let me know. Please don't send me away." All right, I got it. Now that breakfast is over, where are you taking me, Asaka?" "Lord Shuyu, we're going to Uncle Yashihira's place to learn sealing techniques with Sister Mito." "Of course, I will follow you to learn as well," Asaka said without hesitation. If I remember correctly, the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are not taught to outsiders, right? Is it really okay to teach me directly?" Sushiyu was puzzled. Everyone knew that the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were remarkable, but there was no way to learn them since they were not shared with outsiders. "Lord Shuyu, you are not mistaken. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are indeed not passed on to outsiders. Otherwise, how could there be so many people with our clan's sealing techniques? Moreover, although the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are not bloodline jutsu, the difficulty of learning them is very high. Without the Uzumaki bloodline, it is extremely difficult to learn without talent. However, you don't need to worry, Lord Shuyu. You are special. Therefore, all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan will be open to you. As long as you can learn them, you can choose any sealing technique you want." The boldness of the Uzumaki clan moved Sushiyu. However, at that moment, he thought all of this was due to his relationship with Mito. Little did he know, for others, even if they married into the Uzumaki clan, they would not be qualified to learn the sealing techniques. Sushiyu knew that Izuna might not take his warning to heart, and he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. After all, Izuna had originally died at Tobarama's hands, and after Izuna's death, Madara truly became all alone, leading to his increasingly radical thoughts until he was manipulated by Black Zetsu, spending the latter half of his life living in the lies fabricated by Black Zetsu. Now that he was here, he had to prevent such things from happening. Sushiyu also planned to take these two to another world to help him out. After all, the combat strength of the Special Operations Team in his original world was truly too weak. If he wanted to explore the vast world in the future, he would be stretched thin, which would be exhausting. Moreover, since Madara genuinely regarded him as family, he couldn't bear to see him waste his life like in the original story. The simplest way was to start by changing Izuna's fate. "Madara, the challenges we face in this world are numerous. Not only the conflicts between various clans, but also many challenges you can't even imagine. Right now, the conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju is just a small step in front of you." With that, Sushiyu quietly took Madara and Izuna to the site of the fall of the Yui clan. Madara gazed at the once-renowned Yui clan, which had quietly disappeared from the annals of history, and felt a surge of emotions. "Shuyu, since you brought us here, did you witness all of this with your own eyes?" "Unfortunately, I was present but only observed using sensing ninjutsu. My real body was hidden beneath 100 meters of rock. So strictly speaking, I didn't truly see the downfall of the Yui clan." Sushiyu shook his head, realizing that he had probably stirred Madara's competitive spirit. "Madara, I must warn you seriously, never attempt to challenge that strong individual. If you encounter him in the future, seize every opportunity to escape without looking back. If luck is on your side, he might not bother with you and let you go." Sushiyu was worried that Uchiha Madara would act recklessly, so he sternly reminded him again. "Are you so sure that I wouldn't even have a chance to escape? You experienced the annihilation of the Yui clan, but you came out unscathed, didn't you?" Madara was unconvinced and felt that Sushiyu was exaggerating. "Madara, do you think you can kill me completely?" Sushiyu suddenly asked. Madara thought carefully and realized he really couldn't do it. After all, with Sushiyu's Earth-style ninjutsu, if he was determined to escape, even if he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be difficult to capture him. There were indeed differences in strength, and he couldn't guarantee a certain kill. In fact, Madara didn't know much about Sushiyu's abilities. "I hid underground for 3 whole days before daring to come out, because I was truly afraid of encountering that strong individual. It's not that he couldn't attack me. It's just that he didn't notice me. Can you understand? Right now, whether it's you, Izuna, or even Hashirama and Tobarama, if we were caught by him, it would be a dead end. Izuna looked at Sushuyu's serious expression and confirmed that he was not joking. His features are that he wears all white clothing and has white eyes. Of course, this is different from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. You must pay attention to this. He is over 2 meters tall, has a strong build, and is extremely proficient in taijutsu. The entire Yui clan was slaughtered by his taijutsu. When he massacred the Yui clan, he didn't even use a single ninjutsu. He has a hard horn that curves upward to the left on his head and very thick arms. If you see this person, don't hesitate, just run. Such a strong individual will not hide his form, so you don't have to worry about him changing his appearance. Sushiyu informed Madara and Izuna of all the characteristics of Kinshiki, reminding them to remember this well. Madara saw Sushiyu's serious demeanor and promised he would keep it in mind. The three returned to the clan land, where Madara and Izuna were busy preparing for the entire Uchiha clan's war efforts. Sushiyu said his goodbyes to Madara because he was eager to find the Uzumaki clan. He had promised Mito that he would come to see her when he had time, but first he returned to the real world and then rushed to the parasite world, only just coming back today. Mito would probably be angry. At this moment, in Uzumaki village, Mito was sitting on a rock on the mountainside, watching the sunset. Yes, it was the rock that Sushiyu had raised using his earth style. The last time they watched the fireworks together, it was this rock that had tied their fates together. Hey, Shuyu, you promised to come see me when you had time, but it's been so long. You didn't forget about me, did you? Damn it, if you forgot, I'll make sure to get you. Mito pouted angrily. She was naturally a fiery personality, showing her unique tenderness only in front of Sushiyu. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't just greet them sweetly, but would have acted directly. Looks like that young lady is complaining about me. Sushiyu quietly emerged from the rock and patted Mito's shoulder. You scared me. Mito pretended to be startled and lightly punched Sushiyu. Sushiyu exaggeratedly grimaced in pain. Why did it take you so long to come back and see me? Mito still looked at him with a pout, waiting for his explanation. I don't want to lie to you. I've indeed been through a lot lately and just managed to find the time to rush over. It's not that I want to hide things from you. I just can't explain everything in detail right now. Trust me, you'll understand later, Sushiyu explained to Mito earnestly. Seeing Sushiyu's serious expression, Mito knew he must have his reasons. Then I forgive you. Mito immediately brightened up and linked her arm with Sushiyu's as they sat down together, watching the sun set. Hey Mito, I'm really sorry I couldn't spend enough time with you, Sushiyu said apologetically, as this was his first serious emotional experience in 2 lifetimes. It's okay, I understand. I heard from the clan that Uchiha's clan leader Uchiha Taijima and Senju Tobarama have both passed away, and the new clan leaders are Hashirama and Madara, right? Mito didn't dwell on the details, but turned to ask about the situation of the 2 clans. Yes, Madara and Hashirama have succeeded to the leadership positions. War is about to break out again. Sushiyu honestly conveyed the situation of the 2 clans to Mito. What do you plan to do about it? I know the Uchiha clan sees you as one of their own. Hashirama considers you a friend, and Madara views you as a brother. You're caught in the middle. What are you going to do? Mito pointed out the core conflict that was troubling Sushiyu. Indeed, should he help Madara or Hashirama? No matter who he helped, it would hurt the other friend. He never expected to face such a difficult choice. Actually, I'm quite confused. I don't know whom to help, and I also don't know if I should stay out of it completely. As a newcomer, Sushiyu's stance was very contradictory. This world wasn't originally his, yet he had formed deep ties with it, now finding himself in a dilemma. I know you're in a tough spot. How about this? You can come to our Uzumaki clan to learn medical ninjutsu. This way, you can help both the Senju and Uchiha without taking sides. Although this might not please either side, at least it follows your own heart. Mito suggested an idea that seemed to please neither side, but perfectly aligned with Sushiyu's thoughts. You truly are my wise supporter, Mito. Sushiyu couldn't help but lift Mito in a hug. Put me down. What if the clan elder sees us? The great elder looked at the 2 children playfully, fighting with a smile on his face. Throughout his long life, he had witnessed too many changes in the world, and his other half had long since passed away during the long journey. Watching these 2 adorable juniors, he felt both affection and nostalgia in his heart. Hello, great elder, Sushiyu quickly stopped his playful banter with Mito when he saw her elder appear, realizing that he needed to show enough respect. "You're called Uchiha Shuyu, right? Come walk with me and this girl, Mito, and keep this old man company," the great elder said. Sushiyu nodded, and the three of them maintained an appropriate distance as they walked slowly. "How has the little guy been living in the Uchiha clan? I heard that Hashirama called you Sushiyu. Aren't you originally from the Uchiha clan?" The great elder finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked this question. "Great elder, the situation is a bit complicated, but I can indeed consider myself a member of the Uchiha clan now, and I should be regarded as Madara's brother." Sushiyu introduced himself by using his identity as Madara's brother, not wanting to elaborate too much. Upon hearing this, the great elder didn't press further, likely coming to a general understanding. "So, what do you think of our Uzumaki clan?" he asked. The Uzumaki clan is also one of the great clans from the Warring States period. Objectively speaking, aside from being slightly inferior in military strength compared to the Senju and Uchiha clans, we're not at all lacking compared to other prominent clans like the Hyuga. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are unparalleled. In the field of sealing, others find it hard to compare. Sushiyu provided a balanced assessment of the Uzumaki clan, but withheld more information. After all, this was his first close encounter with the Great Elder, and he wasn't sure of the Elder's opinions, making it difficult to have an open conversation. The Great Elder listened to his words without saying anything further, continuing to walk slowly while letting out a faint sigh. "Our Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are indeed excellent, but hearing an outsider use the term unparalleled to describe them doesn't make me happy. Instead, it makes me a bit worried," he said. "I'm concerned that every ninja clan views us Uzumaki in the same way." The Great Elder himself didn't know if he was lamenting or deliberately testing Sushiyu. Sushiyu was not surprised by this. The fate of the Uzumaki clan in later years was closely related to their sealing techniques being coveted. When Hashirama was alive, no one dared to bully them, but after his death, even Mito's status couldn't protect the land of whirlpools. Not even their natural ally, Konohagakure, sent any support. Everything seemed so unbelievable. After all, during the chaotic Warring States period, the Uzumaki clan had managed to survive, yet they had mysteriously been annihilated just a few years before the Second Great Ninja War. It was truly tragic. Without Hashirama's protection, the land of whirlpools could not withstand assaults from several great nations. Lacking strong power and entrusting one's safety to an ally's protection, while being eyed by those lurking hunters, will inevitably lead to a bad outcome, Sushiyu said directly, not caring whether this was a test from the elder or something else, voicing his inner thoughts. "Shiyu." Mito quickly tugged at Sushiyu's hand, signaling him to stop talking. Speaking so frankly as an outsider, regardless of whether he was right or wrong, could offend people. Moreover, he was now offending the most respected elder in the clan. The great elder turned his head, seriously staring at Sushiyu's face. Looking at this young face, he felt a wave of emotions. Youth was indeed wonderful. "So, Uchiha Shuyu, what do you think you can bring to Mito? You are neither Uchiha Madara nor Senju Hashirama. Without the support of a ninja clan, how can you assert that the Uzumaki clan has placed hope in their allies?" The great elder was not angry. At his age, such slightly provocative remarks no longer stirred his emotions. "I can only rely on my own strength," Sushiyu replied simply. "With strength, I can protect myself. I will safeguard Mito, including everything she wishes to protect." Mito felt deeply moved by his words. A girl in love was always so easily satisfied. The great elder smiled. "Uchiha Shuyu, your confidence is no less than Madara's. Are all Uchiha so arrogant?" "Great elder, I can clearly recognize myself. I'm not joking," Sushiyu said confidently, looking directly into the elder's somewhat murky eyes without a hint of retreat. After all, he was a player with a cheat. How could he possibly lose his momentum? Confidence is a good thing. The great elder turned around and began to walk again, as if nothing had happened. "You two go play. This old man wants to take a walk by myself now," the great elder said with a smile as he bid farewell to the two. "Uzumaki Kyuka, quickly go inform the elders in the clan to convene a clan meeting. I have some thoughts," he instructed. "Yes, elder." Kyuka took his leave. Before long, all the elders participating in the meeting had gathered. "Great elder, what is so urgent that you summoned us all here? You all should know that the Uchiha and Senju are about to go to war, right?" Yes, Great Elder. We have received news about the conflict between these two clans. Are we going to assist the Senju clan? After all, we are allies. Has the Senju clan requested our assistance? The Great Elder asked directly. No, Great Elder, answered Uzumaki Yashira. Then we will not participate in the battle between the Senju and Uchiha this time, the Great Elder decisively ordered. Everyone felt confused, not understanding why they wouldn't help their allies. Even if we did go to support the Senju, the Uchiha have their own allies, and we cannot determine the outcome. On the contrary, our participation in the battle would only cause our clan members to perish in vain. Have any of you considered what will happen to the Uzumaki clan 100 years from now? The Great Elder's soul-searching question immediately silenced everyone. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan had long lifespans and powerful sealing techniques, with a large amount of chakra among its members, but when it came to direct combat capabilities, they were quite ordinary, and the number of clan members was not large. The next generation had not yet grown up, and aside from Ito, the other clan members did not possess particularly outstanding talents. The entire Uzumaki clan was showing signs of decline, which everyone knew but dared not say aloud. What's wrong? Why is everyone silent? Don't worry too much. Us old bones can still hold things together a bit. The Great Elder tried to comfort everyone when he saw them silent. Today, Uchiha Shiyu came again. I just met that young man. Everyone looked at the Great Elder in confusion, not understanding why he had shifted the topic back to Shiyu after discussing clan issues. I sense that his chakra amount is enormous, even more than that of our Uzumaki clan, the Great Elder said with a look of surprise on his face when he learned this. That terrifying chakra amount is almost on par with Hashirama. Great Elder, isn't he from the Uchiha clan? How does such a young person have so much chakra? Yeah, this is too exaggerated. Several elders of the Uzumaki clan were knowledgeable individuals, but even so, they had never seen such an outrageous Uchiha. Additionally, I also sensed an overwhelming amount of In chakra from him, while his Yang chakra was like the blazing sun. I think you should understand what this means. The Great Elder's face revealed a hint of bitterness, as the gap between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. The other elders were immediately in an uproar. If I remember correctly, Mito mentioned that Uchiha Shiyu can use all 5 nature transformations and possesses both Yin and Yang attributes. Doesn't that mean he has the qualifications of a mini-sage of 6 paths? Although that sounds a bit exaggerated, there's no doubt that as long as Uchiha Shiyu doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely not be inferior to Hashirama or Madara in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement. By the way, the Great Elder seemed to be building suspense. I received certain information from Hashirama that this kid, Uchiha Shiyu, has been training chakra and walking the path of a ninja for less than a year. What? Impossible, right? How could this be possible? When Uzumaki Asaka brought Shiyu to the practice room, Uzumaki Yashihira and Uzumaki Mito were already waiting for him there. Shiyu quickly calmed himself and sat down next to Mito. Now that everyone is here, let's pay attention. I'm going to teach you the first sealing technique, which is relatively simple, the contract seal. As the name suggests, the contract seal can sever the contract relationship between an enemy and their summoning beast, causing the summoning beast to lose control or preventing others from summoning that beast. Yashihira explained the function and hand seals of the contract seal seriously. After explaining several times, he had the 3 begin practicing the contract seal. Mito had a high talent for sealing techniques. After a few attempts, she was able to perform this simple sealing technique. Uzumaki Asaka, however, was not so quick. Being younger, he still needed more practice in controlling and mastering his chakra. Shiyu found it not particularly difficult. After mentally simulating the technique a few times, he began to form the hand seals, and unexpectedly, he succeeded on his first try. At the same time, his system panel underwent a change. System asterisk. Character asterisk Shiyu. Race asterisk omniscient. Otsutsuki bloodline, LV1. Sage body asterisk, LV3. Sharingan asterisk 3 Tomo. Height asterisk 181 cm. Chakra asterisk 58, continuously increasing. Ninjutsu asterisk. Fire release asterisk, fire release. Great fireball technique, fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet, fire release. Great dragon fire technique, fire release. Dragon flame song technique, fire release. Phoenix fire technique, fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu, fire release, great fire extinction arrow. Water release asterisk, water release. Water dragon bullet, water release. Great waterfall technique, water release. Great exploding water colliding wave, water release. Water formation pillar. Earth release asterisk, earth release. Earth flow river. Earth release, yellow spring marsh. Earth release, rock collapse. Earth release barrier. Earth prison. Earth release, earth return. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Earth release, cracked earth rotation. Earth release, earth flow cut. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth spike. Earth release, iron prison. Earth release, earth flow barrier. Earth release, 10,000 miles, earth flow wall. Earth manipulation technique asterisk heavenly command. Earth manipulation enhances earth release ninjutsu. No hand signs, rapid, strengthen, plus. Wind release asterisk, wind release, gale palm, wind release. Wind cutter technique, wind release, vacuum wave. Lightning release asterisk, lightning release, body flicker. Sealing technique asterisk basic entry LV1. Contract seal LV1. The system panel successfully recorded the contract seal, indicating that Sushiyu had mastered this sealing technique. Yashihira had been observing the three from the side. Mito's success was within his expectations, as she was originally from the Uzumaki clan and had a solid grasp of basic sealing knowledge. Her few successes were not surprising. However, Sushiyu was different. As a non-Uzumaki, even knowing about his extraordinary talent from the Great Elder's remarks, Yashihira had not anticipated that he would master the contract seal on his first try. After all, even among the Uzumaki clan, there were only a few who excelled in sealing techniques, and Yashihira had taken dozens of attempts to succeed initially. Thinking about this made Yashihira feel like he had aged like a dog. Not bad, Uchiha Shuyu. Your talent is quite impressive, comparable to mine back then, Yashihira said with a hint of pride, almost making Mito laugh. Mito, knowing Yashihira's true capabilities, naturally wouldn't expose him. Cough cough. Yashihira cleared his throat, giving Mito a wink, silently indicating that she should not reveal his secrets. Asaka, don't rush. You're still young. Take your time, Yashihira said. However, as soon as he said this, Uzumaki Asaka became even more nervous. Mito and Shuyu, you two should practice more to master the contract seal. Tomorrow, I'll teach you other sealing techniques, Yashihira said. Shuyu nodded and began to focus on practicing the contract seal again. He practiced until evening, and the system panel showed that the contract seal had been upgraded to LV3. This was likely related to the low difficulty level of the technique. Yashihira, how did Uchiha Shuyu perform in his sealing technique practice today? Several elders gathered, clearly interested in Sushiyu's learning progress, as the entire Uzumaki clan had placed their hopes on him. I have to say, the great elder truly has a keen eye. Today, Uchiha Shuyu succeeded in the contract seal on his first try, and after practicing until evening, his proficiency is almost catching up to mine. At my age, I feel like I've lived like a dog, Yashihira replied. The great elder smiled. That's a good thing. It shows Mito has good judgment, and it also indicates that when the Uzumaki clan is handed over to these two, we can be more at ease, right? But I still feel quite frustrated, especially for Asaka. He's still practicing. Poor child thinks his talent is too lacking, Yashihira lamented. The most heartbreaking thing is probably that no matter how hard you try, the geniuses of your generation can easily surpass you. In the face of true talent, effort seems meaningless. Sai, we should comfort Uzumaki Asaka. This child actually has great talent, much better than you did when you were young, Yashihira. It's just unfortunate that he encountered two real geniuses. The great elder shook his head and said helplessly. Asaka would have to accept this reality. If he could overcome this psychological barrier, he might make further progress. The next day, it was still Yashihira's sealing technique class, and this time they were learning the four limbs re-seal, mainly used to bind an enemy's strength. As expected, Mito learned this sealing technique after a few attempts, as its difficulty was not much greater than that of the contract seal. Sushiyu also succeeded on his first try without surprise. The system panel updated the data again. Sealing technique asterisk. Basic entry LV1 plus. Contract seal LV3. Four limbs re-seal LV1. Only poor Uzumaki Asaka was still struggling to learn yesterday's contract seal. On the third day, They learned the binding formation, a small binding type formation. Again, the same progress was made. Due to the increased difficulty, Mito took half a day to successfully master it, while Sushuyu succeeded on his first try, as expected. Sealing technique *. Basic entry LV2 plus. Contract seal LV3. Forelimbs reseal LV3. Binding formation LV1. After these 3 days, Yashihira had no words left regarding Sushuyu's talent in sealing techniques. After all, being able to learn a sealing technique in a day meant that even if the Uzumaki clan had many sealing techniques, he could finish learning them in no time. Of course, Yashihira also understood that while simple sealing techniques could be learned in a day, truly profound sealing techniques were another matter. Poor Uzumaki Asaka finally learned the contract seal on the 3rd day, and after succeeding, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Sushuyu shook his head, looking at the determined little boy, and picked him up, heading toward his home. Tonight, Uzumaki Asaka would finally be able to sleep soundly. In the process of studying sealing techniques over the past few days, Uzumaki Mito and Sushuyu spent more and more time together, and their tacit understanding grew as rapidly as the sealing techniques they were learning. However, poor Uzumaki Asaka had only just managed to learn his 2nd sealing technique, while Mito and Sushuyu were already moving on to study other techniques. Subsequently, Uzumaki Yashihira continued to instruct Asaka, while Sushuyu and Mito began learning medical ninjutsu under Mito's grandmother. This was one of the main purposes of their journey, as the impending conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans would surely lead to numerous casualties. If they could master medical ninjutsu, they would be able to save as many injured people as possible. Mito's grandmother was an elderly woman with silver hair and a kindly demeanor. It was well known that the Uzumaki clan was famous for their longevity, and the longest living individuals were in Uzumaki village. Mito, is this the Uchiha Shuyu you've been talking about? Grandma, don't say that. Mito felt a bit embarrassed by her grandmother's remark, and Sushuyu politely bowed to her. Good, you're both good kids. I know you have high talents, but medical ninjutsu mainly relies on chakra control. First, let me see how well you can manipulate your chakra, Mito's grandmother said before teaching the medical ninjutsu. Mito plucked a leaf and used her chakra to neatly cut it into a perfect circle. Very nice, her grandmother praised. Without a word, Sushuyu made a hand gesture, and the earth beneath them began to mold, instantly transforming into a lifelike depiction of Uzumaki village. Every building, every street, and even the people on the street were vividly visible, with faint outlines of Mito, Sushuyu, and Uzumaki Asaka discernible. Mito's grandmother, having experienced many ups and downs in her long life, sighed in amazement. Shuyu, your chakra manipulation ability can't simply be described as earth release. It's almost reaching the level of a new bloodline limit, incredibly close to the realm of sage techniques. She had seen countless geniuses, but this was the first time she encountered someone whose talent left her breathless. Mito, however, found nothing amiss and gazed at Sushuyu with admiration. A woman in love often overlooks everything else, focusing solely on her partner. Grandma, what are sage techniques? Sushuyu asked, pretending to be unfamiliar with the concept. Sage techniques are a special ability that transcends regular ninjutsu. According to ancient texts passed down in our Uzumaki clan, sage techniques first appeared during the era of the Sage of Six Paths, who was a deity that mastered them, Mito's grandmother recalled from the ancient texts. Unfortunately, the original records have long since vanished in the flow of history. This knowledge will have to be passed down orally, as the story of the Sage of Six Paths is very ancient. Her introduction confirmed to Sushuyu that the Uzumaki clan was unaware of the 3 great holy lands. Otherwise, they would understand that sage techniques could be mastered by more than just the Sage of Six Paths. Since your chakra control skills are satisfactory, let's get straight to the point and start learning medical ninjutsu. We'll begin with the healing rebirth technique. This technique works by utilizing the cells within the injured person's body to repair wounds, but this process is extremely taxing. Generally speaking, to be truly effective, several people need to take turns using it. Of course, this is for ordinary ninjas. In my view, you two should have no trouble using this ninjutsu independently. You have both the skill and the chakra. Here are 2 injured fish. Try to heal them. If you take too long, they will dehydrate and die. If you fail to heal the wound, they will die as well. Give it a try, Mito's grandmother said, presenting 2 fish with knife wounds for them to practice on. Mito repeatedly tried according to her grandmother's instructions and quickly achieved results. Although her speed was slow, causing the fish to die in the end, it was clear that with a few more attempts, she would master it. Looking over at Sushuyu, the fish were already flopping around on the ground. Mito's grandmother was puzzled at how he managed to do this, given that this was merely the healing rebirth technique, not sage techniques. Shuyu, try again and show me, Mito's grandmother prompted, as she made a deeper cut in the fish with a kunai. Sushuyu directly employed the healing rebirth technique, and within a few breaths, the cut on the fish had healed. Incredible! No wonder those old men joke that you are the child of destiny. This level of yang release, this overwhelming aura of vitality. My goodness! Mito, your partner is truly a freak. Mito's grandmother exclaimed in amazement. She had never seen such powerful yang release chakra in her life. It was probably on par with Hashirama in his prime. I can only say, Uchiha Shuyu, you don't seem like an Uchiha at all. Grandma, take a look at my Sharingan before making a judgment, Sushu joked as he activated his Sharingan. Seeing the 3-tomo Sharingan in Sushuyu's eyes, Mito's grandmother shook her head. This is truly the legacy of the Uchiha, as well as Mito's blessing. Since that's the case, I'll teach you both the principles and techniques of sage techniques. It's not too difficult for you. I didn't expect today's lesson to come to an end so quickly. Sigh, Mito, you two are really giving me a hard time, Mito's grandmother said with a touch of self-deprecating humor. After spending an afternoon, Sushuyu had completely mastered the sage techniques. This was not because his skills were remarkable. It was purely because his yang release was too powerful, allowing him to significantly enhance the effectiveness of his medical ninjutsu through sheer force. Now Sushuyu understood why Hashirama didn't need treatment during his peak. Possessing such powerful yang release meant he could heal himself automatically. Today, Mito, you're staying behind. You can only go back alone today, Sushuyu said, bowing to Mito's grandmother and waving goodbye to Mito. Grandma, what's wrong? You're not upset with Shuyu, are you? You wouldn't dare say anything bad about him in front of him, would you? Mito suddenly felt nervous. Mito, what are you thinking? I just have something to discuss with you. Not to speak ill of your little boyfriend, Mito's grandmother reassured her with a smile as she patted Mito's head. Mito, look at me. In-seal, activate. A peculiar mask appeared on Mito's grandmother's face, and in an instant, her silver hair turned red, and her loose skin became tight and smooth. She transformed from a 70-year-old grandmother into a 20-year-old younger sister. Mito's eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly asked, Grandma, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's amazing. Envious, aren't you, Mito? This is our clan's S-rank sealing technique, in-seal technique. Once you learn this technique, you can store excess chakra in the in-seal and release it when needed. Of course, that's not its greatest advantage. The greatest advantage is that no beauty-loving woman can resist it. After mastering the complete in-seal, as long as you have enough chakra, you can maintain your youthful appearance indefinitely, even keeping this form until the very last moment of your life. Death may be inevitable, but aging can be kept at bay. Do you like this ninjutsu? I love it, Grandma. I want to learn this technique right now. If I can't master the in-seal, I won't even look at other sealing techniques. Please teach me now. Mito quickly pouted and acted cute. What woman, or girl, could resist the allure of eternal youth and beauty? All right, Grandma will teach you right now. Once you learn it, you can pass it on to Shuyu. However, this sealing technique is somewhat useless for him. His chakra is too abundant, and storing chakra doesn't hold much significance for him. I don't care. Grandma, please teach me now. What's the rush? In the end, it'll just benefit that young man Shuyu. Graendi ma. For several consecutive days, Sushuyu had not seen Mito. Mito conveyed through her clan members that she was studying an advanced sealing technique and might not be able to appear during this time. Sushuyu continued to learn deeper knowledge of sealing techniques under Uzumaki Yashihira. After spending these days together, Yashihira had become completely numb to the notion of genius. Such labels seemed meaningless to him. At this rate, he would soon run out of things to teach. From the initial 4-symbol seal to the fire sealing method, then onto the 5-element seal, he had even mastered the inner 4 symbols sealing technique. The inner four symbol seal left a deep impression on Sushiyu, as it was the ultimate technique of the notorious Danzo, the leader of the underground organization Root, who made a last-ditch effort before his death. However, Sushiyu could never understand why such a powerful S-rank sealing technique ended up sealing merely a bridge. It was truly perplexing. It took Sushiyu about a week to learn the inner four symbol seal, as the difficulty and danger associated with this S-rank sealing technique were exceptionally high, which is why it was classified as S-rank. He was deeply grateful for Yashihira's careful teaching. Although he didn't understand why Yashihira was always so accommodating to his learning requests, willingly sharing even the most complex and secretive sealing techniques, he felt the sincerity of the Uzumaki clan. It seemed that everyone regarded him as a junior of the Uzumaki clan and was wholeheartedly imparting knowledge to him, which moved Sushiyu greatly. Shuyu, you have already mastered quite a few sealing techniques. Given this, are you still willing to continue learning? There are a few more powerful sealing techniques in the clan, but they are quite difficult to learn and not particularly practical. I'd like to hear your thoughts, Yashihira said, having already taught many things. What remained were essentially the clan's treasure techniques. He hoped to let Sushiyu make his own choice moving forward. Uncle Yashihira, can you tell me what other sealing techniques there are? Sushiyu naturally hoped to learn more sealing techniques. The more, the better. There are a few S-rank sealing techniques. Listen closely, Yashihira replied. Shiki Fujin S-rank. The hand seals are C, Highway, Mao, Suzi, Yu Wu, C, and then join your hands together. This sealing technique can summon the Shinigami, who will then use a sword to sever the target's soul and devour it, thus sealing the enemy's soul. However, this powerful sealing technique comes at an extremely high cost, the death of the user. While the Shinigami collects the enemy's soul, it also reaps the user's soul. Although this is a technique developed by our Uzumaki clan, it has rarely been used. Senjutsu Myo Jinmen, said to be a sage technique passed down from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. This technique requires mastery of sage techniques. Unfortunately, our Uzumaki clan has not mastered the legendary sage techniques, so although the sealing technique is said to be able to strongly suppress tailed beasts, no one from the Uzumaki clan has ever successfully used it. Shikiryu Sozo requires 4 ninjas with top-tier chakra levels to create a rectangular barrier of red, transparent flames in the 4 cardinal directions, isolating the target from the outside world. The barrier itself possesses red flames. Outsiders cannot enter, and enemies inside cannot escape. If they touch the walls of the barrier, they will be burned by the flames. We, the Uzumaki clan, can perform the Shikiryu Sozo, but since it requires the cooperation of 4 people, they must have strength comparable to Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Taijima, and all 4 must perform it simultaneously. Currently, only our Uzumaki clan can execute this technique. Even if other ninja clans could learn this sealing technique, they wouldn't have enough people to perform it. Our Uzumaki clan naturally has abundant chakra, so 4 elders can manage it. Therefore, this technique is not particularly practical. It's not like you can perform this sealing technique alone. Yashihira's words only piqued Sushiyu's interest further. So, Elder, I'm curious. Would it be possible to use shadow clones to perform this sealing technique? Shadow clones? You mean the physical clone technique created by Tobarama, right? In theory, it should be feasible, but in practice, it's nearly impossible. Yashihira dismissed Sushiyu's idea. Why is it theoretically possible, but practically unachievable? Sushiyu asked, feeling confused. By common sense, if Hashirama could achieve something with his clones, then shadow clones should also be able to do it, albeit with increased difficulty. What's there to ask? It's simple. Whose shadow clones can have that much chakra? It requires the chakra of top-tier ninjas, and it must be 4 people's chakra. Wait, if it's you, there might actually be a chance. Your chakra is so abundant. Perhaps it could work, Yashihira said, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes as he looked at this little monster before him. Sushiyu silently complained in his mind. Come on, Uncle Yashihira. What do you mean by my chakra being abundant? Can you be a little more polite? There's also an ultimate enhanced version, the Rokuchiki Yosen. This requires 6 ninja-level individuals to launch. It creates a red, transparent flame hexagonal prism barrier, essentially an ultimate upgraded version of the Shikiryu Sozo. Sushiyu noticed that Yashihira was speaking in an elaborate manner and couldn't help but wonder if he had also crossed over from another world. However, it's unfortunate that our clan only possesses the method of practice, and no one has succeeded in mastering this sealing technique. After all, figures like Tobirama and Taijima are already the pinnacle of ninjas. We've never seen a ninja at the level of the Sage of Six Paths ultimately. Even the Sage of Six Paths is just a long-standing legend. Only our Uzumaki clan has preserved ancient texts well enough for some to believe in the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. Others merely treat it as a myth. Uncle Yashihira, in a few years, Hashirama and Madara will start the Gundam War. Figures like Tobirama and Taijima aren't the pinnacle of ninjas at all. The Sage of Six Paths is always watching over the ninja world during those moments. With all these sealing techniques, aside from the Rokuchiki Yozen, which we can only provide the learning scroll for, the others can be personally taught to you. Personally, I think learning these sealing techniques is not very meaningful. They either require tremendous effort or come at the cost of life, Yashihira said insightfully. Some sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan meant death once performed. If the timing was not right, the enemy might not even die, while the user would certainly perish. These sealing techniques were primarily defensive measures for protecting the village, not normal combat trump cards. Uncle Yashihira, have you ever heard the saying, "Only children make choices. I want them all"? Sushiyu quipped. Adults know that wanting it all can be taxing on the body. Yashihira raised his eyelids, giving a look that seemed to say, "You greedy little brat, don't think I can't see through you. Then let's go. We should meet the Great Elder. The remaining sealing techniques are basically not something I can perform alone. Let's have several of the elders teach you together. Come on, kiddo, let's go." Yashihira, this old rascal, began to take advantage of Sushiyu again. "All right, Uncle Yashihira. Hey, isn't that Kyuka? Look at you, you look quite amusing." Uzumaki Yashihira teased, grinning at Uzumaki Kyuka. A flicker of displeasure crossed Kyuka's eyes. He had never liked Yashihira's laid-back attitude, and chose to ignore him, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Today was the day when the four elders had agreed to teach Sushiyu the Shikiryu Sozo. This high-level S-rank sealing technique could not be performed by just one elder alone. Yashihira, Kyuka, the Great Elder, and Uzumaki Takayama were now leading Sushiyu to the widest training ground of the Uzumaki clan, preparing to demonstrate the immense power of the Shikiryu Sozo. Yashihira was puzzled as to why Sushiyu was so obsessed with the Shikiryu Sozo, but the Great Elder had already made it clear that as long as Sushiyu wanted to learn anything owned by the Uzumaki clan, he could learn it. What Yashihira didn't know was that Sushiyu aimed to approach the Shikiryu Sozo as a stepping stone towards learning the deeper 6 Shikiryu Sozo. After all, Obito's 6 Shikiryu Sozo could directly trap thousands of troops during the Fourth Great Ninja War. As a large-scale sealing barrier technique, the Shikiryu Sozo was considered the pinnacle, while the 6 Shikiryu Sozo was at its peak. If 6 ninjas at the level of the 6 paths were to simultaneously invoke the 6 Shikiryu Sozo, could they trap a true member of the Otsutsuki clan? Unfortunately, finding 6 ninjas of that caliber would be as difficult as taking down Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Momoshiki on one's own. After the 4 esteemed elders of the Uzumaki clan brought Sushiyu to the training ground, the Great Elder solemnly said to Sushiyu, "Shuyu, you need to pay close attention. You only have one chance today. The Shikiryu Sozo is vast and complex to perform, and I can only demonstrate it for you once. If you don't grasp its essence today, you'll have to wait until tomorrow for another demonstration." Sushiyu nodded earnestly in response. "Understood, Great Elder. I will keep it in mind." Disperse, prepare, hand seals, Shikiryu Sozo. With the Great Elder's command, a massive, fiery red barrier suddenly rose, square-shaped, with flames swirling on its walls, seemingly containing boundless power. "Elders, may I try testing the barrier's strength?" Sushiyu asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, wanting to gauge the barrier's durability. Yashihira laughed boisterously. "Kid, go ahead and attack with all your might. Don't hold back." He had complete confidence in Sushiyu's actions. "Then I won't be polite. I'll take your advice." Sushiyu took a deep breath, gathering chakra throughout his body, preparing to unleash his earth manipulation technique to the fullest. Earth manipulation. Great Earth Lion Roll. This was a technique Sushiyu had developed based on his research of earth manipulation, inspired by the legendary warrior known as the Golden Lion from his past life. The principle was simple. By forcefully channeling a massive amount of chakra, he could manipulate the earth and rock of the entire area to directly crush the Shikiryu Sozo. The vast earth quickly coalesced into a giant lion over 100 meters tall, charging forward with a torrent of soil and rock, fiercely attacking the Shikiryu Sozo. Hey, as expected of Shuyu, this terrifying earth release technique can instantly alter the terrain. Truly impressive, the Great Elder observed while maintaining the Shikiryu Sozo, taking a moment to watch Shuyu's ninjutsu. With just this one jutsu, the Great Elder could confirm that Shuyu's strength had already surpassed that of the former Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Taijima. Indeed, the younger generation is pushing the older generation aside. We old folks have aged. Mito's judgment is truly remarkable, the Great Elder lamented. In the blink of an eye, the lion crashed into the barrier of the Shikiryu Sozo, yet the barrier remained utterly unmoved, appearing unbreakable. Indeed, very solid. Let me try this instead. Shushiyu raised his hands, summoning one, then two, then three more towering stone lions, again surging forward like a tidal wave. This kid just throws out techniques casually. He's simply a freak. I'm exhausted just watching him. Yashihira couldn't help but complain as he observed Shushiyu conjuring three more stone lions. Ha ha ha, he's just young, full of energy and abundant chakra. Everyone, let's keep the barrier stable. We can't let this be a disgrace to our Uzumaki clan, the Great Elder said with a smile. As expected, the final outcome was still without suspense. Even with Shuyu's great Earth Lion roll, he couldn't breach the defenses of the Shikiryu Sozo. The defensive strength of the Shikiryu Sozo far exceeded the upper limits of the Great Earth Lion roll's power. Shushiyu remained fully focused, observing the four elders as they performed the technique, and then began to practice diligently. He realized that mastering the Shikiryu Sozo would not come easily. After all, this level of sealing technique was not something that could be learned casually. The lower-level ninjas, like the likes of Rosa, were only at the shadow level, while Hashirama was also a shadow, but the two were not comparable. Although the inner four-symbol seal was relatively simpler and easier to learn and had lower chakra requirements, the Shikiryu Sozo was demanding. Most ninjas could not even meet its chakra requirements. Just as Shushiyu was diligently practicing the Shikiryu Sozo, Mito finally succeeded in learning the Yin seal. Overjoyed, she immediately thought of sharing her happiness with Shushiyu. Hearing that Shushiyu was at the training ground, she hurried over. However, as she approached the entrance of the training ground, she heard Shushiyu shout, "Shikiryu Sozo!" The entire training ground was instantly enveloped by a massive red barrier. This is the Shikiryu Sozo. Shushiyu has actually learned it already. He truly lives up to my expectations. Mito's eyes sparkled with excitement. I finally succeeded, Shushiyu thought to himself, having used shadow clones to practice the Shikiryu Sozo, and today he had finally managed to cast it once. The main issue was that the shadow clones were too fragile, and sustaining the barrier could easily lead to problems. At this moment, he increasingly felt that Hashirama's wood clones were indeed the ultimate technique among clones. Shushiyu, Mito greeted him excitedly. Upon seeing Mito had arrived, Shushiyu dispelled the Shikiryu Sozo and the shadow clones. However, a wave of intense fatigue surged through him, and his vision blurred momentarily, nearly causing him to stumble. Seeing this, Mito rushed forward to support Shushiyu, concerned as she asked, "Shushiyu, what's wrong?" Shushiyu endured the fatigue, signaling her not to worry. "It's nothing. I've just been practicing the Shikiryu Sozo continuously these past few days without much rest. My body is just a bit fatigued. It's nothing serious. Let me take you to rest for a bit. There's a stone platform on the hillside at the back, the place where we watched the sunset together last time," Mito suggested. The two sat quietly watching the setting sun, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. "Would you like to lie down for a bit, Shushiyu? I have a pillow here," Mito said shyly, pointing to her thigh. At that moment, she was kneeling on the ground, her slender legs tightly together. This was an invitation for a knee pillow. Shushiyu felt a bit swayed, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation, slowly lying down and resting his head on Mito's thigh. The soft touch perfectly cradled the back of his head, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel incredibly comfortable. "Hey Mito, why do you smell so good?" Sushiyu asked curiously. Mito's face flushed deeper as she shyly replied, I didn't use any perfume. Sushiyu mused silently, wondering if it was the reflection of the sunset on her face or the hormones at play that made her so bashful. Gradually, a gentle snoring sound began to emerge. Mito gazed at Sushiyu's delicate face, her heart brimming with tenderness. For a moment, she seemed to fall into a wonderful atmosphere, unaware if it was the sweet intoxication of love that blurred the passage of time or the summer cicadas playing a romantic melody. Uchiha Shuyu, we have acquired fairly accurate intelligence. If all goes well, the war between the Uchiha and the Senju will begin within the next couple of days. The great elder summoned Sushiyu and informed him of the recent developments. If you plan to take action, now is the time to start preparing. I wonder which side you intend to stand on. Thank you for the information, great elder. In fact, I've already made my decision. I'm not going to participate in the war. I'm going to save them. Although not helping either side may mean offending both, I have no regrets. Sushiyu had already made up his mind. Stuck between Hashirama and Madara, he felt he could afford to be a little reckless this time. Have you truly thought this through? Usually, those who act like you end up with nothing good. The great elder sighed lightly. Sushiyu nodded. The essence of this war lay in the long-standing grievances between the Uchiha and the Senju, and both sides were in desperate need of an outlet for their frustrations. Madara and Hashirama were both striving toward their dreams now. And I won't try to dissuade you. This time, our Uzumaki clan won't interfere. You can take Mito, Yashihira, and Kyuka with you. Consider it a journey to help you out. Sushiyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had already benefited from so many sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, and now they were even sending their people to help him as he prepared to head to the battlefield. It was only today that Sushiyu realized that the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were indeed not taught to outsiders. Even if a foreign man married into their clan, he would not have the qualification to learn. It wasn't merely because he was Mito's chosen one that they were teaching him. It was simply that the Uzumaki clan valued him. They had made no demands and set no restrictions, and it was clear that the Uzumaki clan treated Sushiyu sincerely. You don't need to feel embarrassed. When our Uzumaki clan decides on something, we give our all without reservation. All you need to do is treat Mito well in the future. The great elder noticed Sushiyu's feelings of guilt. Yes, great elder, go find Mito and the others. They've finished preparing, and you'll set off today. The great elder waved his hand, signaling Sushiyu to leave. Watching Sushiyu's departing figure, the great elder sighed softly. I don't know if this is right or wrong. The fate of the Uzumaki clan will be entrusted to Mito and you. Once everyone was ready, they left Uzumaki village and began their journey. Shiyu, I finally get to go out with you this time. Mito was still excited, and every path they walked together felt like a new experience to her. Mito's innocence and exuberance deeply affected Sushiyu. At that moment, the looming war didn't seem as harsh. They chatted and walked along, and although it was quite bold to act like this in such a tumultuous warring states period, Sushiyu felt confident in his own strength. With the Otsutsuki clan absent, he, along with Hashirama and Madara, represented the strongest beings in the world. Yashihira and Kyuka walked slowly behind them, keeping a distance to avoid being seen as intruding. Sushiyu was respectful towards them, while Mito had a sharp tongue. If it interfered with her time alone with Sushiyu, she would surely hold a grudge. Sigh, it's pitiful that we two old men have to endure this dog food. At our age, we have to suffer this fate. Hey, Yashihira, don't lump me in with you. I have a wife, and we're happily married. You're the only lonely one here. Kyuka immediately retorted sarcastically. Damn it, what do you mean by that, Kyuka? Are you saying I'm the only lonely one? Yashihira exclaimed angrily. Isn't it obvious? You're the only single man here. Even the dog I raise has a companion, and you're all alone. Look at Mito and Shuyu. They're practically glued to each other. Now look at yourself, Kyuka teased. Yashihira, let me tell you, that time I accidentally blew up the bathroom? That was on purpose. I did it just to see you in there. Yashihira exploded with anger. Damn, after all these years, you finally speak the truth, huh? I knew you did it on purpose. Just wait until I beat your mouth to a pulp. With that, the two began to grapple in the back, but they were careful not to use any ninjutsu. Sushiyu hesitated and asked, Should we wait for those two and help mediate? No need to worry about them. They've been at it for decades and know how it works. Don't take it too seriously. Do you remember the first time you saw me? They were also there, and they started fighting on the outskirts, so you didn't see them back then. Mito looked indifferent, causing Su Shuyu to drop the subject. Mito, the Uzumaki clan has invested so much in me. Don't take it to heart. Mito signaled Su Shuyu not to mention it. Even if the clan didn't teach you sealing techniques, I would teach you. The outcome would be the same. Looking at Mito's calm demeanor, Su Shuyu also decided not to dwell on it. A grown man shouldn't be so timid. By afternoon, they finally arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. From a distance, upon seeing Su Shuyu and Mito, the guards hurried to report to Madara. Shuyu, you finally decided to come back. Madara said upon seeing Su Shuyu return. Why did you bring the Uzumaki clan members with you? Aren't they allies of the Senju? Well, this time the Uzumaki clan won't interfere. It's only the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha. Mito and the other two are here as my assistants. Madara, you know well that your battle with Hashirama is unavoidable. Even if the grievances between the two clans can be set aside for now, you will ultimately have to fight. I don't want to interfere in your destined conflict. Even if you share the same dreams, you'll need to fight for dominance. No need to say more. I understand, Madara interrupted, raising his hand to stop Su Shuyu from explaining further. You're my brother, just like Izuna. There's no need for you to intervene between me and Hashirama. Su Shuyu understood Madara's pride. To those outside the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha's pride and arrogance seemed indistinguishable. Madara, if all goes well, the Uchiha clan won't have to worry about the Uzumaki clan's alliance with the Senju anymore. The Uzumaki clan will gradually downplay their alliance with the Senju, transitioning to a neutral stance. Madara glanced at Su Shuyu in surprise and asked skeptically, You're not saying you're giving up your surname to marry into the Uzumaki clan, are you? No, I'm still me. I don't understand why the Uzumaki clan is willing to invest so heavily, but I've confirmed with Mito that there shouldn't be any issues. Su Shuyu replied with certainty, easing some of Madara's concerns. I can't shake the feeling that the Uzumaki clan is planning something significant, which is good for you. If all goes well, you'll be the one to take control of the Uzumaki clan in the future, Madara commented. This was a good thing, allowing Su Shuyu, who could not inherit the Uchiha clan, to have his own power, while also indirectly severing a bond between the Uchiha and Senju. For the Uchiha clan, it was beneficial from every angle. Then I can rest assured. Shuyu, I have this feeling that your connection to this world is too thin. Now that you have a girl who likes you and a ninja clan that has high hopes for you, will you have more attachment to this world? Su Shuyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, although he had developed ties with Hashirama, Madara, the Uchiha clan, Mito, and the Uzumaki clan, he always felt like an outsider to this world. Because he wasn't originally from this world, an invisible barrier always separated him from it. Looking at Mito, Madara, Izuna, and the Uchiha clan members present, as well as the interesting Uzumaki clan and Uzumaki village, and Hashirama and the others, this world was vividly laid out before him at this moment. He realized that, unknowingly, he had already acquired so much. Today we will engage in a decisive battle against the Senju. May everyone have good fortune and win without fail. Early in the morning, the Uchiha clan, young and old, began a farewell ceremony for those preparing to head to the battlefield. They carefully polished the armor of their fathers, sons, and brothers, tightening their protective gear and earnestly reminding them to return alive. Su Shuyu and Mito witnessed this solemn yet tragic scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Just watch quietly. Those about to go to war shouldn't see the tears in our eyes. They must carry a resolve to fight to the death and move forward courageously, Yashihira said, unusually setting aside his humorous side as he quietly observed the Uchiha's farewell ceremony. Uncle Yashihira, are you feeling something? Su Shuyu asked softly. Feelings like that have long since faded away. At my age, I've become numb. I've experienced numerous wars, big and small. What feelings could I still have? In this era, peace is the most luxurious thing, Yashihira reflected. Come on, Uncle Yashihira, we're all ready now. Mito, you need to be careful on the battlefield. Don't stray more than 10 meters from me. I'll take responsibility for your safety, Su Shuyu repeatedly reminded Mito to watch out for herself. Let's go. At the Valley of the End, the Senju and Uchiha clans stood opposite each other. Madara, long time no see. Hashirama, we meet again on the battlefield. But this time, I'll be able to reach the other side. Hashirama. Madara, holding the Uchiha fan, pointed at Hashirama and said, let's cut this endless hatred today. In our capacities as clan leaders of the Uchiha and Senju, talk is pointless. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Tobirama initiated the water release ninjutsu first. Uchiha rebound. Madara directly used the Uchiha fan to block the impact of the water dragon. Tobirama, your opponent is me. Izuna stood up, engaging in a fierce battle with Tobirama. Kill. Kill. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Fire release. Phoenix fire claw. On the battlefield, ninjutsu clashed chaotically. Only the area where Madara and Hashirama stood remained clear, as both sides tacitly left a stage for their battle. Hashirama, my eyes are no longer the former Sharingan. It's finally time for us to clash again. Madara, I don't want to see this meaningless killing anymore. I don't want to fight you. Hashirama shook his head, seemingly unconcerned about Madara's new transformation. Don't act like you can defeat me at any moment. Hashirama, talk is pointless. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Various ninjutsu continually clashed and canceled each other out. Both had reached the pinnacle of their respective domains, and ordinary ninjutsu posed no threat to one another. Hashirama, stop testing each other. I'm going to get serious. Madara's eyes quickly formed a complete pattern of tomo, and a physical chakra surged around him, transforming into arms and ribs. This is the power housed within the Uchiha clan's eyes. Susanoo. Hashirama, don't die so easily. Would release. 4-pillar prison technique. Hashirama attempted to trap Madara with the 4-pillar prison, but Susanoo's arms easily broke through the prison. Hashirama, do you really think such a technique can restrain me? Would release. It's indeed formidable ninjutsu, but it's still far from enough. Hashirama. As he spoke, the muscles began to grow extensively on Susanoo's skeletal frame, and skin formed around it, with a chakra blade slung at its waist. At that moment, Susanoo had grown to a height of 100 meters, embodying the power of destruction. Uchiha clan members retreat. Izuna quickly instructed the Uchiha clan members to fall back to avoid being caught in the aftermath of Madara and Hashirama's battle. Senju clan members, retreat with me. Tobirama led his clan members to evacuate as well. Ordinary clan members had no confidence in escaping unscathed from Susanoo. Indeed, the evil Uchiha clan. This power is filled with brutality and a destructive aura. It's truly wicked, Tobirama observed from the sidelines, searching for an opportunity to aid his brother. Would release. Forest domain. Hashirama joined his hands, and a small forest erupted from the ground, attempting to entangle Susanoo. However, the trees were continuously swept aside by Madara's Susanoo. Within the forest, giant trees grew, yet they couldn't ensnare Susanoo. At this moment, both the Senju and Uchiha clans had halted their fighting, clearly standing on either side, quietly watching the mythic battle between their clan leaders. What's going on with this giant summoned by our clan leader? Is this the power of our Uchiha clan? The newly awakened Uchiha clan members filled with doubt, still unaware of the terrifying power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unclear. Lord Taijima never demonstrated such power. But it must be said that Lord Madara has indeed surpassed Lord Taijima. Our Uchiha clan has grown stronger. Every Uchiha clan member was filled with joy, believing that the stronger their leader became, the stronger the Uchiha clan would become. Of course, it would be even better if their opponent, Hashirama, didn't seem so overpowered. Hashirama's wood release was equally fearsome. If not for Murasato, no one had confidence in escaping from this technique. The Senju clan also marveled at their clan leader Hashirama's terrifying abilities, as he could change the terrain around him with a wave of his hand. The ninjutsu they used paled in comparison to Hashirama's wood release. Both clans wanted to rush in to assist, but were stopped by Tobirama and Izuna. After all, in this situation, ordinary ninjas would only be throwing their lives away. Madara, stop. The war between our two clans has temporarily halted. There's no need for us to continue fighting, Hashirama urged. Hashirama, it's just beginning. How can we possibly stop now? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Come on, Hashirama. With that, Madara infused even more chakra into Susanoo, transforming it from a half-formed warrior into a complete humanoid figure. Madara, stop. Don't force my hand. Don't speak as if you could defeat me at any moment. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A massive wooden dragon burst from the ground, coiling around Susanoo, attempting to destroy it. The dragon summoned by Hashirama clashed with Susanoo in a titanic struggle. Madara drew the chakra blade from his side and used dual strikes to attack the wooden dragon. Although he managed to free himself from the dragon's constraints, the dragon was too resilient, and he didn't succeed in severing it. Hashirama, use whatever abilities you have. Ha ha ha, this is what battle is about. Entertain me to your heart's content. Hashirama, Sushio stood side by side with Mito, quietly watching the intense battle between Hashirama and Madara. At this moment, Uzumaki Masahiko and Uzumaki Hiroka were chattering away like machine guns, never pausing. What technique is that giant Madara has summoned? Sushio. It's terrifying. Is it a bloodline ability of the Uchiha clan? But I've never seen Taijima use it. Did Taijima prefer to die rather than reveal this secret? Masahiko chattered on. And Hashirama's wood release is something I've never heard of before. Is this a bloodline ability of the Senju clan? This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me. It seems like us old folks are really nearing the end. Hiroka couldn't help but sigh. Masahiko nodded repeatedly, showing full agreement with Hiroka's words. That giant of Madara is called Susanoo. The Uchiha clan can unleash this ultimate destructive technique after evolving from the three-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, named in the name of the gods. Sushio explained in detail to address their confusion. And Hashirama's wood release is a new bloodline ability that he created by combining earth release and water release, containing endless potential. Sushio, well-versed in these two techniques, provided a simple explanation for Uzumaki Masahiko and Uzumaki Hiroka. You can record this information and pass it down through generations in the Uzumaki clan, but remember not to leak it outside. Finally, Sushio reminded them not to disclose this information. Masahiko and Hiroka nodded happily. All right, you can rest assured. You know that our Uzumaki clan is best at keeping secrets. No one outside of us can unravel our sealing techniques. From what you're saying, you seem to know quite a lot. Mito looked at Sushio in confusion. Her crush always seemed confident, which filled her with curiosity. Guess why I know about Susanoo? Although it's not the first time Susanoo has appeared in this world, this is indeed the first Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha, and the first Sushio teased, deliberately playing with Mito's curiosity. Mito's mind raced. Could it be? Sushio, you also awaken your eyes? I almost forgot you still have Uchiha blood in you. I haven't awakened the Mangekyo, but I do have control over Susanoo. Sushio finally revealed his little secret. Sushio, can this news be recorded in the Uzumaki's records? Masahiko asked tentatively. It can be recorded. It's not a big secret, but as I said before, don't let it spread. Then how did you achieve it? Clearly, you don't have a Mangekyo Sharingan, yet you can activate Susanoo. Mito asked curiously. That question is a bit complex and involves too many aspects. You don't need to think too much about it for now. Sushio gently patted Mito's head, knowing that information at the Six Paths level was still too early for this world and should not be revealed prematurely. Mito realized some questions were not suitable for further inquiry, and as the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, she understood when to ask and when not to ask. This world has really undergone earth-shattering changes suddenly. With the current strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, they could truly unify all the ninja clans in the Land of Fire, Masahiko remarked, surprised that he could witness such a scene in his old age. They're still far from it. After all, Hashirama and Madara haven't reached their peak yet. Undoubtedly, within a year or two, they will rapidly reach their peak, Sushio thought to himself. Hashirama's with Golem technique, True Thousand Hands, and Sage's techniques were yet to be mastered, and Madara's complete Susanoo with the Nine Tails and beastly techniques still had a long way to go before the true god of ninjas would be sung about in the world. Mito, wait here with Uncle Masahiko. I'm going to end this battle, Sushio said as his robes rustled in the strong wind. I can't hold back the impulse in my blood any longer. From the cracked earth, a massive rock giant emerged, comparable in size to Susanoo. Earth release, rock armor. The rock giant instantly engaged in fierce battle with Susanoo. Earth release, Earth Lion's Wave. A similarly powerful Earth Lion, carrying a torrent of dirt, swept toward Hashirama's forest of trees. The onlookers from both sides were taken aback, puzzled as to who had suddenly intervened. "Sushio, come out. I know it's you. I know it's you, Sushio. No one else can perform this earth release," came the voices from above. Rising from the head of the rock giant was Sushio Yu, who said, "All right, Madara, it's about time to end this." "Oh, that's not acceptable. Since you've intervened, let's finish the fight first." Madara's combative blood was already boiling. Sushio Yu knew Madara's character well. At this moment, there was no point in saying anything. Fighting first was the priority. After the Earth Lion's wave destroyed Hashirama's forest, it stopped in front of the wood dragon. Rising from the lion's head was also Sushio Yu, but this time it was his Earth clone. "Hashirama, long time no see. Let's not fight anymore. Let's chat for a bit." Upon seeing Sushio Yu, Hashirama stopped fighting and was about to greet him when he heard Tobarama shout, "Water release. Hard vortex water blade," clearly trying to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, the Earth Lion's wave swatted Tobarama away with one claw. "Sorry about that. Tobarama probably thought you were going to help Uchiha Madara, which is why he launched a sneak attack. I'll go check on him." "Yeah, go see if he's dead," Sushio Yu replied irritably. He felt Tobarama was overthinking things. While his decisiveness in battle was something Hashirama lacked, using his good intentions to attack others was truly ungrateful. There were many ways to subdue Tobarama earlier, but Sushio Yu still gave him a claw from the Earth Lion's wave as punishment. "Tobarama, why did you sneak attack Sushio Yu?" Hashirama finally found Tobarama, who was spitting blood. "Big brother, he from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sushio. I was just afraid he would go after you," Tobarama said, pretending to be misunderstood after spitting out blood. "Tobarama, don't act on your own like that in the future. You are no longer a match for Sushio. If he hadn't held back, you'd definitely be severely injured by now. I just don't understand. Sushio is a very kind person. Why do you always have a problem with him?" Hashirama said helplessly, truly puzzled as to why Tobarama always treated Sushio Yu as an imaginary enemy. "Maybe it's because Uchiha Sushio is too terrifying. Big brother, he caught up to you in Madara's training progress, which took over a decade in less than a year. You and Madara are already top geniuses in the world, but Uchiha Sushio is even more frightening. Is that the reason you've always targeted Sushio?" "Yes, all fear stems from the unknown. Uchiha Sushio, I have to admit, he makes me feel fear and dread. Moreover, I have never called him Sushio. Big brother, I remember you said he introduced himself like that, right? I don't know if his name is real or not, but now he's Uchiha." Hashirama laughed, pointing to some individuals from the Uchiha clan around them. "Look at them. Even ordinary people who see me and Madara will feel an innate fear. Tobarama, if you're afraid, then come up with more powerful ninjutsu. The stronger you are, the less afraid you will be." Brother, you're still so naive. Now, besides Madara, the Uchiha clan has someone like Sushio, a freak of nature. What do we send you supposed to do about that? Have you really thought this through?" Tobarama was always inclined to think of the worst-case scenario, and Sushio's strength left him feeling uneasy. "Tobarama, both Madara and Shiryu agree with my plan. Sooner or later, we will establish a unified village together, and peace will come quickly. You shouldn't always worry about the Uchiha," Hashirama said earnestly, knowing that altering Tobarama's perspective wouldn't be easy. "Brother, you're still too immature. Actually, I haven't even used my full strength yet, so come on, Tobarama, at least have a little faith in your big brother." Hashirama tried to comfort Tobarama, but he knew deep down that Sushio probably hadn't used his full strength either. He kept this speculation to himself. On the other side, Madara and Sushio had reached a stalemate. Madara's Susanoo was covered in cracks, and Sushio's rock giant was on the verge of falling apart. Of course, both could repair their respective forms by increasing their chakra output, but they both felt there was no need to do so. Madara's fighting spirit gradually waned, and he understood that the battle couldn't continue today. Having already fought Hashirama, he had expended a great deal of energy and chakra, and with Sushio mediating, it was a perfect opportunity to step back. Moreover, Sushio was also part of the Uchiha. He didn't feel ashamed of that. As both sides watched the battlefield gradually calm down, they relaxed. Mito hurried down to the battlefield to begin treating the injured Uchiha members, while Yashihira and Kyuka tended to the Senju. They were thankful that the battle between Madara and Hashirama had started early, effectively isolating the two clans' members, resulting in no fatalities, only injuries. Compared to past wars, this was already a stroke of luck. Madara was panting heavily, still unaware of the enormous burden the Mangekyo Sharingan would place on his body. With each use, his eyesight would gradually deteriorate, especially since he had frequently activated Susanoo. Hashirama and Madara stood at the edge of the chasm, representing their respective clans. After their fierce battle, along with Su Shuyu's interference, the chasm had nearly transformed into a large lake. Let's call it a day. I have no objections. Both felt that at this point, there was no need to continue fighting. Despite their mutual desire to establish a village together, the animosity between their clans had yet to dissipate. Even if the clan leaders were willing, the clansmen might not share the same sentiment. This war ended rather anticlimactically, allowing both the Senju and Uchiha to preserve their strength, which was a good outcome for both clans. Only those who had personally experienced the brutality of war would cherish the value of peace more deeply. Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances, saying little, merely nodding at each other before turning to return to their respective clans. Some of the younger clan members silently shed tears, feeling a complex mix of relief and gratitude for having survived. No one mocked these young members. They too had risked their lives to rush into battle. "We're going home," Madara shouted. "Yes, clan leader." The returning group appeared particularly relaxed, each eager to see their families, parents, loved ones, and children as soon as possible. "Look, the departing clan members are back." Upon hearing the news, the elderly, weak, and ill in the clan rushed out of their homes to welcome their families back. Everyone found their loved ones. Even those who were injured or disabled greeted their relatives with smiles. This was perhaps the first time after the war's end that everyone could share such laughter and joy, without the shadow of death looming over them. Even those who were injured felt an immense sense of relief. Mito and Su Shuyu stood to the side, marveling at the excitement of the survivors, who momentarily forgot the pain of war. "Shuyu, this is the Uchiha. I can see that everyone is yearning for peace. We need to find a way to establish a village. The foundational conditions are already in place." Looking at the happy clan members, Madara felt he had not let them down. "Izuna and I both support you. The next step is simple. First, propose the idea of establishing a village to give the clansmen an initial impression. Then we need to contact the Senju clan to form an alliance. Once the Uchiha and Senju join forces, we can use our strength to recruit more ninja clans to join the newly established village. With enough ninja and population, we can plan the location of the village and truly begin the construction." Sushiyu offered his suggestions, and Madara agreed. "Let's celebrate today. Shiyu, don't run away. Let's all drink until we're drunk." "Shiyu, I understand the reasoning, but what's going on with Ling?" The perceptive Mito finally couldn't hold back her curiosity after the Uchiha's triumphant return. Indeed, when Mito first arrived at the Uchiha, she intended to help Su Shiyu tidy up his room. As the clan members had mentioned, he lived alone. Mito mistakenly thought Su Shiyu was an orphan and wanted to help him arrange his room and furniture. However, she discovered that Su Shiyu had a young and beautiful maid named Ling. Before the expedition, Mito didn't want to distract Su Shiyu, so she hadn't mentioned it. Now that the war was over, she intended to clarify things with him. Oh no, Mito is going to settle the score now. Su Shiyu hadn't expected Mito to bring it up now. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Madara quickly made an excuse to leave. After all, he was single and didn't understand the dynamics between men and women. "Izuna, didn't you say you have a fire release technique you're not confident with? Let's go train in the training ground." Izuna, eager to escape the hot water, quickly agreed. Yes, let's go to the training ground and study it." The two quickly left the scene, leaving Mito and Sushiyu behind. The composed Yashihira and Kyuka had already slipped away when Mito mentioned Ling. "Ling is just a poor person I took in. She considers herself a maid and takes care of my daily needs." "Is that all? Really, that's it? What else could there be?" Sushiyu hurriedly clarified his innocence. "Then why have I often heard Uchiha clan members praise your good taste, saying you chose a beautiful maid, while they couldn't see it? Only you had the discerning eye. Damn it, who started that rumor? That's not true. When we exterminated the Bloodpool clan, Ling happened to be there. I hadn't planned to keep her, but seeing her kneel and plead for mercy to save her child, I felt compassion and took her in." You can certainly verify this with the Uchiha clan members. Sushuyu finished, finally feeling a sense of relief. Let me meet Ling. Mito finally got her wish and met Rin. She was indeed a beautiful and gentle woman, identifying herself as a maid and stating that her life was saved by Sushuyu. If Sushuyu needed to take her back, she would have no complaints. Mito was not the type to be easily jealous. She just intended to draw Sushuyu's attention, subtly reminding him not to flirt with others. Rin was also a very understanding maid and had no reason to make things difficult for her. Thus, the matter was satisfactorily resolved, and Rin continued to take care of daily life as usual, only now with Mito by her side. Mito even helped Rin with household chores. Rin was very grateful to Mito and even planned to address her as Lady Mito in the future, but Mito felt too shy to accept that and insisted Rin call her simply Mito. After Rin's insistence, she began to address Mito as Lady Mito. Sushio, Lady Izuna has come to inform you that the clan meeting is about to start. I know, Rin. I'll be there shortly. Sushio replied. Mito, do you want to come with me? I think I'll pass. After all, this is your Uchiha clan's meeting, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to attend. I'll just stay here and chat with Rin. Mito shook her head. All right. Soon, with all the clan members assembled, the Uchiha clan meeting officially began. At the front, sitting in the three main seats, were Madara, Sushuyu, and Izuna. They were undoubtedly the three strongest members of the Uchiha clan. Everyone, the war with the Senju clan has ended. What are your thoughts? Shall we continue to fight against the Senju clan? Will this cycle of mutual slaughter and hatred persist for generations? The Uchiha clan members began to discuss fervently. What else can we do? My father died at the hands of the Senju. I must avenge him. My brother and older sibling both perished on the battlefield against the Senju clan. I cannot forsake this hatred. Yes. How can the enmity between the Uchiha and Senju be so easily erased? We were born to be adversaries. Leader, you are now so powerful. Surely you can lead us to eliminate the Senju clan. That's right. Let's wipe out the Senju clan in one go. I agree. So do I. Exactly. How can we let the Senju off so easily? Kill them, leave no survivors. In an instant, the crowd was stirred, and hatred spread like wildfire. In the corner, a sudden sound of sobbing arose, growing louder. It was a child from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sakura, why are you crying at the clan meeting? I just miss my deceased brother. He passed away not long ago and didn't get a chance to experience the wonders of this world. Yet I was fortunate enough to survive. Sakura, your brother died fighting for the Uchiha clan. He is a hero? What are you crying for? I know, but I miss my brother too much. If I could, I wish it was me who died for the Uchiha instead. I'm not afraid of death. My brother wasn't either, but I really can't bear losing him. Sakura's words resonated with many Uchiha clan members. In this era, almost every household had several siblings. Yet after years of war, how many remain alive? Some families had lost all their siblings. This situation often occurred. It wasn't that they feared sacrificing themselves for the Uchiha. They feared the silent deaths of their loved ones. Several younger Uchiha members began to cry, while the older members remained silent, their eyes filled with sorrow. The Uchiha clan appeared wild and reckless, but beneath that facade was a deep-seated warmth. Their love for family, brothers, parents, and children was more profound than anyone else's. Sushio observed the reactions of the clan members and exchanged glances with Madara and Izuna. They immediately understood his intention. My clansmen, I understand your pain. My father Taijima also died in the war against the Senju. I know each of you carries your own grief, which is why I have always hoped to establish a true village, a place where we can all live together, enjoying peace and tranquility. The clan members raised their heads to gaze at their nearly invincible leader, still not comprehending his meaning. Does the leader mean that we Uchiha should establish a village like the Uzumaki clan? But what significance would that have? We would still fight against the Senju, against the Kagaya, and against the Shimura clan. The members looked at their leader in confusion, not understanding his thoughts. No, the leader means we should join hands with the Senju clan to build a brand new village together. Indeed, as long as we unite with the Senju, we can quickly pacify the entire warring states. After all, in the Land of Fire, there are no stronger ninja clans than the two of us. No other clan can challenge us once we join forces Sushio articulated what Madara wished to convey, providing a way to backtrack in case the Uchiha members reacted too strongly. All the clan members were shocked by Sushio's words. For centuries, the Uchiha and Senju clans have been locked in a life-and-death struggle. Now, suddenly proposing an alliance with the Senju was something they couldn't process. Once they did realize, the scene descended into chaos. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I would rather die than ally with the Senju. I can never forget the hatred of the past. Yes, no matter what. I must avenge my brother. My brother and father died at the hands of the Senju. I cannot accept an alliance with them. I'm still thinking about how to take revenge. Silence. Sushio saw the gathering descend into chaos. I'm merely making a suggestion. There's no need to be so agitated. Moreover, the leader's grief is no less than yours. The former leader, Taijima, died at the hands of the Senju, and several of Leader Madara's brothers also perished at the hands of the Senju. It's not that the leader cannot empathize with your pain. He understands your suffering more than anyone, as these pains also torment him day and night. Sushio's words brought the fervent scene back to calm, and the soft sounds of crying became clear once more. Sushio, did you all hear that? As your leader, I wish to lead my clansmen to obtain a stable and peaceful living environment. After all, no one wants their children to step onto the battlefield in the near future. Madara looked at the clansmen with authority and said, Moreover, we now have the ability to protect our clansmen. I will lead you into a brand new era. After saying this, Susanoo rapidly unfolded, and a massive chakra giant exuded an overwhelming presence. Leader, leader, leader. Without a doubt, in this war against the Senju, Uchiha Madara had firmly established his position as clan leader. The divine display of Susanoo completely won the hearts of the clan members. Clansmen, you must firmly believe in the power of the Uchiha. In my eyes, the gods of peace and destruction quietly reside. Izuna, show them. Let our clansmen regain their confidence and no longer lack conviction. Upon hearing his brother's call, Izuna did not hesitate and manifested the massive Susanoo, though it was currently only in its initial stage. Please believe in my brother. We are already so close to peace. Izuna's display of Susanoo acted like a booster, completely awakening the confidence within the hearts of the Uchiha clan members. At this moment, some Uchiha clan members even began to grow arrogant, believing that the Uchiha clan alone had the power to pacify the entire land of fire. Madara looked at Sushio and then loudly declared to the clansmen, and we also have Uchiha Sushio, whose strength is no less than mine. Now we have enough power to join hands with the Senju and completely end this detestable chaotic era. When we stabilize this chaos, our children, parents, and brothers will no longer be forced to step onto that cruel battlefield. Everyone, think it over. This chaos must come to an end in our hands. The words of the clan leader, along with those of Izuna and Sushio, deeply resonated with the Uchiha clan members. After the meeting adjourned, every household that participated in the clan meeting tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, their minds racing with thoughts. Madara, don't rush. The divide between the Uchiha and Senju clans is far too deep. To think we can resolve all historical grievances in one clan meeting and have both clans set aside their prejudices to directly ally is somewhat unrealistic. Sushio observed that Madara still felt somewhat dejected at this moment. Madara was not yet old, nor had he been manipulated by Kagaya. He still cared deeply about the Uchiha clan. Izuna also began to softly comfort Madara. However, Madara quickly adjusted his mindset and began pondering how to accomplish the daunting task of unifying both clans as soon as possible. Actually, I believe the Uchiha clan still needs an outlet for their emotions right now. Perhaps it is indeed a bit early to unite with the Senju, but we can start by preparing some preliminary work. For instance, we could seek revenge against the Kagaya clan to allow our clansmen to vent their emotions. Sushio's suggestion made sense, and both Madara and Izuna nodded in agreement. But poor Kagaya clan, they had no idea that they were about to face an unexpected catastrophe from the Uchiha. Sushio silently apologized to the Kagaya clan in his heart. I'm sorry. Even if I don't bring it up, Madara's hatred for Uchiha Chiri will never be forgotten. You can just consider yourselves unfortunate. Sushio comforted himself. After stabilizing the Uchiha clan for 2 days, Madara set out with dozens of elite warriors from the clan to launch an assault on the Kagaya clan. For this operation, they only brought a dozen elite fighters, partly to minimize unnecessary casualties, and partly because with Madara, Tsushioyu, and Izuna present, the three of them together were enough to sweep the Kagaya clan without needing to bring so many clan members. The few clan members who followed along were primarily there to gain some experience. According to the information provided by the Tsuchigumo clan, the Kagaya clan resided in a very remote village in the Land of Fire. Soon, the group found the location indicated in the intelligence. From a distance, they could clearly see the traces left by the Kagaya clan's activities. After all, the Kagaya clan's appearance and clothing were incredibly conspicuous, making them easy to identify. Fire release, great fire destruction. Fire release, great fire extinction. Madara and Izuna took the lead, unhesitatingly unleashing the Uchiha clan's most proficient fire techniques. Enemy attack. Kagaya Banxiao was the first to sense the enemy's approach, roaring in anger as he tried to convey this dangerous news to the other clansmen. Kagaya Banxiao, long time no see. Thanks to your care, my younger sister Uchiha Chiri is still heavily injured. Now, are you ready to accept punishment and meet your death? Ha ha ha. Madara charged directly into the heart of the Kagaya village, laughing arrogantly, his boisterous laughter echoing throughout the village. Isn't this the Uchiha kid? Where's Taijima? You are no match for me. Let your father come out and fight me. Kagaya Banxiao's memory seemed to linger on the battle from a year ago, where he remembered the ambush he conducted alongside the Bloodpool clan against the Uchihas. Today I'll send you on your way to the underworld. As for your father Taijima, you won't have the chance to see him. Kid, corpse bone technique, 10 bones piercing bullets. Kagaya Banxiao unleashed his ultimate move, 10 gigantic bones shooting towards Madara like arrows. However, Madara effortlessly blocked the 10 bones piercing bullets with the Uchiha fan. Just rubble. How can it compare to me? It's simply insignificant. Madara's arrogant demeanor thoroughly enraged Kagaya Banxiao, who shouted angrily and unleashed the bloodline corpse bone technique, Iron Wireflower Dance. The Iron Wireflower Dance struck like a violent storm, sending Madara flying away, who had used the Uchiha fan to defend himself. You little brat, how dare you boast with such meager strength in front of me? The Kagaya are the strongest. Madara spat out the dust in his mouth, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Susun, a massive skeletal arm instantly reached out, tightly grasping Kagaya Banxiao. This is the true power of the Uchiha clan, Kagaya Banxiao. You should feel honored to die beneath Susanoo. When you reach hell, don't forget to tell your clansmen about the Uchiha's might. The hand of Susanoo tightened as it attempted to crush Kagaya Banxiao, but it was not immediately successful. Oh, so the bones of the corpse bone technique are blocking Susanoo's palm? I must commend you, Kagaya Banxiao. You actually managed to struggle a bit in Susanoo's grip. I must take back my previous underestimation of you. You are barely stronger than those insignificant grains of sand. Kagaya Banxiao erupted with dense bones, using their power to finally break free from Susanoo's incomplete grasp. The palm of Susanoo was covered with fine cracks, and Kagaya Banxiao fell to the ground, spitting blood, his body swaying precariously. All Kagaya clan members heed my command. Break through immediately. Don't worry about the old and young. Anyone who can escape should leave now, heading to other countries. The farther away from the Land of Fire, the better. Ideally to the sea. Hurry and escape. This is my final command. In the past, the Kagaya clan always enjoyed the thrill of battle, but today they had reached a critical moment of life and death. All Kagaya elders, let the Uchiha clan see our last courage. Kagaya Banxiao decided to personally lead those clansmen who could not break through to fight to the death against the enemy, buying precious time for those who could escape. If someone were to ask Kagaya Banxiao if he regretted the ambush on the Uchiha clan, he would absolutely have no regrets. In the Kagaya clan's view, battle was their life, and there was never any concept of regret when it came to fighting. Unfortunately, the Kagaya clan had not yet completely descended into madness at this moment. If they chose to resist to the death, the Kagaya clan would undoubtedly face extinction today. This is our Kagaya's last corpse bone technique. Kagaya Banxiao gathered with several Kagaya clan elders, and they had clearly prepared for their final struggle. Uchiha members, retreat now. Be careful of Kagaya Banxiao and their desperate struggles. Corpse Bone Technique, Early Fern Dance. Times 8. Kagaya Banxiao and the other Kagaya elders unleash their final chakra, simultaneously casting the bloodline Corpse Bone Technique, Early Fern Dance. In an instant, the entire ground seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, transforming into a terrifying forest of bones, these bone trees continuously piercing upwards, rivaling the scale of Hashirama's wood release and even surpassing it in lethality. They poured all their chakra into this technique, causing the bone forest to continue growing and spreading, destroying everything around them. Even those Kagaya clan members who had not successfully escaped lost their lives within this terrifying bone forest. Even if you have that giant protecting you, your clansmen won't have time to escape the range of the early fern dance. They will undoubtedly die in this bone forest. Ha ha! Madara, with your clansmen accompanying me, I die without regrets. Kagaya Banxiao knew he was near death. He watched the ever-growing bone forest, filled with helplessness. Once this bone forest reached its limit, it would be the death of him and the elders. The early fern dance was gradually draining the last bit of chakra from their bodies. This move was already their final strike. Oh, what makes you think my clansmen are in danger? Madara crossed his arms, looking at Kagaya Banxiao with complete disdain. Impossible. The range of the early fern dance is so vast. Your clansmen won't have time to flee. Kagaya Banxiao could not believe Madara's words. To him, the early fern dance was their last hope and a means to deliver a fatal blow to the Uchiha clan. With a loud boom, two gigantic figures suddenly rose from the ground in the distance, one resembling a chakra giant similar to Madara, and the other an earth giant. The two giants were tightly holding on Uchiha clan members rescued from the bone forest by Izuna and Sushio. Seeing this scene, Kagaya Banxiao felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I never expected that after years of fighting against Uchiha Taijima, I would end up defeated by his son, and without a chance to fight back. Ha ha! Early Fern Dance. Kagaya Banxiao and several elders unleashed their final chakra, and the bone forest grew wildly again, covering the entire Kagaya territory. At least we protected a portion of our clansmen. I hope they can survive across the distant sea. After speaking, the chakra-exhausted Kagaya Banxiao and several Kagaya elders slowly closed their eyes, their lives forever frozen in that moment on this land filled with pain and despair. Enough. There's no need to pursue the remaining Kagaya clan members. It has lost all meaning. Madara gazed at the deceased Kagaya Banxiao, resolutely abandoning the thought of continuing the hunt for the Kagaya clan. Banxiao stood proudly, dying beneath the weight of his own technique. Despite the deep hatred Madara felt towards Banxiao, the latter's tenacity in the face of despair allowed Madara to see his resolve. These Kagaya elders, along with Banxiao, left behind a legacy for the Kagaya clan, making it difficult for Madara to harbor any ill will. As a powerful clan during the Warring States period, the news of the Kagaya clan's annihilation at the hands of the Uchiha spread rapidly, soon reaching the entire Land of Fire and even extending to other nations. The reputation of the Uchiha clan soared, temporarily surpassing that of the Senju clan, hinting at a trend toward becoming the foremost clan in the Land of Fire. The clansmen celebrated their victory with joy, singing and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere. Some even ventured to inspect the site of the Kagaya clan's destruction, where the entire village stood with skeletons reminiscent of a forest, showcasing the brutal intensity of the battle. However, despite such ferocity, the Uchiha clan had suffered no casualties. In a short time, the might of the Uchiha clan surged dramatically, sending chills through the various ninja clans in the Land of Fire, making them feel as though danger lurked everywhere. Especially the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, who had never enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the Uchiha, were particularly alarmed, fearing they would meet the same fate as the Kagaya clan. Setting aside these ordinary ninja clans for the moment, the Senju clan was also thrown into disarray. After all, the Uchiha clan was currently on the rise, and the Senju and Uchiha had been traditional enemies. Brother, the Uchiha have become a ticking time bomb, especially since the balance of high-level combat power between us and them has been disrupted. Aren't you worried? Tobirama was anxious, like an ant on a hot stove, restless and agitated. After all, he had yet to reach the calm unflappable state he would achieve in later years. Tobarama, I've received a letter from Madara. He is working hard to unite the Uchiha clan and intends to join forces with us to establish a true village. Tobarama, my dream is about to come true, Hashirama said, unable to contain his excitement upon reading Madara's letter, as if his dream were right before his eyes. Brother, do you really trust Madara that much? What if this is just a stalling tactic? Tobarama remained skeptical about the Uchiha clan. Tobarama, you shouldn't always be against the Uchiha clan. Waka died at the hands of the Uchiha. How can you expect me to trust them? Tobarama shouted angrily. Hashirama froze, the image of his younger brother Senju, Waka, flashing in his mind. The child who had tragically died under the assault of several Uchihas at such a young age. Tobarama, I'm also very sad, but it's precisely because I've seen too many tragedies that I want to establish a true village, so that we no longer have to kill each other, and children won't have to step onto the battlefield at such a young age. Waka wouldn't want you to be trapped in the sorrow of the past. Moreover, wasn't Madara's brother also killed by our Senju clan? We all wish for such tragedies to never occur again. That's the very reason for establishing the village. Those evil Uchihas. Tobarama habitually cursed the Uchiha clan before turning to leave. Hashirama shook his head helplessly, knowing his brother had always been independent and was even less likely to listen to his advice now that he was grown. Meanwhile, the departing Tobarama resolved to eliminate an Uchiha to restore the lost balance of power. His target was Uchiha Izuna. Madara had already developed mature combat skills, and Sushio was not a foe that could be taken down through sneak attacks at this stage. Without a doubt, Uchiha Izuna was the best candidate to strike. Recently, Tobarama had developed a new space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. He was confident that if Izuna made even the slightest mistake, he could instantly deliver a fatal blow. By killing Uchiha Izuna, the balance of power between the Senju and Uchiha clans could be restored. Hashirama was completely unaware of Tobarama's intentions and had no idea that his brother had set his sights on Uchiha Izuna, making the peaceful wishes of Hashirama and Madara face considerable obstacles. Tobarama carefully gathered information and finally waited for an opportunity when Uchiha Izuna was traveling alone. This time, Izuna was responsible for leading clan members in a supply transaction with the officials of the Land of Fire. Due to the recent turbulent situation, Izuna was concerned about the safety of the supplies. After all, the Uchiha clan was now large and prosperous, and they could not afford any mistakes regarding resources. Tobarama threw a shuriken along the way, successfully attracting Uchiha Izuna's attention and luring him to the riverbank. Tobarama, stop hiding. I can already smell you. Izuna keenly sensed that the visitor was Tobarama. After all, they were old foes on the battlefield, and it was impossible to completely conceal one's presence. Evil Uchiha, do you dare to pursue me knowing it's me? Since he had been recognized by Izuna, Tobarama decided to reveal himself. Izuna, you think too highly of yourself. Under these eyes, nothing of yours will escape. Are you here to admit defeat? Ever since awakening his Mangekyo, Uchiha Izuna had not truly unleashed its power, but in this moment his confidence surged. The powerful strength of Susanoo gave him the courage to look down upon the world. Thus, he paid no heed to Tobarama and naturally did not care that Tobarama intentionally lured him out. Rest assured, Tobarama, in the end, I will let you off. You won't die. Arrogant. Tobarama threw a kunai, which flew past Izuna's cheek. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, this kunai seems to move in slow motion. Do you think this can interfere with me? Izuna sneered. Flying Thunder God Slash. Tobarama suddenly appeared at the location of the kunai, delivering a powerful strike that hit Izuna. Izuna's eyes were filled with shock, unable to comprehend why Tobarama had suddenly appeared beside him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and, despite the intense pain, activated Susanoo to wrap himself in its protection. Not dead yet. It seems my chance is gone. Tobarama heard that Uchiha clan members were approaching and quickly used the body flicker technique to escape the scene. Izuna, what happened? How did you get so seriously injured? Damn, this wound is too deep. Hurry, take Izuna back to the clan quickly. After holding on until his clansmen arrived, Izuna finally couldn't withstand it any longer and fell unconscious. Not long after, everyone rushed back to the clan. Leader, Sushio, quickly saved Izuna. he's seriously injured. Madara hurried over and, upon seeing Izuna covered in blood, nearly lost control in a fit of rage. Madara, calm down. I'm here. Quickly, go fetch Mito and Masahiko. Sushio hurriedly urged Madara to calm down and immediately began to treat Izuna. He was secretly puzzled. Izuna's injuries had occurred much earlier than in the original timeline, catching him off guard. In reality, it was because of Sushio's presence that the balance of power between the Uchiha and Senju clans had been disrupted, leading Tobirama to take the early risk of wanting to eliminate Izuna. Sushio poured all his chakra into the healing technique to stop Izuna's bleeding, while Mito was responsible for suturing Izuna's wounds. The two worked together seamlessly, making every effort to save Izuna. Madara, stop pacing back and forth. Don't worry. With Sushio and Mito here, Izuna will be fine, Masahiko said, feeling increasingly anxious as he watched the restless Madara. Upon hearing Masahiko's words, Madara found it hard to lash out at him. After all, he was here to help. Furthermore, he was from the Uzumaki clan, and Madara had no reason to show him a sour face. The door suddenly swung open, and Madara rushed in. How is Izuna? Rest assured, Madara. With me here, Izuna won't die. Sushio and Mito had exhausted a tremendous amount of energy, but finally succeeded in saving Izuna. Without their efforts, it would have been very difficult for Izuna to survive this ordeal. That's good, that's good. Madara finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The news of Izuna's serious injury coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, Madara no longer wanted to lose any more family. Uchiha Izuna had miraculously escaped death, which was starkly different from the history known to Sushio. However, Sushio himself did not care about the established trajectory of Hokage history and had no intention of adhering to it. You mean to say that you were with Uchiha Izuna at the time and didn't even see the murderer? Although Madara felt relieved about Izuna's survival, he was quite displeased with the clan members responsible for escorting the supplies. Even though this attack was unexpected, not even catching a glimpse of the assailant was simply unacceptable. I'm sorry, leader. We really didn't see the murderer. The assailant first used a shuriken to attract Lord Izuna's attention, and then attacked by the riverbank. We were worried about unforeseen circumstances and had to guard the supplies. Several clan members lowered their heads in shame. The Uchiha clan, though proud, would accept punishment when they made mistakes. Forget it. I can't blame you all entirely. After all, the opponent who could attack Izuna must be formidable. Izuna is out of danger now, so don't be too hard on yourselves, Madara said, not wanting to lay too much blame on the clan members. After the clan members left, Madara and Sushio sat beside Izuna, who had not yet regained consciousness due to his severe injuries. Madara, if all goes well, I think I can identify who did this. Sushio did not wish to hide the truth. It's most likely Tobirama. Currently, in the land of fire, only you, I, and Hashirama can reliably defeat Izuna. Tobirama is about on par with Izuna, unless it was someone from another country, but it's clear that outsiders have no reason to come and attack Izuna. It would only offend the Uchiha clan for no benefit. Although you, I, and Hashirama can defeat Izuna, he wouldn't foolishly confront Hashirama upon seeing him, especially since Hashirama's techniques are grand and obvious. So it's highly likely to be Tobirama. We should just ask Hashirama directly to confirm. Madara suddenly stood up. Sushio, you stay here in the Uchiha territory. I'll go find Hashirama. Don't start a fight, Madara. Even if you do get into a fight, don't hurt any other Senju clan members. Just vent your anger on Hashirama and Tobirama. After all, you both want to unite to stabilize the land of fire. Sushio knew that advising Madara would be in vain. He had always been combative. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Without looking back, Madara vanished in an instant. Sigh. I can't see how he has control. Sushio silently thought to himself. He glanced at his system panel and discovered that his sage body had advanced, allowing him to use wood release in conjunction with yang release. I can indeed use wood release now. Although I can't perform many of the major wood release techniques, having a wood clone is sufficient. Wood release, wood clone. Sushio created a wood clone to silently follow Madara from behind. He was concerned that if Madara caused too much of a ruckus, they might not be able to resolve the situation, delaying the alliance indefinitely. Hashirama, Tobirama, come out. Madara called out directly in front of the Senju clan's gate. Leader, Uchiha Madara is calling us at our gate, and he seems to be alone. Should we? No need. You all stay put in the clan. I'll go meet Madara. Hashirama hurriedly replied, specifically instructing the clan members not to interfere. Damn it, Madara found us so quickly. Should I find a chance to kill him? Tobirama thought to himself, pondering how Madara had figured out that the Senju were behind the attack, and considering whether he had an opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Madara. Madara, what brings you here? Hashirama greeted Madara, who had an angry expression on his face. Where's Tobirama? How dare he attack Izuna? And now he's hiding. Madara's anger intensified upon seeing that Tobirama was not present. Brother, don't say that. I went to ambush Izuna. He's probably close to death now. Tobirama suddenly appeared beside Hashirama, openly admitting to the attack. He wasn't lacking in courage to admit it. He just regretted not knowing that Izuna had already been rescued by Sushioyu. Tobirama, why did you do this? We've started discussing an alliance with the Uchiha. Why do something like this? Hashirama didn't understand why Tobirama would take such action. Brother, right now the Uchiha clan has Madara, Izuna, and Sushio, while our Senju clan only has you and me. The balance of high-level combat power is skewed. Don't you see that? Tobirama argued, unusually raising his voice with Hashirama. Is that reason enough to attack Izuna? Damn it! Susanoo. Madara activated Susanoo, intending to punish Tobirama with force. Madara, don't be so impulsive. Hashirama tried to calm Madara down, but Madara, whose brother had nearly died, could not remain calm. Susanoo avoided the Senju clan territory, indicating that Madara was already trying to restrain himself. Wood release. Wood pillar wall. Hashirama managed to block the first wave of attacks, but reluctantly had to lead Madara further away to prevent disaster from striking the Senju clan territory. Wood release. Forest of birth. A forest suddenly erupted from the ground. Hashirama, do you think this technique can still trap me? This time, Madara's Susanoo had a more solid form, and there was no doubt that Madara's control over Susanoo had improved significantly. Susanoo swung its blade down, continuously clearing Hashirama's forest of birth. Even though the trees within the forest were growing rapidly, they could not withstand the dual blades of Susanoo. Damn it, using Susanoo puts too much strain on my body. Madara sensed that wielding Susanoo was becoming increasingly arduous, but he thought that every ninjutsu might have side effects, so he did not pay it much attention, only noticing that his field of vision had become blurry while using it. At this moment, Madara was still unaware of the enormous side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which would later lead to Sasuke becoming completely blind after recklessly using it a few times. The battlefield was chaotic. This time, Hashirama even deployed the Wood Golem technique, but his Wood Golem had not yet grown to its peak size and was only slightly taller than Susanoo. Hashirama noticed that although Madara had thoughts of killing Tobirama, he was also trying to restrain himself. After all, this battle had carefully avoided the Senju clan territory. In his heart, he blamed Tobirama for being too reckless. The two fought fiercely, causing the surrounding hills to crack, yet they still failed to determine a victor. Madara felt his body growing more painful, and controlling Susanoo was becoming more difficult. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision, and Susanoo abruptly dissipated, causing Hashirama to quickly halt his attacks. Meanwhile, Tobirama, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw an opportunity. Flying Thunder God Slash. He teleported behind Madara, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, a rock column rose from the ground, aiming at Tobirama. Damn! Tobirama had no choice but to abandon the attack and teleport back to his original position. Tobirama, sneaking up on someone is not a good habit, said Sushioyu, who had finally stepped in after observing the situation and seeing Tobirama attempt another ambush. TCH, another meddler, Uchiha Sushio. Tobirama thought warily of Sushioyu, and upon seeing him arrive, he no longer intended to launch a sneak attack. How is it, Madara? Sushioyu asked, looking at Madara, who was bent over and seemed ready to vomit. I don't know what's wrong, but it shouldn't be too serious. My body just hurts a lot. It seemed that the side effects of the Mangekyo were becoming increasingly apparent. You go have a good talk with Hashirama. I'll go teach Tobirama a lesson, Sushioyu said, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Seeing this, Madara stopped his fight with Hashirama, and Hashirama ceased his movements upon noticing Madara's withdrawal. Madara, let's have a proper discussion. Tobarama's actions are indeed a mistake on our part, Hashirama said, his emotions somewhat agitated, as he felt they were getting closer to his dream. And what of it? If Izuna had really died, would you have let Tobarama pay with his life? Madara couldn't help but retort sharply. I'm sorry, Madara. I can't bring Izuna back to life, nor can I trade Tobarama's life for his. After all, I am Tobarama's brother, but I can exchange my life for Tobarama's. I only hope that you can lead our two clans to unite and create a peaceful village after I'm gone. After saying this, Hashirama pulled out a kunai and prepared to stab it into his own heart. Madara acted quickly, throwing a shuriken to knock Hashirama's kunai to the ground. He looked at Hashirama with a complex expression, never expecting him to take such drastic action after suggesting life for life. At this moment, Madara's anger subsided significantly, as Izuna was still alive and no irreparable tragedy had occurred. Hashirama, do you truly believe that we can build a peaceful village together? Yes, I have always firmly believed so. Hashirama's response was resolute. Madara gazed at this rival who had grown up alongside him, feeling a mix of emotions. This time, I'll let Tobarama go, but even if he survives, Sushio will surely teach him a lesson. That's fine as long as he doesn't die, huh? Hashirama relaxed and returned to his original, good-natured self. In the distance, Tobarama's cries for help could be faintly heard. However, Hashirama pretended not to hear, knowing that if Tobarama didn't receive some punishment, the resentment from the Uchiha would not dissipate, and the alliance between the clans would be a long way off. Thus, Tobarama had to be sacrificed this time. Stop shouting. Hashirama won't come over. Give up Tobarama. Even if he did, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Sushio Yu advised Tobarama, urging him to abandon his futile resistance. Tobarama felt a sinking feeling. He wasn't worried about his own safety, as Sushio Yu's demeanor suggested he didn't intend to kill him. But upon hearing Sushio Yu confidently claim he wasn't afraid of Hashirama, Tobarama regretted not successfully eliminating Izuna. Is Izuna really not dead? Tobarama asked unwillingly. Not dead. As long as I'm here, unless he's taken his last breath, I will definitely bring him back. Sushio Yu cruelly dashed Tobarama's hopes. Was Sushio Yu once again ruining his plans? Damn it, if I had known, I should have dealt with him first. I feel like you're thinking some very rude thoughts. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. You can either surrender quietly, or don't blame me for being ruthless later. Don't worry, I won't kill you out of respect for Hashirama. Sushio Yu decided it was time to teach Tobarama a proper lesson. Flying Thunder God. Tobarama used the Flying Thunder God technique to create distance between himself and Sushio Yu. Uchiha Fire Barrier. A massive barrier of flames rose, trapping Tobarama within it. Stop struggling, Tobarama. I know you have the Flying Thunder God technique, but your technique is not yet perfected. All of your kunai with spatial coordinates are now shrouded in the Uchiha Fire Barrier. No matter how you struggle, it's futile. Sushio Yu stood leisurely to the side, not in a hurry at all. Now that Senju Tobarama had been cornered, he felt like a cat toying with a mouse, completely unconcerned. Tobarama was genuinely in a predicament. He never expected that even with the Flying Thunder God technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would have to work hard to upgrade and perfect his technique in the future, or he might really end up in such a dire situation again. Even so, sitting back and waiting was not Tobarama's style. Water release, water break wave. A high-pressure water jet shot at the fire barrier, creating white mist, but it had no effect on the Uchiha Fire Barrier. Tobarama, don't harbor any illusions. The Uchiha Fire Barrier is something you cannot destroy at your current level. Not even your brother could do it now. Surrender quietly, and I'll show you some mercy. Sushio Yu's mischievous side came out. He was determined to teach Tobarama a proper lesson. It's indeed the evil Uchiha clan. I've got you now. Sushio Yu seized the opportunity and finally caught Tobarama within the Uchiha Fire Barrier. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of killing Tobarama, he would have even considered using a large-scale ninjutsu to destroy the entire barrier. 5 elements sealing. For symbol sealing, to prevent Tobarama from escaping, Sushio Yu directly used 2 sealing techniques. Uchiha Sushio, where did you learn these sealing techniques? Are they from the Uzumaki clan? Damn it, has the Uzumaki clan sided with the Uchiha? Tobarama recognized that these sealing techniques resembled those of the Uzumaki clan. They're from Mito. You don't need to overthink it. In fact, the Uzumaki clan is neutral and hasn't allied with the Uchiha. You can rest assured, the Uzumaki clan won't target the Senju clan. Sushio was happy to explain to Tobarama, saving him from being paranoid all the time. You've caused Izuna so much suffering. If it weren't for me, he would probably be dead by now. He's certainly endured a lot of pain. After saying this, Sushio didn't wait for Tobarama to retort and started giving him a good beating. As long as he didn't kill him, he would hit him hard. Tobarama, however, remained tough and silent, no matter how much Sushio struck him. Then, Sushio felt it wasn't enough and threw a few punches at Tobarama's face until it was completely swollen before he finally stopped. Sushio led the now beaten Tobarama to meet up with Madara. At this moment, Madara was discussing the alliance with Hashirama. When he saw Tobarama, who had been beaten to a pulp, he could hardly recognize him. Sushio, you went a bit too hard. Why did you only hit his face? Big brother, don't ask. Tobarama interrupted his older brother's inquiry, feeling increasingly embarrassed as time passed. He just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Hashirama, this is the last time. If Tobarama dares to act out again, don't blame me for not giving you face. Sushio tossed the disheveled Tobarama to Hashirama. I've placed 2 sealing techniques on him. He won't be able to use chakra for battle within half a month. Remember to take him back to the clan and settle him down. Sushio had already taught Tobarama a lesson. Although it was far from enough to compensate for the harm caused to Izuna, there would still be a chance for Izuna to take revenge once he recovered. Madara also implicitly approved of how Sushio handled Tobarama. As for the alliance, Madara and Hashirama had already discussed it, and they would find a way to promote the alliance between the 2 clans as soon as possible. Regarding the other ninja clans in the Land of Fire, such as the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi clan, and Shimura clan, they would visit one by one after the Senju and Uchiha alliance was completed. The next time the Senju and Uchiha met would be the formal moment to solidify their alliance. Madara and Hashirama left together with Sushio and Tobarama. Izuna is awake. Izuna is awake, leader. Sushio. With this shout, the entire Uchiha clan seemed to come alive again. Everyone knew that the Uchiha clan's current renown in the ninja world was largely due to the formidable presence brought about by Madara, Sushio, and Izuna. The Uchiha clan members understood that during Taijima's leadership, the Uchiha clan was only comparable to the Senju clan, being the 2 largest ninja clans in the Land of Fire. Now, they were on the verge of becoming the most powerful clan in the ninja world. Therefore, for the Uchiha clan, Madara, Sushio, and Tobarama were indispensable. They were the leaders guiding the Uchiha towards strength. Big brother, Sushio, Izuna's voice was still weak. Don't worry, Izuna. The clan has me and Sushio backing you up. We even had a confrontation with the Senju clan, battling with Hashirama and Tobarama, and Sushio helped teach Tobarama a good lesson. Madara reassured him. That's right. I turned Tobarama into a pig's head. Want me to demonstrate with a transformation technique? Sushio said with a proud demeanor, nearly making Izuna laugh. All right. If you keep this up, I'll burst my wounds from laughing, Izuna said, understanding their good intentions. Big brother, have you and Hashirama come to an agreement? Are we really going to start the alliance? Yes, Hashirama and I have confirmed it. Soon, we will form an alliance, and then gradually subdue the various ninja clans in the Land of Fire to establish a unified village. So, we're getting closer to the peace we've always dreamed of. Madara clenched his fists tightly. Izuna, there's something I've been keeping from you. Sushio suddenly changed the topic. Sushio, what are you talking about? Izuna just got better. Madara sensed something and wanted to stop Sushio from continuing. Big brother, let Sushio speak. Is it about the Mangekyo Sharingan? You don't need to hide it from me. Big brother, is your eyesight failing? Izuna seemed to have guessed what Sushio was about to say. Izuna, Madara's expression turned complex. Izuna, you noticed it too, right? Yes, during the battle with Hashirama, Madara almost fell victim to a sneak attack from Tobarama. When Madara used Susanoo, he was suddenly forced to dispel it. Madara, has the side effect of the Mangekyo started to take its toll? Sushio was well aware of Madara's condition. After enduring numerous battles, Madara's eyes had certainly borne immense pressure. Now, it was even earlier than the time in history when Madara had replaced his eyes, so his eyesight should not be in such dire condition yet. Sushio, you noticed as well? Madara's expression was somewhat bitter. Yes, I was worried, which is why I sent a clone to follow you. During your intense battles with Hashirama, you couldn't suddenly dispel Susanoo unless you were indeed unable to control the side effects of the Mangekyo. The reason I mentioned it in front of Izuna is that I want you to understand that the current Uchiha needs you, Madara. You need to be prepared. I would rather sacrifice my brother's eyes than allow that. Madara decisively refused. Big brother, I'm willing. This pair of eyes can bring you greater value, leading our clan toward new heights. Besides, if I transplant my eyes to you, I can still live well. Izuna understood Sushio-yu's intention and was willing to have his eyes transplanted to his brother. How can an Uchiha without eyes possibly live well? Madara firmly disagreed with the idea of transplanting his brother's eyes. He understood the importance of the Sharingan to the Uchiha clan, and losing the Sharingan would render one a living corpse, even if they were still alive. Izuna wanted to help his brother, while Madara refused to accept assistance, and the situation quickly fell into a stalemate. Can you both hear my opinion? Remember when I suggested removing the eyes of the former clan leader, Uchiha Taijima? We could transplant Izuna's eyes to you, Madara, and then transplant the former clan leader's eyes to Izuna. This way, Izuna won't suffer much loss in power. Sushio-yu's words suddenly struck a chord with both of them. Sushio, how did you foresee all of this at that time? Madara and Izuna finally understood that Sushio-yu had seemingly predicted today's scenario when he suggested taking Taijima's eyes. Sushio-yu, knowing that his foresight would eventually be questioned, concocted a benevolent lie. Izuna, Madara, you both have awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan, so you should know that besides the Mangekyo also harbors other powers. Madara and Izuna both nodded. Their eyes indeed contained other ocular techniques. The Sharingan reflects the soul's desire. The awakened abilities are closely tied to one's wishes. My eyes can foresee the future. So, in the River of Memories, I have seen this scene in the future, which is why I suggested you keep the former clan leader's eyes. That's the reason. Sushio-yu's lie was seamless, as the techniques of the Sharingan held infinite possibilities. Suddenly, a skeletal form of Susanoo appeared beside Sushio-yu, its pale golden chakra contrasting with the colors of Madara and Izuna's Susanoo. At that moment, Madara and Izuna finally believed Sushio-yu's explanation lied. Even if Sushio-yu hadn't explained, they wouldn't have pressed further, as the three of them had weathered the storms of the warring states and wouldn't let such minor issues affect their bond. However, the unanswered questions in their hearts indeed left them feeling quite frustrated, although they still didn't know if this was the truth fabricated by Sushio-yu. Understand the reasoning, but why can your 3-tomo activate Susanoo? Well, perhaps it's just because I'm exceptionally talented. Sushio-yu shrugged, finally indulging in a moment of showiness in front of Madara and Izuna. Then I'll just transplant father's eyes. Let Izuna keep his own. After careful consideration, Madara decided to go with Taijima's eyes. I still think it's better for you to transplant Izuna's eyes. Trust me, in the future I saw, after you transplant Izuna's eyes, you will awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and will no longer face the risk of blindness due to the limits of ocular power. Madara, you will unlock the true power of the Uchiha clan. You are the leader of the Uchiha, and you must maintain your combat strength to lead the Uchiha forward. And don't be careless, Madara. Do you think Hashirama really used all his strength when he fought you? Madara's pupils slightly constricted as he finally understood Sushio-yu's meaning. It turned out that Hashirama hadn't used his full strength during their battle. Big brother, you should trust Sushio. I believe in him too. Moreover, there's still a chance for the 3-tomo to awaken the Mangekyo. Madara was ultimately swayed by the other's persuasion. Both Sushio-yu and Izuna strongly urged him to undergo the eye transplant surgery, and deep down, Madara knew that without the transplant, it would become increasingly difficult to fully utilize the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. The surgery was performed by Sushio-yu and Mito together. To prepare, Sushio-yu even brought many modern ophthalmology texts for Mito to reference. Before the surgery, he meticulously examined the ocular structure and chakra pathways of Uchiha Taijima to ensure the procedure would be flawless. With their combined efforts, the eye transplant surgery was completed smoothly. However, both Madara and Izuna needed time to recuperate after the transplant. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara was even able to treat his Sharingan and arm as plug-and-play components, akin to USB drives, which was quite different from a regular eye transplant situation. But that was due to Madara's revival after receiving Senju Hashirama cells, which granted him enhanced regeneration abilities. On the other hand, after Uchiha Sasuke transplanted Itachi's eyes, he also needed a considerable amount of time to rest and recover. Unfortunately, not everyone possessed the same extraordinary healing abilities as Hashirama. During the recovery period for Madara and Izuna, Sushioyu stood guard over the entire Uchiha territory. Both Madara and Izuna knew that Sushioyu could even activate Susanoo in its 3-tomo state, and with such strength, there was nothing for them to worry about. Even if Hashirama personally came looking for them, they would have no reason to fear. On the other hand, within the Senju clan, fierce debates erupted regarding the alliance with the Uchiha. Leader, I disagree with the alliance with the Uchiha. Our two clans have fought for 100 years. The hatred runs too deep. I do not trust them. Leader, I also oppose it. My father died at the hands of the Uchiha. I can never forget the horror of his death. The clan members voiced their opinions, and of course, there were a few who remained silent. They neither opposed nor agreed, uncertain whether they should support the alliance. Years of war had made them loathe fighting, but as members of the Senju clan, they were reluctant to evade their family responsibilities. Caught between the desire for peace and the burdens of conflict, they felt lost and unsure of how to choose. Brother, if we ally with the Uchiha, there's no doubt that the Senju will be at a disadvantage. The balance of power between us and the Uchiha has already been disrupted. Even so, are we still going to choose to ally with them? Tobirama pointed out the unspoken concern in everyone's hearts. Indeed, even if everyone was willing to ally, based on the current comparison of strength between the Uchiha and Senju, it was clear that the Uchiha would hold many advantages in the newly established village, something the Senju clan wished to avoid. My clansmen and Tobirama, one thing is certain, peace is imperative, and the alliance is the trend of the times. I know there is still hatred in your hearts, but the Uchiha feel the same way. Only by uniting our two clans, and then joining forces with the other smaller ninja clans in the Land of Fire, can we hope to stabilize this chaotic world. I know everyone hates war. I feel the same way. Please, trust me, Hashirama, and take this brave step forward. I implore you all. After saying this, Hashirama was about to bow down in a gesture of humility, but the surrounding clan members quickly stopped him. Hashirama indeed handled this matter better than Madara. His charisma was stronger, while Madara appeared less approachable. All right, leader, we all trust you and are willing to follow you in this attempt. The trust of the clan members deeply moved Hashirama, and he felt the weight of his responsibilities growing heavier. Only Tobirama maintained a sullen expression, uninterested in Hashirama's words. Hashirama noticed Tobirama's sour demeanor, but was not angered, as this was not the first time his brother had shown disdain. Hashirama smiled and put an arm around Tobirama's shoulder, pretending to be affectionate. Tobirama, don't be upset. Look, the clan members have agreed. Help me think of some ideas, will you? Tobirama turned his head away, refusing to respond out of stubbornness. Come on, Tobirama, stop sulking. Everyone has decided to ally. Just help me come up with some ideas. Unable to withstand Hashirama's nagging, Tobirama finally relented and decided to help him brainstorm. Big brother, since we are truly planning to ally, our Senju clan must find a way to take the lead in this alliance. Tobirama looked at Hashirama seriously. Is this leadership really that important? It won't affect the alliance between our two clans. Hashirama didn't ponder the significance of leadership as deeply as Tobirama did. Brother, look me in the eyes. Tobirama grasped Hashirama's shoulders and spoke deliberately. Leadership is extremely important. Only by securing enough leadership can we determine the direction of the alliance, the future path of the village, and the regulations and policies of the village. If the Uchiha gain the leadership, they can exploit the other ninja clans, and those clans will have no way to resist, making it difficult for us to counter the Uchiha. Because resisting would mean overturning the village we all built together. Brother, do you understand what I'm saying? After hearing Tobirama's heartfelt words, Hashirama finally grasped his meaning. Although I understand what you're saying, the immediate priority is still to ally with the Uchiha. As for leadership, we could discuss it later. Hashirama cheerfully interrupted Tobirama, not wanting to scheme against the Uchiha as Madara's friend. Forget it. I knew you would have this attitude in the end. Tobirama shrugged helplessly, as his brother's response was within his expectations. But what could he do? His brother might not understand, but he could still plan things well. After the alliance, he would first win over the other ninja clans and exclude the Uchiha, ultimately keeping the leadership in the hands of the Senju clan. Hashirama was unaware that Tobirama had not given up on the idea of limiting the Uchiha. After the Senju clan meeting ended, Tobirama immediately took several clan members to visit the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Tozo clans, privately reaching some agreements. At this time, Sushioyu was still unaware of Tobirama's behind-the-scenes efforts to curry favor with other larger and smaller ninja clans. Even if he knew, he wouldn't mind. After all, as long as they possessed enough power, they could completely resolve problems through force, especially since clans like Sarutobi, Shimura, and Tozo were inconsequential ordinary ninja clans. Among them, only the Sarutobi clan had some renown. As a mid-tier ninja clan, they may not have been prominent during the Warring States period, but they still had a bit of fame. In Sushioyu's view, only the Hyuga clan was worth the Uchiha clan's effort to approach them, and that was due to the presence of Hinata Tenjin and their relatives on the moon, which contributed to his assessment of them. Not every small ninja clan was worth the Uchiha clan's attention. The Senju clan gradually unified the majority of opinions and sent representatives to the Uchiha clan to deliver the invitation. Both parties agreed to select an auspicious day in the near future to hold the alliance ceremony between the two clans. Slowly open your eyes. That's it. Take your time. Izuna, how do you feel? Sushioyu's maid, Rin, carefully helped Izuna remove the bandages covering his eyes. Izuna seemed to find the light in the room a bit blinding and instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. As the blurred vision gradually cleared, he saw the composed face of Sushioyu, his maid Rin, and his elder brother, who looked filled with anticipation. Madara, don't worry. I told you earlier that Izuna would be fine. Now, it's your turn, Mura. As the scene before him became clearer, Izuna's eyes slowly returned to normal. He felt the chakra flowing smoothly within his eyes, unimpeded. Taijima, his father, had a very high compatibility with Izuna. Brother, don't worry. I'm fine. There's no discomfort in my eyes. In fact, I feel like my ocular power is even stronger than before. Now, we just need to check how you're doing after the transplant, Izuna said, quite surprised to find that after receiving a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, his ocular power had not only remained, but even increased. Aside from not being able to use the unique techniques of the Mangekyo, his power might even surpass what it was before. Madara, it's your turn. Sushioyu carefully removed the bandages from Madara's eyes. Not long after, Madara adapted to the light in the room. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire world became clearer. This was not only because his vision had severely declined before, but also because the power of his new eyes surged like a vast ocean. A torrent of strength seemed ready to break free from its seal. This feeling, this power, is this the true strength of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? I even have the illusion of becoming a god, Madara murmured to himself, as though he were immersed in the ocean of the Mangekyo's power. Madara, do you feel like you could do anything now? Sushioyu teased. Haha. Madara, for once, scratched his head in embarrassment, not uttering any arrogant words. This eye transplant was insisted upon by Izuna and Sushioyu, and he had become more composed as a result. Looking at the beautiful new patterns of the Mangekyo in the mirror, Madara felt that Hashirama was nothing special after all. Sushio, let's find a place to test our strength. I can't wait to try out this new power. Come on, Sushio, today I want a good fight. Madara's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Sushioyu. Well, be careful, Madara. You won't have a chance to win against me. Sushioyu laughed maniacally. Finally, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ha ha ha. Sushio, have you been holding back for a while? The Uchiha should be bold and unrestrained. Let's see who is the true god of the Uchiha. The two released their chakra outward, instantly bringing immense pressure to those around them. Sushio, go fight somewhere far away. Don't unleash so much chakra in the Uchiha territory, Mito shouted angrily. Sushioyu and Madara immediately retracted their imposing auras and disappeared from the Uchiha territory in an instant. Izuna, do you want to watch the battle? How could I not go? The two exchanged smiles before they instantly followed after Sushioyu and Madara. At the Valley of the End, from a distance, Sushioyu and Madara stood facing each other. Madara, the last time I was here was during your battle with Hashirama, right? Yes, the last time I fought Hashirama was right here. This place is the beginning of everything and the end of everything. Let's just call it the Valley of the End. Madara's long hair billowed in the wind. Madara, do you know? I've been waiting for a long time for today to fight you once more. Remember? Last time, I was the winner. Both you and Hashirama were the losers. Madara's face flushed slightly. Damn it. The last time I won against both him and Hashirama was when we were competing to see who could urinate the farthest when we were young. It was really not the right time to bring that up. Sushio, today the outcome is still uncertain. Come on, let's skip the meaningless testing and go straight to battle. Susanoo. A massive blue Susanoo erupted from the ground, growing larger after reaching its warrior form, donning blue armor. The original 100-meter-tall Susanoo instantly transformed into a giant several hundred meters high, even sprouting enormous wings. Sushio, you're the first to witness this power? Don't disappoint me. Earth Release, Rock Armor Giant. A gigantic rock giant rose from the ground, almost identical in size to Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Sushio, are you underestimating me? Don't rush, Madara. Sushio, you shouted. Susanoo, Armored Susanoo. The golden armored Susanoo merged with the rock armor giant, transforming into a heavy armor of its own. With the armored Susanoo sprouting gigantic wings that blocked out the sun, its might even surpassing that of Madara. Now, Madara. Sushio, you laughed. Madara, don't let me down. Congeal. Sushio Yu's armored Susanoo began to solidify, and once fully formed, it sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a sword, a spear, an axe, a sword, a shield, and a halberd. Come on, Madara. Madara saw that Sushio Yu's Susanoo was much larger than his complete Susanoo. Congeal. Madara's Susanoo also fully formed, transforming into a 4-armed warrior. I'm coming, Sushio. The two charged at each other, piloting their Uchiha's Gundams, causing the ground to tremble violently. A fierce clash of swords and blades stirred up winds that blew away the earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The enormous quake spread outwards. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? The Uchiha clan members felt the ground shaking. Since the Uchiha territory was not far from the battlefield, the tremors were quite evident. It's fine, Lord Izuna has given orders. It's just Sushio and Madara sparring, so everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Just move forward a kilometer to watch the battle, but remember not to get too close. Upon hearing that it was Sushio and Madara fighting, everyone immediately set aside their tasks and rushed to watch. After all, it was rare for the two to take action, and now they didn't know what level they had reached. No Uchiha clan member with a fighting spirit would be disinterested. As they hadn't gone far, they saw the two giants clashing fiercely, blocking out the sun. My goodness, is that the Susanoo of Lord Sushio and Lord Madara? Such a massive size and terrifying power. Are they even human anymore? How can you speak of the leader and Lord Sushio like that? No, what I mean is, they've become like gods, right? Only gods possess such overwhelming power, don't they? Yes, Lord Sushio and Lord Madara are now the gods of this world. The true gods of ninjas, without a doubt. I'm so glad our Uchiha clan has 2 such deities. The 2 Uchiha clan members exchanged glances and smiled. They knew that the Uchiha clan was about to usher in an era of rapid progress. Mito and Izuna were watching from distance, of course, because Mito and Masahiko and Hiroka had activated the 4 Red Sun formation. Otherwise, it would be far too dangerous to observe up close. Sushio-kun has already reached this level. Mito naturally hoped that the man she admired would grow stronger and stronger. Love often blinds people, and she had deeply fallen for Sushio-yu, unable to extricate herself. Hey, Hiroka, how do you think the elder guessed that Sushio could get to this point? Masahiko said, watching the scene like gods battling, feeling somewhat numb. He was grateful he had made the right call. As long as Sushio was around, the Uzumaki would continue to thrive. He admired both the elder's decisiveness and Mito's insight. Uzumaki Hiroka rolled her eyes at him and said, how would I know? If I knew, would I still have this level of power? Masahiko muttered under his breath. It's clearly because you're useless. This was overheard by Hiroka, nearly driving her mad with anger. The moment has come. Slowly open your eyes. That's right, take your time. Izuna, how do you feel? Sushio-yu's maid, Rin, carefully helped Izuna remove the bandages covering his eyes. Izuna found the light in the room somewhat blinding and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. As the whiteness of his vision gradually cleared, he saw Sushio-yu's composed face, his maid Rin, and his older brother looking expectantly at him. Madara, don't worry. I told you before that Izuna would be fine. Now it's your turn, Madara. As Izuna's vision became clearer, he noticed that his eyes were gradually returning to normal. He could feel chakra flowing smoothly within his eyes, without any obstruction. Taijima was Izuna's father, and the compatibility between them was very high. Big brother, don't worry. I'm fine. My eyes feel completely normal. I even feel my ocular power is stronger than before. Now we just need to see how you fared with the transplant, Izuna said, pleasantly surprised that after receiving a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, his ocular power had not only remained but even increased. Aside from not being able to use the unique techniques of the Mangekyo, he felt his power might even surpass what it was before. Madara, it's your turn. Sushio carefully removed the bandages from Madara's eyes. Before long, Madara adapted to the light in the room. The moment he opened his eyes, the world became much clearer. This was not just because his vision had severely declined before, but also because the power of his new eyes surged like a vast ocean. A torrent of strength seemed ready to break free from its seal. This feeling, this power, is this the true strength of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? I even have the illusion of becoming a god. Madara murmured to himself, immersed in the ocean of the Mangekyo's power. Madara, do you feel like you could do anything now? Sushio teased. Madara, for once, scratched his head, holding back any arrogant declarations. After all, this eye transplant was insisted upon by Izuna and Sushio, and he had become more composed because of it. Looking at the beautiful new patterns of the Mangekyo in the mirror, Madara felt that Hashirama was nothing exceptional after all. Sushio, let's find a place to test our strength. I can't wait to try out this new power. Come on, Sushio, today I want a great battle. Madara's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Sushio. Well, be careful, Madara. You won't win against me. Sushio laughed heartily. Finally, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Haha, Sushio, have you been holding back for a while? The Uchiha should be bold and unrestrained. Let's see who the true god of the Uchiha is. The two released their chakra outward, instantly overwhelming those around them with immense pressure. Sushio, go fight somewhere far away. Don't unleash so much chakra in the Uchiha territory, Mito shouted angrily. Sushio and Madara immediately retracted their imposing auras and vanished from the Uchiha territory in an instant. Izuna, do you want to watch the battle? How could I not go? The two exchanged smiles before they instantly followed after and Madara. At the Valley of the End, from a distance, Sushio and Madara stood facing each other. Madara, the last time I was here was during your battle with Hashirama, right? Yes, the last time I fought Hashirama was right here. This place is the beginning of everything and the end of everything. Let's just call it the Valley of the End. Madara's long hair billowed in the wind. Madara, do you know? I've been waiting for a long time for today to fight you once more. Remember? Last time, I was the winner. Both you and Hashirama were the losers. Madara's face flushed slightly. Damn it. The last time I won against both him and Hashirama was when we were competing to see who could urinate the farthest when we were young. It was really not the right time to bring that up. Sushio, today the outcome is still uncertain. Come on, let's skip the meaningless testing and go straight to battle. Susanoo, a massive blue Susanoo erupted from the ground, growing larger after reaching its warrior form, donning blue armor. The original 100-meter-tall Susanoo instantly transformed into a giant several hundred meters high, even sprouting enormous wings. Sushio, you're the first to witness this power? Don't disappoint me. Earth release, rock armored giant. A gigantic rock giant rose from the ground, almost identical in size to Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Sushio, are you underestimating me? Don't rush, Madara. Sushio shouted. Susanoo, armored Susanoo. The golden armored Susanoo merged with the rock armored giant, transforming into a heavy armor of its own. With the armored Susanoo sprouting gigantic wings that blocked out the sun, its might even surpassing that of Madara. Now, Madara. Sushio laughed. Madara, don't let me down. Congeal. Sushio's armored Susanoo began to solidify, and once fully formed, it sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a sword, a spear, an axe, a sword, a shield, and a halberd. Come on, Madara. Madara saw that Sushio's Susanoo was much larger than his complete Susanoo. Congeal. Madara's Susanoo also fully formed, transforming into a four-armed warrior. I'm coming, Sushio. The two charged at each other, piloting their Uchiha's Gundams, causing the ground to tremble violently. A fierce clash of swords and blades stirred up winds that blew away the earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The enormous quake spread outwards. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? The Uchiha clan members felt the ground shaking. Since the Uchiha territory was not far from the battlefield, the tremors were quite evident. It's fine. Lord Izuna has given orders. It's just Sushio and Madara sparring, so everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Just move forward a kilometer to watch the battle, but remember not to get too close. Upon hearing that it was Sushio and Madara fighting, everyone immediately set aside their tasks and rushed to watch. After all, it was rare for the two to take action, and now they didn't know what level they had reached. No Uchiha clan member with a fighting spirit would be disinterested. As they hadn't gone far, they saw the two giants clashing fiercely, blocking out the sun. My goodness! Is that the Susanoo of Lord Sushio and Lord Madara? Such a massive size and terrifying power. Are they even human anymore? How can you speak of the leader and Lord Sushio like that? No, what I mean is they become like gods, right? Only gods possess such overwhelming power, don't they? Yes, Lord Sushio and Lord Madara are now the gods of this world. The true gods of ninjas, without a doubt. I'm so glad our Uchiha clan has two such deities. The two Uchiha clan members exchanged glances and smiled. They knew that the Uchiha clan was about to usher in an era of rapid progress. Mito and Izuna were watching from a distance, of course, because Mito and Masahiko and Hiroka had activated the four red sun formation. Otherwise, it would be far too dangerous to observe up close. Sushio-kun has already reached this level. Mito naturally hoped that the man she admired would grow stronger and stronger. Love often blinds people, and she had deeply fallen for Sushio-yu, unable to extricate herself. Hey, Hiroka, how do you think the elder guessed that Sushio could get to this point? Masahiko said, watching the scene like gods battling, feeling somewhat numb. He was grateful he had made the right call. As long as Sushio was around, the Uzumaki would continue to thrive. He admired both the elder's decisiveness and Mito's insight. Uzumaki Hiroka rolled her eyes at him and said, How would I know? If I knew, would I still have this level of power? Masahiko muttered under his breath. It's clearly because you're useless. This was overheard by Hiroka, nearly driving her mad with anger. Sushio-yu groggily woke from his sleep, his head still throbbing slightly. He had indulged a bit too much the night before, drinking alongside Madara and the entire Uchiha clan, and felt the effects. More than that, it was the reaction of his mind finally relaxing after being tightly wound for so long. The wooden door creaked open, and Mito walked in, carrying some snacks. Sushio, you're awake? Here, have something to eat. As Sushio-yu got up, he was surprised to find that his clothes had been changed. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Mito, my clothes. They were changed by me and Rin. You were too heavy for one person to manage alone, Mito said, her face slightly flushed, as if what she had just said was not merely about changing clothes, but implied something more intimate. As a gentleman, Sushio-yu didn't want to tease Mito further. After all, she was still the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, and their relationship had not yet been officially established. Mito, let's return to the Uzumaki clan for a visit. I need to discuss the future stance of the Uzumaki in your matters with the elder. Sushio-yu knew he had to solidify his relationship with Mito and at least give her a formal title. Okay, Mito replied softly, her voice barely audible. Returning to the Uzumaki clan felt like returning home to her. Along the way, she and Sushio-yu chatted and laughed, her heart filled with anticipation as her dreams were about to come true. Hiroka, we two old guys are back safe and sound. Ha. Masahiko began to banter with Hiroka again. Masahiko, can you at least show some maturity? Haven't we seen enough war scenes? But we've never witnessed a battle between Susanoo and a wood golem. Don't act like you've seen it before. Hiroka was rendered speechless by this. Indeed, the young generation was incredibly powerful. The three of them could even calm the entire land of fire. The world was changing so rapidly that these two old folks were nearly losing pace with the times. Fortunately, Sushio-yu had stood on their side, and thinking of this filled them with excitement. Soon, they arrived at the Uzumaki village. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Mito felt a strong sense of homecoming. They were quickly taken to the elders' meeting room by the Uzumaki clan guards. "Ah, little Mito is back. And Sushio too," the elder said, smiling at the two of them. "Elder, don't forget about us," Masako chimed in, raising his left hand. The elder glanced at him dismissively, saying, "Oh, Masako is back too." Hiroka secretly kicked Masahiko under the table, whispering, "Can't you stop seeking attention at a time like this? Are you here to be cute?" Mito nearly burst out laughing at Hiroka's words. This time, "Sushio, why have you come to the Uzumaki clan?" The elder had heard about Sushio Yu's current strength from various sources and felt that his initial gamble had been quite correct. "Elder, the first thing is that our Uchiha clan is about to ally with the Senju clan, then unite with the other ninja clans in the Land of Fire to establish a massive village. We have decided to stabilize the Land of Fire and end this warring era." Sushio Yu's casual words struck the elder like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. Considering the current strengths of Sushio Yu, Madara, and Hashirama, stabilizing the chaotic world was indeed not a difficult task for them. The elder felt a wave of relief at the thought of Sushio Yu's relationship with the Uzumaki clan. "I understand your determination, and I do not oppose the unification of the Land of Fire. So, Sushio, I want to know, how do you view the Uzumaki clan?" The elder asked cautiously. "Without a doubt, the Uzumaki clan is also my kin, especially with my relationship with Mito. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan treats me like family. How could I not see that?" Sushio Yu spoke from the heart. Although the Uzumaki clan had placed their bets on him, they had never asked for anything in return, nor had they considered asking for repayment. Their direct and bold trust had completely moved Sushio Yu. Hearing Sushio Yu's words, the elder felt relieved. Although he had bet on the right person, if Sushio Yu turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, all would have been in vain. Thankfully, he was not that kind of person. "Additionally, I formally request of the elder, please betroth Uzumaki Mito to me. Let's establish a marriage contract to give Mito a proper title." Sushio Yu knelt on one knee, presenting a bouquet of flowers to Mito, saying, "I apologize, Mito. This scene might not be formal or romantic enough, but I believe you've been looking forward to this day." Tears of excitement filled Mito's eyes as she took the flowers, smiling through her tears. "Yes, it seems I've been waiting for a very long time. We've only known each other for just over a year." The elder smiled at the scene, feeling increasingly joyful. Mito had found a suitable match, and Sushio Yu was the god of ninjas. The two complemented each other perfectly, indicating that the Uzumaki clan was about to experience great prosperity. After some discussion, they decided to invite the Uchiha clan's members to hold a somewhat simple engagement ceremony together, to which Sushio Yu and Mito had no objections. Unfortunately, the poor Uzumaki Masahiko and Uzumaki Hiroka, with grim faces, rushed off with the invitation to the Uchiha clan. Madara and Izuna quickly prepared an extravagant entourage, bringing along carts filled with gifts as they headed toward the Uzumaki clan in grand style. On the way, they celebrated joyously, with drums and gongs resounding, creating a lively atmosphere. In Uzumaki village, everyone decorated with lanterns and began preparing for the festivities. They all adored the little princess, Uzumaki Mito, and her intended was none other than the Uchiha Sushio, who had visited the village before. Although everyone felt that the Uchiha were somewhat difficult to deal with, Sushio had always been humble and polite during his previous visit to Uzumaki village, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Furthermore, with the titles of God of Ninjas gradually spreading about Sushio, Madara, and Hashirama, everyone held a newfound respect for him. The Uzumaki clan members understood what kind of person their little princess had chosen, and they silently wished her well. After the Senju clan meeting concluded, Tobirama immediately took several clan members to visit the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Tozo clans, privately reaching some agreements. At this time, Sushio Yu is still unaware of Tobirama's behind-the-scenes efforts to win over various larger and smaller ninja clans. Even if he knew, he wouldn't mind. After all, as long as they possessed enough power, they could completely resolve problems through force, especially since clans like Sarutobi, Shimura, and Tozo were inconsequential ordinary ninja clans. Among them, only the Sarutobi clan had some renown. As a mid-tier ninja clan, they may not have been prominent during the Warring States period, but they still had a bit of fame. In Sushio Yu's view, Only the Hyuga clan was worth the Uchiha clan's effort to approach them, and that was due to the presence of Hinata Tenjin and their relatives on the moon, which contributed to his assessment of them. Not every small ninja clan was worth the Uchiha clan's attention. The Senju clan finally managed to unify the opinions of most members and sent representatives to the Uchiha clan to deliver the invitation. Both parties agreed to choose an auspicious day in the near future to hold the alliance ceremony between the two clans. The Uzumaki village was now adorned with lanterns and bustling with excitement. When the Uchiha clan arrived in full force, the preparations in the village were nearing completion. Madara, accompanied by Izuna and Uchiha clan members, was busy unloading boxes filled with various items into the Uzumaki territory. They greeted the elder with politeness, as they were representing Sushio-yu and were there to support him, ensuring that the Uchiha clan maintained its dignity while also leaving a good impression on the Uzumaki clan. Even before they set off, Madara had specifically instructed the clan members to adopt a more friendly demeanor. The Uzumaki clan members who received the Uchiha were quite puzzled. They had always heard that the Uchiha clan was proud by nature, but upon reception, they found them to be quite amiable. Soon, this news reached the Senju clan, and even Hashirama hurried to congratulate Sushio-yu on his engagement, bringing along some gifts. Of course, before coming, Hashirama had repeatedly instructed Tobirama to stay at home and not cause any trouble. Tobirama wasn't foolish. Provoking Sushio-yu at this moment would be akin to courting death. Disrupting someone else's engagement would surely earn him Sushio-yu's wrath, not to mention offend the Uzumaki clan, and Hashirama wouldn't let his brother do something so foolish. Madara, Sushio. Hashirama finally caught up with the engagement ceremony, just as the banquet was about to start. Hashirama, you're so slow. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Sushio-yu teased. Sushio, you didn't notify me in advance. It's lucky that I made it here at all, Hashirama replied with a wry smile. I don't believe the Senju clan doesn't have spies in the Uzumaki clan. The real reason is that you're just too slow, Hashirama, Madara said, crossing his arms with a serious expression. This was an important occasion, and the clan members had reminded Madara to be more serious, which ironically scared a few of the Uzumaki children. Well, Hashirama was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say that although they had spies, they were all under Tobirama's control, and Tobirama hadn't mentioned this to him. That would just bring trouble to his brother. Big brother, don't look so serious. Just be natural, Izuna said, noticing Hashirama's awkwardness and helping to shift the topic. If only my brother could be as sensible as you, Izuna, Hashirama praised, seeing Izuna help him out. Izuna rolled his eyes and replied, If I were like your brother, I'd probably have been beaten to death by you and Sushio already. Hashirama was left speechless and, reluctantly, chose to remain silent. At the banquet, the hosts and guests were in high spirits, all immersed in the joyful atmosphere. After the banquet, Sushio-yu urged everyone not to rush away, as the Uchiha clan had prepared a grand fireworks display. Dear guests, Uchiha clan members, Uzumaki clan members, and friend from the Senju clan, we will soon present a fireworks display specially prepared for you, taking place at the largest training ground in Uzumaki village. If everyone has no other business, please proceed to the training ground, where we guarantee you will witness an unforgettable fireworks show tonight. Sushio, why didn't you consult me? You're even planning a program? Mito quietly asked Sushio-yu beside him. Well, it's a surprise. Since it's a surprise, I can't let you in on it beforehand, he replied with a smile. I remember the first time I came to Uzumaki village was for your fireworks display, and now I prepared an even grander one. Let's hurry over. Once everyone arrived at the training ground, they patiently awaited the start of the fireworks display. Unbeknownst to them, the elder and others who were originally responsible for hosting the banquet were absent from the viewing platform. Next, everyone get ready to enjoy the grandest fireworks display. Please don't blink and don't be afraid. Our safety measures are absolutely reliable. The fireworks we're about to launch are very large, so we need to ensure proper safety precautions. Elder, if you could assist us. The elder chuckled. You young folks sure have energy. All right, I'll join on the fun today. Masahiko, Hiroka, are you all ready? We're ready, Elder, the three replied in unison. For Red Sun formation. The four of them activated the 4 Red Sun formation simultaneously. The entire viewing platform of the training ground was now protected by the formation. Hey, Do we really need to use the 4 red sun formation just to watch fireworks? This seems a bit excessive. What is Sushio planning? Hashirama mused as he looked at the setup, feeling as though this was more preparation for a national disaster than a fireworks display. Sushio Yu and Madara shouted in unison, and their 2 Susanus rose from the ground, one gold and one blue, towering into the clouds like 2 massive peaks. Is this the legendary Susanoo? I can't believe it. Now that I'm seeing it with my own eyes, it's worth a lifetime, Masahiko exclaimed. Yeah, Susanoo symbolizes destruction. It said that anyone who sees it will inevitably face death. I thought that was an exaggeration, but now I see how naive I was. No wonder it said that the Uchiha clan has 2 ninja gods. It's not an overstatement. I just don't understand. How does a fireworks display turn into such an exaggerated display of ninjutsu? Hashirama was beginning to figure out what Sushio Yu and Madara were planning, feeling somewhat helpless. Only Sushio Yu could think of something like this. The massive Susanus continued to grow larger, stabilizing into their complete forms as Sushio Yu and Madara continuously infused them with chakra. Since this was not a battle, both were extremely cautious, worried about causing too much damage to the Uzumaki clan's training ground. The complete Susanus had already reached a size that blocked out the sun, and the people on the viewing platform looked like a swarm of ants, gazing up at the 2 giant mountains above them. The Senju clan members felt particularly complex emotions as they watched their old rivals, the Uchiha, display such powerful Susanus. Even though they knew that their clan leader was comparable in strength to Madara, and perhaps even slightly superior, the fact remained that the Uchiha clan had 2 ninja gods. Madara, are you ready? Ready. I'll begin. Madara started forming hand seals, and his complete Susanoo followed suit in forming seals as well. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. A massive earth dragon rose from Sushio Yu's Susanoo, coiling upward from its feet and wrapping around its neck. This technique was inspired by Sushio Yu after seeing Hashirama's wood dragon technique. The enormous earth dragon continuously shot small earth dragon bullets into the sky. Meanwhile, Madara utilized his Mangekyo-enhanced fire release to shoot massive flames without pause. The flames and earth dragon bullets collided in the sky, instantly creating a massive explosion, sending sparks flying in all directions. The entire sky was covered in a riot of colorful explosive flames. This was the fireworks display that Sushio Yu had meticulously planned. Even the clay ejected by the earth dragon bullets was something Sushio Yu had prepared beforehand. It was a special clay he had mixed with various metals and metallic compounds, which would produce a flame color reaction when exposed to high temperatures, resulting in beautiful fireworks. Sushio Yu had poured a lot of thought into this fireworks display, cleverly combining the skills of a ninja with his high school chemistry knowledge to create this spectacular fireworks spectacle. Everyone was mesmerized. Witnessing the fireworks performed by the 2 ninja gods was truly magnificent. It was unlikely they would ever see such a grand display again. Mito was particularly moved, speechless as she realized that the man she admired was not just reserved but had a romantic side to him. Tonight's sky was exceptionally bright, with not a hint of gloom, overshadowing the stars that seemed to fade in comparison. The fireworks display from last night had come to a successful conclusion, and the 2 gods of ninjas from the Uchiha clan were now the talk of the ninja world. At this moment, only the members of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans were immersed in joy, while the mood of the Senju clan was hard to describe. Sushio Yu's performance during the fireworks was as dazzling as the fireworks themselves, capturing the admiration of many young fans. The young men of the Uzumaki clan idolized this powerful man, while the young women secretly admired this romantic figure. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered and reprimanded by Princess Uzumaki Mito, some of the girls would have even wanted to confess their feelings to Sushio Yu. After all, who wouldn't like a charming, powerful ninja known as the god of ninjas? Mito was undoubtedly the envy of many girls at this moment. Madara, we can accelerate our communications with the other ninja clans in the Land of Fire. The main clans like the Yamanka, Nara, Akimichi, Oil Woman, Inazuka, and Hyuga clans, we should visit them one by one. Don't be afraid of the trouble. After all, to establish a strong village, the power of all the ninja clans is indispensable. Moreover, we need to pay attention to the issue of voice and influence. Even if we establish the village, internal competition is inevitable, and the Uchiha needs to secure its voice in the village. Sushioyu's words resonated with Madara, who understood them well, but he had previously looked down on dealing with these smaller clans. In Madara's view, as long as the Uchiha clan was strong enough, there would be no problem that couldn't be solved. However, he couldn't dismiss Sushioyu's words, so the two decided to part ways and begin contacting the various ninja clans. As for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, they both dismissed them as they had never had a good relationship with them and saw no need to extend their efforts. Sushioyu would be responsible for communications with the Yamanka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, while Izuna would contact the other clans, and Madara was sent back to the Uchiha clan by the two, as they felt he wasn't the most reliable in getting things done. Sushioyu's first stop was the Nara clan. In his memory, the Akimichi and Yamanka clans usually took the Nara clan's opinions into account. In fact, Sushioyu thought this was quite a wise approach, handing over what one wasn't good at to those who excelled at it. Nara clan leader: I am Uchiha Sushio, here to pay a visit on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Sitting across from Sushioyu was the current leader of the Nara clan, Nara Shikadai, likely from the lineage of Nara Shikaku. I've long heard of the great name of Uchiha Sushio. I apologize for the lack of hospitality today. I hope you can forgive me, Nara Shikadai said. As expected of the leader of the Nara clan, he arranged the meeting place at the entrance of the area where Nara deer were bred, with a shogi board set up nearby, and several deer gently sniffing around him, occasionally nibbling on the grass. I wonder if Lord Sushio has any knowledge of shogi? Shikadai inquired slowly, seemingly indifferent to Sushioyu's answer. Unfortunately, Leader Shikadai, I know nothing about shogi. To be precise, I don't like such complex games. Strategy isn't my strong suit. Sushioyu shook his head, fully aware of his own limitations, both in this life and his past. That's quite a pity, as you seem to possess the temperament of a chess player, Shikadai sighed lightly. Leader Nara, let's not beat around the bush. You know why I've come. I will be straightforward. Is the Nara clan willing to reach an alliance agreement with the Uchiha clan? The Nara clan leader paused, his hand halting mid-air as he played shogi. I'm sorry, Lord Sushio, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. The Nara clan has already established an agreement with the Senju clan. You arrived a bit too late. Sushioyu clenched his fists tightly, and the Nara deer beside Shikadai seemed to sense his anger, scattering in fright. Shikadai watched Sushioyu nervously, as this was their first interaction, and he found it difficult to gauge Sushioyu's character without sufficient information to assess his style. To be honest, based on the intelligence they had gathered, if Sushioyu were to turn hostile, the Nara clan could potentially face disaster today. Unfortunately, the Nara clan did not dare to offend the Senju clan, especially since they favored the Senju over the Uchiha. Sushioyu understood that it seemed impossible to win over the Nara clan, which meant that the Akimichi and Yamanka clans were also unlikely to join them. Even if he stepped in personally, he couldn't change the course of history. Sushioyu actually didn't care much about the Nara clan's decision. With his current strength, he felt he could easily handle 10 Nara clans. However, he was neither a tyrant nor a conqueror. What significance would destroying the Nara clan hold for him? Even if he established Konoha, he wasn't concerned about its deterrent power. He himself was the greatest deterrent, capable of overturning the existing situation at any time. To summarize with a phrase from Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War, which adult would truly engage with a child? What frustrated Sushioyu was that, even after coming in person, he was still rejected. Damn it. He couldn't tell if it was his bad luck or if the Uchiha clan was truly unpopular in the ninja world. Leader Nara, I understand your position, and I respect the Nara clan's choice. By the way, Leader Shikadai, while I truly am not good at shogi, I have never lost a game. Even against Madara, the Uchiha clan leader, Sushioyu remarked, watching the deer peeking out from the trees with a grin, revealing his sharp canines, his red Sharingan glinting in the sunset, resembling blood. Oh, does Uchiha Madara also enjoy playing shogi? Shikadai asked, genuinely curious, as he had never heard of any Uchiha clan members who liked playing shogi. Not really. Madara doesn't know how to play shogi at all. He and I are quite similar in this regard. We don't like playing shogi, and usually when someone insists on playing against us, we can't be bothered, Sushioyu replied, his eyes glinting with mischief as he looked at the deer under the setting sun. Shikadai felt a chill run down his spine. Sushioyu's words seemed to carry deeper implications, and he found himself shivering. Lord Sushio, please don't joke about, Shikadai said nervously. Ha! Sushio laughed heartily as he turned to leave. Inform the clan members that whenever they see someone from the Uchiha clan, they must show respect and caution. As long as Uchiha Sushio and Uchiha Madara are alive, never oppose the Uchiha clan, no matter the circumstances. Leader, won't this be a bit exaggerated? It could affect our Nara clans. Only by staying alive can there be a Nara clan. Once dead, nothing remains. All information regarding Uchiha Sushio and Uchiha Madara must be sealed within the clan, never to be leaked, and must be passed down through generations. I can't shake the feeling that the situation may not be as calm as it appears. Shikadai looked at the deer in the forest, lost in thought for a long time. The power of historical correction has a strong inertia. Even with the unexpected presence of Sueishoyu, the establishment of Konoha still rolled forward with the current of history. At this moment, everyone had yet to figure out how to construct the future village, but Sueishoyu had already thought of a name for the village. Unfortunately, they ultimately could not resist the tides of history and failed to win over the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. In truth, the failure to recruit them was not a major issue. Sueishoyu was merely following the teaching he learned in his past life that with one more friend, there is one less enemy, striving to pave the way for the Uchiha clan's future. However, failing to win them over was not a big deal. After all, only sheep and goats would gather in flocks, while tigers and leopards always walk alone. If Sueishoyu wished, he could even destroy the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans in a single day. Yet what significance would that hold? He was not a bloodthirsty man, and slaughtering a group of weaklings was indeed meaningless. After pondering for a moment, Sueishoyu's mood improved significantly. Even if the plan to win over the various ninja clans failed, he still had Uchiha Madara and himself. Even if Madara passed away 100 years later, he would still be there. Looking at the further enhancement of the Otsutsuki bloodline on the system panel, Sueishoyu understood that his lifespan was still very long, perhaps even immortal like the Otsutsuki clan members. Of course, the immortality of the Otsutsuki clan was under conditions without unexpected interference. A person killed would die, whether it was the Sage of Six Paths or the Otsutsuki clan. Being unable to be killed did not mean one could not be sealed. After all, Kaguya was sealed on the moon by her two beloved children, wasn't she? What he needed to worry about more was the lifespan of Uzumaki Mito. Although the Uzumaki clan was long-lived, they also had their limits. Mito secretly practiced sealing, simply because she wanted to maintain her youthful appearance, which was quite normal, and Sueishoyu liked it too. There was still enough time to think of ways to extend Mito's life, and there was even a chance to explore other worlds, where he could surely find ways to prolong Mito's lifespan. Not long after, Sueishoyu arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, where the Uchiha people greeted him with bows. As soon as he entered the meeting room, he saw Izuna and Madara chatting listlessly. "How's it going on your side, Sueisho? Were you successful in winning over the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans?" Madara casually asked. "Sorry it failed. The Nara clan had already allied with the Senju clan beforehand. The Inuzuka and Akimichi clans are closely tied. If the Nara clan refuses, the other two clans are not worth considering. Just give up." Sueishoyu shook his head. He understood that even if another Uchiha were sent, the result would likely be the same. The Senju were recruiting other ninja clans too quickly. On one hand, the Uchiha clan's reputation was indeed not as good as the Senju's, and on the other hand, with both him and Madara being peak powers, the other clans would naturally huddle together, trembling in fear. And how about Izuna's side? "I'm sorry, brother, but I got the same result here. They basically all politely declined," Izuna said helplessly. Madara silently gazed at the clansmen outside the window and sighed softly. "Then let's forget it. Anyway, we Uchiha don't need these small ninja clans to keep us warm. Besides, having the Uzumaki clan as our ally is enough. What about the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan, relying on Hyuga Tenjin, ignores our alliance and also disregards the Senju's invitation. It doesn't matter. They're just a decaying clan. Once Hyuga Tenjin dies, this group of Byakugan users will completely rot. How many more years can Hyuga Tenjin live at his age? As for the Hyuga, I'll pay a visit to them." Sueishoyu recalled his relatives from the Hyuga clan on the moon. "Going there won't help. Just give up on winning over the Hyuga clan. It's not very meaningful." Both Izuna and Madara did not understand why Sueishoyu was still fixated on the Hyuga clan. "You don't plan to exterminate the Hyuga clan, do you?" Sueisho, you looked exasperated. Do you two think I'm a serial killer? Just because the alliance failed, do you want to annihilate the clan? Haha. Then go quickly and come back soon. Before long, Sueisho, you arrived at the territory of the Hyuga clan. He did not enter, but patiently waited outside for Hyuga Tenjin to come out. Sure enough, Hyuga Tenjin soon noticed Sueisho Yu and hurried out of the clan's territory. You must be the recently renowned Uchiha Sueisho, right? May I ask what brings you here? Hyuga Tenjin looked at Sueisho Yu. The arrogance he had when meeting Izuna completely vanished. Beads of sweat started to form on his forehead, and even his legs trembled slightly. This was a powerful ninja from the Warring States period. His mood was quite complex. Originally, he had not taken the alliance matter raised by Izuna seriously, but now seeing Uchiha Sueisho return, he was unsure of what the Uchiha clan intended to do. When his Byakugan was activated, Uchiha Sueisho appeared like the sun in the sky, with an overwhelming chakra that almost burned his eyes. You are Hyuga Tenjin? Yes, Lord Sueisho. I want to make a deal with you. Tell me about the passage to the moon, and in return, I can come to the aid of the Hyuga clan once in the future when you're in crisis. You should understand that almost no one on this earth can match me. Your Byakugan should be able to see this clearly. Indeed, Sueisho, you had come to inquire about the passage to the moon from the Hyuga clan. My lord, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Hyuga Tenjin pretended not to understand Sueisho Yu's meaning, trying to dodge the issue. Stop pretending. I know that on the moon are the descendants of Otsutsuki Ubira. I am well aware of what is there. After all, strictly speaking, they are also distant relatives of your Hyuga clan. I believe you should understand my meaning now. Think carefully before you speak. Understand that the relatives on the moon are always coveting your Byakugan. Hyuga Tenjin's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart was in turmoil. He truly did not expect Uchiha Sueisho to know so many secrets, even to clearly state the Otsutsuki surname. After just a few sentences, there were some things he didn't even understand. It seemed the other party was indeed fully prepared. Since my lord has said so, if I still refuse to speak, that would be disrespectful, wouldn't it? Hyuga Tenjin said bitterly, feeling he had overstated his title of Tenjin. Not necessarily. If you still refuse to tell me, I certainly won't blame the Hyuga clan, but it's reasonable to keep a little note. Hyuga Tenjin's smile grew increasingly bitter. Wasn't that a bit petty? Keeping a note on a small matter. How could there be a good outcome? My lord jokes. I will now provide the path to the passage. I hope Lord Sueisho remembers your promise and helps the Hyuga when we are in danger in the future. Hyuga Tenjin looked at Sueisho Yu's youthful face, knowing that for decades to come, the ninja world would be ruled by him and Madara, while he himself was already old and frail. Perhaps this was fate. The Uchiha clan ultimately gave up almost all their original plans to win over various ninja clans. This was not because the Uchiha clan didn't want to recruit allies, but because they discovered that most of the ninja clans had already been won over by the Senju clan in the end. When Izuna learned that this was the work of Senju Tobarama, he was not too surprised. After all, Tobarama had always been resourceful. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara and Sueisho Yu themselves did not care too much about this situation, as they believed that the growth of the flock was not important. Finally, that day had come. On the towering cliff, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan met once again. This meeting would be recorded in the future history of the village. The only difference from the past was that this time there was no death of Uchiha Izuna, nor was there the scene of Senju Hashirama committing suicide with a kunai. Tobarama, it's been a long time. Do you remember this cliff? When we were kids, we vowed on this cliff to establish a peaceful village so that children would no longer need to go to the battlefield. I also said that if such a village could really be established, I would place my brother in this place overlooking the forest and protect him well. Tobarama, I once mocked you for being an idealist, but I never expected that our ideals would be realized so quickly. Madara stood on the cliff, gazing at the vast forest below, feeling a surge of emotions. Madara, our dream has really come true. Tobarama and Madara signed a peace agreement on behalf of the Senju and Uchiha clans, and from this day onward, they began to construct the village. The division of land below was to be resolved through consultations among the ninja clans, except for the Uchiha, Senju, and their ally, the Uzumaki clan. Everyone began to contribute money and effort from that day on, working together to build the new village. Then, what should we name the village? Tobarama asked thoughtfully. I'm not good at naming things, Tobarama, Madara replied. Sueishoyu interjected. Let's call it Konoha, where the leaves dance. The fire continues to thrive, symbolizing the village's continuous development and growth. I agree. Tobarama rarely supported Sueishoyu's opinion, as he feared his older brother might come up with some unreliable name. After all, he had heard some of his brother's ideas before, and if his brother was in charge of naming, it would truly be a disaster. Then let's call it Konoha. Madara also agreed on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Is it decided so quickly? I wanted to come up with a more impressive name, Tobarama said, somewhat reluctantly. Rejected, brother. It will be Konoha. Isn't Konoha Village a good name? Don't overthink it, Madara said, instantly striking Tobarama down to a corner, looking gloomy. By the way, Tobarama, actually your task here is the heaviest. A lot of forest land needs to be constructed around Konoha, so this will be left to you. After all, your Mokutan is extremely convenient for tree planting. Also, do you have a way to provide temporary shelters for everyone building the village? Like using Mokutan? Madara now directed Tobarama to work without any politeness, simply because Tobarama's Mokutan was so efficient for afforestation. Of course, Tobarama can handle the tree planting, and I will level the land. That's right, Uchiha Madara even thought of directly using Susanoo to flatten the ground, making the cleanup quick and easy. Sueishoyu was amused by Madara's idea, never expecting that the great god of ninjas would one day use the symbol of destruction and ruin, Susanoo, to level the land. Compared to the original Madara, the current Madara had changed significantly. Okay, then the task of tree planting will be left to me, Tobarama confidently stated, finding it incredibly easy. Other ninja clans, such as the Sarutobi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, began to help, and a vigorous production movement unfolded. The Akimichi clan used their multiplication technique to transform into giants, helping to transport supplies and build bridges and houses. The Nara clan used their shadow techniques to assist in constructing defenses and directing the overall construction work. Although on the first day, everyone still had some mutual suspicion, the construction of the village progressed vigorously. Even Tobarama and Izuna were helping to build the village together, and a rare smile appeared on Tobarama's serious face. Just as the construction of Konoha village was in full swing, the news of the unification of the ninja families in the Land of Fire and the establishment of the village spread to other countries. Ninja families from the Land of Lightning, Land of Water, Land of Earth, and Land of Wind all learned of this shocking news. Originally, everyone was divided in their own territories. Now that the ninja clans of the Land of Fire had unified, the ninja clans of other countries might be affected. After all, the Land of Fire already had the two well-known ninja clans, Uchiha and Senju, whose strength was inherently superior to other ninja clans. Now, with the unification of the ninja clans in the Land of Fire, their strength was further enhanced. Everyone felt tremendous pressure. Although Konoha had no external actions at the moment, strength itself was a direct threat, just like sleeping beside a bed. How could one allow others to sleep soundly? The Tsukiyoru clan, the strongest ninja clan in the Land of Lightning, specialized in lightning release and body techniques. Upon hearing the news of Konoha's establishment, they were deeply inspired. With the powerful strength of the Tsukiyoru clan, coupled with emotional persuasion and logical reasoning, they quickly won over many ninja clans from the Land of Lightning, intending to emulate the Land of Fire and establish a united village. Originally, the conflicts between the ninja clans in the Land of Lightning were not as sharp as those in the Land of Fire, mainly because the strength of the Tsukiyoru clan far exceeded that of other ninja clans, resulting in less intense conflicts. Soon, news of the Tsukiyoru clan establishing Kumogakure spread, and it was evident that Kumogakure's establishment was modeled after Konoha in the Land of Fire. No one was a fool. Everyone could see the advantages of establishing a village, and even lagging behind villages would develop more slowly, with a backward population and dispersed military strength. The rest of the Land of Water, Land of Earth, and Land of Wind also quickly followed suit, each establishing their own villages, marking the imminent end of the Warring States period. Watching the various buildings and houses rising daily, the construction of Konoha basically changed dramatically every day, transforming significantly in just 3 days. The subsequent question was who should take the lead in the village. Once this question was raised, the smaller ninja clans remained silent, as they knew very well that no matter how rotations went, the leader of Konoha would never be from them. Measured by family size and ninja strength, the leader would only come from the Senju or Uchiha clans. The image of the Senju clan was more favored by other ninja clans, but now the Uchiha clan was stronger. According to the prevailing principles of the Warring States period, the leader should be based on strength. Unfortunately, in the selection principles for the leader of Konoha village, the strong strength of the Uchiha clan instead became a reason for other ninja clans to be wary of them. No small ninja clan was willing to be subservient to others. Even if the Uchiha clan did not have such intentions, it did not prevent other ninja clans from remaining vigilant and defensive against the Uchiha clan. Why is the leader of Konoha still dawdling and delaying for so long? The village is almost completed, yet the position of the leader is still not determined. Naturally, that position should belong to our Uchiha clan. That's right, there's no reason to hesitate. Since ancient times, the leader has always been determined by strength, and the strongest in Konoha now is our Uchiha clan. Is there any doubt about this position? Within the Uchiha territory, everyone believed there should be no further questions regarding the leader of Konoha village. They had all come from the battlefields of the Warring States period, where strength spoke for itself, and it was only natural. However, the other ninja clans were quite reticent about this, and clearly showed their disapproval of the Uchiha clan rising to power, harboring deep-seated wariness towards them. Among the Senju clan, only Hashirama agreed to let the Uchiha clan take the lead, while Tobirama and the other Senju clansmen opposed the idea of having an Uchiha in that position. Brother, what are you thinking? I will never agree to let Uchiha Madara become the leader of Konoha village. Never. It's not just me. The clansmen won't agree either. Other ninja clans like Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Sarutobi, and Shimura will not agree to this. Brother, stop wasting your efforts. Tobirama turned his face away, firmly rejecting his brother's request, crossing his arms in defiance. This was the first time Tobirama completely disregarded his brother's opinion. Tobirama, our dream has been realized. Does it really matter who becomes the leader of the village? Peace is within reach. Is it worth delaying the entire peace process over such a small matter? Hashirama could not understand why Tobirama was so stubborn this time. Tobirama finally got angry, gritting his teeth and slowly saying to his brother, "Brother, you are too naive. Do you know why other small ninja clans will not support the Uchiha? It's precisely because the Uchiha clan is currently dominant. They have Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sueisho. Do you think the other clans would side with us?" Tobirama glared at his brother, his anger barely contained. "It's all because of your idealism. You never carefully consider our current situation. Brother, do you know? Even if you are revered as the god of ninjas, the Uchiha now has two gods of ninjas. We Senju are now huddled together with other small ninja clans for warmth. Have you thought about the future of the Senju clan?" Hashirama looked at his furious brother, knowing that this time, Tobirama was genuinely upset. But Hashirama still couldn't understand his brother's concerns. After all, he was the kind of person who easily believed in others, firmly believing that a time of mutual understanding would eventually come. Only Tobirama remained vigilant towards the Uchiha clan, especially after studying the method by which they opened their eyes. He increasingly felt that the Uchiha clan's acquisition of the Sharingan's power was too easy. Both Madara and Izuna awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan due to excessive mental stimulation, and such stimulation could easily lead to mental imbalance. Only Sueisho Yu's situation regarding the awakening of his Sharingan was unknown to Tobirama. Thus, Sueisho Yu was the person Tobirama was most wary of. He possessed talent that surpassed ordinary people, even surpassing his own brother, with a mysterious past and numerous secrets. Undoubtedly, Sueisho Yu was filled with unknown mysteries. If it weren't for his brother being able to contend with him, Tobirama would find it difficult to acquire even basic information about him. Ignorance was the greatest fear. Tobirama dared not share these thoughts with his brother, fearing that Hashirama would immediately reveal these secrets. His brother was that kind of pure person. Once he trusted someone, he would hold nothing back. Brother, think about it carefully. In any case, the position of leader can only be filled by the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan can never take it. Even if Konoha has a bright future, it's not for the Uchiha to interfere. This time, Tobirama stuck to his guns and, after speaking, slammed the door behind him, leaving Hashirama to sigh deeply. In the Uchiha territory, Madara, Izuna, In Sueisho, you were enjoying the tea ceremony prepared by Rin. Rin's tea ceremony is indeed exceptional, Madara sincerely praised. The Uchiha clan was usually impatient, and the tea ceremony, which required cultivation and refinement, did not quite match the Uchiha temperament. To put it bluntly, when the Nara clan drank tea, you might feel it reflected their wisdom. However, when the Uchiha clan drank tea, you might even suspect they were preparing to smash the cup as a signal to launch some action. Sueisho, do you think we should vie for the position of leader of Konoha? Madara had already seen the current situation clearly and probably had a plan in mind. He just wanted to know Sueisho and Izuna's thoughts on the matter. Brother, our Uchiha must not give up on competing for the position of leader. This is related to the status of the Uchiha clan in the future and is closely tied to the village's future planning. Izuna believed the Uchiha should fully strive for the leader's position. Actually, Madara, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? You want to compete, but you also don't want to disrupt this hard-won peace. The final result will be determined by who can harden their heart. That person may reap the final fruits of victory. Sueisho Yu understood Madara's thoughts. Madara did not want to shy away from competition, but he was clearly aware that if they tore the facade, the recently achieved peace agreement would be cast aside again. Both Madara and Sueisho Yu knew that there must be a push from Tobirama behind the scenes. Hashirama would never do such a thing. Only Tobirama had both the ability and the motive to do so. Madara paused, holding his teacup in midair before slowly placing it down, gazing out at the busy scene outside, his long hair partially obscuring his eyes, making it hard to tell what he was focused on. Yes, Sueisho, you see through it very well. It's a pity that I can't break this situation. This village is also a dream place for me since childhood. How could I bear to let it fall back into a place of suffering? Perhaps no one could imagine that the usually ruthless Uchiha Madara would have such a tender moment. Madara, this world is vast, and even the world beyond this one is even more expansive. It's just a small village. Looking at it from afar, Konoha is just a small thought in your heart. Whether you choose to fight for this leader position or to give it up, I will support you unconditionally. After all, the canon and the truth are in our hands. Madara and Izuna fixed their gaze on Sueisho Yu's face, their eyes seeming to say, "You should hurry up and explain," which made Sueisho Yu break out in goosebumps. Okay, I'll reveal a few secrets to you. Just remember, you cannot record this in the Uchiha archives. Madara and Izuna looked at Sueisho Yu's serious expression, knowing this matter involved significant secrets. They both nodded in unison, indicating for Sueisho Yu to continue. Do you all remember the place we visited together where the Yui clan was slaughtered? I repeatedly warned you, especially you, Madara, not to be too curious about it. Madara and Izuna recalled that scene, and Sueisho Yu had indeed stressed this matter repeatedly. Madara had felt the urge to try, but ultimately set that idea aside. Moreover, apart from Sueisho Yu, they had no means to gather relevant information about the perpetrator. But what did this have to do with the choice of Konoha's leader? Actually, have you ever thought about a question? Where does our Uchiha clan's bloodline truly originate? Sueisho Yu teased, watching as curiosity was piqued in Madara and Izuna, contemplating how to moderately reveal part of the truth about this world to them. According to the clan records, our Uchiha clan might be related to the founder of the ninja religion, the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, I always thought this was just a glorification by our Uchiha clan. Madara was very focused on the Uchiha clan at this moment, even seriously reviewing the clan's ancient texts. Izuna's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "Is it possible that the records aren't fictional but are true?" Exactly, you guessed it right. My Sharingan has revealed to me that our Uchiha clan indeed has the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. Sueisho Yu carefully organized his words, thinking he should not reveal too many explosive details, fearing that Madara might come up with some unrealistic ideas and make things chaotic. The Senju clan also possesses some of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline, which might explain why the Senju clan is much stronger than other ninja clans in comparison to us. Madara nodded. I had a feeling about that. Since you confirmed that we Uchiha have the blood of the Sage of Six Paths, it wouldn't be surprising if the Senju do as well. So, generally speaking, the Senju clan has inherited the Sage of Six Paths' physical talents, which is why most of them possess abundant chakra and strong physical conditions. Meanwhile, our Uchiha clan inherited the Sage of Six Paths' eyes, which is why we Uchiha excel in ocular techniques. Let me say this simply. Do not underestimate the Byakugan. In fact, the Byakugan has potential and abilities comparable to the Sharingan. I mean this literally. The Byakugan also has very strong evolutionary possibilities. Then why hasn't the Hyuga clan produced powerful ninjas like you, Madara or Hashirama? You know, Sueisho. I'm talking about those top-tier powerful ninjas. Izuna expressed his confusion about the Byakugan's abilities, which seemed to contradict Sueisho Yu's previous praise. Because the Hyuga clan is merely a branch of the Byakugan family. In reality, they have a group of relatives on the moon. Madara and Izuna were increasingly astonished as Sueisho Yu dropped secret after secret about the ninja world, even mentioning the Hyuga clan members on the moon. This made them even more curious about how Sueisho Yu had managed to keep these secrets to himself for so long. Can people really survive on the moon? Both Izuna and Madara simultaneously asked this question. Hey, are you two focusing on whether people can survive on the moon? Aren't you supposed to be concerned about who actually lives there? Sueisho Yu found it amusing how oblivious Madara and Izuna were. After all, who would care about survival when there were enemies on the moon? Then let's go to the moon and seize territory. We'll leave the leadership of Konoha to Hashirama. Since there's such a great opportunity, why are we still dragging our feet with the Senju? Madara and Izuna were eager to try. Their minds opened up, and they forgot about everything else, thinking only of going to the moon to claim territory, as if they were just playing house with Konoha. Sueisho Yu helplessly pressed his forehead. So, can you both let me finish speaking? While it's possible to seize territory on the moon, our current strength might not be enough to handle it. If we really want to act, we need to plan carefully. Madara, full of confidence, replied. How could that be? In this vast world, there are no places we can't go or enemies we can't defeat. If we can't do it, the three of us will go together. I refuse to believe it. Unfortunately, Madara, I'm not trying to undermine your confidence, but we really might not be able to win. So calm down and sit down so I can explain. Sueisho Yu pushed Madara back into his seat, urging him to patiently listen to what he had to say. The competition for the moon is not urgent. We can discuss it once our strength increases further. As for the topic I just mentioned, it has very important implications. Do we understand our Uchiha clan? Indeed, Sueisho Yu first needed Madara and Izuna to grasp the mechanisms behind the Sharingan. Understand yourself first, then understand the enemy. Madara, do you remember when your Mangekyo Sharingan awakened? And Izuna, what about you? At this moment, both of them recalled that their Mangekyo had awakened when they were on the brink of death. Exactly. You should remember that your Mangekyo awakened under extreme stimulation. It can be said that the awakening of the Sharingan requires extreme stimulation. Of course, without talent, even Uchiha members who experience intense stimulation won't awaken a Mangekyo. This can be seen from our Uchiha clan's many years of warfare. If merely emotional stimulation could easily awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, then our Uchiha would have long since swept through the 5 great nations. There wouldn't be a Senju clan left. So, talent and skill are the foundation for awakening, while intense mental stimulation serves as the inducement. Of course, I believe that intense mental stimulation is more about the emotional outburst of the Uchiha. Only Uchiha who harbor love are more likely to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan under stimulation. Izuna and Madara exchanged complex glances. To be honest, while the power of the Mangekyo was strong and tempting, if it could only be awakened through the loss of loved ones, it would be better never to awaken it. These eyes, intertwined with love and hate, were both a light of hope and the embers of destruction. The Sharingan is a reflection of the soul. When one has a desire in their heart, it evolves towards the hopes deep within. Sueisho Yu paused to give them time to digest this information. The Mangekyo Sharingan has some powerful side effects. At this point, Madara, you must have experienced deeply, right? Madara nodded. With increased usage and intensity, the body bears a tremendous burden, and the eyes gradually move towards blindness. If one goes blind, it's equivalent to ending their ninja path, especially for our Technique clan, the Uchiha. But after switching to Izuna's eyes, didn't you no longer feel those discomforts? Plus, your visual power surged, and even Susanoo could reach its complete form. Yes, Madara wasn't quite sure why Sueisho Yu was so knowledgeable about the Mangekyo and the effects of eye replacement, but this didn't affect his trust in Sueisho Yu. Madara and Izuna looked at Sueisho Yu with puzzled expressions, asking in unison, "What exactly do you mean by genetic defects?" At this moment, Madara had not yet delved into the study of human genetics and did not fully understand the direct implications of genetic defects. Unlike the bone release, which is a bloodline limit, once bone release awakens, it is prone to bloodline diseases. You even know about the bloodline diseases related to bone release? Sueisho, I seriously suspect you are hiding too many secrets. Madara rarely inquired about Sueisho-Yu's secrets, but today, with so many revelations, even someone as well-informed as Madara was feeling overwhelmed. Sueisho-Yu suddenly felt he had revealed too much information from a godlike perspective. Oh well, he hadn't disclosed all the real secrets. I didn't know a bit more than you. Well, just a bit. At this moment, Madara couldn't help but stare at Sueisho-Yu with a look of disdain, saying, "Sueisho, do you think I'm as foolish as Hashirama?" That question wasn't important right now. The bloodline passed down from the Sage of Six Paths has gradually become thin, and the Uchiha bloodline has started to show defects. So, after transplanting Izuna's eyes, it's possible that it compensated for the genetic defect, allowing the Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve again into a flawless, eternal Mangekyo. Among blood relatives, the bloodlines are most closely related, so eye transplants between brothers and fathers and sons are undoubtedly the most effective. This also raises another question. Madara, Izuna, you must strictly keep the information about the Mangekyo Sharingan confidential, especially about the eternal Mangekyo. Otherwise, within the Uchiha clan, there could be tragedies of brothers turning against each other or fathers harming their sons. Human hearts are often difficult to withstand the temptations of time and power. Both Madara and Izuna expressed their agreement. The ninja world is not the only world. The Sage of Six Paths was not a native of the ninja world. This world is far broader than you can see. Just like the Yui clan, they were exterminated by outsiders. I cannot confirm my words at this moment, but I assure you, I am not speaking nonsense. So, when I say that the position of Konoha's leader truly can be let go, it can indeed be let go. To be content with a small corner is just like being a frog at the bottom of a well. I have more marvelous adventures waiting for the men of the Uchiha clan to ride the winds and break the waves with me. Sueisho-Yu urged Madara and Izuna to let go of their current small gains for a reason, as the dormant system panel once again displayed a prompt. System. Character. Sueisho-Yu. Race. Otsutsuki bloodline. LV2+. Sage body. LV7. Plus Sharingan Eternal Mangekyo. Height. 189 centimeters. Chakra. 260 card. Plus. Ninjutsu. Omitted. Sealing technique LV5. Friendly reminder. New World Space Gate is open. Exploration can begin. Asterisk asterisk. Yes, the long silent system panel finally had a prompt, reminding him that the door to a new world had opened. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was in an awkward situation, and the exploration of the new world could at least allow Madara and Izuna to give up the competition without regrets. After all, as great as Konoha was, it was just a village, and he could even offer the Uchiha clan a whole new world. What was more important was self-evident. Madara, Izuna, I have a passage to a new world. Let's go together and explore a new world. Under Sueisho-Yu's relentless persuasion, Madara and Izuna finally held on until this moment. A new world? Sueisho, you're not joking, are you? That's an entire world. Even if the new world already has a dominant civilization, the benefits we can gain will be endless. I wouldn't joke about something like this, Sueisho-Yu said, enunciating each word clearly. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. If that's the case, then let's abandon the competition for the position of leader of Konoha. What's the point of fighting over such small gains? At the Uchiha territory, the Uchiha clansmen gathered once more. Everyone initially thought Konoha village was about to be completed, and peace was within reach, but unexpectedly encountered a struggle for leadership with the Senju clan. Why did the clan leader call this meeting? I don't know. Maybe it's about the competition for the leader. Yeah, it's like the Senju are roasting us Uchiha over a fire. Everyone was discussing animatedly. At this critical moment, Uchiha clansmen couldn't directly turn against each other and go to war. Peace had come too hard won, and even the current Uchiha clan had its reservations. Tobirama, always adept at strategy, had already anticipated this. He understood the Uchiha clan was reluctant to destroy this hard-won peace. Silence. Madara, Sueisho-Yu, and Izuna appeared at the head of the meeting. I know you all have many opinions. Now I will answer everyone. All Uchiha clansmen focused their gaze on their clan leader, hoping he could bring them a stable and satisfying answer. I have decided that the Uchiha clan will give up competing for the position of leader of Konoha and will no longer actively participate in the construction of the village, only maintaining a certain level of external communication. Since the Senju clan does not wish to play with us, then so be it. We will play by ourselves. Madara's words caused an uproar in the clan meeting. If it weren't for Madara's high prestige, there might have been dissenters who would have taken advantage of the situation to voice their objections. I know everyone might feel wronged. The establishment of this village could not have happened without the contribution of the Uchiha clan, but now, because of the obstruction by the Senju clan, are we really going to willingly give up the benefits we have in hand? We Uchiha are not fools. Under normal circumstances, we would never accept this outcome. So what I want to convey to everyone is that Sueisho has pointed out a bright future for us. We no longer need to be attached to this small piece of land. Madara was also helping to establish Sueisho-Yu's authority within the Uchiha clan. He didn't mind sharing power with Sueisho-Yu. Madara's vision had broadened significantly compared to the original story. That's right, just as your clan leader said, we Uchiha should not cling to this small world. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Of course, this is a top-secret plan, and only the most outstanding clansmen from the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans will participate in this great plan. The content discussed in the meeting stirred everyone's curiosity, but the plan jointly guaranteed by Sueisho-Yu, Madara, and Izuna won the full support of the clansmen, even making them willing to give up the imminent benefits of establishing Konoha village. On that day, the Uchiha clan tacitly accepted the fact that the Senju clan would rise to power. Most small and medium ninja clans believed this was a compromise made by the Uchiha clan out of necessity. Only Tobirama knew that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had signed a special agreement that allowed them to gain an advantage. The agreement stipulated that the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, as the founders of Konoha village, would enjoy a certain degree of autonomy, and as long as it did not endanger the village, both clans had the right to refuse participation in future external wars and ninja missions, and their own development would not rely on village funding. Such an unusual agreement was something Tobirama agreed to out of necessity. Sueisho-Yu had directly pressured Tobirama. If the Uchiha could not become the leader of the village, and the Senju clan were unwilling to accept the request for a certain degree of autonomy for both clans, then they would directly withdraw from Konoha village and move to establish a new village in another country, such as the Land of Rain, which was not impossible. Tobirama saw the determination of Sueisho-Yu and Madara and could only sign this secret agreement. He believed that as long as both clans remained in the village and were still willing to accept a peaceful unification framework, then moderate autonomy was not unacceptable. Hashirama gazed at Tobirama, who was sitting opposite him, shaking his head helplessly. Tobirama, do you really have to force the Uchiha clan and even the Uzumaki clan into a position where they feel completely insignificant in the village? Tobirama snorted coldly and replied, "Humph. How can the Uchiha have no presence when there are two gods of ninjas among them? The Uzumaki clan could follow anyone, yet they choose to follow Sueisho-Yu. I am not targeting the Uzumaki clan. Besides, given that they were our allies in the past, I will treat them fairly." Hashirama sighed in resignation. Is it really necessary? Is it worth it for the position of village leader? Hashirama did not care about the power and did not want to have an unpleasant confrontation with Madara over it. Tobirama looked at Hashirama seriously and said, "This isn't about whether you want to brother. It's about the fact that the Senju, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Shimura, Sarutobi, and other major ninja clans do not want it. Even if we hold a public vote, it wouldn't be the Uchiha sitting in that position. I originally planned to call everyone for a vote to make Madara back down, but who would have thought that Madara would directly give up the campaign? Oh well, at least I won't have to waste my efforts." Suddenly, Hashirama stood up angrily, saying, "I'm going to find Madara. You shouldn't meddle in this matter any longer." Tobirama, knowing Madara's character, knew he would never turn back, and advised, "Brother, even if you go now, it would be futile. The Uchiha have already come to a consensus." Upon arriving at the Uchiha territory, two Uchiha clansmen blocked Hashirama's way, not to prevent him from entering, but because everyone currently held a poor opinion of the Senju clan. If Hashirama didn't possess strength equal to Madara's, they might not even acknowledge him. After all, strength was still something to be respected. Hashirama quickly said, "I'm here to see Madara. Please guide me." The two Uchiha clansmen felt helpless. With Hashirama being like this, they couldn't let him leave, so they said, "We'll take you to the clan leader's residence. I'll go inform him first." Hashirama gratefully replied, "Thank you for your trouble." When he finally saw Madara, Hashirama found the situation was not as he had imagined. Madara was having a meal with Suishoyu, Izuna, and a maid. Upon seeing Hashirama, Madara casually said, "Oh, it's Hashirama. Have you eaten? If not, feel free to join us." Suishoyu noticed Hashirama's awkwardness and invited him over. Hashirama felt relieved and was about to sit down when he heard Madara sarcastically remark, "Hashirama, aren't you busy handling Konoha's affairs? How could you have time to eat?" Izuna chimed in, "Yeah, Lord Hashirama is extremely busy. He probably doesn't have time to waste here at the Uchiha." Now, Hashirama found himself in a position where he couldn't stand or sit, so he had no choice but to squat in a corner of the room, feeling quite dejected. After much persuasion, Suishoyu finally pulled Hashirama back to the table, and they began to enjoy hot pot together. Hashirama took a bite and exclaimed, "This is so spicy." "Suisho, what kind of hot pot is this? It doesn't taste like sukiyaki." Suishoyu proudly replied, "Humph, this is an Eastern hot pot, the original source of sukiyaki, the authentic taste." This was Suishoyu's second time eating hot pot in the Naruto world. The first time was with Uzumaki Mito. While eating, Hashirama remarked, "It's indeed quite a unique flavor. It would be even better if we could gamble a bit after eating." Unfortunately, everyone present was not interested in playing cards. Even Suishoyu, who had taught Hashirama poker, did not like it. Noticing Hashirama hesitating to speak, Suishoyu sighed and said, "Hashirama, don't put yourself in a difficult position. I know your intentions. The Uchiha have already given up on competing for the position of leader of Konoha. We won't make things difficult for you." Madara calmly responded, "That's right. Although the Uchiha have given up on the election, to be honest, the village still lacks trust in the Uchiha. In the future, please don't trouble the Uchiha with village matters. I can take charge of the Uzumaki clan, providing barrier protection for the village. That's all we can do." Suishoyu's words left Hashirama with no room for rebuttal. He understood that the few in front of him all harbored grievances. After finishing the meal, he left in defeat. Hashirama knew that this small matter would not lead Suishoyu and Madara to sever ties with him. But the differing stances indeed made some conflicts hard to reconcile. After the Uchiha clan clearly abandoned the competition for leadership, they quickly nominated Senja Hashirama as the first leader of Konoha, the first Hokage. The entire village was immersed in joy, adorned with colorful decorations, while only the Uchiha and Uzumaki territories remained quiet. The next day, while carving the Hokage's likeness on the cliff, Suishoyu proposed to do it himself and quickly completed the simple task. He raised his hand to perform the earth manipulation technique, causing the rocks on the cliff to start shaping, soon forming a lifelike statue of Hashirama and even enhancing the hardness of the sculpture. This could be considered a small testament to his friendship with Hashirama. With the construction of Konoha village basically wrapped up, Suishoyu took Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Asaka to the Uchiha territory. Present along with Uchiha Madara and Izuna were Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Fu. Suishoyu solemnly said, "Here are my clansmen, brothers, friends, and my fiancée. Next, we are about to embark on a brand new journey, and I believe you are all mentally prepared. When we arrive in the new world, please find us in a timely manner. During the crossing, we might get separated, although that is not always the case. Everyone must maintain a low profile. After all, we do not know the power dynamics of the new world, and safety must be our top priority. Now, everyone check to see if the supplies are ready. Here are some sealing scrolls from the Uzumaki clan. Everyone should take some." Uzumaki Mito, Madara, and Izuna looked at Suishoyu with excitement, as the temptation of exploring another world was simply too great. Compared to their endless thirst for knowledge and their feelings for Konoha village, who would care about the gains and losses of the Hokage position? Suishoyu asked, "Is everyone ready?" Everyone suppressed their excitement and nodded solemnly. "Let's set off." With those words, everyone vanished from the room. This feeling of crossing is truly delightful. It's so much better than the last time. The system is definitely more reliable than a natural wormhole. Sueisho Yu and the others successfully completed the transition and found themselves in a vast wilderness. Being in such an open expanse, they had difficulty determining which world they had arrived in. Everyone felt a bit anxious and decided to rest in the wilderness for the night before embarking on their exploration the next day. Sueisho Yu kindly used the earth manipulation technique to create a few rock houses for them to stay in. Sueisho, your earth release technique is quite convenient. It's quite similar to Hashirama's wood release, Madara couldn't help but exclaim. Sueisho Yu silently complained that he could also use wood release, but he found it less handy than earth release. The next morning, after everyone woke up, they set off on their journey. As ninjas, their speed was incredibly fast, and even the little Uzumaki Asaka kept up without falling behind. Eventually, they spotted a person in the distance, and from their clothing, it was clear that this was someone from a modern society. Sueisho Yu directly activated his Sharingan and hypnotized the person to extract information about this world. It turned out that this world was a modern society remarkably similar to the Earth of his previous life. The current date was August 1st, 2013, and they were in a wilderness in Southern California, USA. This world was so similar to his former society that had it not been for the inconsistent information about a country's leader, he would have doubted whether he had truly crossed over. I've gathered some basic information about this place. This world is completely different from the ninja world. The people here are just regular humans, without chakra or any other superhuman powers. However, the technology here far surpasses that of a ninja society. Everyone should keep a close eye on that. By the way, the technology here resembles an advanced puppet technique, but there are significant differences. Technology can be utilized on a large scale, and these mortals are both beneficiaries and creators of this technology. Also, there are satellites in outer space. If necessary, the government of this world could even track us using satellites. Madara and Izuna were fascinated, thinking it resembled an enhanced Byakugan with impressive detection capabilities. They even asked Sueisho Yu if he could bring it back to the ninja world for use. That's a very sophisticated technological product. Even if we managed to get it into the ninja world, we wouldn't be able to use it due to a lack of resources and precise technology support. I think that would be more trouble than it's worth, Sueisho Yu explained, causing Madara and Izuna to reluctantly abandon that bold idea. So, to summarize, it's best for us to keep a low profile. Sueisho, you seem quite experienced with this situation. Isn't this your first time encountering a world like this? Only Uzumaki Mito sensed something was off. Seeing the curious gazes of the others, Sueisho Yu decided to answer directly. That's right. This isn't my first time crossing into such a world. The others then used transformation techniques to slightly adjust their clothing, as their outfits were too outlandish for this modern society. Before long, they arrived at a sizable city, San Francisco in America. The modern societal scene was incredibly appealing to everyone except Sueisho Yu, as everything here was completely different from the ninja world. Sueisho, why are the women on the streets dressed so revealingly? Some are even wearing only their underwear out in public. Uzumaki Mito asked, her face flushed. Uzumaki Asaka, the little boy, turned his head shyly upon seeing this. That's just a local custom. We should just pay attention to it. It's not a big deal. Uzumaki Mito leaned closer to Sueisho Yu and whispered, Sueisho, do you want me to dress like that too? Sueisho Yu's face instantly turned red, and he mumbled quietly, that wouldn't be impossible. Of course, only I can see. Dream on. Madara and Izuna marveled at the peace of this world, noting how such a large population could maintain such a peaceful environment. It was truly remarkable. Sueisho Yu noticed the confusion in Madara and Izuna's hearts and explained, actually, it's not entirely peaceful. There are indeed conflicts occurring in this world, but overall it is relatively stable. For the past few days, the group wandered around San Francisco, fully experiencing the customs and culture of this alternate world. Little Uzumaki Asaka was having a great time playing, while Mito enjoyed this rare two-person world with Sueisho Yu. Here, Mito was no longer the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, and Sueisho Yu was no longer the pillar of the Uchiha clan. Madara and Izuna didn't need to think about the future of the Uchiha clan and the ninja world, and everything seemed so beautiful. However, suddenly, the surging crowd on the street began to rush in their direction. Had they not been ninjas, ordinary people could have been trampled to death. Screams and cries echoed throughout the street as the ground began to shake violently. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Sueisho felt that this tremor resembled the shaking caused by a giant summoning beast being called forth. Let's go. We should hurry and see what's going on. The group no longer concealed their movements and leaped onto various buildings, heading toward the source of the commotion. These unusual events did not attract anyone's attention. After all, everyone was busy escaping, and who had the time to notice a few people who seemed to defy the laws of gravity? Only a hidden camera at the street corner faithfully recorded everything. A massive beast's roar resounded across the skies of San Francisco. A gigantic creature with a head shaped like an axe slowly crawled up from the coastline. Various helicopters, gunboats, and even fighter jets were bombarding this beast frantically, with missiles raining down on it as if they were free. Unfortunately, these attacks were like mere tickles to the beast. It was completely unfazed, not even breaking its skin. One fighter jet didn't even get a chance to launch a few missiles before it was swatted down by the creature. The Golden Gate Bridge quickly collapsed under the brute force of the beast. What kind of summoning beast is this? Madara's question nearly made Sueisho laugh out loud. Brother, it's obvious this isn't a summoning beast. Didn't you see that this monster is in a constant state of frenzy? Turning his face, Madara awkwardly said, I was just describing the size of this monster. I didn't expect it to be this massive, and its defenses look incredibly strong. Even tailed beasts would be afraid of it, right? Sueisho, should we help? Mito looked at the fleeing crowd, her heart swelling with compassion, and quietly asked Sueisho. At that moment, Sueisho already knew which world they had arrived in. The characteristics of this beast were too obvious. Its gigantic size, super strong defenses, and the backdrop of this modern society pointed almost certainly to the Pacific Rim world. He hadn't expected to cross into such a world, and from his limited memories of his previous life, he recognized this beast, the axe-headed creature, indeed the first to invade the human world, the kaiju. When he first heard the term kaiju, he found it strange, wondering why it was named that. Now, everything made sense. The kaiju, as an extraterrestrial invasive creature, brought devastating disasters to the people of this world. The axe-headed creature that destroyed the Golden Gate Bridge caused at least tens of thousands of deaths, and in the end, the military was powerless against it, resorting to using nuclear weapons to eliminate the threat. The blood of the kaiju is toxic and causes severe pollution to the environment, damaging both the land and the ocean significantly. Additionally, the invasion actions of the kaiju are transmitted in real time to their ruler, the Harbinger. This biological weapon is indeed a formidable tool in terms of warfare and invasion. We should first evacuate the crowd. After clearing everyone nearby, we can make further plans. This monster won't be moving for a while, Sueisho suggested. Okay, everyone agreed to focus on the evacuation efforts. They quickly spread out to organize the evacuation. Whenever they encountered blocked paths, they used earth release techniques to forcibly create routes, even reconstructing paths to speed up the evacuation process. The entire evacuation process took several hours to complete. Even so, the number of casualties from this disaster undoubtedly exceeded 10,000. Sueisho and his group could only go with the flow. They understood that even if they were gods of ninjas, they could not save everyone. The unusual actions of the group caught the attention of the evacuated crowd, but everyone was too focused on escaping to consider what was happening around them. After finally escaping, they had to face the harsh reality of being homeless. Sueisho, can't the people of this world deal with such monsters? At this rate, won't this world be destroyed? Madara was puzzled, recalling that Sueisho had emphasized the destructive power of the technological weapons in this world. Why hadn't they been deployed yet? After all, with so much destruction occurring, the authorities should have realized that ordinary weapons were inadequate against these monsters. There's nothing strange about it. Everything has its price. Even using the most powerful destructive force will ultimately come with corresponding consequences. Just like the Mangekyo Sharingan can perform powerful ninjutsu, but carries the huge risk of blindness, Sueisho warned. He was concerned that Madara might underestimate the technological capabilities of this world. So he reminded him, this time, we can refrain from intervening in the monster's destruction and observe the final outcome. I think it's essential for you to witness the destructive capability of technology and not to underestimate your enemies. Madara and Izuna nodded gravely. Uchihataka and Uchiha Fu kept their heads down, listening attentively to Sueishoyu's guidance. They had never acted alongside Sueishoyu before, and they hadn't realized that such operations were usually managed by him. This meant that Madara handled Uchiha clan affairs, while Sueishoyu took care of external matters. However, both were grateful to Sueishoyu for this opportunity, as it allowed them to experience the wonders of another world. They realized that even without ninjutsu and ninjas, this world could be so vibrant. Aside from Sueishoyu, Madara, and Izuna, the others knew they were powerless against such a gigantic creature. Despite the wonders of ninjutsu, facing a creature the size of a skyscraper with such terrifying defenses made their techniques ineffective. Uzumaki Mido could temporarily restrain the kaiju, but that was also extremely dangerous. Summoned beasts typically threatened ordinary ninjas with their massive size. Uchiha Taka, Uchiha Fu, Uzumaki Asaka, you three go and try your skills. Izuna, stand by and support them. Madara and I will stay back and observe these youngsters grow, Sueishoyu commanded, and the three quickly moved forward. Once Madara and the others were at a distance, he began to tease Sueishoyu, saying, Sueisho, you're younger than Taka and Fu. How can you call them juniors? That question wasn't particularly important right now. Those who have achieved great things are worthy of respect. So why should I feel embarrassed? Sueishoyu replied with confidence. Haha, actually I've been itching to test my skills too. I've never had this much downtime in my life. I've always been either fighting or training, and this leisurely time feels a bit strange. Madara had been idle for several days, which was unusual for someone who had spent most of his life in constant battle or training. Let's skip this time. There will be other opportunities. This giant beast clearly isn't the only one. Sueishoyu shook his head. He knew that if Madara really got the urge to unleash Susanoo, the beast would be defeated swiftly. Their main goal was to let Madara witness the power of nuclear weapons. As Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Fu approached the axe-headed creature, they began using the Uchiha clan's signature fire release techniques to attack it. Unfortunately, for such a massive creature, their attacks felt more like mere scratches. The axe-headed creature ignored them entirely, continuing its rampage and destruction of nearby buildings without even noticing their attacks. This monster's skin is too thick. Ordinary fire release won't be effective. Let's try some other techniques, Izuna advised from the sidelines. Uzumaki Asaka used water release, water severing wave, with all his strength. The cutting water waves struck the axe-headed creature like a worn-out knife trying to slice through high-quality leather. Although it caused some damage, it was quite difficult. Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Fu's eyes lit up. Wind release, wind cutter technique. The wind cutter technique successfully left marks on the axe-headed creature's body. While the wounds were not particularly noticeable, they were still significantly better than the previous ineffective fire release attacks. Finally, the axe-headed creature realized that a few little bugs were attacking it. The damage it sustained was even greater than that caused by the bombardment from above. While these minor wounds were insignificant to it, it felt offended. Roar! A massive roar echoed, and the axe-headed creature turned its direction, intending to crush the little bugs underfoot. Watch out! Everyone was experienced in battle, and even Uzumaki Asaka managed to retreat in time. If they were stepped on by this monster, they would likely be reduced to nothing. The axe-headed creature, frustrated by these agile little bugs, stomped repeatedly in its fury. Call headquarters. It seems the monster has been distracted by something, and its attention is now on the ground. Should we continue the attack? Continue the attack. Unleash all firepower. But there might be humans on the ground. San Francisco is almost destroyed. Are you still worried about humans on the ground? Who cares? Keep up the offensive. The humans down there can only leave their fate to chance. Yes, Commander. The military continued to unleash a barrage of ammunition upon the axe-headed creature. Although they caused some damage, it was negligible compared to the attacks from Sueishoyu and his group. The axe-headed creature rampaged after the Uchiha group, its blue-black blood splattering everywhere. Be careful. The blood from this monster has noticeable corrosive properties and may be toxic. Avoid it, Izuna warned everyone. The situation had stagnated. The Uchiha team continued their scratch-like attacks while retreating, and the axe-headed creature relentlessly pursued these agile little bugs, but it couldn't catch up to them immediately. The Uchiha team relied on body flicker technique to dodge and attack, consuming a substantial amount of chakra. Only Izuna, with his high strength, was unconcerned about chakra consumption for now, while Uzumaki Asaka had plenty of chakra and didn't worry about it either. Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Fu, however, were struggling. Quickly lead that monster towards the sea. Sueisho commanded the Uchiha team to drive the axe-headed creature toward the shoreline. Once the military confirmed that conventional weapons were ineffective against the creature, they would resort to nuclear strikes. Although using nuclear weapons would bring endless repercussions, allowing the creature to continue its rampage would turn all of San Francisco into ruins. Upon hearing Sueisho's instructions, Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Fu immediately changed direction, guiding the axe-headed creature toward the sea while using wind and water release techniques to maintain its anger towards them. Watching this unfold, Sueisho felt a strange sense of playing a video game, luring a monster. The fighter jets overhead continued to bombard the beast, but the axe-headed creature paid them no mind, fixated solely on annihilating the Uchiha team. All teams, be advised, evacuate immediately. You have half an hour to clear out. You should understand what I mean. The jets began their return, and the ground forces quickly initiated their retreat. This obvious evacuation action spoke volumes. Get ready to evacuate. The ultimate weapon of humanity in this world will soon come to clean up the scene, Sueisho informed them. Hearing this, the others quickly utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu to continue attracting the axe-headed creature's attention, while their real bodies quietly slipped away toward the sea. I must say, Tobirama is indeed talented. This shadow clone technique is quite effective, Madara remarked, even though he didn't particularly like Tobirama. He still recognized Tobirama's talent in creating ninjutsu. Tobirama could be overly stubborn and petty at times, but he never hesitated on important matters, including his treatment of the Uchiha. Madara, I have to remind you to activate Susanoo in time when the nuclear bomb explodes. I plan to use the 4 red sun formation to contain the explosion's power. The impact of a nuclear explosion is tremendous and accompanied by high temperatures and radiation. Sueisho cautioned repeatedly, fearing Madara might underestimate the nuclear bomb and cause significant problems. Especially the radiation. It's extremely terrifying and could affect bloodlines and bloodline limits. We must not take it lightly. Madara nodded, indicating he would pay attention to Sueisho's warnings. Before long, as the half-hour mark approached, a supersonic jet suddenly appeared in the sky, its mock clouds very conspicuous. It's here. Everyone, get behind me and Madara. Everyone obediently stayed behind Sueisho and Madara. The Uchiha team's shadow clones began to run around the axe-headed creature, darting around it. The advantage of chakra was its versatility. Just like technology, as long as they released the right chakra from their feet, they could easily adhere to the creature's body. The fighter jets began to slow their cruising speed, and a tactical missile launched toward the axe-headed creature. The jets quickly ascended to a higher altitude. The axe-headed creature completely ignored the missile. 4 red sun formation. Sueisho's shadow clone started to cast the 4 red sun formation. Commander, the nuclear bomb has been accurately launched. However, a red cube-shaped energy field has appeared around the monster, and it's currently unclear where the energy field originated from. It's highly likely it did not come from a monster. Soldier, provide your reasoning. Commander, because this energy field encompasses the nuclear bomb as well. If the monster wanted to defend against the nuclear bomb, it would surely use the energy field technology to shield the bomb from the outside. I don't think the monster is that foolish. All right, soldier, return. Your mission is complete. Hurry and leave that area. At this point, the nuclear bomb detonated, and a blinding light erupted, resembling a second sun appearing over the sea. Even with the 4 red sun formation in place, they could feel the terrifying light and heat. Madara watched this scene and remarked, I didn't expect that mortals could create such terrifying weapons. It's comparable to the destructive power of the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Sueisho understood Madara's astonishment at seeing a nuclear bomb for the first time. After all, Madara could utilize Susanoo to create even more exaggerated damage, so he didn't pay much mind to it. If I told you that this is just a relatively standard nuclear bomb, would you believe me? There are actually bombs with even greater yield. Of course, with our strength, we still have the advantage, but let's not forget that there are more than just 1 or 2 such bombs. If provoked, they could produce hundreds or thousands. While the humans in this world may struggle to eliminate the monsters, they certainly possess the capability to ensure mutual destruction. Of course, when I say mutual destruction, I don't mean with us. The ordinary humans in this world could potentially bring about mutual destruction with the entire world. The axe-headed creature howled within the barrier of the four red sun formation, enduring wave after wave of shock waves and extreme heat from the nuclear explosion, gradually falling silent in the aftermath of the blast. It was over. The life of this ferocious giant beast had turned to a corpse beneath the equality of a nuclear bomb, leaving behind many remains of the massive creature. As a silicon-based life form, the axe-headed creature's vitality indeed far exceeded that of carbon-based life forms. Commander, the red energy field has dissipated. The monster has died beneath the nuclear bomb. Immediately organize personnel to put on protective gear and conduct ground reconnaissance. We need to collect samples from the monster. The invasion of this monster has been catastrophic. San Francisco has essentially become a wasteland. If it happens again, will we lose another city? It's hard to imagine that such a monster disaster could strike again. Ladies and gentlemen, our conventional weapons are utterly ineffective against these gigantic monsters. We can only rely on nuclear weapons. If we have a few more instances like this, even without monsters, the land saturated with nuclear radiation will force humanity to self-destruct. I hope this is just an accident. A long sigh echoed throughout the command center. Everyone thought of those who had unfortunately perished during the monster invasion, likely leaving behind no remains to be found. Moreover, the sight of what appeared to be human figures on the monster, as well as the origin of the massive red energy field, were urgent issues that America needed to address. Meanwhile, after lifting the four red sun formation, Sueisho and his group had quietly hidden away. Their presence at the nuclear explosion site was meant to allow Madara and the others to experience the terrifying power of technology and witness the wonders of another world. Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Fu also gained valuable battle experience against such a massive summoned beast. Having seen a whole new world, the two would no longer care about the trivial disputes within Konoha. Only by broadening their horizons could they realize their past narrow-mindedness. On the vast beach, a viscous blue-black liquid spread across the shore, indicating severe pollution from the kaiju. A group of workers in protective suits was diligently cleaning the creature's blood. At first, a reckless individual had directly touched the kaiju's blood, and unfortunately, that unlucky soul had met his demise. Having learned from that painful lesson, everyone was now extremely cautious while handling the remnants of the kaiju's body and blood, especially since they had a living example right in front of them. However, research from the Institute indicated that the kaiju's body was not entirely worthless. The final casualty count from the kaiju's invasion of San Francisco reached over 13,800 people. In fact, according to post-event footage, if it weren't for the intervention of a few superpowered individuals, the death toll would have tripled. The lives lost needed to be counted and tallied slowly, while the survivors were left homeless. In the aftermath of the disaster, millions were displaced, waiting for assistance from the American government. Unfortunately, due to the sheer number of affected individuals, it was challenging to provide adequate support quickly. Undoubtedly, the kaiju invasion had shaken America's international status, and even the resettlement of disaster victims became a daunting task. Regrettably, the immediate needs of the displaced population were placed on the back burner. On one hand, the U.S. was actively preparing defensive measures to prevent another invasion by the kaiju, but unfortunately, no effective solutions had yet been found, leaving them reliant on nuclear weapons. What was even more disheartening was that the only reason the axe-headed kaiju was dealt with using a single nuclear bomb was that the energy field had contained the explosion's power. The four red sun formation had confined the explosion within a small space. Had it detonated normally, judging by the remaining limbs of the kaiju, it would likely have taken 3 nuclear bombs to completely eliminate it. After analyzing the results, everyone felt immense frustration. One nuclear bomb had already turned San Francisco into a lifeless wasteland unsuitable for human habitation for a century. If another kaiju were to appear, would they have to keep dropping nuclear bombs? Using so many nuclear bombs was akin to a slow suicide. On another front, during the kaiju invasion, monitoring had clearly captured several superpowered individuals. It seemed these people didn't care about exposing themselves. This group helped evacuate the disaster victims in San Francisco, showcasing various superpowers such as controlling the earth and running along walls. They even attempted to attack the axe-headed kaiju, demonstrating abilities like breathing fire and shooting high-pressure water streams. Most shocking was that satellite monitoring revealed that the massive red energy field had also been unleashed by one of these individuals. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim that it was like witnessing a ghost. One human could release an energy field capable of defending against a nuclear explosion. Members of the House of Representatives believed this was likely humanity's first encounter with confirmed extraterrestrial beings. It could be said that in this matter, America's politicians had stumbled upon the truth about them. Unfortunately, attempts to further contact this group had yielded no results. After resolving the situation with the axe-headed kaiju, Sueisho Yu and his group resumed their leisurely journey, enjoying life as they walked and stopped along the way. Madara and Izuna even gradually learned to drink at bars, temporarily putting aside the worries of the Uchiha clan. Sueisho, can your eyes predict the next kaiju invasion? After living a relaxed life for a while, Madara couldn't help but inquire about the kaiju's movements. Sueisho Yu was somewhat surprised that the kaiju piqued Madara's interest. I want to try capturing a kaiju and see if I can control it as a summoned beast. That way, even if we're gone, it can still protect the Uchiha clan. Madara revealed his inner thoughts. We can give it a try, but the kaiju is essentially a man-made weapon that can communicate back with its creators. After capturing the kaiju, we'll need to brainwash it before turning it into a summoned beast. Sueisho Yu affirmed Madara's idea, noting that if they could use the kaiju as a summoned beast, it would be nearly unbeatable in the ninja world. They could even send it to take on a tailed beast with ease. Meanwhile, far away in the desert of the ninja world, Shikaku, the one-tail, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Damn it! Who is spying on me? Be patient, Madara. The next kaiju will take some time to arrive. Sueisho Yu recalled that the second kaiju was set to attack Manila in the Philippines. Let's head to the beach and wait there for it, he suggested. The group quickly made their way to Manila, where the beach scenery was beautiful and the environment pleasant. A perfect vacation spot. They enjoyed sunbathing on the beach every day, though Sueisho Yu regretted not seeing Uzumaki Mito in her swimsuit. Mito felt embarrassed to wear such revealing clothing in public, but promised she would wear it privately for him later. Days passed peacefully, and one day, while lying on the beach, Sueisho Yu suddenly sat up. Everyone, the kaiju is coming. Using his earth manipulation technique, Sueisho Yu sensed the approaching kaiju. The calm waves surged violently toward the shore, and a fearsome kaiju reappeared 6 months after the axe-headed creature's demise. The crowd around them began to panic and flee, creating a scene reminiscent of the chaos in San Francisco. Madara, do you want to give it a try? Sueisho Yu turned to Madara. I'll take this on myself. We need to resolve this quickly. If a nuclear bomb is involved again, it will be troublesome. Madara decided to step in personally. Susanoo, a gigantic chakra giant, rose from the ground as Madara quickly stabilized his chakra. The complete form of Susanoo towered over the axe-headed kaiju, appearing like a deity in the presence of the 80 to 90-meter-tall creature. Madara didn't use the weapons of Susanoo, fearing he might accidentally kill the kaiju on the spot. Instead, he relied solely on simple punches, relentlessly pounding the kaiju, which screamed in pain. Military satellites from various countries continuously scanned the kaiju in Manila. They had originally prepared to deploy fighter jets, but halted their launch, waiting for new orders. This spectacular, almost mythical scene captured the attention of tourists who had been fleeing, causing them to stop and take photos in awe. Sueisho Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead. Mito, look at these daredevils. They're not running away. Mito giggled, leaning on Sueisho Yu's arm. This is a rare opportunity. Ordinary people want to see a monster battle too. Madara grew increasingly excited, realizing that the kaiju was indeed a suitable candidate for a summoned beast. Its resilience was remarkable, serving as a super meat shield. His complete Susanoo could unleash dozens of punches, and even though the kaiju was bleeding and screaming, it still appeared strong enough to last until evening. It seemed that without using Susanoo's sword or ninjutsu, defeating the kaiju through sheer brute force would be difficult within a short time. The immense blue chakra giant towered over the landscape like a radiant lighthouse in the night, emitting a dazzling glow. The appearance of the giant undoubtedly captured the attention of the entire world, and soon, media helicopters flocked to the battlefield where the kaiju and Susanoo clashed. Hello everyone, this is Global Television. We are currently on the beach in Manila, Philippines. At this moment, while the kaiju wreaks havoc, a gigantic blue giant has appeared. Yes, this giant is over twice the height of the kaiju. Right now, we are broadcasting the shocking scene of the giant pummeling the kaiju. The excitement of the TV reporter was palpable, and even though the broadcast quality was poor due to inadequate equipment, the viewership ratings skyrocketed as people worldwide witnessed the stunning battle against the kaiju. Long before the media helicopters arrived, satellites from various countries had already focused on the battlefield in Manila. Everyone had prepared for a nuclear strike to cleanse the area, but now, a blue giant had unexpectedly emerged to confront the kaiju. The mood became complex. On one hand, people felt relieved that someone was dealing with the kaiju, but on the other, the mythic giant's presence exceeded their understanding and comfort, raising fears that the world might soon resemble a post-apocalyptic scenario. Representatives from various nations exchanged glances, suspecting that Japan bore the most responsibility due to the giant's resemblance to the Tengu from Japanese mythology. The representatives from Japan awkwardly looked at others, insisting they knew nothing about this giant. While the Tengu did have connections to Japan's traditional mythology, that was all there was to it. If this was indeed a strategic weapon of Japan, they couldn't afford to bear the scorn of America. Observing the expressions of the Japanese representatives, others quickly dismissed any connection to them. Everyone began discussing how to communicate with this mythic giant, if it was even capable of communication. They couldn't rule out the possibility that this giant was an extraterrestrial being, given that the kaiju clearly didn't appear to be a native invader of Earth. Meanwhile, Madara was relentlessly battering the kaiju. Even though the kaiju was a man-made weapon of the Harbingers, it couldn't withstand Madara's fierce assault. Had it not been for Madara's intention to see if the kaiju could be tamed as a summoned beast, he would have ended the beast's life long ago. Seeing that he had taught the kaiju a good lesson, Madara began contemplating how to tame it. Clearly, the kaiju possessed a certain level of intelligence, but it was evident that its intelligence was no match for the summoned beasts of the three great holy lands like Myobokuzen. Nevertheless, that didn't matter. The kaiju didn't cost anything and was durable, making it a treasure for them. For Suisho Yu and Madara, the kaiju might seem like a nuisance, but for their clan, it could become a trump card. Although the kaiju didn't possess the ability to resurrect like the tailed beasts in the ninja world, dealing with a small character like Shikaka wasn't difficult at all. After all, who wouldn't want a tailed beast that didn't cost anything? Given the kaiju's frequent invasions, they might even manage to acquire several. Alright, Madara, that's enough. If you keep beating the kaiju to death, it will lose its usefulness, Suisho Yu quickly advised, fearing Madara would inadvertently kill the kaiju. Reluctantly, Madara ceased his brutal assault on the kaiju. Let me give it a try, Suisho Yu volunteered, understanding some of the underlying details of the situation. Sharingan. Suisho Yu activated his Sharingan and hypnotized the kaiju, entering its mental world. Within the kaiju's mental realm, he could see the creature rampaging through Manila, witness its perilous journey to Earth through a wormhole, and even glimpse the small figure of the kaiju's creator, the Harbinger. Suisho Yu had some knowledge of the Pacific Rim world from his past life. He knew that the Harbingers had invaded Earth during the Triassic period. However, at that time, Earth's natural climate was too harsh for their survival, leading them to leave the planet. Yet, as the Harbingers departed, they kept a close watch on Earth's developments. Now that Earth had become more suitable for their existence, they returned to invade, bringing their bioweapons, the kaiju, along. Thus, this was no coincidence. It was all part of their long-planned operation. The kaiju retained some organs that could communicate with the original Harbingers, and Suisho Yu signaled Madara to use Susanu's blade to remove them. Madara agreed and began to cut near the back of the kaiju's head and neck. The exhausted kaiju could not resist and submitted to Madara's actions. Before long, this small procedure was completed. Uzumaki Mido stepped forward to use healing palm technique on the kaiju. The kaiju, having had some of its organs removed, seemed to become more intelligent. It realized someone was treating it and remained still in a prone position without reacting. All of this was captured by satellite observation and quickly transmitted to representatives of various nations. The once feared giant was now revealed to be a human summoned or transformed being, and those around him might possess similar abilities. Upon reflection, This bore a striking resemblance to the individuals who had helped evacuate the crowd during the previous kaiju invasion in San Francisco. Comparing this to the footage from before. Based on the comparison, there's a 99% probability that it was those few individuals. What do you all think about this? Clearly, both times they have been helping, but their timing is too coincidental to ignore. Please note, strictly speaking, we don't have the right to suspect others. After all, their power can easily subdue the kaiju. Indeed, not just kill it, they can capture the kaiju effortlessly, which is incredible. To put it bluntly, even if you suspect them, there's nothing we can do about it. So I advise everyone not to self-create troubles. This statement from a representative from Russia calmed everyone down. Yes, given humanity's current strength, it was difficult to pose any threat to them. In fact, just the fact that they were not on the same side as the kaiju made them grateful. To ask for more would only lead to unnecessary troubles. Who is willing to represent us and make contact with them? I believe it's necessary for someone to take the lead. We need to establish initial communication with them. I suspect they have some understanding of these kaiju, and further contact and communication could provide us with more insights into these monsters. In the meantime, after lifting the 4 red sun formation, Sueishoyu's group had quietly hidden themselves. Their presence at the nuclear explosion site was intended to let Madara and the others experience the terrifying power of technology and witness the wonders of another world. Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Fu also gained valuable battle experience against such a massive summoned beast. Having seen a whole new world, the two would no longer care about the trivial disputes within Konoha. Only by broadening their horizons could they realize their past narrow-mindedness. On the vast beach, the blue-black viscous liquid spread across the shore, indicating severe pollution from the kaiju. A group of workers in protective suits was diligently cleaning the beast's blood. Initially, a reckless individual had touched the kaiju's blood directly, and unfortunately, that unfortunate soul had met his demise. Having learned from that painful lesson, everyone was now extremely cautious while handling the remnants of the kaiju's body and blood, especially since they had a living example right in front of them. However, research from the Institute indicated that the kaiju's body was not entirely worthless. The final casualty count from the kaiju's invasion of San Francisco reached over 13,800 people. In fact, according to post-event footage, if it weren't for the intervention of a few superpowered individuals, the death toll would have tripled. The lives lost needed to be counted and tallied slowly, while the survivors were left homeless. In the aftermath of the disaster, millions were displaced, waiting for assistance from the American government. Unfortunately, due to the sheer number of affected individuals, it was challenging to provide adequate support quickly. Undoubtedly, the kaiju invasion had shaken America's international status, and even the resettlement of disaster victims became a daunting task. Regrettably, the immediate needs of the displaced population were placed on the back burner. On one hand, the U.S. was actively preparing defensive measures to prevent another invasion by the kaiju, but unfortunately, no effective solutions had yet been found, leaving them reliant on nuclear weapons. What was even more disheartening was that the only reason the axe-headed kaiju was dealt with using a single nuclear bomb was that the energy field had contained the explosion's power. The 4 red sun formation had confined the explosion within a small space. Had it detonated normally, judging by the remaining limbs of the kaiju, it would likely have taken 3 nuclear bombs to completely eliminate it. After analyzing the results, everyone felt immense frustration. 1 nuclear bomb had already turned San Francisco into a lifeless wasteland unsuitable for human habitation for a century. If another kaiju were to appear, would they have to keep dropping nuclear bombs? Using so many nuclear bombs was akin to a slow suicide. On another front, during the kaiju invasion, monitoring had clearly captured several superpowered individuals. It seemed these people didn't care about exposing themselves. This group helped evacuate the disaster victims in San Francisco, showcasing various superpowers, such as controlling the earth and running along walls. They even attempted to attack the axe-headed kaiju, demonstrating abilities like breathing fire and shooting high-pressure water streams. Most shocking was that satellite monitoring revealed that the massive red energy field had also been unleashed by one of these individuals. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim that it was like witnessing a ghost. One human could release an energy field capable of defending against a nuclear explosion. Members of the House of Representatives believed this was likely humanity's first encounter with confirmed extraterrestrial beings. It could be said that in this matter, America's politicians had stumbled upon the truth about them. Unfortunately, attempts to further contact this group had yielded no results. After resolving the situation with the axe-headed kaiju, Sueisho Yu and his group resumed their leisurely journey, enjoying life as they walked and stopped along the way. Madara and Izuna even gradually learned to drink at bars, temporarily putting aside the worries of the Uchiha clan. Sueisho, can your eyes predict the next kaiju invasion? After living a relaxed life for a while, Madara couldn't help but inquire about the kaiju's movements. Sueisho Yu was somewhat surprised that the kaiju piqued Madara's interest. I want to try capturing a kaiju and see if I can control it as a summoned beast. That way, even if we're gone, it can still protect the Uchiha clan. Madara revealed his inner thoughts. We can give it a try, but the kaiju is essentially a man-made weapon that can communicate back with its creators. After capturing the kaiju, we'll need to brainwash it before turning it into a summoned beast. Sueisho Yu affirmed Madara's idea, noting that if they could use the kaiju as a summoned beast, it would be nearly unbeatable in the ninja world. They could even send it to take on a tailed beast with ease. Meanwhile, far away in the desert of the ninja world, Shikaku, the one-tail, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Damn it, who is spying on me? Be patient, Madara. The next kaiju will take some time to arrive. Sueisho Yu recalled that the second kaiju was set to attack Manila in the Philippines. Let's head to the beach and wait there for it, he suggested. The group quickly made their way to Manila, where the beach scenery was beautiful and the environment pleasant, a perfect vacation spot. They enjoyed sunbathing on the beach every day, though Sueisho Yu regretted not seeing Uzumaki Mito in her swimsuit. Mito felt embarrassed to wear such revealing clothing in public, but promised she would wear it privately for him later. Days passed peacefully, and one day, while lying on the beach, Sueisho Yu suddenly sat up. Everyone, the kaiju is coming. Using his earth manipulation technique, Sueisho Yu sensed the approaching kaiju. The calm waves surged violently toward the shore, and a fearsome kaiju reappeared 6 months after the axe-headed creature's demise. The crowd around them began to panic and flee, creating a scene reminiscent of the chaos in San Francisco. Madara, do you want to give it a try? Sueisho Yu turned to Madara. I'll take this on myself. We need to resolve this quickly. If a nuclear bomb is involved again, it will be troublesome. Madara decided to step in personally. Susanoo, a gigantic chakra giant, rose from the ground as Madara quickly stabilized his chakra. The complete form of Susanoo towered over the axe-headed kaiju, appearing like a deity in the presence of the 80 to 90-meter tall creature. Madara didn't use the weapons of Susanoo, fearing he might accidentally kill the kaiju on the spot. Instead, he relied solely on simple punches, relentlessly pounding the kaiju, which screamed in pain. Military satellites from various countries continuously scanned the kaiju in Manila. They had originally prepared to deploy fighter jets, but halted their launch, waiting for new orders. This spectacular, almost mythical scene captured the attention of tourists who had been fleeing, causing them to stop and take photos in awe. Sueisho Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead. Mito, look at these daredevils. They're not running away. Mito giggled, leaning on Sueisho Yu's arm. This is a rare opportunity. Ordinary people want to see a monster battle too. Madara grew increasingly excited, realizing that the kaiju was indeed a suitable candidate for a summoned beast. Its resilience was remarkable, serving as a super meat shield. His complete Susanoo could unleash dozens of punches, and even though the kaiju was bleeding and screaming, it still appeared strong enough to last until evening. It seemed that without using Susanoo's sword or ninjutsu, defeating the kaiju through sheer brute force would be difficult within a short time. Mr. Su, would it be convenient for everyone to visit Rabbit Country? Trust us, Rabbit Country is the most hospitable, Wang Tao earnestly suggested, eager to further strengthen their relationship. After all, it would be foolish to miss such a good opportunity. All right, Sueisho Yu succinctly agreed. In this world, there wasn't a particularly significant threat, and Rabbit Country gave him a sense of warmth. Visiting seemed perfectly reasonable. At that moment, Wang Tao also realized that this group seemed to revolve around Sueisho Yu, and the real decision-making power often lay with him and the long-haired man beside him. Everyone boarded the military helicopter, which was reasonably spacious, likely custom-made for the military to accommodate everyone. It was the first time for everyone to ride in a helicopter, and they found it quite fresh and interesting. However, the noise inside was deafening, making conversation nearly impossible without shouting. Wang Tao noticed that, apart from Sueisho Yu, the others spoke in Japanese. As an official representative of Rabbit Country, he was fluent in Japanese and could seamlessly switch between conversations. Throughout the flight, Wang Tao roughly clarified the relationships among the group. The leaders were Sueisho Yu and Uchiha Madara, one with a typical Rabbit Country name and the other with a name for Neon Country. The only female was Sueisho Yu's fiancée, while the rest were their clansmen. Regarding the assessment of extraterrestrials, Wang Tao had no doubts since Sueisho Yu had openly acknowledged it. However, he refrained from directly asking about their superpowers. Doing so might instantly strain their relationship. The helicopter flew swiftly and soon arrived at a base in Rabbit Country. A welcoming ceremony was already prepared, as this was the first contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Rabbit Country had made extensive preparations and even conducted various rehearsals, balancing bold contact with caution. Welcome to Rabbit Country's Dachin base. On behalf of my country and people, I warmly welcome your arrival. Wang Tao's welcoming ceremony was both polite and not overly enthusiastic, and there weren't many attendees at the base. In the reception room, everyone enjoyed authentic Rabbit Country cuisine while mingling and exchanging ideas. To be honest, Sueisho Yu had never truly savored such delicacies in his past life. After all, he had been an ordinary person. In this life, coming from an ordinary family, his fortunes had changed, and his strength rapidly increased. He was no longer content to merely play games in his own world. Exploring different realms seemed far more exciting. It's indeed delicious. Thank you, Wang, for bringing us this authentic cuisine. My friends are enjoying it as well, Sueisho Yu praised. Madara and Izuna were less attuned to the occasion, but still indulged generously. It must be said, regardless of location, good food knows no boundaries. I'm glad you like it. I was worried that I might not cater to your tastes since I'm unfamiliar with your original food culture. Wang Tao graciously accepted Sueisho Yu's compliments. Wang, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We've finished eating, so you don't need to hold back. I'll answer what I can, but please excuse me for what I cannot disclose, Sueisho Yu said straightforwardly. All right, I'll take the liberty to ask a few questions as a means of exchange. First, Mr. Su, could you share any intelligence regarding the two recent invasions in San Francisco and Manila? For example, their origins, purposes, and anything related to them would be helpful. I won't keep you in suspense. I do know a few things. First, you can refer to these monsters as kaiju, which is the term used in Neon Country. These kaiju are essentially biological weapons. What? Biological weapons? Wang Tao could no longer sit still, abruptly standing up, his face filled with shock. It was no wonder Wang Tao was so agitated. Learning that the kaiju were biological weapons meant that many of their existing plans would need to be completely revised. This indicated that Earth had already been targeted by another civilization, which had begun deploying biological weapons for invasion. Wang, please sit down and let me finish, Sueisho Yu urged. Apologies, I lost my composure. Wang Tao apologized and reseated himself, eager to hear more from Sueisho Yu. The kaiju are alien biological weapons, and those aliens can be referred to as the harbingers or prophets. They created the kaiju and utilized them as weapons. Clearly, their biotechnology and wormhole technology far exceed yours. In fact, this civilization had landed on Earth much earlier, around the Triassic period, before humans even existed. However, the environmental conditions at that time were unsuitable for the harbingers, so they chose to abandon their efforts. Time has passed, and conditions have changed. Now, they have sent the kaiju back to Earth. How did Mr. Su determine that the kaiju had previously arrived during the Triassic? After all, we don't have any archaeological evidence. Wang Tao couldn't help but voice his confusion. I can't disclose that, Sueisho Yu replied. He didn't want to elaborate too much, as explaining the precognitive abilities of Madara and Mido as a unique ability of the Sharingan would be too cumbersome. Sorry, please continue, Mr. Su. Wang Tao gestured for him to go on. The Harbingers are powerful and likely control more than one planet, though you probably won't need to face all of them. You just need to defeat the Harbingers or the kaiju on one planet. Sueisho Yu's words stirred a mix of emotions in the representatives from Rabbit Country, swinging between despair and hope. However, don't be too optimistic. The kaiju currently invading are relatively weak, Stronger kaiju will invade this world in the future, so you need to prepare in advance. Sueisho Yu's statements hit hard, bringing clarity to the representatives present. Damn, such a powerful kaiju was merely part of the vanguard? If even stronger kaiju managed to invade, wouldn't that lead to devastation? What should we do? Conventional weapons are ineffective against these kaiju. How can we defend against their attacks? Do you have any suggestions, Mr. Su? Wang Tao anxiously looked at Sueisho Yu, hoping for assistance. However, they were merely alien friends. It was unrealistic to rely on them entirely. They had to find a way to save themselves. Is there a solution? There is, but it won't be easy. I'll share a method with you. You can utilize your existing technology to create a tall and powerful giant, similar to the kaiju, using its massive size to subdue or even kill the kaiju, Sueisho Yu suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. He understood the immense difficulty of such a proposal, including the technological challenges and the vast resources it would require. However, when humanity was facing a life-and-death crisis, such concerns became secondary. Mr. Su, could you provide us with some specific guidance? Wang Tao asked, filled with anticipation. I'm sorry, but I can't provide specific guidance. I'm not a scientist, and if you ask me basic scientific questions, I might not have any answers. So, I really can't help with constructing a giant machine to combat the kaiju, Sueisho Yu replied with a hint of regret. Wang Tao felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that Sueisho Yu was indeed telling the truth. May I ask, Mr. Su, are you a superpowered individual like Mr. Madara? Wang Tao cautiously inquired, wary that this question might provoke a negative reaction from Sueisho Yu and his companions. After all, most people are protective of their privacy. For Sueisho Yu, however, this question didn't bother him at all. As a strong individual, he had no fear, and being from Rabbit Country, he didn't mind revealing some details. I can provide you with some answers, but this information must remain confidential, Sueisho Yu stated seriously. What does it mean when you say it must remain confidential? Wang Tao asked, puzzled. Oh, it means that it should only circulate within a certain scope in Rabbit Country and not be shared outside, Sueisho Yu explained. Wang Tao then understood that this was Sueisho Yu's way of showing consideration for Rabbit Country. It seemed that there were many similarities between his home world and Rabbit Country. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will keep this information confidential, Wang Tao pledged earnestly. Our abilities are acquired through training, as you should understand the meaning of training. It is the ability gained through constant practice since childhood. Madara and I are the leading ninja clan from our world. We just happen to be traveling and passed through here, Sueisho Yu elaborated. Wang Tao couldn't help but twitch slightly at Sueisho Yu's casual mention of traveling. It seemed quite exaggerated to say they were just traveling when they had gone to another world. You don't need to worry too much. The ninja world won't covet your space. Our developmental paths are different, and only those like us can freely traverse the barriers between worlds. Only my clan and those I recognize can cross the cosmic crystal walls, Sueisho Yu continued. Wang Tao felt a sigh of relief. In fact, this was a question he had wanted to ask, but had been too afraid to voice. After all, the Harbingers were already a threat, and now the emergence of a ninja world was concerning. The planet could potentially face destruction from invasions for both worlds. Sueisho Yu's candidness about this issue, especially emphasizing that only they had the ability to traverse dimensions, allowed them to trust him and his companions to a limited extent. Then, can you teach us this training method? Wang Tao asked, filled with hope. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. Even if I wanted to teach you, you wouldn't be able to learn it, Sueisho Yu shook his head. Wang Tao, you need to understand that we are not native life forms. Do you think our genetics are similar? Strictly speaking, we are essentially aliens that just look alike. You wouldn't be able to learn it. Sueisho Yu explained, knowing that Wang Tao had some hopeful ideas, but unfortunately, they were unattainable. The difference in the number of cells between the people of the ninja world and those from the real world was vast, not to mention the unique bloodlines of ninjas. I can offer some suggestions. First, build humanoid mechs for close combat with the kaiju. I recommend using nuclear power for energy, as other power sources won't last. Additionally, you'll need to train pilots for the mechs, so start that process as soon as possible. Finally, don't overly rely on other countries. While unity is important in this catastrophe, it's crucial to focus on your own capabilities, Sueisho Yu advised seriously. He was well aware of the absurd methods from the original story, like building high walls to block the kaiju, which was utterly ridiculous, just like the rulers within the walls in Attack on Titan. Understood. We will seriously consider your advice. Now, I have one last question. Mr. Su, what level of threat do the kaiju represent to you? Wang Tao asked, sensing he was indirectly probing Sueisho Yu's strength. For Madara and me, these kaiju are merely an appetizer. Dealing with them is very simple. This is just a Tier 3 kaiju, and in the future, you may even encounter Tier 4 or Tier 5 kaiju. So, even if you construct giant mechs, remember to leave some leeway. This world is constantly evolving. Sueisho Yu patted Wang Tao on the shoulder. That's all for today. You all should study this information carefully. Wang Tao knew that Sueisho Yu had revealed a lot of information today, and he had gained quite a bit. Oh, one more thing. The kaiju possesses a certain level of intelligence. It remembers past failures during battles. Those fallen kaiju comrades serve as their examples. They can transmit collected information back through their bodies. Therefore, when fighting the kaiju, don't use a singular strategy. Sueisho Yu added. With that, Sueisho Yu and his group left their seats to continue their activities. Relay the message. Immediately gather talents in mechatronics, nuclear physics, and other related fields. Starting today, we need to kick off the God of War project to build our own God of War warriors to counter the ongoing invasions of the kaiju. At the same time, send the acquired data to the representatives of each country, but exclude any sensitive information regarding Mr. Su and his companions, keeping that within our system. Currently, the nations are divided and unreliable. It's hard to expect them to unite. So, we can only leverage our national strength to promote this plan. Relying on others for our fate is not our rabbit country's way. We must battle against heaven and earth. The plan will commence today, codenamed God of War. Let's hope it doesn't let us down. After receiving news from Rabbit Country, the governments of various nations were on high alert. Of course, some would angrily accuse Sueisho Yu of alarmism and exaggeration, with conspiracy theorists even claiming that Rabbit Country was up to something. However, Rabbit Country ignored those voices. At the brink of the world's end, who had the time to argue with them? Rabbit Country had long anticipated the ugly faces of these individuals. Although Rabbit Country did not fully trust Sueisho Yu's words, they had taken precautionary measures, especially given the recent lessons from San Francisco and Manila. Particularly after hearing that various countries planned to construct a wall to unite and build a massive coastal barrier against the potential kaiju invasions, Rabbit Country had little interest in engaging with those who were burying their heads in the sand. Rabbit Country had mobilized the entire nation's resources to begin working on the giant mech project, known as the God of War plan. By the next day, many temporary research facilities had sprung up around the base, and according to engineering requirements, they were expected to be completed and operational within a week. This nation indeed possesses incredible cohesion, capable of mobilizing the entire country so easily. Even if individual power is relatively weak, they can still overcome stronger foes. Sueisho, is this the world you have shown us? Madara had been observing and contemplating this brand new world for days. The systems here were entirely different from the ninja world, with a massive population and numerous nations. Although there were conflicts, most of the information gathered suggested that these were mostly localized skirmishes, and the overall global landscape remained quite stable. Currently, the world was in a state of panic, primarily due to the relentless attacks from alien biological weapons. For Madara, this experience allowed him to truly grasp what genuine peace feels like. Just as Sueisho Yu had previously stated, the systems in the ninja world were severely outdated. Ninjas, as violent organizations, engaged in no productive activities, relying entirely on ordinary civilians for production. Most ordinary civilians were under the rule of feudal lords. Despite ninjutsu having immense potential for production, ninjas confined themselves to the narrow scope of killing for survival. The continuous cycle of killing bred various forms of hatred, ultimately leading to an everlasting state of war. In contrast, this world presented Madara with a mature and reliable example to learn from and emulate. Honestly, I was merely bringing you all to experience this alternate world. What you gain from it isn't the most important aspect. Only with broader exposure can you expand your horizons and not be confined to the narrow confines of Konoha, Madara reflected, recalling Konoha. While it didn't deeply saddened him, there was still a sense of regret. He had to admit that Hashirama, as the leader of Konoha, was indeed competent, and Tobirama would fully support Hashirama to make Konoha prosper. After all, Konoha had been his dream in his youth, and now it felt a bit lonely in retrospect. Observing this world, which was struggling for survival, he suddenly understood much more. His ideals were still far off, and Konoha would undergo numerous developments and transformations. Leaving childhood dreams behind, a brand new future unfolded before him. Madara, how does it feel to see ordinary humanity struggling for survival in adversity? Perhaps the old me would have looked down on these weak humans, but now, while I still underestimate their frail bodies, their spirit of striving and fighting for survival in hardship truly moves me. Mortals are not entirely without merit. It's great that you can think this way. Most members of the Uchiha clan are emotionally rich, but they also need proper guidance. The Sharingan is a gift to the Uchiha clan, but how to fully utilize this wealth is the most important skill. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the base. Suisho Yu and Madara exchanged glances and promptly exited the room. "Excuse me, Mr. Su, Mr. Madara. We've received news that a kaiju has landed in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, just now," Wang Tao explained breathlessly, clearly having rushed over. "It's no problem. Are you planning to go to the scene?" "Yes, since our country's large matches are already in development. We need to collect real-time data on the kaiju. If we need to deploy nuclear weapons again, we can withdraw afterward," Wang Tao affirmed. "Find a spacious aircraft and take us with you," Suisho Yu suggested, thinking that traveling by plane would be more convenient. "Understood. I'll arrange a plane for you and Mr. Madara right away," Wang Tao replied, elated that Suisho Yu and his group would be accompanying him. Being able to closely observe the kaiju alongside them without worrying about his safety was an opportunity he wouldn't pass up. The kaiju began its rampage in Cabo San Lucas once again, with aircraft from various countries scrambling to launch missiles, creating an apocalyptic scene on land. Wails and cries filled the sky, and explosions erupted consecutively as buildings toppled, plunging everything into utter chaos. Land here, getting closer would be like delivering food to the kaiju. Suisho Yu instructed the aircraft to begin its descent. Accompanying Suisho Yu's group were a dozen personnel from Rabbit Country, primarily responsible for collecting data on the kaiju on site. After disembarking from the plane, they found themselves still quite far from the kaiju's location. Everyone pondered how to approach it. While walking wouldn't be a problem for the superpowered individuals, it would likely take a long time for Suisho Yu's group. "Everyone gather close together, steady yourselves, and maintain your balance. We're setting off shortly," Suisho Yu instructed Wang Tao and the others. The other members, being ninjas, didn't find it surprising. Wang Tao watched as Suisho Yu made an upward gesture on the ground, and suddenly, a massive rock rose from the earth, forming a half-human-high barrier around them. "Let's go," Suisho Yu declared, and as soon as he spoke, the enormous rock swiftly moved toward the kaiju. Madara, Izuna, and Mito were already accustomed to such sights, while Wang Tao's group nearly stumbled in shock. Now it made sense why Suisho Yu had advised them to maintain their balance. The initial panic among the crowd gradually transformed into excitement, as this was their first intimate experience with extraordinary abilities. It was impossible not to be thrilled. "Mr. Su, may I ask, what is this?" Wang Tao inquired curiously, enduring the gusts of wind. "It's a form of earth manipulation that allows me to control rocks and earth," Suisho Yu succinctly explained. Wang Tao felt a surge of admiration. This was akin to the divine techniques described in Rabbit Country's mythology. Observing Suisho Yu's nonchalant demeanor, he realized he was merely demonstrating a casual use of his abilities. While science was impressive and superpowers formidable, the fact that he couldn't learn them left him with a sense of regret. Before long, they approached the kaiju's location. "Who wants to take a shot at it this time?" Suisho Yu asked. Wang Tao and his group were left speechless with envy. Listen to that. Not only did they plan to engage the kaiju, but they also regarded it as practice. How enviable. "I'll give it a try this time," Uzumaki Mito said, stepping forward. Suisho Yu nodded. "All right, I'll provide support." Suisho Yu had never underestimated Uzumaki Mito. After all, in the original story, Mito easily suppressed the complete Nine Tails for decades, until she was nearing old age, and the Nine Tails couldn't stir a single ripple. During Mito's time, who in Konoha knew just how powerful the Nine Tails truly was. Now, Mito was bound to be even stronger. After all, Sueishoyu had been guiding her, and Mito worked diligently to assist him, fully aware that he didn't mind her stepping into the spotlight. Helping him was her greatest joy. Mr. Su, having your fiancé face the kaiju directly, that seems a bit inappropriate. Wang Tao expressed his concerns as he watched Uzumaki Mito prepare to challenge the kaiju alone. He was understandably worried, as he was unaware of Mito's true capabilities. It's fine, don't worry. Just watch calmly. Sueishoyu shook his head, his expression calm and confident. He had complete faith in Mito, and he would be there to respond to any unexpected situations. Uzumaki Mito quickly displayed astonishing speed, prompting Wang Tao and his team to grab their equipment to collect data on these superpowered individuals. However, Mito's performance far exceeded their expectations. In nature, males typically have advantages in size, speed, and strength, but they didn't understand that chakra enhancement for ninjas isn't strictly linked to gender. Just like Kagaya Otsutsuki, who despite being female, possessed immortality and could only be sealed away. Diamond Lock. Uzumaki Mito unleashed a surge of chakra, transforming it into golden chakra chains that shot toward the kaiju. The kaiju instinctively tried to evade the strange golden object approaching it, but the speed of the chakra chains was too fast, making it difficult for its massive body to dodge. The diamond lock chains quickly coiled around the kaiju's neck and forelimbs, tripping it to the ground with a thud that shook the earth and caused surrounding buildings to collapse. As soon as Uzumaki Mito decided to take on the kaiju, Wang Tao had already contacted various countries, and their military personnel had wisely distanced themselves from the area, leaving only a few to observe the battlefield with professional equipment. Everyone was astonished, not expecting the slender Uzumaki Mito to possess such terrifying power, enabling her to confront the kaiju directly. The kaiju struggled to break free from the chains, but the diamond lock tightened its grip, wrapping around other parts of its body until most of it was covered in golden chakra chains. Is this the diamond lock of the Uzumaki clan? Its effectiveness against such a large creature is indeed remarkable. If used against a tailed beast, it might be even more terrifying. Madara recognized the Uzumaki clan's unique technique immediately. As a member of the Uchiha clan from the Warring States era, he was well aware of the Uzumaki clan, having once been indirect rivals. However, times had changed, and the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans had now become steadfast allies. While speaking, Uzumaki Mito had already climbed onto the kaiju's head. She concentrated chakra between her palms and struck down with a powerful punch, causing the kaiju to let out a pained howl. Sueishoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It seemed that Mito had been training diligently behind the scenes. He had merely mentioned the idea of studying super strength techniques, and now she had developed a form of control that resembled those techniques. Mito's talent was indeed impressive, far surpassing that of Tsunade in later years. This also made him reflect on how the Senju clan's descendants had become increasingly disappointing over time. Tobirama might not have mastered wood release, but he had invented countless techniques and had been preoccupied with politics in later years. Hashirama's children fared even worse, leaving no legacy behind. This might be related to the Senju clan's integration into the village, but wasn't there a famous Tsunade that later emerged? Her brother was even more unfortunate, dying due to an explosive tag. If he had perished under Tobirama's explosive tags, it would be understandable, but just a regular explosive tag was quite perplexing. Force symbol seal modified. Uzumaki Mito used her specially modified sealing technique to temporarily seal the kaiju's movements. This was a result of her research during her free time. She had adapted the force symbol seal, which relied on sealing the opponent's chakra, to seal their mobility instead. Sueishoyu had previously reminded her that many opponents didn't rely on powerful chakra, so sealing techniques needed constant refinement. Mito followed Sueishoyu's advice and diligently improved the force symbol seal, ultimately creating this immature modified version. While it seemed to have successfully sealed the kaiju's movements, it had obvious drawbacks. First, this modified technique primarily targeted the physical body and was less effective against sealing tailed beast chakra. In such cases, the standard force symbol seal should be used. Second, it consumed a massive amount of chakra. Unless one were exceptionally gifted or belonged to a clan like the Uzumaki, who inherently had large chakra reserves, sustaining such an expenditure would be impossible. Mito wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling pleased. All right, Sueisho, I've successfully subdued this big guy. Impressive, Mito, Sueisho Yu complimented, and his simple praise brought her immense joy. Since arriving in this alternate world with Sueisho Yu, she had encountered so many fascinating things. This journey felt worthwhile. It was the life she had always wanted, rather than constantly scheming against other ninja clans and gearing up for endless battles. Let's make this kaiju a summoned beast for the Uzumaki clan. For you, Uzumaki, having such a giant beast is fitting. It won't drain too much of your chakra, since your clan inherently possesses ample chakra, Sueisho Yu said affectionately, looking at Uzumaki Mito. The Uchiha members nearby remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. However, just to be safe, Sueisho, you should verify this with your Sharingan. Sueisho Yu cast a glance, and the kaiju became immobilized, its eyes transforming to resemble the Sharingan. Wang Tao and his group, who were observing the battle, were amazed. Today had truly broadened their horizons, continuously refreshing their understanding of various superpowers. Unfortunately, they hadn't seen Madara's giant today. Madara's towering Susanoo was referred to as either God of War or Titan in reports from various countries, fitting its towering stature and world-ending capabilities. Let's sign the contract. The kaiju was entrusted to Uzumaki Mito, who would pass it down within the Uzumaki clan. For Mito, she didn't particularly need this external force. A tailed beast might have some utility, but a Tier 3 kaiju felt somewhat redundant. As a growing young man, Uzumaki Asaka was already quite reliable, and the entire process went smoothly without any mishaps, allowing them to successfully sign the contract for the summoned beast. Wang Tao, we'll take this kaiju with us for further study at the base. Now that it's over, let's head back together, Sueisho Yu proposed. Wang Tao had no objections. As long as Sueisho Yu stayed, he was more than happy to have this group around. Now, what are everyone's thoughts? Rabbit Country has established contact with extraterrestrials. The good news is that Rabbit Country is actively sharing with us various pieces of information about the kaiju invasions. At least now, we know roughly where these monsters are coming from. Moreover, these individuals have also helped us resolve another kaiju situation, preventing the catastrophic consequences of having to deploy nuclear weapons again. However, we must come up with effective measures to combat the kaiju. We can't keep relying on others. What if these individuals leave Earth one day? Are we supposed to pray that they don't leave? The representatives present fell into silence. Currently, the support for governments across various nations had plummeted. After all, regarding the kaiju disaster, it seemed that aside from deploying nuclear weapons and suffering mutual destruction, governments had no effective means to respond. The public's disappointment was understandable. Every time a kaiju appeared, it obliterated a city, and the casualties and economic losses were unbearable for any nation. Especially for America, which had directly deployed nuclear weapons to destroy San Francisco. The city was now in ruins, with radiation everywhere, and the kaiju's toxic blood covered the entire San Francisco harbor. It could be said that the entire city had fallen into a state of death. It would likely take hundreds or even thousands of years before that land could be habitable again. America presented a report they had prepared earlier. Take a look. This is the Hunter Plan devised by several doctors, which involves utilizing giant mechs to combat the kaiju, similar to that blue giant. This plan requires a substantial investment of time and resources, so let's all review it together. After carefully studying the report, the representatives found the plan somewhat feasible, but were also acutely aware of the exorbitant costs involved. However, that wasn't the most crucial issue. The critical point was the high technical requirements. Currently, the difficulty was immense, especially since the human interaction systems had yet to be developed, making the entire project highly risky. Although the Hunter Plan seems reasonable and somewhat operable, isn't the risk too great? Risk? We can't just sit idly by and wait for the kaiju to come knocking. At that point, it won't be a matter of risk, but rather a total loss of life and resources. Furthermore, you may not have noticed an important issue. Rabbit Country's government has already initiated the God of War plan, which is strikingly similar to the Hunter Plan. They're not fools. Even while fostering good relations with these superpowered extraterrestrial beings, they know that their own strength is the most reliable. Yet here you are, still debating amongst yourselves. Do you really intend to build a wall to encircle the coastline? If the kaiju doesn't land on the wall in the future, will that wall be left standing for everyone to watch when we eventually land on the moon? The American representative's sarcasm made everyone understand, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, as he stated, merely placing hope in others was accelerating their own demise. Agreed. I agreed too. In the end, the Hunter Plan was successfully passed. However, as the responsible research team for the Hunter Plan, Jasper and Caitlin were just beginning the development work. To be precise, they had barely prepared a trial production for one arm. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and the others were in high spirits as they returned to the Rabbit Country base with Sueisho Yu and his group. Since the recent kaiju disaster had been easily resolved by Uzumaki Mito, there had been minimal damage, leaving them in good spirits. Upon returning to the Rabbit Country base, Wang Tao began organizing the research team to proceed with the relevant work. They had collected a wealth of data and materials during the close encounter and needed to analyze and organize everything promptly. Days passed, and countries around the world still hadn't settled down. After all, this was the third kaiju attack, and it was highly likely that future kaiju assaults would become the norm. Moreover, the families of the victims from the first kaiju attack were still crying out on camera daily, accusing the government of inaction and fearing they might never have a safe environment to live in again. Mr. Su, would it be possible for you to summon the kaiju so we can conduct some research? Wang Tao respectfully requested, showing no signs of taking their newfound familiarity for granted. This attitude made everyone feel comfortable, as respect was mutual and unblemished by personal ties. Sure, I'll notify Uzumaki Asaka, Sueisho Yu readily agreed. All right, I'll have the researchers prepare the relevant testing instruments. Let's choose the training ground behind the base as the location. Before long, the training ground was cleaned up and provided ample space for the kaiju to be summoned. Summoning technique. Uzumaki Asaka bit her finger and performed the summoning technique on the ground. A massive seal appeared on the ground, and the kaiju was summoned forth. Those around witnessed this incredible scene and couldn't help but marvel. The ability to summon living beings out of thin air was indeed quite rare. The seal on the ground was fascinating, but without knowledge of its origins, its mysteries remained unsolvable. The enormous kaiju now stood quietly in the center of the training ground, appearing much like a little kitten compared to its former ferocious visage. Okay, Bad Brain, stay quiet for now. We might need to conduct some small tests, so don't be nervous and avoid damaging the area, Uzumaki Asaka instructed. The kaiju, Bad Brain, responded with a roar. It wasn't a native summoned beast of the ninja world, so it couldn't speak. Why do you call it Bad Brain? Both Sueisho Yu and Uzumaki Mito looked at Asaka with curiosity. Because it seems a bit dim-witted, Asaka admitted shyly. Everyone was rendered speechless by Uzumaki Asaka's straightforward naming, and Mito covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Thank you all for your cooperation. Now, let's hurry to measure and collect data. Wang Tao commanded his research team, and they quickly moved forward, working together to gather data. With Asaka's assistance, they were even able to collect saliva samples from the kaiju named Bad Brain. Next came various strength and physical endurance tests. Of course, without Asaka's summoning contract orders, the situation wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. Bad Brain was surrounded by Uzumaki Mito, Sueisho Yu, and Uchiha Madara, who made it aware that Mito was nearby, while Sueisho Yu and Madara were even more fearsome. Perhaps Sueisho Yu and Uchiha Madara hadn't noticed that when observing non-human entities, they always maintained a faint calculation, a consideration of how easily they could take down the creature. Bad Brain had just managed to break free from the Harbinger's control and was now cooperating with Wang Tao and his team. The Monster Brain has a height of 670 meters, a weight of 1,600 tons, a speed of 7, a strength of 5, and an armor rating of 4, with a moderate level of toxicity. According to tests conducted by scientists from the Rabbit Kingdom, this monster brain of the kaiju has only reached an average level among the 3 kaiju that have appeared so far. The monster brain feels that the collection work of these staff members is akin to scratching an itch, making it somewhat uncomfortable. Unable to hold back, it sneezes, resulting in a torrent of mucus pouring down and drenching one of the staff members. Mizuki supports Su Shioyu's arm and quietly chuckles beside him. Shioyu, don't you have another kaiju? Why not summon it out and let them compare? At this moment, Su Shioyu and Ban suddenly remember there's another kaiju they have already contracted. Uchiha Ban, it's up to you. Yes. Summoning technique. A gigantic kaiju appears again on the training ground. Lord Shioyu, Chief, this is the kaiju Chaos. It turns out this is the second kaiju invading the Philippines, named Chaos. The two monsters appear simultaneously on the training ground, almost blocking out the nearby sunlight, causing everyone to nervously stay in the shadows. Observant Wang Tao not only notices that everyone is tense, but this newly appeared kaiju Chaos also seems somewhat anxious as it looks at Uchiha Ban on the ground. Wang Tao even feels that in its gaze, there's a mix of 9 parts fear and 1 part appeasement. It is clear that this man named Uchiha Ban has completely conquered this beast, even without the control of the Sharingan, and even without the restrictions of the summoning contract. Chaos would obediently lower its head and follow Uchiha's commands. This is the instinct of animals in the face of the strong, a natural tendency to submit. The researchers brought by Wang Tao are now extremely excited. Being able to interact so closely with 2 living kaiju makes them feel thrilled. Following that, another smooth series of testing processes are completed and a new set of data is collected. Gathering more data means further enhancing the reliability of the samples, which is undoubtedly beneficial for the implementation of the God Project. After the data testing is complete, Wang Tao takes Su Shioyu and his group to visit the initial laboratory of the God Project. This laboratory resembles a gigantic dock, featuring a circular assembly area where a huge arm is still under construction. This is the mech prototype we just built. Currently, only 1 arm is roughly completed. Other countries are also working on it, but their progress is far behind ours. However, they have successfully developed the operating mech system created by Ms. Catherine, named the Pawn System. Our side, due to a relatively outdated operating system, has already received support from Catherine. After all, eliminating kaiju is a common need for all of us, so humanity has rarely united. Wang Tao's words resonate with Su Shioyu. It is only in moments of life and death urgency that such sincere cooperation can occur. Wang, I have an unusual request. Wang Tao is somewhat surprised that Su Shioyu is making a request to him for the first time. As a superpower he cannot fully comprehend, Wang Tao certainly hopes to do Su Shioyu a favor, but he is uncertain about the price of such a favor. If even Su Shioyu cannot achieve it, it must be a very difficult task. However, he never imagined he was thinking too much. Actually, I just want to be able to experience driving the mech first when you finish building it. To be honest, I am quite interested in mechs, but unfortunately, I'm not a researcher, and I can't build one myself. Su Shioyu's request makes Wang Tao breathe a sigh of relief. He thought it was something serious. If it is just about testing the mech's operation, it is not a harsh requirement and can certainly be accommodated within his authority. No problem, Mr. Su. This is not difficult. I agree to your request. Can we also have Ban and Mizuki experience it together? Of course, we are willing to undergo training before the experiment. Su Shioyu directly includes Ban and the others. Ban does not immediately understand what the two are discussing and politely responds when he sees Su Shioyu and Wang Tao smiling at him. Su Shioyu knows that given Ban's character, this is already quite friendly. The long exploration of the other world has ultimately brought some positive influence to Ban. Clearly, Ban's mindset has broadened a lot. He no longer looks down on these mortals and natives. At least he has learned basic respect. As days pass, humanity soon encounters the 4th kaiju attack. This kaiju, named Scimitar by everyone, attacks Sydney, Australia. Since Su Shioyu arrives a bit late this time, he does not subdue the kaiju immediately. Although Sydney's population is not large and the evacuation is timely, the final casualties are still quite heavy. Moreover, this time the international community once again resorted to nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, after firing 2 nuclear bombs consecutively, they failed to kill the kaiju Scimitar directly. In the end, it is Su Shioyu and his group who resolve this half-dead, half-wounded kaiju, take it away for treatment, and sign a contract to make it a summoning beast. The international media sparks various discussions, and some irrational individuals even come forward to accuse Su Shioyu and his group. Why didn't they arrive on time this time? Why? They are also murderers. The Australian representative even accuses Su Shioyu and his group of inaction during the meeting. The United States and the United Kingdom of Northern Ireland remain silent. allowing the situation to unfold. There are also those who speak up for justice at the meeting, such as Wang Tao, the representative from the Rabbit Kingdom. For a humanitarian perspective, I sympathize deeply with the victims. I believe everyone present shares this sentiment. This is a common disaster for humanity. However, your country's baseless accusations against Mr. Su and his group, I cannot understand. After all, the disaster was not caused by Mr. Su and his group, and during several disasters, they have extended a helping hand. Including this kaiju disaster, Mr. Su and his group also stepped in to help. Your country blames Mr. Su and others for their rescue efforts being inadequate due to the kaiju attack. Isn't that an act of ingratitude? The Australian representative is furious. Rabbit Kingdom representative, isn't it because you have a good relationship with them? Who doesn't know they have been staying in your country's base? What a joke. The kaiju have not yet attacked the territory of the Rabbit Kingdom, and we have never given up on international support. Are you implying that we in the Rabbit Kingdom conspired with Mr. Su and his group to bring these invaders? Wang Tao argues back. Quiet. Australian representative, I understand your bad mood, but don't speak nonsense. Mr. Su has been supporting us humans. You cannot always rely on others to bear humanity's hopes. Moreover, do you have the courage to shout like this in front of these superpowered individuals? If not, then shut up. The Russian representative sternly rebukes the Australian representative, making him recognize the current situation. The Australian representative is also awakened by the scolding. Upon reflection, his anger is not only meaningless but may also offend their only external support. Sigh, please forgive me, everyone. I've had a problem with my mindset, and I apologize to all of you. We in Australia will leave the stage first to clean up the aftermath. The Australian representative's dejected figure makes everyone feel it is inappropriate to say anything further, as encountering such a tragedy is difficult for any country to accept. The event of the attack on Sydney by the kaiju once again shocked the entire world. The frequency of kaiju invasions is increasing, and countries are falling into extreme panic. After yesterday's meeting, everyone unanimously agreed that immediate action must be taken to address the kaiju issues. Soon, within just a few days, the Pacific Rim Defense Corps, PPDC, was established. The purpose of the PPDC is to defend against kaiju attacks, repel them, and destroy the wormholes to achieve a permanent denial of kaiju invasions. Shortly thereafter, two associated researchers from the PPDC, neurologists Catherine and Jasper, began working on the development of mechs. Previously, Catherine had already shared the mech control system, the pawn system, with the Rabbit Kingdom. Due to the Rabbit Kingdom's early actions and stronger national cohesion, along with full government support, the progress of their mech development is slightly ahead of that of the PPDC. As time goes by, the construction of the mechs gradually approaches completion. Finally, the Rabbit Kingdom's first prototype, Ho-E, is successfully completed, while the PPDC's mech finishes construction 2 days later. After the mechs are completed and undergo preliminary debugging without any major issues, Wang Tao quickly notifies Su Xiuyu and his group. Oh, it's done so quickly? The prototype is ready today? Can I give it a try? A glimmer of excitement flashes in Su Xiuyu's eyes. During this time, there have been no kaiju invasions and nothing important to do, so he has mostly been accompanying Whirlpool Mizuki on shopping outings, experiencing modern life. However, after a while, this lifestyle has become rather dull. Su Xiuyu lived in a modern society in his previous life, and he doesn't have much interest in this modern world, which is almost 99% similar to his past life. He simply cannot refuse Whirlpool Mizuki's persistent requests and has to accompany her. Ban and Izuna, on the other hand, are exploring the human conditions and interacting with the ordinary people of this new world. It must be said that Ban has maintained his dedication and persistence on the path to pursuing his dreams. He seems to want to gain more experience from this world to maintain peace in the ninja world. Now that the mech prototype is finally completed, Su Xiuyu can finally try out his dream from his past life. Mechs, the romance of men. Can I test drive it today? Su Xiuyu even remembers that the pawn system has a flaw, as normally, a single person driving it could lead to brain death. The pawn system requires two people to operate together to handle the overwhelming data processing generated by the system. Otherwise, one person's brain cannot bear such a massive amount of data, ultimately leading to brain failure, akin to being reborn. However, Su Xiuyu is not worried about this at all. The pressure that ordinary people cannot withstand is no problem for him. Sure, the mech has passed preliminary acceptance testing, so at least experimental operations should be fine. That's good. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. I can't wait. Sushiyu hurriedly rushes to the assembly workshop with Whirlpool Mizuki. This is a relatively small mech, showcasing its metallic original color, and it is evident that it is not a finished product. After all, the early experiments are fraught with difficulties, and making a small mech first can save quite a bit of cost. A very reasonable approach. Wang Tao, is the system debugging complete? If it's finished, let me take a shot at it. This is my first time driving a mech, and I'm a bit excited. The debugging is complete. Let me have the design personnel teach you how to operate it, including the internal control sticks and other components. Soon, Su Xiuyu completes the simple training for mech operation. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he leaps directly into the cockpit. System link starting, connection stable, synchronization rate 30%, synchronization rate 60%, synchronization rate 99%, synchronization rate 100%. As the system synchronization rate instantly reaches 100%, Su Xiuyu feels as if something has entered his mind. After just half a second, he returns to normal. Indeed, the pawn system's intervention places a significant burden on the brain and spirit. No wonder mech piloting usually requires 2 or even 3 people to operate. However, for Su Xiuyu, this pressure feels like a light drizzle. The reason it took half a second to connect to the system is that his mind instinctively fought back. Now, looking at the various virtual indicators and parameters before him, he feels both curious and a bit chaotic. He can clearly feel that his limbs and body seem to be extended. This feeling is completely different from when he controlled a Gundam with a Sharingan. When using Susanoo, he could move as if it were second nature, without thinking about how to act. All attacks were instinctive reactions of his body and spirit. But while piloting this technology-manufactured mech, he can distinctly sense the boundary between the mech and his body. Although the operation is smooth, he is keenly aware that this is not his own body. Excited to be piloting a mech for the first time, Su Xiuyu's brainwave activity becomes extremely vigorous. Detecting pilot's neural activity excitement level far exceeds that of normal individuals, synchronization rate even reaching 800%. Wang Tao, should we terminate the mech test drive? Wang Tao watches the images coming from the cockpit, seeing Su Xiuyu having a great time, focusing intently on maneuvering the mech. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately decides not to call it off. By his estimation, although he has never seen Su Xiuyu truly take action, his strength must surely be on par with Uchiha Ban. A mythical figure like him should be able to handle this level of brainwave load. Su Xiuyu pilots the mech to the external training ground, feeling the wonderful sensation of moving and accelerating the mech in a primitive way. Soon, he becomes adept at maneuvering the mech to perform various interesting movements, such as raising his legs high. However, he is also very careful to control his strength. After all, this is merely a prototype, and if improper handling leads to the mech falling apart, that would be quite embarrassing. After playing for half an hour, Su Xiuyu finally realizes that this beloved little toy has run out of diesel. Since this trial version of the mech does not use nuclear power, under Su Xiuyu's high-difficulty maneuvers, the energy is quickly depleted. Thus, he must end his first mech piloting journey in his life. The mech has been quite well made in all aspects, and from my perspective, the finished product looks good. However, when manufacturing new mechs in the future, I suggest using 2 or more nuclear power reactors. Otherwise, the energy supply will not keep up with the pace of battle. Su Xiuyu shares his suggestions, as he occupies the role of a tester and is the only one with direct experience. Therefore, he feels a responsibility to provide some analysis and advice. Oh, and one crucial point is that this human-machine interaction pawn system has issues. Although its performance is excellent, the pressure on the human brain is simply too great. The massive data flow could potentially kill the pilot directly. I suggest using twins or triplets to share the load of this human-machine interaction system. That way, the data flow can be distributed and there shouldn't be any major problems. Mr. Su, are you sure that the data flow pressure of this system is too high? Well, although I'm not very proficient in the scientific field, I'm quite confident when it comes to issues related to the mind. If other countries are also using the same pawn system, I suggest you communicate with them. Otherwise, sending pilots to test drive recklessly is akin to seeking death. Sushioyu recalls that the pawn's system had previously caused the death of several experimental personnel, so he kindly reminds everyone. After spending time together, Wang Tao has a general understanding of Sushioyu's character. He knows that whenever Sushioyu confidently asserts something, it is undoubtedly based on solid facts. Hurry and contact the PPDC, Pacific Rim Defense Corps. I remember they are conducting their first test drive today. Quick! By the time the call connects, the unfortunate news has already arrived. The first test pilot has tragically died, and the PPDC is currently unable to determine the cause of death. Now, based on the information provided by Sushioyu, they quickly ascertain that it was due to the flaw in the pawn system. Thanks to this timely information, because the PPDC had originally intended to switch to another pilot for testing. This reminder has saved a pilot's life at a critical moment. Soon, the PPDC achieves excellent results by linking 2 pilots to the pawn system, and the mech test is a complete success. This indicates that the prototype is essentially problem-free, and now the task is to quickly manufacture mass-produced models. Before long, Vancouver suffers another invasion by the kaiju. This time, the kaiju resembles an old tree, and as soon as it lands, it begins to wreak havoc. What do we do? The first batch of produced mech warriors is not yet completed and lacks combat capability. Should we ask those aliens for help again, or continue using nuclear bombs? A heated discussion breaks out within the PPDC. Lieutenant Catherine and I will pilot the prototype to engage in combat. We cannot always rely on external forces. Now that we have the capability to resist, we should try. It is Lieutenant D'Onofrio who volunteers to pilot the prototype alongside Catherine to confront the kaiju. Everyone knows that the lieutenant and Catherine are core members of the PPDC organization and mech research, and their expectations for the mechs are stronger than anyone else's. Lieutenant, welcome back victorious. The lieutenant and Catherine pilot the prototype mech, Noisy Kid, making their grand debut before the world. The kaiju Karloff has already gathered a wealth of information from previous invasions, knowing that only nuclear bombs can threaten it in this world. Of course, no kaiju can transmit information back to Sushioyu and his group. In the face of the eternal kaleidoscope's power, the kaiju cannot even truly comprehend this world. The memories they retain are all from before being subdued by Sushioyu and his group. Faced with this peculiar mech prototype, Karloff does not hesitate to engage in a fierce melee battle with Noisy Kid. The physical combat gradually puts Karloff at a disadvantage. The lieutenant and Catherine's seamless cooperation fully unleashes the power of the prototype mech. Karloff encounters this type of counterattack for the first time, gradually falling into a predicament. Half an hour later, the kaiju Karloff is on the brink of death. Yay! The PPDC and the Rabbit Kingdom watch the battle through satellites. The prototype's victory means that humanity has finally found an effective means to combat the kaiju, and the crowd cheers with joy, dispelling the crisis that hung over their heads. Just when the prototype is about to deliver the final blow to the kaiju, a massive earth dragon suddenly erupts from the ground, coiling around the prototype and halting its movements. Indeed, it is Sushioyu who has arrived. He intends to employ the old method of signing a contract with this kaiju, turning it into a summoning beast. The lieutenant sees the vividly animated earth dragon and, staring at it from the mech's cockpit position, quickly guesses who is behind this. On this planet, only those aliens possess such abilities. The lieutenant and Catherine abandon their thoughts of continuing to attack the kaiju. They have previously been grateful for Sushioyu's repeated rescuing actions. Regardless of what Sushioyu and his group's intentions are, they cannot deny the fact that he saved thousands of lives. In fact, they are experiencing supernatural powers for the first time, igniting immense interest in both the lieutenant and Catherine. The lieutenant reveres strength, while Catherine is filled with curiosity. Soon, this near-death kaiju is forcibly contracted by Sushioyu and transported to the summoning realm for healing. After handling the matter, Sushioyu uses the body flicker technique to disappear. For any country, today is a day worth commemorating. Humanity has managed to completely repel a kaiju attack using its own strength for the first time. Although there were still some casualties this time, it cannot overshadow the joy of the people. The celebration is shared by all, including the Rabbit Kingdom. While I understand your joy, Wang, I must pour a bucket of cold water on you. The kaiju are continuously adjusting and modifying themselves to counter human attacks. Sushioyu had discovered that this kaiju, Karloff, was different from previous ones when he forcibly signed a summoning contract. Although Karloff was defeated under the prototype's iron fists, it had been specially enhanced to withstand nuclear explosions. The previous nuclear attacks had allowed the precursors to strengthen the kaiju's defensive capabilities, especially against high temperatures and shockwaves. It can be said that Karloff was specifically enhanced against the ultimate weapon, nuclear bomb, designed for humanity by the precursors. If it weren't for the prototype's intervention and Sushioyu's involvement, it would have been quite difficult to deal with Karloff with just a few nuclear bombs. The precursor's speed in enhancing the kaiju is very rapid. Humanity is no longer facing mindless beasts, but an alien civilization with advanced biological modulation technology. However, this civilization differs from the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki tend to enhance their own capabilities, harnessing the great powers of heaven and earth for themselves. The precursors, however, are similar to human civilization, following a technological route, but with a focus on biological modulation technology. Sushioyu's warning jolts Wang Tao awake. He understands the importance of this matter and immediately shares this information with the PPDC and the leaders of various countries. The rare celebratory atmosphere is thus overshadowed. However, it is precisely because of Sushioyu's reminder that everyone gains a clearer understanding of the terrifying alien civilization they are up against, rather than a group of barbaric beasts. Otherwise, they might have lost themselves in the euphoria of their first victory. Lieutenant and Catherine, piloting the prototype mech, gained fame through their battle, leaving an extremely positive impression on governments worldwide. Originally, there had been many opposing voices regarding the significant investment of time and energy into mechs, but at this moment, those opponents seemed to have vanished without a trace. Countries began actively selecting pilots for the mechs, and Wang Tao quickly picked out 4 quadruplet brothers from his country. They needed to start with combat training while emphasizing the cultivation of mutual understanding and coordination. Only through seamless cooperation could they successfully unleash the mech's formidable power during operation. Their instructor turned out to be the somewhat bored Uchiha Ban. Previously busy with the ambitions of the Uchiha clan, Ban now enjoyed a rare period of leisure since there had been no kaiju invasions for the time being. Unlike Sushioyu and Whirlpool Mizuki, who spent their days together, Ban had little to do. Wang Tao was again responsible for communication between the two sides, but unfortunately, the 4 quadruplet brothers did not possess outstanding language skills. Thus, Wang Tao temporarily took on the role of translator, facilitating coordination. You don't need to hold back, just come at me together. I'll show you what true art of killing looks like, Ban said, standing in the center of the arena with his arms crossed over his chest, showing no signs of defense. The 4 brothers already knew Ban's identity and understood that no matter how they attacked, they could not harm him. Without hesitation, they charged at him. However, in less than a second, all 4 were easily kicked away by Ban. Ban had controlled most of his strength. Otherwise, with their attacks, they would likely have been killed on the spot. From the look in your eyes and your movements, I see no intent to kill. I heard you were discovered while fighting in the streets, but I fail to see anything to be proud of. The only thing you should be proud of is probably the rarity of quadruplets in nature. I can see that you have a subtle restraint within you, and you can guess that I'm deliberately provoking you. But unfortunately, a lion will not hide its fangs, even when facing other young lions. Let go of yourselves and show me your fight. Ban rarely spoke so much, but he aimed to ignite the aggression of the quadruplets. Originally, these brothers were just street brawlers. Now, chosen by the Rabbit Kingdom government to become national personnel, they felt their lives had undergone a tremendous change and cherished this hard-won opportunity, making them timid instead. Sure enough, despite knowing that Ban was intentionally provoking them, they could not withstand his taunts. The 4 of them unleashed every offensive technique they could think of, even using any underhanded tactics without hesitation. However, despite their best efforts, they had no effect on Ban. He continued to easily kick the 4 away. This is my last piece of advice for you today. Bravery is an essential quality. But when facing an unbeatable enemy, cowardice will only lead to faster defeat. You young people need to understand that bravery is to act even when you know it's impossible. Even if hell lies ahead, you charge forward without hesitation. Young men, take your time to train. The 4 brothers lay on the ground, gasping for breath, watching the man in red, like an antique armor, walk away majestically. Ban, I didn't expect you to take the time to guide these youngsters, Su Shioyu said, holding hands with Whirlpool Mizuki as they witnessed the scene. Ban was beginning to appreciate this country, which faced alien invasions, yet had no internal wars. This was precisely the peace that Hashirama and Ban had always strived to achieve. Perhaps after staying here for a while, I've gradually come to appreciate these mortals. Even without the power of chakra, they can change this world. I once thought these mortals were insignificant, but now I can see their shining points. Perhaps this feeling is what growth is about. Ban's reflections made Su Shioyu think of how he was just at the dawn of adulthood, rapidly approaching his peak. Shioyu, this time is indeed interesting. However, I'm still curious. Are you really willing to spend so much time in this world? The Naruto world might have more surprises waiting for you. Oh, you noticed that, huh? Actually, I mainly want to find a wormhole leading to the world of the precursors because I have some things I need to verify. Su Shioyu had patiently awaited the progression of the bad Pacific world. Initially, he had only intended to travel around without much thought. However, after subduing the kaiju Karloff in Vancouver, the system unexpectedly made another appearance. System, exploring new worlds. Achievement unlocked. Reward, Divine Tree Seed defective. Usage conditions, Conqueror ***. Indeed, while exploring the bad Pacific world, the system rewarded him with a defective Divine Tree Seed. This seed arrived at a very timely moment. With his Otsutsuki bloodline, traversing the universe and attaining immortality would not be difficult for him, unless he were instantly killed by a strong opponent. The Otsutsuki clan could even implant a wedge into his body at the brink of death, allowing for revival at the right moment. However, Whirlpool Mizuki was merely immortal, and even Uchiha Ban and Izuna could not withstand the passage of time. Would he live alone in solitude until the end of days after all those around him had passed away? Fortunately, at that moment, the system provided him with the most suitable answer, the Divine Tree Seed. Although it was just a defective seed, as long as he planted it following Kagaya's method and waited for the fruit to mature, there was a good chance of realizing his wish for immortality. This sudden surprise filled Su Shioyu with joy. His last concern was resolved. He could now travel through various time and space with Mizuki and others, with infinite worlds awaiting his conquest. Ban, hearing Su Shioyu's seemingly dismissive explanation, did not press further. After all, they trusted each other, and Su Shioyu had no reason to hide anything from him. If Su Shioyu truly had his own plans, he would undoubtedly explain them in detail when necessary. Actually, my plans are on the Precursor's planet. Yes, you heard me right. I covet the territory of the creators of the kaiju. Taking over an alien invader's world brings me no psychological burden. Of course, I'm only interested in the land of that planet, not genuinely interested in ruling a planet. You know me. I lack such ambition. To me, that kind of ruling is a form of self-restraint. The Uchiha and Whirlpool clans are my allies and can be considered my kin. They will provide me assistance, while I also bear the responsibility of protecting them. I believe both you, Ban, and Mizuki can understand my intentions, right? Ban nodded. True strength seeks freedom. Who would want to rule over a planet of mortals? Wasting one's time in such a mundane life would be akin to placing shackles on oneself. After the pawn system was upgraded, it could synchronize the neural connections of multiple users, a process known as neural synchronization. When Su Shioyu observed this neural synchronization process, he couldn't help but recall a game from his past life, StarCraft. The Protoss had a saying, "The sacred Kala connects us." Of course, the pawn system's capability to connect and integrate the memories and thoughts of a few pilots seemed trivial compared to the Protoss's mysterious psionic abilities. If he were in a galactic world, Su Shioyu would have to be extremely cautious, as the three races would possess planet-destroying firepower. Countries hurriedly began manufacturing the first generation of mechs to counter the potential invasions of the kaiju. They believed that the kaiju could not consistently land from fixed wormholes, so mechs needed to be deployed worldwide. Based on analyses of previous kaiju attack areas, it was likely that the kaiju would prioritize densely populated and technologically developed regions. Subsequently, the PPDC and the Rabbit Kingdom urgently deployed the mechs built by various countries to locations around the globe, establishing 9 mech bases, collectively referred to as the Broken Dome. These bases were located in Hong Kong, Rabbit Kingdom, Anchorage, Alaska, Lima, Peru, Vladivostok, Russia, Tokyo, Japan, and Sydney, Australia. Each base would radiate a certain combat range, coordinating and supporting each other's mechs. Governments requested that the PPDC eliminate kaiju beyond the magical coastline. The so-called magical coastline refers to the 10-kilometer sea area surrounding landing cities. If a kaiju were to breach this 10-kilometer threshold, it could likely cause damage to the city. Therefore, the PPDC was tasked with keeping the enemy at bay beyond the 10-kilometer coastline. At the same time, during mech operations, high-flying helicopters would assist in combat, used for reconnaissance and helping the mechs expand their field of vision. The first generation of mechs was not poorly manufactured, but was somewhat basic, with many of them having limited visibility. The first batch of mechs off the assembly line was named Mark I, exemplified by the noisy Kid, which had previously beaten the Kaiju Karloff. Poor Karloff was specifically designed to withstand nuclear explosions, yet it was unexpectedly pummeled by the noisy Kid. Other mechs like Tango Wolf, Horizon Warrior, Yulon Romeo, and Invisible Ronin were also deployed to various bases. Once these mechs were deployed, they quickly faced various kaiju attacks. Since humanity had established comprehensive defensive measures, Tsushioyu did not need to go to the scene to sign summoning contracts anymore. After all, there were numerous kaiju, and it was unnecessary to contract each one. Tsushioyu felt that once he found the wormhole entrance and reached the planet of the precursors, he could even seize control and make the Prophet work for him. With the Prophet's technology, while it might be challenging to create a kaiju army, producing a squad of kaiju would be relatively easy. The first generation of mechs quickly faced severe losses in the war against the kaiju. As mech pilots, it generally did not end well. Particularly, the first generation of mechs primarily used nuclear power, and the reactors lacked sufficient shielding, leading to severe radiation exposure. Most mech pilots had already heroically sacrificed themselves before displaying any physical abnormalities. However, Tsushioyu still reminded Wang Tao, as those four quadruplet brothers were quite good young men, and he just wanted to do a good deed. Wang Tao heeded Tsushioyu's warning and did not rush to push the Rabbit Kingdom's specially made mech, Storm Crimson, to the front lines. Of course, this was also related to Tsushioyu and his group's frequent presence at the Rabbit Kingdom base. If a kaiju attack did occur, Tsushioyu would definitely lend a hand, so there was no urgent need. The Rabbit Kingdom spent more time perfecting Storm Crimson, hoping it would play a more significant role. Furthermore, the quadruplet brothers were rare mech pilots, and finding such a harmonious set of four brothers was as challenging as building a new mech. At the PPDC Command Center, everyone was checking the underwater detectors in the oceans. Suddenly, a detector near Australia went off wildly. "General, the underwater detector has detected kaiju activity. The size is enormous. It could very well be a fourth-generation kaiju," the general decisively ordered. "Send the Fire God Phantom and Echo Blade to intercept immediately." The helicopters quickly airlifted the Fire God Phantom and Echo Blade to Sydney. The kaiju virus lumbered towards Sydney, completely disregarding the kaiju intercept walls along the coast. "Descend! Descend!" As the Fire God Phantom and Echo Blade landed, the virus rushed forward, swiftly destroying the Fire God Phantom. Unfortunately, the Fire God Phantom had not even activated before it was rendered useless. The remaining Echo Blade immediately engaged in a melee battle with the virus, but the isolated Echo Blade quickly fell, meeting its end at the bottom of the sea. The scenes of the Echo Blade and Fire God Phantom's defeat were broadcasted worldwide. This painful failure left everyone feeling deeply troubled. In the PPDC command room, the somber expressions of the crowd could not be hidden. "Send Eureka to intercept quickly," the general ordered, suppressing his sadness. After defeating the two mechs, the kaiju virus continued its advance, effortlessly breaching the intercept wall and heading straight for Sydney. Eureka arrived just in time to eliminate the virus, but the now-defunct Echo Blade and Fire God Phantom were gone for good. Just a few months ago, everyone had been filled with excitement, but now they looked back and realized they had sacrificed batch after batch of pilots and lost one mech after another. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over everyone's heads, and the initially joyous atmosphere turned dismal. The general of the PPDC knew all too well that the organization was now in a stalemate. Beneath the seemingly glamorous surface lay hidden dangers. First was the massive damage to the mechs. Now, they had unfortunately lost 2 more battlesuits. Second was the enormous financial pressure. The initial establishment of the PPDC relied on the financial contributions of various governments and social donations. But just as stars have their day of extinguishment, the funding from governments around the world is not limitless. Social donations were decreasing day by day. In recent years, due to the constant invasions by the kaiju, the world economy had been unstable and the economy was on a downward slope. In such circumstances, where would the PPDC go from here? Even more frightening was that even if the PPDC built new mechs now, the number of qualified mech pilots was dwindling. The scarcity of mech pilots was as dire as the current situation. In Russia's Broken Dome plan, the Chernobyl Alpha mech is considered the country's ace weapon, having successfully killed 6 kaiju so far, a remarkable achievement. The head of the Chernobyl Alpha mech features an enormous protective shield, but its primary function is not merely defense. This massive head is actually composed of a battery, a fuel engine, and a fuel tank. On top of it is the Chernobyl Alpha's cooling fan, resembling a large lid covering the mech's head. When the mech is in normal operation, fuel is transported through pipes to the fuel engine, generating electrical energy. Part of this energy is stored in the battery, while another part is used to maintain the mech's normal operations. The fuel in the tank can also be pumped to the giant flamethrower on the mech's shoulder, enhancing the flame's combustion temperature and lethality through a mixture of fuel and fire. This unique output method reminded Tsushioyu of Jiraiya's Toad oil fire bomb, as both utilize a mixture of oil and fire to increase flame power. The Chernobyl Alpha uses a hybrid oil-electric power system, which significantly distinguishes it from other first-generation mechs. Thanks to this unique power design, the mech's pilots, a couple named Sasha and Alex Kidnovsky, enjoy far better health than other mech pilots, who must endure the threat of nuclear radiation. The large battery pack can provide a considerable range even after the mech's fuel runs out. Originally designed for patrolling the Siberian border wall, the Chernobyl Alpha has high requirements for cruising distance and endurance. Moreover, the Chernobyl Alpha boasts top-tier defense and power among mechs. If rated on a scale of 10, the armor of the Chernobyl Alpha would score a perfect 10, and its power would also receive a perfect 10. Unfortunately, due to technological limitations, after equipping the massive battery and thick armor, the mech's mobility is limited to a mere 3 out of 10. If surrounded by several kaiju, the Chernobyl Alpha would be nearly helpless. At the beginning of its construction, Russia did not even set up an escape pod for the Chernobyl Alpha, meaning it would have no chance of escaping if danger arose. This aligns with Russia's consistent approach of facing death to achieve life. Sasha and Alex Kidnovsky are the pilots of the Chernobyl Alpha. This couple is close-knit and works seamlessly together, making them top assassins in the PPDC's Hunter program. Warning! Warning! Kaiju detected underwater. Attack direction presumed to be Hong Kong. The alarm in the PPDC command room blared once more. How many kaiju this time? Sorry, Commander, there are 2, both level 5 kaiju, codenamed Spike Turtle and Tail Stand Mouse. Deploy Chernobyl Alpha and Storm Crimson for support. Storm Crimson had just come offline when it received the PPDC's order. Wang Tao made no special requests, only reminding the quadruplets to return alive. The transport aircraft swiftly carried the 2 mechs to the coastline. As Storm Crimson and Chernobyl were delivered near the coastline of Hong Kong, the Tail Stand Mouse suddenly leaped from the sea, launching a fierce attack on both mechs. The powerful Tail Stand Mouse knocked Storm Crimson to the ground with a single sweep of its tail. Just as Storm Crimson was preparing to struggle back to its feet, the kaiju Spike Turtle, which had been lying in ambush underwater, leaped up and knocked Storm Crimson back into the sea. Meanwhile, Tail Stand Mouse engaged in a fierce struggle with Chernobyl. Given Sasha and Alex's extensive combat experience, even if they couldn't completely overpower Tail Stand Mouse, they could at least maintain a standoff. Unfortunately, both Tail Stand Mouse and Spike Turtle were specifically engineered by the precursors to counter these 2 mechs. Tail Stand Mouse glowed with blue patterns, and its massive poison sac under its chin swelled, soon releasing a jet of highly toxic acid onto the Alpha's head. Instantly, a large area of the Alpha mech's head was corroded, rendering it unable to fight back. Just then, the arriving charge mech rushed to engage Tails Stanmouse. The spiked turtle, originally focused on Storm Crimson, abandoned it to gather energy within its body. After a few seconds, a series of intense electromagnetic pulses emanated from the back of the spiked turtle. Be careful, it's an EMP electromagnetic pulse attack. Unfortunately, the warning from the command center came too late. The powerful EMP shock instantly disabled all electronic devices in the vicinity, including the 3 mechs, and even the PPDC command center fell into disarray. It's over, General. We've been hit by an EMP attack. Our communication systems are completely down. Alpha, Storm Crimson, and Charge are in serious trouble. The General slammed his fist on the control panel, his anger unable to find an outlet. This truly was the darkest moment since humanity began building mechs. General, let me and Sonoko go. We're the only ones who can provide support now. Rolly volunteered. Your floating connection is unstable. You can't. General, this is not the time for discussion. We must act immediately, and I believe Sonoko is ready. Sonoko, standing nearby, nodded. She held a singular conviction in her heart, to take revenge on the kaiju. She lived for this moment. Wang Tao and Sushiyu were in a shelter in Hong Kong, watching Storm Crimson and Alpha in peril. Wang Tao was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. Especially after the spiked turtle unleashed the EMP shock, the situation became even more dire, and they couldn't ascertain the specifics of what was happening on site. Mr. Su, is there any chance you could help out? Wang Tao shamelessly asked Sushiyu. In such a complex situation, only Sushiyu could resolve it quickly. Wang Tao was worried that if they arrived too late, the 4 brothers in Storm Crimson might perish. It's not a difficult task. I find those 4 brothers quite likable. I'll lend you a hand. With that, Sushiyu dashed out of the shelter, racing toward the night sea. Meanwhile, the Alpha, which had been sprayed with corrosive poison by Tails Stanmouse, was struggling to withstand its fierce assaults. The mech's control system had suffered severe damage. With a swipe of its claws, Tails Stanmouse sent Alpha crashing into the ocean, and a torrent of seawater flooded the control room of the Alpha. Inside the cockpit of Alpha, the cabin was submerged in seawater. Sasha and Alex exchanged a look, calmly accepting the impending death. "Я люблю тебя, Tok." Russian for I love you. Sasha shouted with her last strength toward her husband before plunging into the depths. "Я тоже тебя люблю, Tok." Russian for I love you too. The raging waves pulled the two into the underwater abyss, while Spiked Turtle roared into the sky, venting its wildness. Then, Spiked Turtle slowly approached the now-defunct Charge mech, which had been rendered inoperable by the EMP shock. In the dark sky, a dazzling golden streak suddenly cut through, like a heavenly fire descending from above, crashing into the sea. The sight resembled an earthquake occurring underwater, causing a small tsunami to rise. Damn, what is that? Is it another kaiju? Its size is incredible. Dad, take a closer look. This is clearly not a kaiju. It looks more like the super abilities of those aliens from the Rabbit Kingdom, just a different color from what we've seen before. The 2 pilots of the Charge mech were a father and son duo. After their mech was incapacitated by the electromagnetic pulse EMP attack, they had struggled to climb to the top of the Charge. They initially thought they would wait for death, but unexpectedly, assistance fell from the sky. This mountain-like size is terrifying. Our mech doesn't even reach its waist. The two marveled, and the joy of surviving made them eager to witness the imminent grand battle. Sushiyu made a grand appearance, piloting his golden Gundam, Susanoo. He extended his massive hand and pulled both Storm Crimson and Chernobyl Alpha from the depths of the ocean. "Pilots, how are you?" "Still alive." The couple in Chernobyl Alpha had swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater in their flooded cockpit and were on the brink of death when Sushiyu saved them. The quadruplet brothers in Storm Crimson fared a bit better. Although their cockpit hadn't flooded, they were pinned underwater and unable to fight back. Sasha and Alex felt as if they were witnessing a deity, silently vowing in their hearts that from this moment on, Sushiyu would be their god. Perhaps this god didn't even know of their existence, but did that matter? Sushiyu paid no mind to their thoughts. Even if he were a deity, he wouldn't care about the changes in these two fervent believers. The once mighty Spiked Turtle appeared insignificant in front of the massive Susanoo. Its colossal height didn't even reach half of Susanu's stature. The spiked turtle, facing such a gigantic golden humanoid creature, momentarily froze. But instinctively, it lunged forward towards Susanu. Sushioyu, noticing the spiked turtle charging at him, ruthlessly swatted it back into the sea. Then, using his Sharingan, he cast an illusion, successfully controlling the spiked turtle. After rising, the spiked turtle stood dazed and motionless. For the pilots of the surrounding three mechs, this was their first time witnessing Sushioyu, the alien, in action. Previously, they had only heard rumors from the PPDC about Sushioyu's abilities, claiming he could subdue kaiju with his enormous humanoid powers. But no one had informed them that such a powerful ability could manifest in such a massive and terrifying form, easily subduing kaiju as if they were child's play, leaving them feeling like their mechs were mere toys. The PPDC helicopter on the battlefield transmitted the entire process back to the PPDC headquarters. The people in the command room fell silent once again, followed by thunderous cheers. "General, they're saved. Storm Crimson, Chernobyl Alpha, and Charge are all safe." "Great! A single blow to defeat the enemy. The kaiju was subdued so quickly. How'd he do it?" The celebratory voices in the command room surged. Only the general stood quietly, not saying a word. "General, the tail stand mouse has flown away, heading towards Hong Kong. What should we do? Given the size of the golden giant, it might be difficult to catch up with the tail stand mouse. Immediately repair the three mechs, then head to support Hong Kong," the general decisively ordered. "General, there's no need for support. Look." The towering Susanu suddenly spread the wings that had been gathered behind it, blocking out the sun. In an instant, Susanu soared into the sky, chasing after the fleeing tail stand mouse. "General, the golden giant's initial acceleration just exceeded Mach 3. This size and speed," the doctor muttered to himself, witnessing the most terrifying acceleration he had ever seen. "General, it's still accelerating. The speed has surpassed Mach 10, the doctor reminded. "All we can do is be grateful they aren't our enemies. With such terrifying power and speed, even missiles can't catch up. With all of humanity's current weapons, not even the fastest cruise missiles can keep up with this golden giant." The general felt a sense of relief. Humanity was now in a precarious situation, yet these aliens seemed to have no other desires. Strictly speaking, they could be considered international humanitarian warriors. Sushioyu easily caught up with the flying kaiju, tail stand mouse, grabbing it by the neck and flying it back to where it had come from. He tossed the tail stand mouse into the sea, and as it climbed back up, he cast an illusion on it. The two kaiju, now under the control of the Sharingan, stood still, motionless. At this point, Sushioyu had completely gained control of the battlefield. The distant, dangerous wanderer had just arrived. Seeing the solemn battlefield, the dangerous wanderer realized they seemed to have arrived too late. They had finally made it, only to find that the final battle had been easily resolved by someone else. However, the fact that everyone was safe was the most surprising outcome. "Well then, everyone, until we meet again." Sushioyu used chakra to conjure two ropes, binding the two kaiju before soaring into the sky. The pilots of the four mechs exchanged glances. "Is it over just like that? What else do you expect? Do you want to fly up and do something?" Before long, the PPDC rescue helicopters arrived. Several helicopters hoisted the four mechs and rushed back to the PPDC. At the Rabbit Kingdom base, Wang Tao was already waiting for Sushioyu's return. After all, the PPDC had just transmitted detailed information about the battlefield to Wang Tao. Just as Wang Tao had anticipated, Sushioyu's strength was not at all inferior to Uchiha Ban. The two Susanus, aside from their color differences, were remarkably similar in every other aspect. Based on today's reports, it could be inferred that Uchiha Ban's Susanu also had functional wings, capable of flight, just like Sushioyu's. It could only be said that the power of the two far exceeded Wang Tao's imagination. However, Wang Tao was unaware that what he had witnessed was just a small part of Susanu's abilities. The true killing moves had yet to be unleashed. Before long, the golden Susanu appeared in the sky, and with its enormous size, anyone who wasn't blind could easily see it. Below it, two kaiju dangled. Sushioyu controlled the force, gently lowering the two kaiju before guiding Susanu to descend slowly. Even though he had tried his best to control it, the wind pressure from the wings created chaos on the training ground, flipping nearby parked cars with ease. "Sorry, Wang Tao. I did my best to control it, but it seems I still caused you some trouble, Su Xiaoyu politely remarked, surveying the disarrayed training ground. It's fine, there's no significant loss. Just a bit of cleaning up is all. Wang Tao waved his hand dismissively. To him, this minor issue was hardly worth mentioning. Wang Tao, these two kaiju are the ones I just captured, and they basically meet the standards for level 5 kaiju. You can have the research team begin their studies immediately. Collecting blood samples and so on is no problem. Don't worry, I have them under control, and they won't resist. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Wang Tao cast a grateful glance and quickly notified the research personnel to prepare for the necessary tests and studies. This precious data was crucial for further improving the mechs and for future combat responses. The two captured kaiju, the spiked turtle and the tail-stand mouse, had targeted attacks in mind. The tail-stand mouse could instantly destroy a mech with its strong acid, while the spiked turtle used EMP to incapacitate other mechs, indicating a clear strategy from the precursors behind the kaiju. After Wang Tao and the research team gathered new data on the kaiju, he shared it with the PPDC. In the context of humanity's survival, everyone was united in this significant direction. Meanwhile, at the PPDC headquarters, the doctor spoke. You've successfully established a telepathic connection with the kaiju and learned the location of the wormhole? The general saw a glimmer of hope. Then we can directly blow up the underwater wormhole and cut off the kaiju's invasion route. Theoretically, that could work, but we humans currently lack the ability to breach the wormhole. The precursors have set up encryption methods similar to our networks on the wormhole, and we cannot directly penetrate it. Just tell us what we should do. I can hardly wait. We could use a mech to escort a live kaiju through the wormhole, bypassing the encrypted access program. But capturing a live kaiju is extremely difficult, especially in underwater combat, where unexpected situations abound. How about this? I'll negotiate with the Rabbit Kingdom and request assistance from those powerful aliens. If they agree, we'll be in the clear. The general felt the urgency of the matter and contacted the Rabbit Kingdom directly, now waiting for their response. However, if Su Xiaoyu and his group did not intervene, the PPDC would implement their backup plan B. So, Mr. Su, that's the situation. The wormhole used by the kaiju for their invasion has been discovered, and now the PPDC requests your assistance. Of course, your participation is entirely up to your willingness. Wang Tao knew that this operation carried risks, especially since it involved underwater combat and entering a time-space wormhole. Su Xiaoyu had been waiting for this day. Since the time-space wormhole was discovered, an unclaimed planet was within reach, and he would not let that opportunity slip by. I understand. I will participate in this assault. You coordinate with the PPDC and let me know when the preparations are complete. 7 days later, everything was ready, and the PPDC contacted the Rabbit Kingdom as promised. Wang Tao mobilized helicopters to transport Su Xiaoyu to the PPDC headquarters. Initially, both Whirlpool Mizuki and Uchiha Ban wanted to join the battle, but after Su Xiaoyu's persuasion, they decided against it. Mizuki could not fully utilize her abilities in underwater combat, and Ban could face risks in a different world after passing through the wormhole. Only Su Xiaoyu, with his Otsutsuki bloodline, was capable of handling the situation. Though he had yet to fully mature, his basic survival skills in space should be adequate. Moreover, once he reached the Precursor's planet, he would begin his tree-planting endeavor. It seems that planting trees is the fate of the Otsutsuki clan. Su Xiaoyu mused. Even if a different traveler were to arrive, they could not escape the destiny of planting trees. As Su Xiaoyu coveted the world beyond the wormhole, the helicopter successfully arrived at the PPDC headquarters. Is this the legendary alien? They look no different from us, still sporting an Eastern appearance. Be careful with your words. Don't offend them. They saved us last time. Su Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to the whispers of the crowd at the gathering point. After all, it was normal for people to discuss aliens. All personnel accounted for. If all goes well, this battle might be your last mission. I hope you all return safely. Now let's move out. The 4 mechs, Storm Crimson, Chernobyl Alpha, Charge, and Dangerous Wanderer, began to power up and were transported by aircraft. Su Xiaoyu directly took the co-pilot seat in Storm Crimson, which had been hastily prepared by the Rabbit Kingdom. Although he did not need Storm Crimson's assistance, he decided to take care of it after contemplating the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Once the 4 mechs were in position, they began to descend, gradually approaching the wormhole. Soon, Radar indicated several massive objects were heading towards them. All units on alert, kaiju incoming. 6 kaiju rapidly charged towards the mechs. Looks like it's because of me, huh? Originally, this battle wouldn't have had so many kaiju. Since I intervened to protect the 4 mechs, it's only logical that the number of kaiju increased. Sushiryu planned to quickly end the battle without waiting for the 4 mechs to drag their feet. Susanoo, the golden Susanoo, instantly manifested in the water, and the immense water pressure had little effect on it. Sushiryu maintained effortless control. Moreover, he hadn't even used his full strength. On this planet, there was no need for him to exert all his power to fight. Earth manipulation technique. In an instant, Sushiryu used his earth manipulation abilities to conjure 6 stone javelins, specifically reinforced with chakra for added hardness and density. This was his first time using Susanoo to throw javelins, but with the assistance of his Sharingan, it shouldn't be difficult. Indeed, the first javelin flew straight at one kaiju, easily pinning it to the seabed. The pressure that Storm Crimson had been facing instantly lightened. Mr. Su made his move, didn't he? Of course, it's definitely Mr. Su. I already knew that. We're underwater. Who else but Mr. Su could throw javelins like that? Shut up, you 3. This was the discussion among the pilots of Storm Crimson. Following that, Sushiryu threw the remaining javelins, each one accurately hitting a kaiju, and the tide of battle reversed in an instant. In just 5 seconds, all fighting had ended. You all take care of the aftermath. I'll handle the remaining wormhole issue. With that, Sushiryu grabbed the first kaiju he had struck and dragged it toward the wormhole. Does Mr. Su not need nuclear bombs? Not needed. What do I need that for? I have a way to destroy the wormhole. You all handle the aftermath and do what you need to do. Sushiryu effortlessly exerted his Sharingan to firmly control the captured kaiju, allowing it to carry him through the wormhole. The strange environment of the wormhole was filled with cosmic radiation, yet Sushiryu felt invigorated. Perhaps this was the benefit of his Otsutsuki bloodline, given that the Otsutsuki clan were indeed a legitimate cosmic race. Before long, the kaiju broke through to the other exit of the wormhole, and Sushiryu successfully arrived at the Precursor's planet. However, this planet was not the Precursor's homeworld. It was one they had plundered. Looking at the sparse number of Precursors around, Sushiryu thought to himself that he needed to be cautious in his actions and avoid killing them, as he intended to enslave them to work for him later. He directly used an illusion to control the Precursors, then began to meticulously survey his surroundings. Indeed, the Precursor's planet was desolate and inhospitable. No wonder the Precursors had given up on invading Earth back then due to its more suitable environment. This place was clearly not suitable for their survival. Sushiryu was puzzled as to why the Precursors did not simply modify their own bodies. From an objective standpoint, their biological manufacturing technology was top-notch, and the powerful kaiju were the best proof of that. Thus, wouldn't it be more beneficial for them to use biotechnology to alter themselves for better adaptation to the changes in the cosmic environment? Of course, this was not the focus of Sushiryu's attention at the moment. After finding the leader among the control Precursors, he began instructing them to find a suitable location. Due to the language barrier, the communication had to rely on illusions, which was quite troublesome. It took them most of the day to locate a place with relatively better environmental conditions. System * New World Exploration Task completed. Reward * Divine Tree Seed. Extract now? Extract. As soon as he finished speaking, a small divine tree seed, emitting a faint glow, appeared in his hand. Although it was just a tiny seed, Sushiryu could clearly feel its immense vitality. Moreover, this was a defective seed. If it were a complete divine tree seed, its power would undoubtedly be terrifying. Sushiryu began to try inputting chakra into the seed, and sure enough, the seed's life force began to strengthen. He planted the seed into the ground, continuously feeding it chakra. Soon, it felt as if the divine tree seed had developed a heartbeat, slowly synchronizing with the rhythm of this world. Before long, it sprouted and emerged from the soil, gradually growing taller. Sushiryu sensed the planet's lament. If nothing changed, this planet would inevitably fall into silence under the rampant consumption of the divine tree seed. Especially since this planet itself lacked much vitality, its demise would be hastened under the divine tree's unchecked growth. However, this did not evoke any sympathy from Sushiryu, as this was originally a planet plundered by the precursors, and the indigenous life had likely been wiped out long ago. As invaders, the precursors deserved their fate. The growth of the divine tree was relatively slow, and Sushioyu continued to supply it with chakra. Even so, it had only grown to about the height of a person. Is it the lack of life force in this world, or is it due to insufficient chakra? Or perhaps there's an issue with this divine tree seed itself. Regardless, none of that matters now. It looks like I'll need to stay in this deserted place for a while longer. Thus, the days passed in Sushioyu's continuous wait. Every day, he would supply chakra and attempt to communicate with the young divine tree. While he wasn't sure if the tree could truly communicate, he figured it was a good way to pass time. In his spare moments, Sushioyu wandered around this desolate planet, which was mostly just rocks and the biomanufacturing facilities where the precursors created kaiju. Strictly speaking, it was an open-air kaiju preparation site, filled with numerous instruments and experimental platforms he couldn't comprehend. Meanwhile, back on Earth at the PPDC Pacific Rim Defense Corps. It's been a month, and Sushioyu still hasn't returned. The wormhole hasn't closed, and we have no living kaiju left to take us through. Fortunately, there haven't been any more kaiju attacks on Earth. So, it's likely that Sushioyu, this alien, has been delayed for some reason and can't return in time. Of course, we confirmed with the Rabbit Kingdom that Sushioyu's fiancée is stable and shows no signs of anxiety. She even stated that even if Earth were to explode right now, Sushioyu would be fine. So they really believe in Sushioyu's strength. News of Sushioyu's exploits had spread throughout the PPDC. Originally, this information had been suppressed, but as the kaiju incidents gradually subsided and Sushioyu demonstrated his astonishing abilities multiple times, the news had become widespread. This time, neither the PPDC nor the high-ranking officials in various countries were stopping the dissemination of information about Sushioyu. The main reason was that they could no longer halt its spread. Some countries began to probe the Whirlpool Mizuki and her group in the Rabbit Kingdom after the kaiju incidents calmed down. Humanity was always greedy, and no one could resist coveting the godlike powers of Sushioyu and his companions. However, these probes were merely superficial. Everyone understood that if they truly angered these aliens, it would not end well for them. Regardless, neither the Rabbit Kingdom nor Band took these probes seriously. The saying, "The one with the strongest fist holds the truth," was always applicable. 6 months later, with Sushioyu continuously supplying chakra, the divine tree finally grew into a towering tree and began to bear fruit. As soon as the fruit matured, this exploration of another world would be considered a success. However, at this time, the precursor's planet appeared to be withering, as if it had been drained dry. The divine tree seed was indeed incredibly domineering, capable of effortlessly destroying the entire planet's vitality. But it was precisely because of this that the divine tree's fruit possessed such extraordinary power. If this fruit were divided into 3 parts, it was likely that Whirlpool Mizuki, Uchiha Ban, and Uchiha Zuna would all have no issues with their lifespans, allowing them to compete for supremacy across countless worlds together. Being alone could be somewhat lonely. Moreover, Sushioyu was well aware that even if he chose to lie back and stop training now, his strength would gradually increase with the growth of his bloodline. As long as he steadily matured for a few decades, he could reach the realm of immortality. In the short term, there were no significant obstacles left in his path. Now, with his last vulnerability about to be addressed, just thinking about the endless time he would have to explore infinite worlds made him feel that this life was not lived in vain. Sushioyu suddenly opened his eyes. Over the past 6 months, he had continuously infused chakra into the divine tree, which gradually began to develop a hint of sentience. Although it couldn't communicate with Sushioyu yet, it could express simple preferences. Sushioyu keenly sensed that the divine tree had just conveyed a faint thought, and he suspected it was likely that the fruit was now ripe. However, this hint of sentience was still unable to directly articulate the meaning of the fruit's maturity. Without hesitation, he flew to the top of the divine tree, a technique he had gradually developed during his leisure time over the past 6 months. Although his flying speed was somewhat slow, he could clearly feel that this was due to his Otsutsuki bloodline, further enhancing his ability to control gravity. Clearly, both the Rinnegan and the Tensegan possessed powerful gravitational manipulation abilities, and the strength of each depended solely on the skill of the wielder. For Su Xiuyu, mastering gravitational manipulation was a new starting point, indicating that his bloodline was nearing the Six Paths level. However, due to his youth, he had yet to fully unleash the Six Paths capabilities. After all, achieving Six Paths strength requires mastery of Yin-Yang release, the Kekkei Jinkai, Sage Eyes, and a complete Sage Body. Strictly speaking, Su Xiuyu had not yet met these conditions, but that was merely a matter of time. Su Xiuyu secretly rejoiced, thankful that the system had provided him with a complete Otsutsuki bloodline. Otherwise, he would have no brothers, and even if he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he wouldn't dare use it lightly. Upon reaching the top of the divine tree, he saw a beautiful crimson fruit that had matured, giving off a pleasant fragrance. Su Xiuyu gently brushed the fruit, and the tree trembled slightly in response. You might have to stay here for a while longer. I need to leave for a bit. But don't worry, I've set up the spatial coordinates. I'll return to get you soon. The divine tree extended a vine, seemingly showing a hint of reluctance, yet it did not entangle Su Xiuyu, as if it understood his instructions. Additionally, I've placed an illusion of my Sharingan upon you. Release it on the precursors after a while, and let them work for you. After all, they are our puppets. 997 hours of labor is not excessive. Though the divine tree didn't quite understand what 997 meant, it agreed eagerly. To it, the precursors were merely a group of strange and ugly beings, and it would be justifiable to push them a bit harder. Su Xiuyu carefully plucked the fruit and placed it into a rock box made with earth manipulation technique, then slowly flew down. This time, traversing the wormhole felt much easier for him. He casually selected a fearsome-looking kaiju as his mount and quickly passed through the wormhole. Alert! Alert! The underwater detector has detected signals from level 5 kaiju. The alarm blared in the PPDC command room. Damn it, it's been calm for over half a year. Why are we encountering a kaiju invasion again? Fortunately, due to caution, the various countries had not immediately disbanded the PPDC, and it was now time for the mechs to be deployed. At this moment, Su Xiuyu had yet to realize the chaos this kaiju would bring to the world. He was only eager to return to the Rabbit Kingdom base. After all, he had been gone for over 6 months, and in that world without chakra, he had felt an overwhelming loneliness. As he broke the surface of the sea, a missile shot towards him. Su Xiuyu manifested an arm of Susanoo, easily catching the missile and throwing it far away. Hold on, it's me, Su Xiuyu. The mechs, seeing the massive golden arm, were gripped by a sense of foreboding. Upon closer inspection, they realized Su Xiuyu was standing atop the kaiju. Sorry, Mr. Su, we misunderstood. The detector indicated a kaiju appeared underwater, and we assumed it was another invasion. Now that we've realized it was a misunderstanding, we hope you won't take offense. Just let it go. This kaiju is my pet and is under my control. No need to worry. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. With that, Su Xiuyu did not wait for their response and continued riding the kaiju back to the Rabbit Kingdom base. The PPDC personnel had no objections. After all, they had just experienced a small scare, and Su Xiuyu's strength was evident. They would not repay kindness with enmity. Seeing that it was merely a false alarm, they dispersed. Soon, news of Su Xiuyu's return spread throughout the PPDC and the world. Most countries regarded it as regular news, but those who had previously tested Su Xiuyu were struck with a cold sweat upon hearing the news. Xiuyu, you're finally back. Whirlpool Mizuki rushed over and hugged him as soon as she saw his figure. This had been the longest time they had been apart since they met. Behind them, Ban cleared his throat, reminding Mizuki and Su Xiuyu. Startled, Mizuki quickly released her grip and pretended nothing had happened. Xiuyu, since you've been away for so long, shouldn't we return to the ninja world? After all, we've captured quite a number of summoning beasts now. Ban, having been idle for the past 6 months, had been practicing with the Uchiha fan and teaching Whirlpool Asaka many signature fire techniques of the Uchiha clan. Barrier technique. Su Xiuyu activated a small barrier ninjutsu. The next course of action was crucial. Even in this chakra-less world, he needed to ensure everything was secure. I successfully reached the planet on the other side and had a fruitful harvest. As for what happens next, only you three know. Mizuki-ban, Izuna, I trust you understand my meaning. The three looked at Su Xiuyu's serious expression and nodded solemnly. Su Xiuyu took out the chakra fruit he had just harvested. The fruit looked ordinary, seemingly unremarkable. However, seeing Su Xiaoyu's cautious demeanor, the three understood that this fruit was anything but simple. Su Xiaoyu divided the fruit into 3 parts with a chakra. Each of you take one and eat it quickly. Su Xiaoyu, what about you? Why don't you have a portion? Yeah, Mizuki has a point. Su Xiaoyu, what about your share? Izuna and Ban stared at Su Xiaoyu, waiting for his response. Me? I don't need it for now. Don't argue with me. Just eat the fruit immediately. The 3 couldn't go against Su Xiaoyu, so they took their shares and ate them. As soon as they swallowed the fruit, it felt as though their chakra was awakened, surging forth like a tidal wave. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu had prepared the barrier. Otherwise, such a commotion would have surely attracted Wang Tao and the others. After a quarter of an hour, their energies gradually calmed down. Su Xiaoyu, what exactly is this fruit? Why do I feel like my chakra has increased so much? I'm almost on par with Hashirama now. This is a chakra fruit, the exact origin of which is unknown, but it contains mysterious powers. The most complete chakra fruit can even allow a person to attain immortality. Of course, the chakra fruit you are about to consume is far from that level. What? The 3 exclaimed in unison. Such a precious thing. Why would you divide it into 3 pieces for us? You could just eat a whole one yourself and achieve immortality. Mito has a point. Xiaoyu, what are you really thinking? This valuable item should be kept whole. Splitting it will surely diminish its effects, right? Madara looked at Su Xiaoyu, filled with disbelief. Such a precious item was simply divided without him even keeping a share for himself. Madara truly admired Su Xiaoyu's demeanor. This item is just too precious. You all make me feel guilty. Izuna, who usually said little, finally expressed his opinion, despite being a talkative person at heart. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This fruit is indeed extremely rare. If I were to make an inexact comparison, it's much more valuable than the position of Hokage in Konoha. After all, the Hokage title is only a temporary glory, while this fruit is different. Your strength will gradually increase due to the fruit's effects. While achieving immortality might be difficult, living for thousands of years shouldn't be a problem. Thousands of years? And what about you, Xiaoyu? Mito, disregarding Madara and Izuna, tightly hugged Su Xiaoyu. Uzumaki Mito could not accept the idea of living forever while her beloved gradually aged. Why don't you keep a share for yourself? Because I don't need to. I can naturally live for at least thousands of years. Su Xiaoyu smiled as he patted Mito's head, as if he controlled everything in the world, so calmly. Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly believing what she was hearing. However, Su Xiaoyu did not explain in detail why he could live so long, and the others present were not interested in digging deeper. For a while, aside from the initial assistance Madara provided when they first met, Su Xiaoyu's rapid growth meant that Madara could offer him less help. Madara even felt a bit embarrassed. He was still a pure idealist. In front of his ideal, younger brother, Madara felt a bit ashamed, thinking he wasn't a sufficiently competent older brother. Only by having a sufficiently long life can one have enough time to appreciate the wonders of countless worlds. Don't blame me for being selfish. In this long life, you will likely experience all sorts of separations and deaths, but you will have enough time to witness all these changes. Therefore, immortality isn't necessarily a particularly happy thing. Reflect on the entire history of the Uchiha clan. Has it lasted thousands of years? In fact, even the legend of Sage of Six Paths is only about 1,000 years old. What you will witness in the future is a long history. You not only possess unparalleled strength, but also have the opportunity to witness the changes of the world. So, accept it with peace of mind. How could I let you bear such a lonely path alone? Su Xiaoyu knew that the infinite universe awaited him, and his splendid life was just beginning. How could he look back now? His last worries had vanished without a trace. Take your time to digest your enhancements. We will rest for a few days before preparing to return to the ninja world. 3 days later, Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna had initially digested the enhancements brought by the God Tree fruit. The residual power of the fruit would further strengthen their bodies and chakra. There is even a significant possibility that Uchiha Madara would develop wood release, as the God Tree fruit filled in the missing parts of the Uchiha clan's genes. On the other hand, the God Tree fruit granted the 3 of them an affinity for all attributes. Originally, the Uchiha clan was generally skilled in fire release, but under the influence of the God Tree fruit, Madara, and Izuna would gradually master all ninjutsu attributes as well as yin-yang release. Undoubtedly, this was a tremendous boost. However, the enhancement to their basic physical qualities from the God Tree Fruit was even more astonishing. Most ninja in the Naruto world belong to the assassin type in games, meaning they have strong attack capabilities but weak defense. Hence, the death rate among ninjas in the Naruto world is extremely high. The God Tree Fruit enhanced the three's physical qualities, patching the last shortcoming of a ninja. With strong bodies and no apparent weaknesses, they became like true killing machines. Our mission in this world is temporarily complete. We'll set off back to Konoha tomorrow. It's been almost a year since we last returned to Konoha. Sushiryu, Mito, Madara, and Izuna lay on the beach by the southern sea of the Rabbit Country, fully enjoying this rare, beautiful moment. Back in the village, we're bound to encounter some petty affairs. I must say, Senju Tobirama is truly talented in this regard. It's just a pity that he has almost devoted half of that talent to targeting the Uchiha clan. Madara, having been exposed to modern society for a year, now understood the meaning of skill points clearly, and his speech was no longer dull and tiresome like before. Now, even if the Hokage position was placed before Madara, he would not care about it. A person's perspective is easily limited by their own knowledge. Madara used to be like that. Although Madara and Hashirama's strength was unmatched in the ninja world, they could not escape the inherent flaws and stereotypes of the ninja world. Madara even had a hard time accepting the Hokage position's ownership at one point. The current Madara, like Sushiryu, only had the endless world and the harbor of his family in his heart. Sushiryu, himself, and his brother would always be the guardians of the Uchiha clan, witnessing the rise and fall through thousands of years. Indeed, Tobirama likes to target the Uchiha clan. Shiryu, you and Mito should be cautious. I hope this petty guy doesn't start messing with the Uzumaki clan as well. But I doubt he's that foolish. If he targets both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans at the same time, it would be like pushing half of Konoha's strength to the opposing side, unless Tobirama truly wants to cause a rift in the village. Izuna echoed. Sushiryu was increasingly indifferent to Tobirama's actions. In reality, Tobirama was a very smart person, as Sushiryu understood that Tobirama had firmly grasped his weaknesses. Sushiryu was someone who valued order. Unless it endangered his interests, he wouldn't actively disrupt an established order. Tobirama had a precise grasp of this. Even when targeting the Uchiha clan, he acted with integrity, making it hard for people to pinpoint significant flaws. This way, Sushiryu wouldn't actively disrupt the order for trivial matters. If Tobirama dared to boldly challenge Sushiryu's bottom line, he would have long since met his demise. Wang Tao, these days have been quite enjoyable, haven't they? I've left you a spatial coordinate. It's engraved on this kunai. If anything unexpected happens, you can call for me through this kunai. Wang Tao replied, of course. I hope it's not some world-ending disaster, so don't call me casually. As they were about to set off, Sushiryu specifically reminded Wang Tao. In fact, he originally planned to establish this world as a second base to accommodate some of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans. But it seems that the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans are reluctant to leave their homeland, making it difficult to realize this idea anytime soon. However, he also reached an agreement with the Rabbit Country behind Wang Tao. In the future, if the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans want to train, the Rabbit Country will arrange suitable venues and take good care of them, and he himself promised to lend a helping hand at critical moments. Since they had spent quite a bit of time together, Wang Tao had almost become a half-friend of Sushiryu, and with a friend about to leave, Wang Tao rarely started joking with Sushiryu. Does it have to be a world-ending disaster? What about an asteroid falling? Or a shift in the moon's orbit? Would an alien planet-destroying cannon count? Sure, an asteroid falling would be manageable and easy to handle, no problem. A shift in the moon's orbit would be more troublesome. It might even be simpler to just break the moon apart. As for the planet-destroying cannon, I'm not sure, since I've never seen it and don't know how powerful it is. If one shot could wipe out the Earth, well, I guess I wouldn't be able to stop it for the time being. Sushiryu seriously thought about Wang Tao's words, and then gave an accurate response. Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not joking with me, are you? You can actually break the moon. Pretty much. I can cut it in half and even recreate a moon, but I guess it would take less than a year. Sushiryu felt that within a year, he could at least initially awaken the Rinnegan or the Tensegan. The Rinnegan could create a moon, and the Tensigan could split the moon. This logic makes sense. I thought that Golden Giant was your strongest ability, but it turns out it's not. Originally, Wang Tao thought Su Xiuyu Susanoo was his most powerful technique. Who would have thought he had more up his sleeve? I won't hide it from you. Actually, that Susanoo isn't a complete form. I can make Susanoo even taller, but it's unnecessary to use much strength against those QB beasts. Don't worry, I can still help you with most world-ending disasters. Wang Tao nodded, knowing in his heart that what he said was likely true. After all, Su Xiuyu was about to leave this world. There was no need for him to exaggerate. He was also glad that he had a good time with Su Xiuyu and his group, largely due to Su Xiuyu's acknowledgement of the rabbit country's cultural background. At the end, when we leave, you can arrange for some scientists to record the spatial fluctuations. It would be even better if it can help with your research work. We'll leave early tomorrow morning, so hurry and make arrangements. By the way, I also tamed a QB beast, which you can take for research. Its memory has been reset, and the link to that planet has been severed, so you don't have to worry. Of course, it's now considered a pet of the rabbit country, so you must treat it well. Additionally, this QB beast is female and carrying a child, so make sure to raise it well. Who knows when we'll meet next time? Take care, my friend. The next morning, Su Xiuyu and his group bid farewell to everyone in the underground training ground of the base on time. Wang Tao and the scientific personnel had already set up various scientific instruments. Goodbye, everyone. Su Xiuyu waved to the crowd, then disappeared before their eyes. Let's go. Yeah. Where did the detection go? Everything that could be recorded has been recorded. I don't know when we'll meet again. Yeah, it's a bit hard to part with. Do you really think aliens are this friendly? Don't get your hopes up. Afterwards, all the information about Su Xiuyu and his group was secretly sealed by the rabbit country, and that Kanai became a precious national treasure. Finally back. Yeah, the village looks much more beautiful. We've been away for over a year. It's normal for the village to have changed. Now, looking down from the Hokage Rock at the entire Konoha village, the scenery indeed had a unique charm. However, the one who felt the most was Madara. After all, this was a place he once longed for, the place where his dreams began. But this trip to another world had completely broadened Madara's horizons. Konoha was still Madara's dream, but it was just a dream from his youth. Let's go back to the clan. I haven't seen the clansmen for a long time. Madara called everyone and instantly moved back to the clan. Su Xiuyu first sent Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Shinkai back to the Uzumaki clan. After such a long time without news, the elder of the Uzumaki clan must be anxious. Chief, you're finally back. Yes, Chief. You've returned from your training. Madara and Su Xiuyu claimed to have gone out to learn advanced forbidden techniques. Of course, some of the clan were aware of the truth. However, they left from the clan land when they departed, and coming back from Hokage Rock surprised everyone in the clan. Yes, we're back. Madara, along with Izuna and the Uchiha brothers, finally returned to the clan after more than a year. The Uchiha clansmen seemed particularly enthusiastic. After more than a year of stable living, smiles gradually appeared on everyone's faces, and the Uchiha's reserved enthusiasm burst forth. Lord Chief, where is Lord Xiuyu? Xiuyu just took Mito back to the clan, so don't worry. With the return of Su Xiuyu and his group, the Uchiha clan became lively. That evening, everyone proposed to hold a Uchiha banquet, a suggestion that Madara did not oppose. As a result, the entire Uchiha clan began to bustle about, decorating and celebrating joyfully. Moreover, the Uchiha clan invited almost everyone from the Uzumaki clan to their territory. To the current Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan felt like their own people, not much different from the Uchiha clansmen. Su Xiuyu, along with a group of younger Uzumaki clan members, engaged in playful banter with the Uchiha clan, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, the elder of the Uzumaki clan and the elders of the Uchiha clan looked on with satisfaction. The current Uzumaki clan and Uchiha clan were in a phase of rapid population expansion. Originally, the Uchiha clan was somewhat resistant to marrying outside their clan, but now, intermarriage with the Uzumaki clan was welcomed and even encouraged. Uchiha Su Xiuyu represented the Uzumaki clan, while Uchiha Madara represented the Uchiha clan. The two clans were now like the alliance of Chin and Jin in a honeymoon phase. Tonight, the Uchiha clan's territory was brightly lit, almost like daytime. In the Senju clan's territory, Tobirama was busy helping Hashirama handle various official documents. At this moment, A Senju clan member hurried in and whispered a few words in Tobarama's ear before quickly leaving again. "Brother, wake up. Don't sleep anymore." Tobarama gently shook the slumped-over Hashirama at the desk. Konoha had just been newly established, and there were far too many matters to attend to. Hashirama himself was not particularly adept at these tasks and often stayed late trying to finish them. Reluctantly, Tobarama had to help his brother, or else the legendary god of shinobi might one day collapse in his office from overwork. "What's wrong, Tobarama?" Hashirama finally opened his drowsy eyes. "Have you finished processing the documents? There's still a pile on the desk." "Madara and Shioyu are back. The Uchiha are celebrating their return tonight," Tobarama said casually. "What? Madara and Shioyu are back? I have to go find them." Hashirama excitedly stood up, preparing to rush out, but Tobarama stopped him. "Brother, have you forgotten your position? You are now the leader of Konoha, the Hokage, and there are still many tasks left unfinished. Why the rush to run out? Besides, brother, have you considered the situation of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans in the village? Madara and Shioyu have been away for over a year. We have no idea what they have been up to. Ha ha ha. What they do has nothing to do with us. I only know that Madara and Shioyu are my friends. It's normal to meet old friends after a long separation." Hashirama laughed heartily, completely unconcerned with the issues Tobarama raised. "Brother, have you really not thought seriously about this? When our Senju clan competed with the Uchiha clan for the position of Hokage, we may have won in the end, but the conflict between the two clans deepened. Although we are now in the same village, the Uchiha clan hasn't truly integrated, and the Uzumaki clan has also developed a rift with the village because of Shioyu. Ultimately, this village is full of barriers between us. It's not a truly united village. Currently, the village is split into two factions, one led by our Senju clan, the Konoha faction, and the other led by Shioyu and Madara. To be precise, the power of the two factions is relatively balanced, not counting the high-end combat capabilities." Tobarama spoke passionately about his analysis, leaving Hashirama feeling overwhelmed. "To put it bluntly, brother, I actually sensed them as soon as Madara and Shioyu returned. You know my sensory abilities. They returned through space techniques, and I can feel that Madara's chakra has grown incredibly. It's almost on par with yours. This has only been a little over a year. If they were to fight, brother, you'd basically be no match for Madara." Tobarama's judgment was very accurate. Strictly speaking, Hashirama's techniques were known for their wide-area destruction, relying on overwhelming momentum, and his massive chakra could be spent freely without needing to conserve it. But the Uchiha clan was different. They didn't lack chakra, but they still fell short compared to Hashirama. One of the distinguishing features of the Senju clan was their enormous chakra reserves. Now that Madara's chakra was on par with Hashirama's, just how much had his Susanoo expanded? Only the naive Hashirama didn't take this seriously. "Isn't that better? Madara's level has improved. We can find a time to have a match." Tobarama was almost driven to the point of vomiting blood in frustration. "Brother, you're still so naive. According to the information I've received, other countries are also preparing to create a unified village like Konoha, and this initial stage is very chaotic. We need to be well prepared." Hashirama nodded dismissively, thinking Tobarama was done and was about to leave. "Brother, are you even listening to me? Konoha faces both internal and external troubles. While we may be able to hold it up now, what about 100 years from now? In fact, as Tobarama said, if history followed its original course, Hashirama would have perished shortly after his fierce battle with Madara at the Valley of the End, and Tobarama would have died in the First Shinobi World War. From then on, Konoha would decline. Although it would still be one of the top 5 shinobi villages, it would no longer shine as brightly as it did in Hashirama's time. Tobarama probably never expected that they would not live to see old age. "Tobarama, we can't worry about the future. We can only do what we could do now. I know you're thinking about the entire village, but don't forget, we are just ninjas, not sages. We'll grow old and die. This world will eventually belong to the next generation." Hashirama had his own convictions. He understood that Tobarama was worried about Konoha's future, but even the sage of 6 paths and legends had died, let alone they who were mere mortals. People have to face reality. "Then I will create a technique, one that can protect Konoha even after death." Tobarama stubbornly believed he had the obligation to safeguard this newly established village, even at the cost of his life. "Brother, your relationship with the Uchiha cannot go back to how it was. Even if Madara doesn't care, Izuna will, and even if Izuna doesn't care, the Uchiha clan has memories. To them, our Senju clan is simply seen as having seized the Hokage position through schemes. Then I'll just return the Hokage position to them. We can choose a second Hokage from the Uchiha clan, Hashirama said cheerfully, a natural optimist who believed no problem was insurmountable. Even if you and I are willing, the families of Shimura, Sarutobi, Uchiha, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Yuhi, and Inazuka won't agree. They have thoroughly offended the Uchiha clan and can only cling tightly together. If we forcefully give the Hokage position to the Uchiha clan, they would be the first to split apart. Tobirama shook his head, denying Hashirama's idea. This is the dirty politics at play. Brother, I don't remember asking you to do this. Hashirama rarely showed an unhappy expression and criticized him. Brother, this world is this real and helpless. No matter how much of a god of shinobi you are, you cannot achieve immortality or prevent all wars. Even the Sage of Six Paths cannot do it. Tobirama forcefully shut the office door, leaving Hashirama alone, distressed among the towering piles of documents on his desk. We must emulate the practices of the Land of Fire and establish a unified village. Currently, the Land of Fire has seen all its ninja clans relocate to Konoha, becoming the first ninja alliance in the 5 great nations to achieve unification. And what about our country? We have been embroiled in years of warfare without respite. If this continues, we will inevitably be swallowed up and destroyed by the Land of Fire. The leader of the Yayue clan is absolutely right. Our Land of Lightning has long been in turmoil, resulting in unnecessary internal losses. If this goes on, we will only fall further behind the Land of Fire and ultimately become its prey. Therefore, everyone present is a renowned ninja clan of the Land of Lightning. Let us join hands and form an alliance, elect a leader, and quickly establish our own village. Agreed, agreed, agreed. It's about time we did this. What's the point of constantly fighting among ourselves? Exactly. If we're so capable, why not attack Konoha instead of messing around on our own territory? Right, can't we strive to become the strongest in the ninja world? Then who will you deal with? Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? Or how about Uchiha Shiryu? Let's not go there. I'm not capable of that. The Yayue clan unanimously agreed to establish Kumogakure and nominated the first Reikage. The main reason for his nomination was his strength. Although the Warring States period was nearing its end, strength remained an undeniable truth. Meanwhile, other ninja clans from various nations began taking action, whether to quell internal strife or to negotiate, essentially stabilizing the situation in their respective countries. Following Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Tsunegakure were also established in succession. The 5 great nations established stable ninja regimes, forming a solid ruling class alongside their daimyos. The entire ninja world transitioned from the chaotic Warring States period to the stable era of the 5 great nations. This news spread like a bird with wings, quickly reaching Konoha. In response, Konoha held a special meeting to discuss the matter. Due to the significance of this issue and the recent establishment of Konoha, where various organizational structures were still not fully formed, nearly every clan leader participated in this discussion. Even the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans received invitations, personally delivered by Senju Hashirama himself. Even Hashirama knew that if he hadn't personally delivered the invitations, Madara and Shiryu would likely not attend the meeting in Konoha. Given their current strength, there was nothing left for them to pursue in Konoha. The village held no appeal for them. All members of Konoha have arrived. Today, we will discuss the topic of the establishment of the ninja villages of the 5 great nations and our response moving forward. As expected, this meeting was led by Hashirama, with Tobirama as the initiator, as Hashirama's political talents were far inferior to Tobirama's. What surprised the other clans most was the appearance of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Shiryu, who had been absent for a year. They sat upright beside Hashirama, and no one raised any objections. After all, with their strength, they could easily overpower everyone present, except for Hashirama. However, seeing the 2 Uchiha looking calm and disinterested, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that the 2 Uchiha would come to settle old scores. While their previous actions of sidelining the